On the Tiancang Continent, Qin Shou traverses time to become the young master of the Qingyun Sect. However, after inadvertently spying on the daughter of the Grand Elder while she bathed, he finds himself ensnared and stripped of his title, awakening the Tiancang system. What? Strength can be acquired simply by spending money? Is my lack of strength merely due to insufficient funds? 1,000 Supreme Spirit Stones to attain kingship. 10,000 Supreme Spirit Stones to achieve respect. 100,000 can grant instant sanctity? System, come, young one, invest a bit more, and you shall become powerful. Qin Shou goes utterly mad, embarking on the irretrievable path of monetary gain. An excavation pit appears in the sacred ancestral tomb. The Supreme of the Forbidden Zone is robbed at home. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter are captured during their training. A delivery of assistance descends like a bag from the heavens. The Holy Son you dare not capture, I will seize. The Forbidden Zone you dare not conquer, I shall subdue. Feather plucked as the goose passes, hide left by the beast. This is I, Nicholas Hanfei, Qin Shou. You may take your time to cultivate. I shall be invincible first. Chapter 1. A Chang System. Initial investment grants the primordial sacred body. On the Tiancang Continent, in Xianxia, lies the Qingyun Sect. This can't be. A joke gone too far. In a small palace, a young man with a bruised face lies on the bed, his gaze vacant. Qin Shou never anticipated that his simple birthday wish, may I encounter great fortune, would lead to this. The result, a summoning of a massive truck. The wish fulfilled. That very night, he was assigned a great fortune. Through the memories of his body, he learns that he is now the young master of the Qingyun Sect, with a cultivation level at the 3rd stage of spiritual energy. A talentless wastrel, merely waiting to die, known as a 2nd-generation immortal. Just days ago, he had spied on the Grand Elder's daughter bathing and was subsequently caught. After enduring a severe beating, he now finds himself in this pitiful state. Spying on the Grand Elder's daughter bathing? Beast! Qin Shou's expression darkens. As he curses, a sudden loud crash reverberates. Bang! The door is violently kicked open. A middle-aged man clad in a black robe strides in, his face a mask of fury. Upon recognizing the visitor, a flicker of surprise crosses Qin Shou's eyes. With the original owner's memories, he immediately identifies the person as the leader of the Qingyun Sect. Qin Wudi, his very own father. At that moment, Qin Wudi has reached the bedside, his gaze fixated on Qin Shou. The anger on his already furious face intensifies, now laced with disappointment. You little rascal, still alive? Qin Shou is at a loss, sitting up in bed. What kind of remark is that? After a mental struggle, he awkwardly speaks. Father. No, I cannot accept that. You are my father. Qin Wudi quickly raises a hand to halt him, then bursts into a tirade. I truly do not understand how I, a man of great wisdom, could have birthed such a beast as you. If I were not the sect leader, you little rascal would have been sliced to pieces by now. His spittle flies in the air, utterly unbecoming of a sect leader. Qin Shou quietly wiped the saliva from his face, feeling as though countless grass mud horses were galloping in his heart. Just as he was about to offer a feeble excuse, he was interrupted by a wave of the hand from his opponent. Qin Wudi took a deep breath, his complexion returning to calmness. He gazed at this rebellious son, a flicker of helplessness flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he slowly spoke. I have discussed with the elders of the sect and concluded that you are no longer suitable to be the heir of the sect. The new Xianxia will be appointed 3 days hence during the grand competition of the sect. Although reluctant, Qingyun Sect is not a family, nor is it a one-man show. Given this little rascal's talent, coupled with this incident, he truly is not fit to occupy this position any longer. Wasted. Qin Shou was left speechless. So he had traversed through time, barely settling in, and already lost the position of Xianxia. At this moment, Qin Wudi unexpectedly offered a gentle consolation. It's fine. Isn't it just a title of Xianxia? As long as I am alive, you will not suffer. Behave yourself, and in due time, I will arrange for you to take a few stepmothers. He patted Qin Shou on the shoulder, disregarding the deepening shade of his face, and turned to leave the room. Arrange for myself to have a few stepmothers? Qin Shou felt a slight itch in his head, as if he were about to gain some sense. Surely, he could not be thinking of abandoning this character and starting anew. With the loss of the Xianxia position, his father might just open a new account, ensuring a good life for himself in the future. He was instantly engulfed in a sense of impending darkness. Yet at that moment, a delightful voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Young man, do you wish to become stronger? This voice. Tongzi. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Shou was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with excitement. Haha, the friends of the book do not deceive me. Tongzi always arrives in dire moments. Ding, it is I. I arrived when you were being scolded. Tongzi, save me. Qin Shou quickly interjected, automatically filtering out the latter part of the system statement. Ding, this system is the Invincible recharge system. The host can directly use spirit stones or other energy-containing treasures for recharge, facilitating transactions in the marketplace. Cultivation, techniques, slaves, spirit pets, mounts, and everything else. As long as you have spirit stones, you can become stronger. As the system's voice faded, a somewhat transparent electronic panel materialized. A well-proportioned, obedient beast steered lowly, 100 inferior spirit stones. A diligent worker, willing to toil without pay, 1 inferior spirit stone. Spirit Chi realm cultivation, 10 medium spirit stones for the first level, 20 medium spirit stones for the second level. The King's realm cultivation, 1,000 superior spirit stones for the first level, 2,000 for the second level. Jing Shijing, Sage Scriptures, the host is too poor. Let's discuss this later. Luan Hui Tianjing, Emperor Scriptures, the host is too poor. Let's discuss this later. Emperor Realm Servants, poor. Gachang System. Qin Shou was somewhat bewildered. Staring at the densely packed descriptions on the interface, he found it hard to tear his gaze away. Especially that phrase, Emperor Realm Servants. A mere 5 words sent his heart racing to 180 beats per minute. Can I really exchange for Emperor Realm Servants? I haven't read much. Don't deceive me. Ding. As long as the host has spirit stones, even immortals can be summoned. It's so audacious. I absolutely adore it. Qin Shou's eyes sparkled as a storage ring appeared in his hand. With a thought, a multitude of spirit stones, elixirs, and ores materialized before him. 20 years of savings, all his assets lay bare. How much can this be exchanged for in cultivation? Ding, 20,000 medium spirit stones for medium spirit stones, and the value of other elixirs and ores is 7,300 medium spirit stones, totaling 27,300 medium spirit stones. The host can spend 25,890 to exchange for the 6th level of Xuandan realm. Do you wish to exchange? Xuandan's 6th level. Qin Shou was startled, then overjoyed. The cultivation realms on the continent are classified as physical, spirit Qi, sea opening, Xuandan, spirit infant, divine palace, void step, comprehending Tao, king, peering heaven, great power, sage, grand sage, 9 heavens, mythical emperor. Although the Xuandan 6th level is merely at the base tier, it is already excellent for him at this moment. Exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for attaining the 6th level of Xuandan realm. As this is the host's first recharge, the system rewards a first recharge gift package. The mightiest battle body of humanity, the Huanggu holy body. This bloodline is unparalleled. Once fully realized, it can rival emperors, and a single strand of hair can collapse countless star rivers. Now integrating with the host, to prevent any anomalies from drawing attention, the surrounding area within a mile has been sealed. Boom! A buzzing filled his mind. In an instant, Qin Shou felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupting from the depths of his being. With the impetus of this energy, his cultivation began to soar at a rocket-like pace. Spirit Chi Realm 4th level. Spirit Chi Realm 9th level peak. Sea Opening Realm 1st level. Xuandan Realm 1st level. He surged all the way to the 6th level of Xuandan Realm before stabilizing. Simultaneously, his heart raced violently, and pale golden blood flowed forth, devouring and assimilating his original blood. A vague phenomenon gradually emerged behind him. A bright moon rose above the golden sea of bitterness. A green lotus bloomed amidst chaos. The immortal king sat high in the heavens, but an immensely powerful aura surged, distorting the air around his body. Huanggu holy body, such a powerful physique, such terrifying blood energy. Qin Shou reveled in the volcanic-like heat of his blood energy, his heart racing with excitement. He clenched his fist and struck the space before him. Boom! The golden blood energy roared, a tremendous sound erupting. The entire palace trembled, numerous patterns illuminating the surroundings, only to shatter in the aftermath. Cracks swiftly spread across the ground and walls. The palace, inscribed with a defensive array capable of withstanding the strikes of Spirit Infant Realm, nearly succumbed to this single punch. This, incredible. Qin Shou took a deep breath, gazing at the palace that was on the verge of crumbling, astonished. He had simply thrown a casual punch without employing any spiritual techniques, yet it possessed such terrifying power. Ding. The host need not be overly excited. As long as you have spirit stones, you could become even stronger. Thus, young man, go earn some money. Earn money, Qin Shou muttered, his fervent gaze turning towards the outside of the palace. The pressing matter is to secure his position as Xiaozongzhu. Can securing first place in the competition guarantee the title of Xiaozongzhu? He was eager to see the expressions on those faces if he were to seize the first place. Chapter 2. I desire to become the young sect master, and I crave the spirit stones as well. 3 days later. Have you heard? The sect has unexpectedly organized a grand assembly, ostensibly to select a new young sect master. It serves him right for peeping on Sister Lu while she bathed. He had it coming. Indeed, early in the morning, the entire Qingyun Sect was abuzz with excitement. Countless disciples flocked to the central square, their conversations echoing throughout. At the center of the square stood a colossal arena, surrounded by tiered seating that rose from low to high. At the forefront sat a dozen formidable figures, with the sect master, Qin Wudi, at the center. His expression was inscrutable as he turned slightly to a robust middle-aged man beside him. "Elder, we may commence," he uttered in a calm tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Yes, sect master." The elder nodded slightly, then his form flickered, appearing above the arena. His gaze swept over the densely packed disciples below as he proclaimed, "In this sect competition, disciples of the Xiandan realm may ascend the arena. Maintain your position until there are no challengers, and you shall be deemed the victor. The winner shall receive 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones and be named the young sect master, receiving the sect's full support for cultivation." As his words echoed, an overwhelming cheer erupted from the square. Every disciple's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not only the position of young sect master, but the mere prospect of 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones was enough to drive them into a frenzy. It is worth noting that even core disciples could only claim 30 medium-grade spirit stones from the sect each month. 10,000 stones represented a fortune for them. Immediately, 2 core disciples of the Xiandan realm surged forth, landing on the arena. Without further ado, a fierce battle commenced. Blades flashed, and spiritual energy surged. Yet all was deflected by a protective barrier enveloping the arena. 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. In a quiet corner at the edge of the square stood Qin Shou, a faint smile gracing his lips. The surrounding disciples were captivated by the arena, oblivious to his presence. However, he had no intention of joining the fray just yet. The protagonists always make their entrance last. The current contenders were merely core disciples of the first and second levels of the Xiandan realm. Joining them would be a waste of time. As time passed, dusk soon approached. Under the fading rays of the setting sun, numerous disciples had taken their turns in the arena. Ultimately, only a graceful figure clad in a flowing azure dress remained, with delicate brows and almond-shaped eyes. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her long, dark hair cascaded down to her waist, tied at the ends with a blue ribbon. Lu Qingxing, the esteemed senior sister of Qingyun Sect, the foremost among the younger generation, possessing a cultivation of the 5th level of the Xiandan realm. She was the very subject of the peeping incident. Her countenance was serene, akin to a blue lotus, standing at the center of the arena, emanating an intensely powerful wave of spiritual energy. As her gaze swept across the disciples below, those who met her eyes averted their gaze, unable to look directly at her. It seemed the outcome of this grand competition was already determined. Lu Qingxing, this young lady, truly lives up to her title as the chief disciple of the sect. Upon witnessing this scene, one of the elders at the table immediately spoke up. Indeed, this girl, whether in talent or character, is far more suitable than that reckless lad Qin Shou to be the heir of the sect. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions revealing no surprise at the outcome. The grand competition was merely a formality. Qin Wudi, seated in the center, wore a rather grim expression. How brazen of them to speak such words in his presence. It felt like a dagger to the heart. Why isn't the sect leader smiling? Is he simply not fond of laughter? The grand elder cast a glance at Qin Wudi, relishing in his misfortune. Let that scoundrel of yours wreak havoc on my daughter. The corners of Qin Wudi's mouth twitched, his countenance growing darker still. The surrounding elders, witnessing this, felt a mix of amusement and restraint. These two had been rivals since their disciple days, and even now, one had ascended to the role of sect leader while the other remained the grand elder. Their rivalry undiminished. Qin Wudi snorted, speaking in a tone devoid of enthusiasm. Since there are no challengers, let us announce the results. With that, he closed his eyes, feigning slumber, wishing to avoid the spectacle. The grand elder, grinning widely, rose to his feet. Just as he prepared to declare the competition concluded, with his daughter emerging as the junior sect leader, a stir arose at the far edge of the square. It is my turn to shine. No, to take action. Qin Shou rolled up his sleeves, brushing aside the disciples blocking his path, and strode towards the central arena. As he moved, countless gazes shifted towards him. Huh? Qin Shou, the former junior sect leader? What does he intend to do? Surely he doesn't mean to step onto the stage? Impossible. With just one hand, I could easily best him. The disciples, upon recognizing Qin Shou, displayed expressions of disbelief. When they realized he was directly approaching the arena, their astonishment only deepened. The Grand Elder's smile faded, replaced by a look of dismay. Watching Qin Shou, he felt a surge of resentment. How dare this scoundrel target my precious daughter? Yet in the next moment, he appeared to realize something, his eyes widening in shock. How can this little rascal possess such strength? With his peak divine palace realm cultivation, he could easily discern Qin Shou as current prowess. 6th level of the profound pill realm? How is this possible? Simultaneously, the other elders rose from their seats, their faces etched with disbelief. This rascal, Qin Wudi's expression was a spectacle to behold, alternating between crimson and ashen hues, both excited and perplexed. Just moments ago, he had been a mere fledgling of the spirit energy realm. How did he suddenly transform into a genius of the profound pill realm? Meanwhile, Qin Shou paid no heed to the skeptical gazes, taking a few swift steps to the arena. With a gentle leap, he found himself atop the stage. Was he truly challenging Sister Lu? Has he lost his mind? At this point, the ordinary disciples could no longer contain themselves, casting concerned glances towards Qin Shou. In the entire Qingyun Sect, who is unaware that you, the young Master Qin, possess merely a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of spiritual energy? What a farce! These ordinary disciples are utterly incapable of discerning Qin Shou's true prowess. They merely perceive him as deranged. Qin Shou, do you dare to appear before me once more? On the platform, Lu Qingqing fixed a cold gaze upon Qin Shou, her palm slightly clenched. Remembering the events of a few days prior, a surge of anger welled up within her. Why should I be afraid? Qin Shou spread his hands, wearing a nonchalant expression. The one who was peeking was the young master. What does that have to do with me? Qin Shou, moreover, I saw nothing that day and ended up receiving a beating for no reason. Lu Qingqing snorted coldly, suppressing the urge to strike him. What do you intend to do? This is the grand competition arena, not a place for you to meddle. If you do not wish to disgrace the sect master, you should leave immediately. Hee. Qin Shou chuckled softly. I've heard that the victor of the grand competition can become the young master and receive 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. How unfortunate. I desire to be the young master, and I also seek those spirit stones. With that, he lifted his foot and stepped forward. Boom! A powerful surge of spiritual energy swept forth. The arena, which had withstood countless battles without a scratch, was now marked by a deep footprint. Numerous fine cracks spread out from the imprint, radiating outward. Chapter 3. I shall be the young master, who supports me, and who opposes me. How could it be? The 6th layer of the Xiandan realm? Qin Shou. On the platform, Lu Qingqing was clearly stunned, her usually frigid demeanor evaporating entirely. Gazing at Qin Shou, her eyes brimmed with astonishment. Just days ago, he was at the 3rd layer of spiritual energy, and now he claims to be at the 6th layer of the Xiandan realm. Simultaneously, the disciples below the platform erupted in chaos. What the hell is going on? Impossible. This must be an illusion. All a mirage. There must be something foul at play. Everyone stood agape. What kind of absurdity is this? Has the script been swapped? Come on, let us not waste time. Knock him off the platform. I still wish to claim my spirit stones. Qin Shou paid little heed to the shock of those around him, merely casting a calm glance at Lu Qingqing. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qingqing's expression darkened, a bitter smile emerging from her rage. I do not know what method you have employed to attain such cultivation, but do you truly believe that the 6th layer of the Xiandan realm can secure a victory over me? With that, her aura suddenly surged, unleashing an even more formidable wave of energy. Without further ado, she raised her hand and struck at Qin Shou with a sword. A chilling sword light, infused with powerful spiritual energy, descended upon Qin Shou. The 7th layer of the Xiandan realm? Qin Shou effortlessly shattered the sword light. The exploding sword energy left not a single mark upon his hand. Lu Qingqing's previously unleashed cultivation had evidently reached the 7th layer of the Xiandan realm. For him, there was little distinction between the 7th and 5th levels. However, while he perceived no difference, Others held a contrary opinion. How could this be? Lu Qingqing gazed at the dissipating sword light, a shiver coursing through her heart. In her view, Qin Shou had merely relied on some external force to temporarily attain the 6th level of the profound pill realm. That last strike was sufficient to send his opponent crashing off the stage. Yet, the current reality was evidently not as she had imagined. I refuse to believe it, Lu Qingqing declared coldly. She sheathed her long sword and formed a seal with her hands. Countless ethereal runes materialized, coalescing in the air to form a colossal ice dragon over 100 feet long. The massive dragon enveloped the entirety of the arena, its overwhelming aura causing the disciples below, even behind the protective barrier, to instinctively recoil in trepidation, their faces etched with shock. Is this a divine ability? I never expected Sister Lu to comprehend such a power, exclaimed a core disciple, his eyes brimming with envy. All of them, having been instructed by various core elders, were well-versed in divine abilities. Many had even attempted to cultivate them, yet without reaching the divine palace realm, it proved exceedingly difficult to grasp. Even those who barely managed to comprehend it found it challenging to unleash even a fraction of its true might. But witnessing the enormous dragon forming above, the immense pressure it exuded, even if it lacked half its force, still bore at least 3 or 4/10 of its power. Qin Shou, the first victory is mine, and none shall take it from me, Lu Qingqing stated coldly. Her expression turned serious as she abruptly pressed her palm downward. Roar! The colossal dragon let out a chilling roar, descending with a frigid aura, ready to strike. Before it had fully landed, the terrifying pressure caused the arena to crack and nearly shatter completely. However, Qin Shou, unperturbed by the impending threat of the colossal dragon, instead leaped into the air, charging toward it with fierce determination. In midair, a violent surge of blood energy erupted as his hands transformed into claws, tearing through the air. Rip! The immense ice dragon was instantly shredded, disintegrating into a myriad of runes. Qin Shou surged through the scattered symbols, appearing before Lu Qingqing in an instant. Before she could react, a finger pressed against her brow, the energy at his fingertip swirling ominously. With the slightest exertion, it could pierce through her forehead. You have lost, Qin Shou stated matter-of-factly. At that moment, the expressions of the observing disciples below were one of disbelief. What? It was torn apart just like that? Sister Lu has lost? How formidable is Qin Shaozong's physical prowess? Everyone wore expressions of incredulity. This was a divine ability, not an ordinary spiritual technique. To think it could be so effortlessly torn asunder. Such physical strength would likely surpass even the fierce beasts and ancient progenitors of the same realm. He was truly a living embodiment of a humanoid beast. I lost. I cannot believe I have lost. A trace of pallor flashed across Lu Qingqing's face as she stared at the youth before her, her gaze momentarily lost and bewildered. She had never anticipated that she would face defeat, and such a complete one at that. The hard-earned skills she had mastered were effortlessly torn apart before her opponent, as if they were mere paper. Without uttering another word, she cast a deep glance at Qin Shou and turned to leave the arena. Qin Shou maintained a calm demeanor, slowly retracting his arm. He then turned his gaze towards all the disciples below. His voice, calm and resonant, echoed throughout the arena. So now, as I take on the role of the young sect master, who is in favor and who is against? The disciples exchanged glances, their expressions laden with uncertainty. With Lu Qingqing's defeat, who among the younger generation could possibly rival him? In an instant, all eyes instinctively shifted towards the elder seats. The prominent figures seated there were the ultimate decision-makers. Among them, the Grand Elder wore an expression that suggested he was grappling with a difficult matter. Grand Elder, why the long face? Have you been reminded of some sorrowful memory? Qin Wudi observed, unable to suppress a smile. He then turned his attention to the other elders. Esteemed elders, do you have any objections to Shou continuing as the young sect master? The elders nodded in agreement. Previously, their intention to remove Qin Shou from the position stemmed mainly from concerns regarding his cultivation level. However, having witnessed his prowess far exceeding that of the younger generation within the sect, they found no grounds for opposition now. As for the matter of peeping on female disciples while bathing, they could simply impose stricter discipline or, if necessary, administer a few beatings. One beating might not suffice. Perhaps 2 would do. Though the Grand Elder appeared somewhat reluctant, he did not voice any opposition. In a flash, he appeared beside Qin Shou and casually tossed him a storage bag. Qin Shou caught the bag, a smile gracing his face. The 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones signified an opportunity for him to enhance his cultivation level once more. Just then, the Grand Elder's voice suddenly reached his ears. "You little rascal. Keep your distance from my Qing in the future. Otherwise, beware that I might take drastic measures." Qin Shou quickly turned to the Grand Elder, only to find the Elder's gaze fixated on his lower body. A chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively tightened his legs. The Grand Elder withdrew his gaze and addressed the assembly below. "This Elder hereby announces the conclusion of the grand competition. Young Sect Master Qin Shou emerges victorious. From this point onward, he shall have unrestricted access to the scripture repository, and all resources necessary for cultivation will be prioritized for him." As his words fell, the crowd of disciples erupted in astonishment, their faces filled with envy. The scripture repository housed the majority of the sect's techniques, spiritual skills, and supernatural abilities. Free access to the repository signified the liberty to cultivate without restraint. Coupled with the promise of prioritized resources, it meant that a significant portion of the sect's wealth would be directed towards him. However, despite their envy, no one felt jealousy. This recognition was rightfully earned through strength. They could only lament their own lack of power that prevented them from attaining such substantial fortune. Qin Shou, too, felt a twinge of surprise within his heart, silently contemplating. Moments later, "I shall inquire, but first, a sum of over 100,000 spirit stones is required." Chapter 4. 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. At the 7th level of the spirit infant realm, within the council hall of the sect, a triad of scrutiny, Qin Shou stood at the center of the grand hall. Before him, Qin Wudi and a host of elders fixated their wide eyes, gazing intently. "Is it truly you, Qin Shou, my son?" Qin Wudi's demeanor was exceedingly grave, meticulously assessing Qin Shou from head to toe. His inquiry was not unfounded. The transformation in Qin Shou was astonishing. A mere idler had suddenly ascended to become the foremost figure of the sect. He even harbored doubts about whether his son had been possessed by some ancient being. "Weren't you the one who conducted the examination?" Qin Shou responded with an air of calm, his expression betraying no hint of alteration. Just moments prior, following the conclusion of the grand competition, he had been summoned to this locale. Initially, Qin Wudi had scanned him with his divine sense, followed by a protracted scrutiny from several elders who had cast a formation for inspection. Fortunately, after such extensive probing, nothing amiss had been uncovered. Otherwise, he might have faced a section on the spot. Indeed, Qin Wudi averted his gaze. They had already conducted their checks and discovered no discrepancies. "You are quite the cunning one. You have concealed your true self better than anyone," remarked the Grand Elder with a hint of annoyance, his tone tinged with envy. The other elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging the cleverness of this young man who had kept the entire sect in the dark. Were it not for his impending removal from the position of young sect master, his true capabilities might have remained undisclosed. They were also curious about how Qin Shou had managed to conceal his cultivation so flawlessly, evading their discerning eyes. Qin Shou offered an awkward smile, choosing silence. Concealment? What a farce. He had indeed been a waste before, but now he had merely activated his potential. Observing this, the Grand Elder and the others refrained from further questioning. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. In the realm of cultivation, when one possesses no secrets left, they swiftly become a target for demise. "Grand Elder, you may take your leave," Qin Wudi gestured with a wave of his hand. "Yes, Sect Master." The Grand Elder and the others nodded, casting one last lingering glance at Qin Shou before they exited the council hall. Soon, only the father and son remained within the chamber. Qin Wudi gazed upon his son, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to his own youthful countenance, and suddenly, a broad grin spread across his face, erupting into hearty laughter. What a fine lad. Truly, my son, I always knew you would achieve greatness. Should you require anything for your cultivation, do not hesitate to voice your needs. Your father will procure it for you." As he spoke, he extended his large hand and playfully patted Qin Shou's shoulder, his face radiating paternal warmth. Qin Shou's lips twitched as he discreetly stepped back. Could this shameless middle-aged man truly be his father, the leader of the sect? Just days ago, his words had been quite different. Great memory restoration technique. As he gazed at the still beaming Qin Wudi, a sudden thought crossed Qin Shou's mind, prompting a subtle smile to grace his lips. In the next moment, he spoke earnestly. "I require spirit stones. A casual sum of around 100 to 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones will suffice." An abrupt silence enveloped the air. The smile on Qin Wudi's face faltered, and with a hint of uncertainty, he cupped his ear. The wind was too strong. I couldn't hear you clearly. Could you repeat that? How many spirit stones? 100,000? Qin Shou ventured tentatively. You seem more like 1,000,000, Qin Wudi retorted, his expression darkening, and the paternal warmth vanished in an instant. They say a lion demands a hefty price, but you, my friend, have transformed into a four-legged beast that swallows gold whole. Father, Qin Shou called out, attempting to rekindle the dwindling affection of paternal love. All right. Since the sect has pledged to nurture you, they shall not go back on their word. Qin Wudi tossed forth an ancient ring. Here lie 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, along with various elixirs needed for cultivation. Consider it an investment from the sect in you, my boy. Should you break through to the spirit infant realm within a year, further resources will be allocated to you. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones? Qin Shou accepted the storage ring, hastily tucking it away as if fearing a change of heart from Qin Wudi. He had merely intended to vex Qin Wudi, but had not anticipated such generosity. Moreover, the 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, when converted to mid-grade, amounted to a staggering 500,000. For him, this was a considerable fortune. It is worth noting that his savings of 2 decades had barely amounted to 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Qin Wudi observed Qin Shou's actions with a bemused smile. In reality, the resources allocated by the sect only totaled 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. The remaining 3,000 came from his own pocket. Previously, he had thought little of the boy's potential, never considering that he could become a formidable force. However, witnessing Qin Shou's remarkable talent for cultivation, he felt compelled to offer his unwavering support. It was merely the impoverished state of Xianxia that limited Qingyun Sect to a solitary top-grade vein. Otherwise, they would not have restricted him to just 5,000. Now that you have received the spirit stones, return to your cultivation and strive for an early breakthrough to the spirit infant realm. With that, Qin Wudi imparted his advice and turned to leave. Within the small palace, Qin Shou sat cross-legged on his bed, surrounded by a collection of elixir vials and glimmering spirit stones. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and 10 vials of elixirs lay before him, eliciting a smile across his face. He first selected 2 vials of healing elixirs and then summoned the system within his mind. System, I wish to recharge. Ding. Estimating the value of items for the host. 8 vials of elixirs are valued at 320 top-grade spirit stones. 100 mid-grade spirit stones equate to 1 top-grade spirit stone. The total value amounts to 5,420 top-grade spirit stones. Over 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. Qin Shou nodded at this revelation, choosing not to immediately convert for cultivation, but instead waved to open the system interface. After all, cultivation is merely one component of combat power. Numerous other factors, such as divine abilities and formations, also play a significant role. Observing the items displayed on the interface, he began to browse with great care. 7th level of the mysterious pill realm, 70 high-grade spirit stones. 1st level of the spirit infant realm, 100 high-grade spirit stones. 2nd level of the spirit infant realm, 200 high-grade spirit stones. Breaking illusions, a divine eye technique that allows one to see through all illusions, including formations, the cultivation level of enemies, and even clothing. This essential skill, which encompasses tomb raiding, evasion, and spying, is available for a mere 1,800 high-grade spirit stones. 1st level servant of the divine palace realm, permanent, 900 high-grade spirit stones. Servant of the mythical emperor realm, breaking illusions? This is excellent. Qin Shou's gaze was instantly captivated. The description of this eye technique lit up his mind. Without hesitation, he waved his hand to exchange for it. Qin Shou, I solemnly declare that my acquisition of this is not for the purpose of spying. In addition to the eye technique, he expended another 1,500 high-grade spirit stones to exchange for 2 more divine abilities, shrinking the earth to an inch, bringing distant horizons within reach. Raging Tiger Dragon Fist, a physical technique that harnesses immense strength to unleash double the power of one's body. Having completed these exchanges and observing that he still had over 3,100 high-grade spirit stones remaining, he spoke directly. System, convert all remaining stones into cultivation. Beep. The host has spent 3,040 high-grade spirit stones, resulting in a cultivation increase and attaining the 7th level of the spirit infant realm. As the system's voice faded, Qin Shou felt a surge of spiritual energy within him. He ascended to the 7th level of the spirit infant realm in an instant. the 7th level of the spirit infant realm. As he experienced the exhilarating rise in cultivation, he couldn't help but reflect. In just a few short days, he had transformed from a mere novice in the spiritual energy realm to his current state. This level of cultivation surpassed that of many ordinary inner sect elders, and his combat prowess was even more formidable. Just as he pondered how to acquire more spirit stones, a sudden frown crossed his brow as he directed his gaze toward the entrance of the hall. The next moment, an anxious voice echoed from outside. "Young sect master, trouble arises. The brats from the Purple Flame sect are causing a ruckus." Chapter 5. Qingyun Disciple. If we don't beat the filth out of him, he could be considered clean. The Purple Flame sect? Qin Shou's expression shifted slightly. His figure vanished from its original position, appearing instantaneously outside the hall. A disciple clad in blue stood at the entrance, visibly relieved upon seeing Qin Shou. "Youth sect master, it's dire. Speak plainly, what is the situation?" Qin Shou furrowed his brow. "Do you not know how to articulate? What do you mean by it's dire?" Youth sect master, a significant figure from the Purple Flame sect, along with their young master, has set up a platform at our sect's entrance, proclaiming a challenge to all the young generation of our sect. So far, they have already injured many of our members. Before I arrived, Senior Sister Lu had already engaged with them. The Grand Elder has summoned you to hurry. The blue-clad disciple hurriedly relayed the events that had transpired. Since the establishment of the arena, numerous core disciples have taken the stage, yet they were swiftly defeated by their opponents. Ultimately, it was Sister Lu who intervened, halting the tide of defeat, but as the battles progressed, she too began to find herself at a disadvantage. Just as it appeared that defeat was imminent, the Grand Elder summoned Qin Shou, hoping he would step in to subdue the adversary. The audacity of the Xianxia sect to set up an arena at our doorstep? Qin Shou's expression darkened. In Xianzhou, 3 paramount sects exist: Qingyun Sect, Xianxia Sect, and Xianxia Valley. They stand in a triad of power, each unwilling to yield to the others, all vying for supremacy in Xianzhou. Thus, the relations among these 3 sects are far from cordial. Now, the Xianxia Sect dares to establish an arena right at our threshold. This is an affront to our home. Regardless of the circumstances, as the young lord of the Qingyun Sect, I cannot stand idly by in such a situation. Fortuitously, my strength has increased, and I am in need of a target to hone my skills. Without further ado, Qin Shou soared toward the mountain gate. Outside the sect, a throng of Qingyun disciples gathered, encircling a 100-foot arena at its center. Each face bore the mark of indignation. Within the arena, 2 figures were locked in fierce combat. Fiery red spiritual energy clashed against the chilling light of a sword, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Among them stood Lu Qingqing, adorned in a flowing azure gown, her demeanor exuding an icy elegance. Opposite her was a delicate-looking young man in splendid attire, the young lord of the Xianxia Sect by Li Yan. "Lu Qingqing, with your cultivation at the 7th level of the Xiandan realm, victory is beyond your grasp," he sneered. "How absurd for the Qingyun Sect, one of the 3 sects, to send a mere woman to confront me." With that, he struck out, sending Lu Qingqing flying. His gaze swept over the onlooking Qingyun disciples, filled with disdain. Do they dare to insult us so brazenly? The shame is unbearable. It is all due to our prior lack of diligence in cultivation that we face this humiliation today. The core disciples of Qingyun Sect flushed with anger, casting glances at Li Yan that seemed to wish him devoured. Alas, with their cultivation at the 3rd or 4th level of the Xiandan realm, any attempt to engage him would only result in further disgrace. Bai Liyan, witnessing their fury, felt only contempt. Meanwhile, above the mountain gate, 2 figures stood facing each other. One, a gray-haired middle-aged man, spoke. Taoist Lu Shan, please do not take offense at the directness of my sect's young lord. However, he is not wrong. Your Qingyun Sect truly seems to be declining with each generation. The sarcasm in his tone was unmistakable. The gray-haired man was Wu Yang, the Grand Elder of the Xianxia Sect, who had come under the instructions of the Xianxia Sect master to provoke the Qingyun Sect. This act served as a demonstration of power within Xianzhou. The Grand Elder snorted, his countenance darkening. Yet he recognized that as an elder, it was unseemly for him to intervene in this conflict among disciples. Otherwise, even a victory would bring disgrace to the Qingyun Sect. Now, he could only place his hopes on Qin Shou, wishing that the young man would arrive swiftly to secure victory. On the arena, Lu Qingqing endured a powerful strike, retreating to the edge of the platform. At this moment, her complexion was slightly pale, and her breath was notably shallow. She cast a cold glance at Bai Yin, remaining silent as her hands swiftly formed seals. Countless runes coalesced, and a formidable aura rapidly filled the space. A roar echoed. In the sky above, a colossal, icy serpentine dragon materialized out of thin air, descending with a thunderous roar. Under its frigid breath, the entire arena was instantly encased in thick, solid ice. Compared to the previous encounter, this time the icy dragon was even more immense, clearly exceeding 100 feet in length, and its power was even more terrifying. Divine abilities? Let us see whether the prowess of your Qingyun Sect surpasses that of my Xian Sect. Bai Yin scoffed as he observed the descending dragon. He promptly formed seals with both hands, and crimson runes ascended, conjuring a massive flaming sword that slashed toward the dragon. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, instantly stirring up countless wisps of white mist. The icy dragon was shattered, and as the flaming sword passed through it, it gradually dissipated. Having her divine ability violently dismantled, Lu Qingqing's face grew even paler. She let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Previously, she had sustained some minor injuries during her clash with Qin Shou. Now, unleashing her full power only to have it brutally shattered had exacerbated her wounds. Lu Qingqing, you should concede gracefully. You still fall short compared to me. However, with your talents, you could serve as my consort. Why not marry into the Xian Sect? I assure you, I will provide ample resources for your cultivation. Bai Yin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding arrogance. At his words, a palpable silence enveloped the surroundings. Lu Qingqing's expression turned icy as a fierce surge of spiritual energy radiated from her. What did he just say? How audacious! He utterly disregards our Qingyun Sect. The onlooking disciples of Qingyun were filled with indignation, erupting in furious outcries. In the air, the Grand Elder's face darkened, nearly unable to restrain himself from striking Bai Yin down. Simultaneously, he cursed inwardly, wondering why that rascal Qin Shou had yet to arrive. Beside him, Wu Yong watched warily, his gaze fixed on the Grand Elder, clearly apprehensive that he might lose control. Consider this. If you are willing, I can take charge and offer you a mid-grade spiritual stone vein as a bride price, Bai Yin continued, noting Lu Qingqing's silence. As the daughter of the Grand Elder and the foremost talent of Qingyun Sect, securing a mid-grade spiritual stone vein would be a worthy exchange for him and for Xian Sect. However, he did not receive an answer from Lu Qingqing. Instead, a faint voice emerged from the entrance of Qingyun Sect. I can agree to accept the spiritual vein, but there is no need for her to marry into Xian Sect. Bai Yin's expression darkened as his gaze swiftly turned toward the direction from which the voice had originated. As a multitude of disciples from Qingyun turned their gazes, Qin Shou slowly emerged from within the sect, meeting the eyes of all present. He fixed his gaze upon Bai Yin on the platform, an unusual glint appearing in his eyes. The 9th level of the Xiandan realm. No wonder he exudes such arrogance. The young sect master has arrived. The faces of all the Qingyun disciples were alight with excitement. Although they were unaware of Qin Shou's cultivation level, it was evident from his previous display of strength, effortlessly tearing apart Lu Qingqing's divine abilities, that he surpassed her by a considerable margin. Dealing with a mere Bai Yin would surely be a simple task. In stark contrast to the enthusiasm of his fellow disciples, Bai Yin on the arena wore an expression of disdain. Oh, I wondered who it might be with such grandiose claims. So it is you, a worthless fool. Though puzzled by the sudden fervor of the crowd below, he dismissed it without further thought. After all, Qin Shou's reputation as a waste was well known among the 3 major sections. Say waste? The group of Qingyun disciples were momentarily taken aback, then regarded Bai Yin with incredulous expressions. What nonsense is this? The young sect master had previously kept his talents hidden. Just wait until we see you humbled. Chapter 6. A genius? One slap for each so-called genius. Bai Yin. Do you intend to lead my Qingyun Sect upright or horizontally? Qin Shou ascended the platform, gazing at the still mocking Bai Yin, and spoke slowly. Horizontal departure? How ridiculous! Do you possess the strength for that? With Lu Qingqing? Or perhaps you? Bai Yin scoffed, his expression replete with contempt. Lu Qingqing, at the 7th level of the Xiandan realm, was no match for him. And although Qin Shou was the young sect master of Qingyun, his lackluster talent made him nothing more than an easy target for Bai Yin. Indeed, just relying on me. Qin Shou nodded earnestly. You? A waste? Best reconsider. I fear I might unintentionally end your life, leaving Qingyun Sect without successors. Ha ha ha. Bai Liyan believed he had misheard and burst into laughter. However, he soon stifled his mirth, regarding Qin Shou with a mocking gaze. Nonetheless, I can entertain you, but there must be stakes involved. A mid-grade spirit stone vein. If you lose, Qingyun Sect must cede a mid-grade spirit stone vein to my Xian Sect. With that, he looked at Qin Shou with a teasing glint, eager to witness his humiliation. What right does a talentless young sect master have to wager the sect's spirit stone vein? His aim was to place Qin Shou in a precarious position. Yet upon hearing this proposal, Qin Shou's eyes brightened slightly. How fortuitous that a pillow arrives just as I feel drowsy. He pondered how to rightfully acquire the spirit stone vein, and here was his chance. Very well, I accept. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shou readily agreed, his tone brimming with eagerness, as if afraid Bai Liyan might retract his offer. Not only that, but he also retrieved 2 pieces of paper from his storage space, inscribing the wager upon them. Come, let us establish a written agreement, lest your Xianxia deny it. As he spoke, Lu Qingqing suddenly approached him, her voice tinged with hesitation. Qin Shou, are you truly offering the spiritual vein as your stake? Concern flickered in her eyes, as she doubted Qin Shou's authority in this matter. Though she acknowledged his superior prowess, being a formidable opponent, he was still merely at the 6th level of the profound pill realm, a significant 3 minor realms below Bai Liyan, who stood at the 9th level. In the face of an ordinary cultivator, she believed Qin Shou could indeed transcend 3 minor realms in battle. Yet Bai Liyan was no ordinary practitioner. As the young master of Xianxia, he was a renowned genius within the Xian province. Fear not, I shall exercise prudence, Qin Shou replied, his countenance remaining remarkably composed despite Lu Qingqing's concerns. On their way out, his father, Qin Wudi, had already conveyed to him through telepathy to proceed with confidence, provided that the sect did not suffer disgrace or loss. Lu Qingqing fell silent for a moment, choosing not to voice further objections, and gracefully descended from the arena. Since the young master is so magnanimous, let him indulge in this game. Surely, the Qingyun Sect, with its vast resources, would not renege on their word. Wu Yang's voice resonated from above, urging Bai Liyan and Qin Shou to formalize their agreement. A spiritual stone mine offered on a silver platter should not be dismissed lightly. At this moment, it became apparent that the young master of Qingyun Sect was not only lacking in talent, but seemed rather dim-witted as well. The Grand Elder merely frowned, casting a glance toward the sect before refraining from voicing any dissent. Very well. In that case, I shall accept this spiritual vein, Bai Liyan conceded, nodding, his expression seemingly calm, yet his voice betraying a hint of excitement. He then flicked a drop of blood from his fingertip onto the paper. Subsequently, he turned his gaze toward Qin Shou, his eyes filled with disdain. I shall allow you to strike first, to avoid any misunderstandings. Smack. Before Bai Liyan could finish his sentence, a resounding slap struck his face, sending him spiraling through the air, rotating a full 3,600 degrees like a top, before landing amidst the crowd. A few bloodied teeth fell from the sky, bouncing on the arena floor. And that's a wrap, Qin Shou exclaimed, clapping his hands and exhaling a long breath. What a relief. After enduring his incessant prattle, this slap has finally released my pent-up frustration. By the heavens, the young master is ferocious. I would gladly proclaim him the mightiest man of our sect. A little calf on a rocket, soaring to the heavens. Laughter erupted among the disciples of Qingyun, initially taken aback before erupting into thunderous cheers. What a catharsis. We thought it would be a lengthy battle, yet it concluded with a single slap. In that moment, Qin Shou's figure loomed large in the eyes of these disciples, truly surpassing Lu Qingqing and emerging as the foremost figure of their sect. On the ground, Bai Liyan lay dazed, one side of his face swollen to an alarming degree, making his head appear considerably larger. He seemed utterly stunned, his demeanor vacant. Bai Liyan, the esteemed young master of the Xian Sect and a prodigious talent, stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Xiandan realm. How could he be struck down by someone widely regarded as a mere waste? Amidst the mocking laughter surrounding him, a profound sense of humiliation surged within Bai Liyan, prompting a primal roar to escape his lips. In a fit of fury, he unleashed a tempestuous aura, leaping back into the air above the arena. A fierce killing intent enveloped him, transforming him into a veritable volcano on the verge of eruption. Silence. You can barely articulate your words, yet you dare to threaten me? Qin Shou raised his hand, gently clenching his fist towards the sky. Instantly, a colossal hand materialized above by Li Yan's head, ensnaring him within its grasp. The next moment, the hand crashed down onto the arena with tremendous force. Boom! Debris flew, and the arena crumbled in an instant. The sect disciples around them were struck with terror, hastily retreating. As they beheld the arena enveloped in dust and smoke, their eyes widened in astonishment. Such a crude and brutal display of power left them utterly shaken. Moments later, as the dust settled, Qin Shou stood amidst the ruins, hands clasped behind his back, and scathed by the chaos. In stark contrast, Bai Liyan lay among the rubble, his body bloodied and contorted, utterly motionless. Gasp! Witnessing this scene, everyone involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. Their gazes towards Qin Shou now bore a hint of reverence. One disciple hesitated, then spoke up, he isn't moving. Is he dead? While they harbored a desire to eliminate Bai Liyan, the fact remained that he was the young master of the Qingyun Sect. His death would undoubtedly spark a conflict between the two sections. He is not dead, not dead. Someone interjected. Though Bai Liyan appeared gravely injured, it was evident he still clung to life. Amidst the ruins of the arena, Qin Shou regarded the barely conscious Bai Liyan with an expression devoid of any emotion. A mere ninth level of the Xiandan realm could be subdued with a mere gesture. He approached and removed Bai Liyan's storage ring, then turned to depart. However, at that moment, a formidable pressure descended from above. An indignant voice thundered, "Beast, during a sparring match, you resort to such heavy-handed tactics? With such a malicious disposition, you may very well become a scourge upon the realm of cultivation. Today, I shall discipline you on behalf of the Qingyun Sect." Wu Yang's fury was palpable, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. The events had transpired too swiftly. In the blink of an eye, his young master had been reduced to a pitiful state. Yet, before he could act, an even more thunderous reprimand resonated from beside him. "Audacious! Wu Yang, mind your words. My young master of the Qingyun Sect is not someone you have the authority to discipline." The Grand Elder emanated a terrifying aura, a massive shadow looming behind him, nearly coalescing into form. Simultaneously, several figures emerged from within the sect, all of them esteemed core elders. Their expressions were stern, their gazes fixated intently on Wu Yang. Should he dare to make a move, they would not hesitate to confront him collectively. In Chapter 7, The Subtle Maneuvers of the Xian Sect, Wu Yang regarded the predatory stares of the elders with trepidation. To his astonishment, he detected a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes, as if they awaited his action. Unbeknownst to him, his own aura diminished significantly. Standing at the threshold of the Qingyun Sect, he realized that if a confrontation were to ensue, he would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. Moreover, the young master required immediate medical attention. Otherwise, he might not survive more than 2.5 minutes. After weighing his options, Wu Yang ultimately decided to retrieve the unconscious Bai Liyan, administering a few medicinal pills to prolong his life, before preparing to depart. "Let's not forget, you still owe me a mid-grade spirit vein. I trust the Xian Sect will complete the transfer within 3 days," he declared. On the ruins, Qin Shou offered a gentle reminder, wary of any unforeseen complications regarding the spirit vein he was so close to acquiring. Wu Yang's expression darkened, and he snorted in silence, choosing not to respond. With a final, penetrating glance at Qin Shou, he ascended into the air, vanishing from sight. "He's holding a grudge against me," Qin Shou mused as he observed Wu Yang's receding figure, a fleeting glimmer of gold flashing in his eyes. Yet, he felt no fear. Should it come to that, he would not mind sacrificing him, perhaps even the entire Xian Sect along with him. At that moment, several elders descended from the air, joining him. "Ha! That boy has done well," the Grand Elder exclaimed with delight. The thought of Wu Yang's exasperated demeanor brought an irrepressible smile to his face. Consequently, his gaze towards Qin Shou softened considerably, even giving rise to an unexpected notion. Perhaps this troublesome youth and Qin were not incompatible. Sensing the Grand Elder's peculiar gaze, Qin Shou felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart and instinctively stepped back to maintain a safe distance. Once he felt secure, he offered a brief salute. "Your praise is too generous, Grand Elder. In 3 days, I would appreciate your assistance in overseeing the acquisition of that mid-grade spirit vein. I suspect the Xian Sect will be reluctant to relinquish it without prior notice. Given the Grand Elder's peak divine palace cultivation, he would be perfectly suited to maintain order." Although Qin Shou possessed a system that allowed him to directly exchange for formidable subordinates, such transactions required spirit stones. "Fear not, little Qin. with Master Lu present. The Xian sect cannot evade this spirit vein. Rest well. I shall accompany you in 3 days, the Grand Elder reassured him, arms crossed behind his back, exuding confidence. Even if Qin Shou had not voiced his concerns, the sect master would likely arrange for his presence. After all, with Qin Shou's demonstrated talent, it was not inconceivable that the Xian sect might act unwisely against him. Qin Shou nodded slightly, bidding farewell to the elders before making his way back to the sect. In a fleeting moment, he returned to his residence within the palace. After securing the grand entrance, he retrieved the storage ring he had just acquired. A powerful surge of divine consciousness erupted forth, shattering the mark left by Bai Liyan. Suddenly, a space of nearly 100 square meters materialized before his eyes. Mountains of spiritual stones, scattered vials of elixirs, and jade slips containing martial arts techniques lay strewn about. At the center, a long black banner exuded a chilling aura. With a mere thought, he grasped the ominous banner, feeling an icy and malevolent force penetrate through his palm and into his being. Oomph! Qin Shou let out a cold snort, and his golden blood essence quivered slightly, dispersing the encroaching malevolence. He gazed at the swirling black mist, from which faint, eerie howls seemed to emanate, his expression sharpening. The banner of 10,000 souls? This accursed artifact requires the lives of myriad beings for its forging. 1,000 souls are necessary to initiate its creation, undoubtedly a wicked tool. In the realm of cultivation, an age-old adage persists. If one does not toil in their practice, they shall be brothers within the banner of 10,000 souls. How could Bai Liyan, the young master of the Purple Flame sect, possess such a sinister implement? Could he be audacious enough to commit the grave taboo of using mortal lives for crafting? After a moment of careful scrutiny, Qin Shou shook his head and dismissed the thought. As his consciousness swept over the items within the ring, he spoke softly, System. Convert all items into high-grade spiritual stones. Ding! System scanning in progress, estimating the value of items. In the grand hall of the Purple Flame sect, an irate voice echoed. A middle-aged man in a crimson robe, his eyes gleaming with malice, fixed his gaze intently upon the two individuals below. This man was none other than Bai Li Changkong, the leader of the Purple Flame sect. Below stood Wu Yang and Bai Liyan, who had just returned. At this moment, Bai Liyan had regained consciousness, his limbs reattached, yet his complexion appeared exceedingly pale, as if he had endured the trials of a wedding night tenfold. Barely able to stand. Father, must we truly cede a medium-grade spiritual vein to the Qingyun Sect? Bai Liyan's voice was frail, his eyes betraying his unwillingness. Bai Li Jiangong Sculpt. A mere medium-grade spiritual vein is something our Purple Flame sect can afford to lose. However, we shall not permit the Qingyun Sect to acquire it easily. Pausing, he cast a cold, penetrating gaze toward Wu Yang. Elder Wu, dispatch someone to the Qingyun Sect and convey my consent. Inform them that in 1 month's time, they may proceed to the Luyun mountain range to seize a medium-grade spiritual vein there. Remember, it is 1 month from now. A month? Wu Yang was perplexed. Indeed, Bai Li Changkong affirmed with a chilling nod. Does the Qingyun Sect desire a spiritual vein? Then I shall grant them a useless vein. Assemble the sect's disciples, and within a month, excavate as many spiritual stones as possible without fear of damaging the vein's roots. Even if we cannot exhaust it entirely, we must render the vein worthless within that time frame. Understood, Sect Master. Wu Yang's eyes brightened slightly. Indeed, they have lost a spiritual vein. Yet it remains unclarified whether it is a valuable one or a worthless one. After responding with a respectful gesture, he hurriedly turned and exited the grand hall. Father, I must personally oversee the excavation of the spiritual stones, Bai Liyan abruptly declared. Above, Bai Li Changkong furrowed his brow upon hearing this and shook his head in refusal. Yin, you should focus on your recovery. Elder Wu can handle this matter. No, Father, Bai Liyan insisted resolutely. I intend to personally destroy this spiritual vein and bestow a worthless mine upon the Qingyun Sect. He felt humiliated during his last encounter with the Qingyun Sect, all thanks to Qin Shou. He was eager to witness Qin Shou's expression upon encountering the abandoned mine. Merely contemplating this brought him a sense of satisfaction, compelling him to brave his injuries and go himself. Very well, go ahead. Bai Li Changkong, seeing his son's determination, waved his hand in resignation. Thank you, Father. Bai Liyan's face brightened, and he exited with a staggered gait. As the two departed, only Bai Li Changkong remained in the grand hall. His gaze pierced through the hall, directed towards the Qingyun Sect. A voice laced with a fierce killing intent escaped his lips. Qingyun Sect, Qin Shou. Qin Wudi, truly a formidable strategist. Despite my son's extraordinary talent, he has remained concealed for years, deceiving everyone in Xianxia. His faint voice carried an inexhaustible malice. In an instant, it seemed as if a gust had risen within the Grand Hall. Chapter 8. The Realm of the Divine Palace. The elders of the sect astounded. At the Qingyun Sect, within a small palace, Qin Shou sat cross-legged on a jade bed, eyes closed, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolding behind him. Golden blood, energy, emanated from his body, enveloping the entire palace in a terrifying aura. This aura was exponentially stronger than before, many times more so. The first level of the Divine Palace realm. Qin Shou opened his eyes, golden light shooting forth from his gaze like a sharp sword, slicing through the void before him with a hissing sound. The day before yesterday, after exchanging all the items in by Li Yan's storage ring, he had acquired over 2,000 superior spiritual stones, perfectly elevating his cultivation to the first level of the Divine Palace realm. With his current prowess, coupled with the strength of the primordial sacred body, even facing the pinnacle of the Divine Palace realm would not instill fear in me. A serene voice echoed in the space, radiating immense confidence. Just then, a voice resonated from outside. Young Sect Master, members of the Xian Sect have arrived. The Sect Master requests your presence in the council hall. The Xian Sect has come? A glint of brilliance flashed in Qin Shou's eyes. So soon? To preempt any unforeseen circumstances, he had demanded the Xian Sect surrender the spiritual vein within 3 days. Yet, it had only been 1 day. In a swift motion, he appeared at the palace entrance, nodding at the disciple who delivered the message before stepping into the air and departing. Moments later, he landed outside the council hall. Upon entering the grand hall and surveying the surroundings, he found Qin Wudi and a number of elders, with no outsiders present. I pay my respects to Father and the esteemed elders. Qin Shou performed a bow, his eyes filled with curiosity. Didn't they say someone from the Xian Sect had arrived? The person has already departed. Qin Wudi spoke softly, his gaze instinctively sweeping over Qin Shou's cultivation level. At that very moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he vanished from his seat, reappearing beside Qin Shou. Show her your cultivation. The Divine Palace realm? Qin Wudi grasped Qin Shou's shoulders, his formidable consciousness surging as he meticulously scanned him. What? The Divine Palace realm? Within the hall, the elders rose in unison. Initially, disbelief marred their faces, but upon discerning Qin Shou's current cultivation, expressions of sheer incredulity spread across their features. Just yesterday, he was at the profound pill stage, and now he had suddenly reached the spirit infant realm. While they were astonished, it was within the realm of acceptance. But now, the Divine Palace realm? This is utterly preposterous. Each of these elders had been a prodigy in their youth, yet after hundreds of years of cultivation, they had only attained the Divine Palace realm. And here stood a mere youth, having cultivated to this realm in just 20 years. What does that imply for their centuries of effort? In that moment, the elders felt their resolve waver. In truth, the Divine Palace realm is my genuine cultivation level, Qin Shou remarked, observing their expressions with a hint of resignation. It seems I must acquire a treasure to conceal my aura. Otherwise, with such rapid advancement, I shall be at a loss for an explanation next time. Young man, are you certain this is your true cultivation? Qin Wudi questioned, skepticism lacing his tone, even omitting the term of endearment for his son. Indeed. Qin Shou nodded vigorously. He truly had not concealed his cultivation. To divert the topic, he inquired, did the Xian Sect come regarding that spiritual vein? At this, Qin Wudi and the others nodded, their attention retracting from Qin Shou's cultivation. He took a deep breath to quell the shock within him and spoke calmly. Indeed, the Xian Sect has agreed to relinquish a spiritual vein in the Luyun mountain range, but they request a month before we can proceed to claim it. Their reasoning is that they need time to withdraw their disciples and mining slaves. A trace of disdain seeped into Qin Wudi's voice. It is evident even to a fool that the Xian Sect is merely stalling for time. In your opinion, Father, should we wait? Qin Shou was not particularly surprised. He had long suspected that the Xian Sect would not relinquish the spiritual vein so readily. After all, among the 3 great sects of Xianzhou, each possessed only a handful of mid-grade spiritual veins. Losing even one would constitute a significant blow. By the time a month passes, we might only be left with a useless vein. Qin Wudi scoffed, shaking his head, his gaze sweeping over the others as he issued a direct command. Shuya, you. Along with the first elder and the second elder, shall set forth immediately to the Luyun mountain range. Do not fear damaging the spiritual vein. Simply bring it back to the sect. If any of the Xian Sect's people dare to obstruct you, suppress them on the spot. The first and second elders are at the peak of the divine palace realm, capable of subduing the Xian Sect's stronghold and reclaiming the spiritual vein. As for Qin Shou, consider this a trial. 2 elders were present, and their presence assured a sense of safety. We shall comply with your orders. The Grand Elder and a stern middle-aged man responded in unison. Qin Shou nodded slightly, his thoughts aligned with theirs. Regardless of other matters, the immediate priority was to reclaim the spiritual vein. The 3 exchanged glances and proceeded to exit the Grand Hall. Behind them, Qin Wudi observed their departure, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Moments later, his figure vanished from the hall, reappearing at the entrance of a secluded area deep within the sect. Ancestral Master, Qin Wudi requests an audience. He declared at the entrance of a small secret realm. In the Luyun mountain range, beneath the canopy of towering trees, sounds of activity emanated from a mine. Hurry, they swiftly. We must not leave a single spiritual stone for the Qingyun Sect. Use spiritual power to blast. Do not fear damaging the spiritual vein, as long as the mine does not collapse. The young sect master has decreed there will be substantial rewards after completion. Inside the mine, a throng of cultivators clad in crimson robes relentlessly struck the stone walls. As spiritual energy surged, rocks shattered, revealing egg-sized, irregularly shaped spiritual stones. Be cautious. Do not cause the mine to collapse. Bai Liyan staggered slightly, his injured body surveying the chaos within the mine. Witnessing the rampant dispersal of spiritual energy, a flush of crimson crept onto his pale face. He could hardly contain his eagerness to see the expression of the Qingyun Sect upon discovering this desolate mine. Young Sect Master, this is merely a temporary setback. You should focus on recovering and strive to break through to the spirit infant realm, seeking vengeance later, rather than becoming entangled in these trivial matters. Beside him, Wu Yang observed Bai Liyan's demeanor with a hint of disappointment. The young sect master had previously enjoyed an untroubled ascendancy, and now, faced with a minor setback, he seemed to waver in resolve. Wu Elder, I am confident I can break through to the spirit infant realm within a month. At that time, I shall trample that fellow beneath my feet, allowing him to experience the taste of humiliation. Bai Liyan's expression darkened as he thought of Qin Shou, a glimmer of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. However, Wu Yang sighed inwardly. During Qin Shou's previous display of power, he discerned the opponent's cultivation level, 7th layer of the spirit infant realm. This level far surpassed the younger generation of Xianxia, and even if the young sect master were to achieve the same, he would not stand a chance against him. Yet, knowing this did not compel him to voice it aloud, for that would shatter the young sect master's resolve entirely. In any case, he would seek an opportunity to quietly eliminate that young man from the Qingyun Sect in due time. With this thought, a flicker of murderous intent also crossed Wu Yang's gaze. Meanwhile, above the Luyun mountain range, 3 streaks of light soared through the sky. Chapter 9. The Manifestation of the Sacred Body. A single strike to vanquish the 7th layer of the divine palace realm. The 3 figures hovered high above, gazing down at the verdant mountains below. Is this the Luyun mountain range? Qin Shou spoke softly, his gaze imbued with curiosity. The mountains, shrouded in mist and dominated by towering trees, exuded an ancient and untamed aura. Ultimately, this marks the first occasion since his arrival in this realm that he has ventured outside, inevitably filling him with a sense of wonder. However, he swiftly regained his composure, his consciousness sweeping across the area to easily locate the spiritual vein. Elders, let us descend, he called out, and the trio prepared to glide toward the mountains. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from below. This is the sacred ground of the Xian Sect. No unauthorized entry allowed. As the words faded, a figure ascended from the mountain below. Qin Shou squinted at the newcomer, recognizing him as the prominent figure from the Xian Sect he had encountered a few days prior. Beside him, the 2 elders displayed subtle expressions of surprise, their gazes discreetly darting toward the mountain below. Ah, it appears to be the esteemed members of the Qingyun Sect. The elder continued with a hint of mockery. I recall informing your sect that the handover is scheduled for a month from now. Have you arrived prematurely? Wu Yang's gaze swept over Qin Shou and the second elder, finally resting on the grand elder with a somewhat sardonic expression. Qin Shou maintained his tranquil demeanor, his expression betraying no hint of tension. Meanwhile, the grand elder took a step forward and spoke calmly, it is not too early. I am here on the orders of our sect master to oversee the acquisition of the spiritual vein. Should the Xian sect be unable to evacuate its personnel, I am willing to assist. However, Wu Yang was unyielding in response to the Grand Elder's words. There is no need to trouble yourself, my friend. I shall handle this matter myself. You may return in a month. With that, he turned to leave, heading back toward the mountain. At this moment, Qin Shou's voice interjected, laced with a hint of derision. Oh, if we return in a month, we shall likely find nothing but a desolate mine, will we? What do you mean? Young sect master Qin? Wu Yang spun around, his piercing gaze locking onto Qin Shou. What do I mean? Is Elder Wu not attempting to delay time, allowing the disciples of your sect to deplete the spiritual vein? Qin Shou scoffed. Although the entire mine was enveloped by a formation, he could effortlessly see through it using his divine perception. Hundreds of disciples from the Xian sect were ruthlessly extracting spiritual stones. What? Such audacity! The two elders exclaimed in anger upon hearing this. They were astonished but not doubtful of Qin Shou's ability to perceive the internal conditions of the vein. An overwhelming aura erupted from them, directed toward Wu Yang. As it appeared they were about to engage in combat to subdue him, Wu Yang's expression turned icy, and the aura of a peak divine palace realm expert surged forth. The three forces clashed, stirring the void. At that moment, 6 figures soared from the mountain below, landing beside Wu Yang. Their formidable presence resembled a tempest, subtly encircling Qin Shou and his companions. More powerful beings? The Grand Elder's expression darkened as he regarded the 5 newcomers. Including Wu Yang, there were 2 peak divine palace experts, 1 at the 8th level, and 3 at the 7th level of the divine palace realm. Although he and the second elder were unafraid, the young master, being only at the 1st level of the divine palace realm, would find himself in peril if they became entangled. Exchanging glances, the 2 retreated a step, positioning Qin Shou behind them. Lu Shan, I advise you to depart obediently. In a month's time, my Xian sect will deliver the spiritual vein. Wu Yang, with his hands clasped behind his back, wore a mocking expression. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he had long since stationed powerful sect members here for protection. His foresight proved to be correct. Young master, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses, the elder suggested, feeling a retreating urge and communicating with Qin Shou through sound transmission. The plan was to return to the sect to summon the elder at the void-treading realm, who could then obliterate their adversaries. Qin Shou shook his head and stepped forward, much to the astonishment of the 2 elders. You need not worry. Just hold off those 2 at the peak of the divine palace realm. Leave the rest to me. Young master, do not act recklessly, cautioned the second elder, who had remained silent until now. Although the young master concealed his strength well and was formidable, it was still improbable to confront opponents across 6 or 7 minor realms. It matters not. They are merely at the 8th level of the divine palace realm. I might not be their inferior. Qin Shou waved his hand dismissively, a heavy aura emanating from his being. Suddenly, a roaring wave echoed from the void behind him. A somewhat illusory golden ocean appeared, and a bright moon gradually ascended into the sky. Under the cold, illuminating light, everyone felt an overwhelming pressure. Even the elder and others at the pinnacle of the divine palace realm were no exception. Is this a manifestation of a unique physique? The 2 elders' expressions shifted, their eyes widening in disbelief. In the cultivation world, only a select few were born with extraordinary physiques. Some possess innate advantages that allow them to cultivate at speeds 100-fold greater than others. Others boast incredibly resilient bodies that withstand countless tribulations. In any case, those with special physiques are invariably the chosen ones, achieving far more than their peers. In battle, such individuals can manifest their unique traits, exponentially increasing their combat prowess and wielding terrifying lethality. It is indeed a special physique. The members of the Xian sect across from him exhibited similar astonishment. Wu Yang's eyes burned with intense, murderous intent. Not only did he recognize the special physique, but he also noted that Qin Shou's cultivation was at the 1st level of the divine palace realm. Just days prior, he had clearly seen him at the 7th level of the spirit infant realm. Such a tremendous leap in just 2 or 3 days could only mean one thing. Qin Shou had been concealing his true strength. Damn it. This child cannot be allowed to live. Wu Yang's gaze turned sinister. Achieving the divine palace realm at such a young age, coupled with a special physique, if left unchecked, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Xian sect. Perhaps in a few decades, Xianxia would fall under the dominion of the Qingyun Sect. With this thought, his murderous intent surged uncontrollably. Eliminate them. A chilling voice, laden with bloodlust, escaped his lips. Wu Yang surged forward, charging at the elder P in an instant. A great battle erupted, and a terrifying spiritual force engulfed the entire void. Not good. Second brother, stop them. The expression of the Grand Elder shifted dramatically. Damn it. The Xianxia is desperate. However, as the two made their move, they were ensnared by Wu Yang and another peak expert of the Divine Palace realm. Quickly, eliminate that brat. While furiously attacking and entangling the Grand Elder, Wu Yang bellowed at the remaining few. He had lost his mind, risking the outbreak of war between the two sects just to eliminate Qin Shou. Boy, perish. Sneered an elder of the Xianxia at the 7th level of the Divine Palace realm. The spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal crimson hand, exuding an aura that could incinerate all as it descended upon Qin Shou. What your special physique? Before it has matured, you are but an ant. A mere first-level Divine Palace realm can be extinguished with a single strike. Beast, how dare you? The Grand Elder and his companion were filled with fury, watching the crimson hand descending upon Qin Shou, their murderous intent surging. Unfortunately, they were firmly ensnared and could only watch helplessly. In stark contrast to the panic of the two, Qin Shou gazed calmly at the descending crimson hand. He formed seals with his hands and abruptly pressed down. A deep, resonant sound echoed. An extraordinary phenomenon rippled behind him. A golden ocean stirred into towering waves, and the bright moon hung high, instantly descending as if stars were falling. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated through the void, even drowning out the clamor of the peak battle in the Divine Palace realm. Under the suppression of the moonlit phenomenon, the Crimson Hand was crushed in an instant. The powerful figures of Xianxia were reduced to a mist of blood, their souls unable to escape. 7th level of the Divine Palace realm, obliterated in a single blow. As the blood mist spread, the battlefield suddenly fell silent. Both sides ceased their combat, and all eyes were fixed on the dissipating blood mist, faces filled with horror. Chapter 10. The Spirit Vein Acquired. Greater Powers Descend. How is this possible? Elder Wang is indeed at the 7th level of the Divine Palace realm, yet he was annihilated in one strike. In midair, the remaining two 7th level experts of the Xianxia swallowed hard, instinctively retreating, wanting to distance themselves from Qin Shou. The sight of a peer in the same realm turning into blood mist in the blink of an eye sent chills down their spines. They could not help but feel relieved that they had hesitated slightly earlier. Otherwise, they too might have found themselves among that mist of blood. Damn it! This child is truly monstrous. In the distance, Wu Yang's expression darkened, his murderous intent erupting like a volcano, soaring into the sky. He surged forward, charging at Qin Shou. As runes gathered in his hands, a terrifying killing move was brewing. Why the haste? First, receive the might of my great sword. The Grand Elder flickered into view, abruptly blocking Wu Yang's path. In his hand, a colossal sword, nearly a foot tall and akin to a door panel, came crashing down. The terrifying sword pressure tore through the void, dark cracks spreading like a spider's web. On the other side, the second elder erupted with fury. The terrifying assault caused the void to tremble, instantly subduing his opponent. Qin Shou merely cast a casual glance at the two battlefields before retracting his gaze, shifting his focus toward the remaining three formidable figures from the Qingyun Sect, one at the 8th level of the Divine Palace realm and two at the 7th. In the face of these three powerhouses, his expression remained inscrutable as he stepped forward, gradually advancing through the void. With each footfall, his aura swelled in intensity. This spectacle unnerved the trio before him. The elder at the 8th level of the Divine Palace realm bellowed in rage. You presumptuous youth. Do not think that by taking us by surprise and slaying Elder Wang, you can disregard us. Ultimately, you are but a mere first-level Divine Palace cultivator. His voice boomed, yet it carried an undertone of bluster masking fear. Oof. Qin Shou snorted coldly. Initially, he sought only the spiritual vein, but with the adversary's murderous intent now evident, he would no longer hold back. With a heavy step, he thundered into action, his figure vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was behind his opponent, unhesitatingly delivering a powerful punch. The space before his fist caved in as an overwhelming force erupted forth. What? Such speed? The elder was struck with horror, and before he could contemplate further, instinct urged him to condense his spiritual energy into his palm and strike backward. Bang! As their fists collided, a tremendous roar reverberated through the air. The elder let out a muffled grunt, as if he had been struck by an ancient divine mountain, his arm twisting grotesquely. After spewing a mouthful of blood, he plummeted like a meteor toward the mountains below. Boom! The ground shook as rocks crumbled and towering trees splintered, leaving behind a massive crater. How terrifying! The two 7th-level Divine Palace cultivators were drenched in cold sweat. If they had any doubts regarding Qin Shou's strength prior, the preceding scene unequivocally revealed that he was far more formidable than they had anticipated. At that moment, an infuriated roar emerged from the depths of the crater. Damnable youth! I shall slay you! The elder, now disheveled and in tatters, re-emerged, exuding a frenzied aura. He hurled a bronze seal that rapidly enlarged in the air, soon looming like a small mountain as it descended upon Qin Shou. A divine palace artifact? Just the opportunity to test my divine abilities. Qin Shou's demeanor remained icy as he clenched his fist, unleashing a terrifying surge of blood vitality, delivering a punch. Countless golden runes materialized in an instant, and amidst them, the sounds of roaring dragons and growling tigers resonated. Divine ability, tiger's roar, dragon's fist. Boom! Bang! The void quaked, and under the astonished gaze of the elder, the bronze seal was sent flying, flipping several times before rapidly shrinking and crashing into the mountains below. How could this be? Blood trickled from the elder's lips, the backlash inflicting considerable damage. He cast a glance at the two individuals at the 7th level of the Divine Palace, not far away, and bellowed, "Together, let us slay him. Otherwise, we shall all perish." Before he could finish his words, Qin Shou's figure had already materialized before him. In the next instant, the elder was reduced to a mere cloud of crimson mist. The two 7th-level Divine Palace practitioners felt their legs weaken in terror. Flee! Without a moment's hesitation, they activated their abilities, darting in opposite directions. At this moment, they could only curse their parents for not granting them an extra pair of legs. Escaping separately? Qin Shou observed the fleeing figures with a slight frown. He then casually selected one to pursue. Ha ha, splendid. Wu Yang. It seems the might of your Xianxia is not as formidable as I presumed. In the distance, the Grand Elder erupted in laughter, simultaneously launching a more vigorous assault against the two peak Divine Palace practitioners, astonished by Qin Shou's prowess. Damn it! How can that young man possess such formidable strength? Wu Yang's face turned ashen, filled with dread. In a mere span of moments, the Xianxia had lost two powerful Divine Palace warriors, a significant blow to their sect's elite fighting force. As he watched Qin Shou chase after one of his comrades, Wu Yang's eyes flickered with apprehension. In the next moment, he unleashed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy, launching several desperate attacks. After fending off the Grand Elder, he dared not linger and swiftly turned to flee. He was terrified, afraid that Qin Shou would return and join forces with the Grand Elder against him. "Elder Wu Yang, wait for me," called another peak Divine Palace practitioner, engaged with the second Elder, who also unleashed a powerful ability, temporarily forcing the second Elder back. But just as he prepared to escape, the Grand Elder's figure blocked his path. Meanwhile, Qin Shou harnessed his abilities to traverse the distance in an instant, quickly catching up to the unfortunate 7th-level Divine Palace practitioner. In mere exchanges, he dispatched him. Alas! Turning around, Qin Shou's gaze fell upon the other, fleeing 7th-level practitioner, his brow furrowing slightly. In that brief moment, the opponent had completely vanished, beyond even the reach of his spiritual sense. Though he possessed the ability to traverse distances, he could not catch up. Yet, while the monk may escape, the temple remains. Xianxia, a cold voice escaped his lips as Qin Shou turned and departed, heading towards the battlefield above the mountains. A few breaths later, he appeared in the skies above the mountain range. At that moment, the fierce battle at the peak of the Divine Palace had subsided, the air thick with the faint scent of blood. Elders, what transpired? Qin Shou swept his gaze across the battlefield, fixing his eyes on the Grand Elder and the others. They got away. The Grand Elder's expression was grim as he cast aside a severed arm he had torn for one of the fleeing practitioners during their joint effort. No matter, let them flee. Qin Shou waved his hand, having anticipated this outcome. After all, they were all of the same realm. And if the opponents were determined to escape, it would not be an easy task to detain them. The two elders nodded slightly, then turned their gazes toward Qin Shou, hesitating before inquiring, "Young master, regarding the extraordinary phenomenon you just exhibited." Their curiosity was palpable. They were eager to understand the nature of Qin Shou's physique. which granted him such formidable combat prowess, allowing him to transcend 6 or 7 minor realms with ease to vanquish his foes. Merely an ordinary physique. Nothing to be astonished about, Qin Shou replied casually, refraining from elaborating. Ordinary physique? Surely, you jest, the elders thought to themselves, skeptical. Could a mere ordinary physique wield such power? As one of the 3 great sects, Qingyun Sect housed 2 spirit bodies within its ranks. One of them was Elder Lu Qingqing, who possessed an ice spirit body. Even so, such a physique could at most transcend 4 minor realms to defeat an opponent. And that was only applicable in the low realm of the Xianxia stage. The higher one ascended, the more arduous it became to cross realms. The notion of effortlessly dispatching an adversary 6 minor realms above in the Divine Palace realm was nothing short of fantastical. Yet, as Qin Shou chose not to divulge further, they did not press him, though a hint of reverence inevitably crept into their eyes. Let's first secure the spiritual vein and return to the sect swiftly. Delays may lead to unforeseen changes. Qin Shou directed his gaze toward the mountains below, speaking with a calm demeanor. He then extended his hands, conjuring a massive hand from the void to grasp the spiritual vein hidden within the mountain range. With a resounding roar, the earth trembled violently, fissures cracking open ominously. A magnificent white dragon, hundreds of feet long and radiating potent spiritual energy, was uprooted. A faint yet profound roar echoed through the space. Collect, Qin Shou commanded, his hand gesturing, and the colossal spiritual vein vanished into thin air, absorbed into his inner world. In the realm of cultivation, once a practitioner reached the Divine Palace realm, they not only condensed their spirit, but also opened their inner world. As 1S cultivation deepened, their inner world would evolve, ultimately said to transform into a true world. The spiritual vein has been secured. Let us return to Qingyun Sect, Qin Shou stated, turning to the 2 elders. They nodded in understanding, refraining from inquiring about the vein's fate. However, just as the 3 prepared to board a warship and depart, the void ahead suddenly tore apart, releasing an overwhelming pressure. An ancient, emotionless voice reverberated through the space. You dare to slay my sect's elders and seize our spiritual vein, and yet wish to depart unscathed? Chapter 11. A loan of 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, crushing cultivation. Before them lay a spatial passage, a practitioner of the void treading realm. Qin Shou regarded the rift in the void, his expression tightening. Only those who had attained the void-treading realm possessed the capability to rend space and construct spatial passages for traversing deeper dimensions. Beside him, the 2 elders stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Qin Shou, fully aware that the presence manifesting at this moment could only belong to the Purple Flame sect. However, they were taken aback by the swiftness of their adversaries' actions. Amidst the gazes of several onlookers, an elderly man clad in gray emerged from the throng. His hair was a cascade of white, yet his stature was remarkably tall, exuding a terrifying aura that rendered him akin to an ancient divine lion. Qin Shou narrowed his eyes as he regarded the figure before him. In his perception, myriad pieces of information became vividly clear. Bali Han, the esteemed ancestor of the Xian sect, the previous sect master. His cultivation level was at the 2nd stage of the Void Realm. His age, 1,782 years. His techniques included the ancient scripture of Crimson Flames, Dragon of Fire Devouring, and Soul Extinguishing Sword. At that moment, Bali Han's gaze fell upon Qin Shou, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. The 1st stage of the Divine Palace realm. Youngster, are you the one who dispatched several elders of my Xian sect? Although he had been briefed by the sect master before his arrival, witnessing Qin Shou in person still left him astounded. After all, encountering a prodigy capable of contending against an 8th-stage Divine Palace realm practitioner at merely the 1st stage was unprecedented, even for him. In response, Qin Shou remained silent, inwardly summoning the system. System, convert all mid-tier spirit veins into cultivation. Ding, due to over half of the spirit veins being extracted, their current value is 2 million mid-tier spirit stones, all converted into cultivation. Host cultivation level rises to the 6th stage of the Divine Palace realm. As the system's voice echoed, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from the depths of his being, catapulting his cultivation from the 1st stage to the 6th stage of the Divine Palace realm, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, saving him 2.5 years of arduous labor. The 6th stage of the Divine Palace realm. That is sufficient. A smile graced Qin Shou's face. Though he had merely ascended a few minor realms, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. With his newfound sixth-stage cultivation, he held confidence in his ability to contend with Bai Li Han. Even if he could not vanquish him, he could certainly extricate himself unscathed. You seem amused, young one. Bai Li Han's expression darkened as he fixed a cold stare upon Qin Shou. Is it a crime to smile? Has the rule of Xian Zhou outlawed laughter? Qin Shou shrugged nonchalantly. Seeking death. Bai Li Han scoffed, raising his hand, prepared to strike Qin Shou down. Yet, in the next instant, he seemed to reconsider, lowering his hand once more. I shall grant you a chance at life, given your arduous cultivation. If you swear allegiance as a battle slave to the Qingyun Sect, I shall spare you. With several elders of the Qingyun Sect deceased, there was no possibility of returning these individuals. However, the prospect of acquiring Qin Shou as a battle slave was indeed an enticing option. Moreover, the young man before him possessed formidable potential. Should he be harnessed for the sect, it could compensate for their losses in combat strength. Become a battle slave for the Qingyun Sect? Qin Shou muttered to himself, his expression growing increasingly frigid. This old wretch is calculating indeed. Even the system could not tolerate such an affront, a rare voice laced with indignation resonating within his mind. Ding! This is too arrogant. This is an insult, a blatant humiliation. The host, the system has decided to grant you a loan of 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, elevating your cultivation to the pinnacle of the void-treading realm, allowing you to crush this scoundrel. Alone? Qin Shou's expression turned peculiar. He was about to agree, but upon further contemplation, he felt something was amiss. System, the ascent to the pinnacle of the void-treading realm surely does not require 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. Does it? According to his calculations, merely 47,000 high-grade spirit stones would suffice for such an elevation. Ding! An interest of over 20,000. Well, fine. I'll borrow it. Qin Shou felt speechless. The system was still the same as ever. However, he did not decline. With such cultivation, what was there to fear about acquiring spirit stones? A mere 20,000 in interest was trivial. Ding! The host is indebted 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. Cultivation elevated to the pinnacle of the void-treading realm. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying force surged within him. Having just ascended to the 6th level of the Divine Palace realm, it soared once more. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the pinnacle of the void-treading realm. Feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy within, Qin Shou sensed that he could effortlessly tear through space. A mocking smile crept across his face as he gazed at Bai Li Han across from him. You wish to make me a battle slave? Let us see if you possess the qualifications. A toast I do not wish to accept. I shall take your punishment instead. Bai Li Han's expression darkened, a cold snort escaping his lips. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a chain of talismanic runes that shot across the space toward Qin Shou. Once I bring you back to the sect, I will mark you as a slave. Young master, run. The Grand Elder bellowed in fury. The second elder's face also bore a heavy expression. The two positioned themselves in front of Qin Shou, preparing to intercept and block the talismanic chains with their lives, only to be brushed aside by a single hand. Qin Shou pushed them away and stepped forward, appearing before the talismanic chains, raising his hand to crush them effortlessly. The Grand Elder and the others widened their eyes, blinking in disbelief. The curse that was on the tip of their tongues was abruptly silenced. What on earth is happening? A talismanic chain forged by a void-treading realm expert was crushed with such ease. Even Bai Li Han's face displayed astonishment. Though he hadn't exerted his full strength, his cultivation at the 2nd level of the void-treading realm meant that even a casually conjured divine ability should not be something a 1st-level Divine Palace realm cultivator could withstand. What kind of extraordinary physique allows one to transcend an entire realm? He refused to believe it. Junior, you've concealed your cultivation? Bai Li Han's expression grew grim, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. For some reason, an ominous premonition arose within him. If I have concealed my cultivation, why not test it and find out? Qin Shou replied casually, a nonchalant demeanor gracing his features. The sensation of being at a higher cultivation level than his opponent, looking down upon them, was exhilarating. Try it, and you shall meet your demise. Do you think I fear mere junior? Bai Li Han sneered, his hands outstretched as terrifying spiritual energy erupted from within him, stirring a tempest in the void. The sky turned crimson, thick clouds of fire swirling above. Massive fire dragons rolling through the layers of clouds. In the next moment, the fire dragons descended, and the terrifying heat ignited the mountains below in an instant. Great trees turned to ash, and the rocks melted. Damn, how frightening. This is disastrous. The two elders were horrified, gazing at the multitude of descending fire dragons. They wished to intervene, yet under the overwhelming pressure, their bodies felt ensnared in a quagmire, each movement an arduous endeavor. They could only cast their eyes toward Qin Shou, praying that he could withstand this onslaught. Youngster, perish. Bali Hun's face was filled with murderous intent as he uttered a low growl. At this moment, he no longer desired to bring Qin Shou back to the Xian sect as a battle slave. Such a prodigy, even if he were to place a slave mark upon him, would not inspire confidence. The only viable course was to eliminate him completely. You possess no understanding of power. Qin Shou gazed at the ferocious fire dragons intent on incinerating everything, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then raised his palm and struck the void. Boom! The overwhelming spiritual power cleaved the air asunder, a pitch-black rift spreading to the horizon. In an instant, all fire dragons were torn to shreds by this strike. Chapter 12. Slain the Void-Stride Realm, returning to the sect. High above, a terrifying fissure split the sky in two. All fire dragons were severed, their howls dissipating as they transformed back into spiritual energy, scattering throughout the world. The once blazing and searing void transformed into clarity in an instant. Aside from the rift that spanned the sky, everything seemed as if it had never transpired. Shattered? Young master, how terrifying! Exclaimed the elders, their expressions utterly enthralled. This was akin to a mother pig donning a fierce mask, presenting a new act after the last. Just when they believed they had grasped Qin Shou's prowess, he would invariably surpass their expectations in the next moment. Meanwhile, Bali Hun stood dumbfounded, his eyes wide as saucers, a visage of disbelief etched upon his face. He looked at Qin Shou, unable to restrain a loud exclamation. Impossible. How can you possess such terrifying strength? His utmost effort, a divine ability unleashed, could contend even against the third level of the Void-Stride Realm. It was effortlessly obliterated by a mere wave of Qin Shou's hand. Was this truly the strength of someone in the first level of the Divine Palace Realm? Bali Hun's consciousness surged forth, his eyes alight with fervor, attempting to discern Qin Shou's true cultivation. However, as his probing consciousness approached, it was inexplicably devoured before it could reach Qin Shou. Such an unexpected turn of events deepened the gravity of his expression. Old man, it appears your strength is lacking. If so, then let us proceed to the next stage. Qin Shou spoke coolly, his face void of warmth. Having said that, he no longer regarded Bali Hun's grim countenance, raising his palm and gesturing towards him. Buzz. A deep, resonant hum echoed through the void as a terrifying force descended from nowhere, binding Bali Hun along with the surrounding space. Moments later, the confined space began to fracture, resembling a mirror on the verge of shattering, as horrifying cracks appeared. As the rift spread, countless wounds were inflicted upon Bai Li, blood gushing forth in an instant. Damn it, do you think you can kill me? Bai Li roared, an ominous aura erupting from him as he sought to shatter the confining space and escape. However, despite unleashing all of his cultivation, his body remained firmly ensnared, immobile. No, this cannot be, he bellowed, fear creeping into his eyes. How could a dignified second-level Voidwalker, the ancestor of the Xian Sect, a top-tier powerhouse of Xian Prefecture, not break free from your confinement? Nothing is impossible, Qin Shou replied coldly, his hand tightening. With a resounding crash, the binding space shattered, and Bai Li was instantly reduced to countless fragments, his very soul unable to escape, meeting total annihilation. Subsequently, with a gesture, he summoned several beams of white light from the shattered space into his palm. A small pile of spirit stones brimming with rich spiritual energy, a long sword, several jade slips, and numerous vials of elixirs. What a pity, Qin Shou mused, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. With his current cultivation, he could only extract these items from the opponent's inner world. Everything else had perished along with it. In the distance, the two elders stared blankly at the fallen chunks of flesh, their expressions one of shock. Is he truly dead? Second elder, give me a slap. The Grand Elder suddenly spoke. Slap. Ouch. Did you hit me with full force? The Grand Elder clutched his swollen face, his voice filled with anger. The pain is no illusion. The second elder clasped his hands behind his back, trembling slightly. It's real, not a dream. The ancestor of the Xian Sect, a powerhouse of the Voidwalker realm, has truly been crushed by our young master, like squashing a chick and leaving no remains. As they reflected on their hundreds of years of cultivation without stepping into the Voidwalker realm, they could hardly believe that their young master had so effortlessly slain one. Unconsciously, their gazes towards Qin Shou were imbued with deeper reverence, tinged with a hint of unfamiliarity. At that moment, Qin Shou stepped forward, appearing beside the two elders. Elders, let us depart. It is time to return. Indeed, we must return to the sect at once. They nodded, their expressions solemn. Having consecutively slain several formidable beings of the Xianxia sect, including one of the Voidwalker realm, they knew the sect would undoubtedly retaliate. They needed to return swiftly and prepare. Noticing their grave demeanor, Qin Shou merely smiled. Qingyun Sect. Even if they do not come for us, I shall seek them out. Having initiated this bloodshed, one must eradicate the roots. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he waved his hand to tear through space, enveloping the Grand Elder and the Second Elder as they stepped into the void. After their departure, the void rippled, and through the distortion, an ancient figure emerged, excitement gleaming in its eyes as it beheld the mending spatial passage. What a terrifying talent! A monstrous occurrence has transpired at our Qingyun Sect. Outside the gates of the sect, the sky above has split open, and three figures have emerged from within. They have returned so swiftly. The Grand Elder gazed at the towering gates, a sense of wonder swelling within him. The prowess of the Void Realm experts is truly formidable. Their journey to the Luoyuan mountain range took them the better part of half a day, yet they have now returned in mere moments. As the three descended to the ground, the elder tasked with guarding the mountain immediately clasped his hands in respect, addressing them. Young sect master, esteemed elders. Indeed, Qin Shou replied with a slight nod, proceeding directly through the gates. Behind him, the mountain guarding elder beheld the retreating figures, his gaze lingering for a protracted moment. If he was not mistaken, the trio had emerged from a spatial passage. The creation of such a passage requires mastery of the Void Realm. Was it the Grand Elder or the Second Elder who had accomplished this? The elder murmured to himself, his eyes filled with envy. He did not consider Qin Shou, as only recently had he revealed his cultivation at the spirit infant stage. In the council hall of the sect, upon the arrival of Qin Shou and the others, Qin Wudi had been waiting for quite some time. The Grand Elder, Lu Shan, had just entered the hall when his voice erupted. Sectmaster, there is trouble. Qin Wudi, seated above, instantly darkened in countenance. Is it so difficult to articulate? I am seated here quite well. What trouble could there possibly be? Qin Shou also turned his gaze toward the Grand Elder, sensing an unsettling familiarity in his words, as though he had heard them before. Just as he suppressed this notion, the Second Elder chimed in, Sectmaster, there have been deaths. What do you mean by that? The Second Elder, speak clearly. Qin Wudi's expression deepened in darkness. Observing this, the Second Elder's lips twitched slightly before he recounted the events that had unfolded in the Luoyuan mountain range. It was not until 2.5 minutes later that the gravity of the situation sank in. What? You killed 3 experts from the Xian sect and a Void Realm cultivator? Surely you jest. Qin Wudi exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon the 3. It was not us. It was a young sect master alone who accomplished this. The Grand Elder interjected. Indeed, the Second Elder nodded in agreement. You little rascal. Qin Wudi turned his attention to Qin Shou, his eyes reflecting a mixture of inquiry and astonishment. It was truly staggering. He knew his son's capabilities all too well. He hardly seemed the type to slay a Void Realm expert, unless a sudden realization sparked in Qin Wudi's eyes, igniting a fervent glimmer. Qin Shou felt uncomfortable under such scrutiny, sensing an unusual intensity in his father's gaze. He quickly cleared his throat, seeking to redirect the conversation. Ahem, father. With several formidable warriors from the Xian sect now deceased, they are likely to go mad. You must prepare accordingly. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity for preparation. He then turned his gaze toward the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, issue a decree to summon all disciples and elders from outside. We shall seek an explanation from the Xian sect. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's eyes sparkled with delight. The sovereign is indeed wise. Without further ado, he turned and exited the Grand Hall alongside the Second Elder. Chapter 13. Entering the sect's treasury, the schemes of the Purple Flame sect. Qin Shou observed the 2 elders depart, and then shifted his gaze towards Qin Wudi. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, Father, I wish to visit the treasury. My recent breakthrough in cultivation necessitates a considerable amount of spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudi showed no hesitation. With a grand gesture of his hand, he declared, "No problem. Take as many as you need. As long as your cultivation advances, it matters not if the treasury is emptied." As he spoke, a jade token of azure and gold appeared in his hand, which he tossed to Qin Shou. With the ability to slay those at the second level of the void treading realm, should Qin Shou's cultivation break through further, he would become an even more formidable force. Perhaps, after his advancement, the Qingyun Sect could rise to become the dominant power in the Xian province. After all, the province was barren, and the strongest among the three major sects were merely at the lower tiers of the void treading realm. Qin Shou caught the jade token, a strange glimmer appearing in his eyes. It was unlikely he would fully deplete the treasury. He would take only a modest amount. Without uttering another word, he turned and exited the grand hall with the token in hand. Soon, following the path etched in his memory, he arrived before a colossal mountain deep within the sect. As he approached, he sensed numerous powerful strands of consciousness sweeping over him. In the next moment, two elderly figures materialized, blocking his way. "This is sacred ground. No outsiders are permitted." Qin Shou refrained from exchanging pleasantries and directly tossed the jade token to the two, although his cultivation allowed him to breach the sanctum with ease. This was, after all, their own possession, and he would prefer to avoid any damage that would necessitate repairs. The two figures accepted the token and, after a thorough verification, turned to inscribe numerous sigils against the mountain. In a flash of brilliance, a towering entrance materialized before them. Qin Shou stepped forward without hesitation, crossing through the portal. Instantaneously, an overwhelming wave of rich spiritual energy enveloped him. Before his eyes lay an expansive chamber, where spirit stones were heaped into small mountains. Countless jade vials and boxes were displayed on wooden racks, releasing fragrant aromas of elixirs into the air. Additionally, numerous magical artifacts lay strewn about in the corners like discarded debris. However, Qin Shou merely cast a fleeting glance at the inferior spirit stones and low-tier artifacts. Showing no sign of interest, he made his way directly to the depths of the treasury, where two prominent mounds of spirit stones emitted an even denser aura of spiritual energy. Superior spirit stones. A smile graced Qin Shou's face as he beheld the two mounds before him. In the next instant, he waved his hand, and a larger mound of spirit stones vanished. Ding! The host has deposited 1,000,000 superior spirit stones. At that moment, 100,000 miles away from the Qingyun Sect, lay the Qian mountain range. Countless fire-attributed spiritual trees flourished, painting the entire range of vivid crimson. Even the spiritual energy in the air was more volatile than in other regions. At the heart of the mountain range, amidst a cluster of volcanoes, stood a vast array of palatial structures. This was indeed the stronghold of the Purple Flame Sect. In the grand hall of the sect, a dozen figures stood, each wearing a grim expression, their faces darkened with unease. Silence enveloped the space, heavy with an oppressive atmosphere. Perched above, the sect leader, Bai Li Chong, gripped a shattered soul token in his trembling hand. The faint remnants of three characters were discernible on the token. Bai Li Han. Leader, the Qingyun Sect has gone too far, slaughtering several of our elders. This matter cannot be left unresolved, spoke one formidable being of the seventh realm of the Divine Palace, his voice icy and resolute. This individual was none other than the one who had narrowly escaped from Qin Shou. As he spoke, a flicker of terror crossed his eyes, evidently recalling the horror of Qin Shou. Beside him stood Wu Yang and another elder at the pinnacle of the Divine Palace. Wu Yang stepped forth, his voice firm indeed. That young wretch from the Qingyun Sect possesses an inexplicable physique, capable of slaying those at the eighth realm of the Divine Palace, as if they were mere fodder. Such a prodigy must not be allowed to live. As Wu Yang concluded, the other members in the hall nodded in unison, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Indeed, this child must perish. With such combat prowess at the first realm of the Divine Palace, should he ascend to the void treading realm, he would become invincible in Xianxia. We must act swiftly before he fully matures and summon the void treading ancestor to extinguish him. In an instant, voices clamored, an atmosphere thick with bloodlust, causing the temperature in the hall to drop. Listening to the chorus of elders, Bai Li Chong's expression darkened further. In a fit of impatience, he waved his hand and boomed, "Enough. This matter has been contemplated." His gaze shifted to Wu Yang, and he spoke with gravity. "Elder Wu, Summon all the elders and disciples from outside to prevent any incursions from the Qingyun Sect. Leader, should we not call upon the void-treading ancestor to eliminate that young wretch? Wu Yang inquired, confusion etched upon his face. In his view, immediate action should be taken to summon the ancestor for a decisive strike. For if Qin Shou's terrifying talent were to break through again, even the ancestor might not suffice to contend with him. Our sect has its plans, Bai Li Chongkong replied tersely, gesturing dismissively. Just call back the elders from outside. Had he not summoned the ancestor? After Wu Yang relayed the news, he had rushed to summon the ancestor to intercept. However, it was evident that the ambush had failed, resulting in the fall of even the venerable Bai Li Han. Yet, he remained unaware that the ancestor had met his demise at the hands of Qin Shou, believing instead that he had been overwhelmed by the Qingyun Sect's might. Lost in thought, he tightened his grip, causing the soul token to disintegrate into dust, cascading through his fingers. Leader Wu Yang wished to speak further, but upon noticing Bai Li Chongkong's frigid demeanor, he swallowed his words and exited the grand hall. The others followed suit, their faces shrouded in silence. Once all had departed, Bai Li Chongkong remained in contemplation for a moment before turning his gaze to a side chamber on the left. Come forth. With that command, a figure emerged from the chamber. A shadowy figure draped in an oversized black robe obscured even the contours of their head. What are your thoughts, esteemed Lord Bailey? The figure inquired, their voice laced with an unsettling chill. Bai Li Chongkong's expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze upon the cloaked individual, hesitating to respond, as if grappling with a weighty decision. Noticing his hesitation, the black-robed figure let out a soft, mocking laugh. Ah, the illustrious master of Xianxia, a formidable practitioner of the Void Realm, has become so indecisive. Bai Li Chongkong, as the leader of a sect, you must be well aware of the circumstances in Xinzhou. On the surface, it appears to be a tripartite balance of power, yet we both know the truth. Qingyun Sect's strength surpasses that of our two sects combined. With the addition of Qin Wudi's offspring, it will not be long before Xinzhou becomes inhospitable for us. To ensure our legacy endures, we must first eradicate Qingyun Sect. The principle of striking first to avoid calamity is surely not lost on you, is it? The black-robed figure's voice pierced through the air with a chilling intensity, laden with an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. Bai Li Chongkong fell silent, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. After a moment, a frigid aura suddenly enveloped him. Very well. With the combined strength of our two sects, we shall annihilate Qingyun Sect. Chapter 14. Departure from Xianxia. The two major sects swiftly recalled their elders and disciples from distant lands, causing a stir throughout Xinzhou. Certain well-informed smaller families and sects, aware of the happenings in the Luyan mountain range, followed suit, fearing they might be caught in the ensuing chaos. The previously tranquil Xinzhou became rife with tension, as if a storm were brewing. In a large city, 1,000 miles away from Qingyun Sect, a gaunt middle-aged man, brimming with excitement, whispered to his companion. You may not know yet, but an upheaval is imminent in Xinzhou. It is said that Qingyun Sect seized a mid-grade spiritual vein from Xianxia and killed numerous people. Within the tavern, another patron chimed in. Indeed, I have heard that several elders from the Divine Palace realm have perished. At this proclamation, a hush fell over the tavern, as astonishment flickered in the eyes of all present. The Divine Palace realm represents the pinnacle of strength in Xinzhou. The loss of several such individuals, even for one of the three sects, is unfathomable. No wonder both sects are desperately recalling their disciples. War is on the horizon. Just as everyone was absorbing the shock of the news, a corpulent middle-aged man interjected. Your information is incomplete. My uncle's second cousin's grandson's boyfriend is a janitor at Qingyun Sect. Just a few days ago, he mentioned that the young master of Xianxia, Bai Li Yin, lost a spiritual vein to Qingyun Sect. They did not seize it. They merely reclaimed their wager. The stout man raised his chin, exuding an air of one who possesses the most accurate information. Unsurprisingly, his words instantly captured the attention of the tavern's patrons, and soon, everyone gathered around him. Brother, do elaborate on the situation. When did the Xianxia relinquish its spiritual veins to the Qingyun Sect? Waiter, please bring forth all the delectable dishes in the establishment. Under the weight of a tense atmosphere, several days swiftly passed. During this time, the disciples of Qingyun Sect who were outside had mostly returned. In stark contrast to the outside world, within the confines of Qingyun Sect, everyone was brimming with eagerness and anticipation. Just days ago, Bai Li Yin had set up a challenge at the gate, bringing shame upon them. Now, With the sect leader announcing plans to confront Xianxia, how could they not be thrilled? Yet, while many disciples prepared for the impending battle, one individual within the sect appeared remarkably at ease. On Aoki Peak, within a quaint courtyard, Qin Shou reclined in a rocking chair, a table laden with various spiritual fruits beside him. 3 female disciples stood nearby, one serving tea, another offering fruit, while the last gently massaged his shoulders. Ah, this is indeed the life of the celestial offspring. As Qin Shou savored a spiritual fruit, he couldn't help but express his admiration for the moment. Young sect master, is it true that you killed an elder of Xianxia at the Divine Palace realm? The disciple massaging his shoulders suddenly inquired, her voice soft yet laced with reverence. The other 2 turned their curious gazes toward Qin Shou as well. In recent days, the tales of Qin Shou's remarkable feat of taking on 4 opponents and slaying 3 elders of Xianxia had spread like wildfire throughout the sect. But how old could the young sect master be? At merely 20 years of age, even if he had begun cultivating in the womb, it seemed utterly implausible. After all, it was merely the Divine Palace realm. Surely, killing a few would not be too unbelievable. With diligent practice, you too may reach such heights. Qin Shou casually responded to the inquisitive trio, concluding with an encouraging promise. We too can attain the Divine Palace realm? The 3 young women trembled slightly, their faces illuminating with a strange glow upon hearing Qin Shou's words. Hee. Qin Shou chuckled, choosing to say no more. Just then, a graceful figure appeared in the distance, making her way towards the courtyard. Is that Lu Qingqing? What brings her here? Qin Shou's expression shifted slightly as he instinctively rose from the rocking chair. Could she possibly be seeking retribution for that incident of peeping? Had she forgotten that he was quite formidable now? At that moment, Lu Qingqing stepped into the courtyard. Observing the 3 disciples attending to Qin Shou, her brows furrowed in irritation. Despite her diligent cultivation and commendable talent, consistently recognized as the top among the sect's youth, here was this fellow, idly passing his days and living off others, yet possessing a higher cultivation level than herself. Truly, an injustice. Young sect master Qin, you seem remarkably leisurely, she remarked, vexed by the audacity of someone seemingly unbothered by the chaos she had stirred. Although she was aware that Qin Shou's cultivation far surpassed her own, the mere sight of him evoked memories of his previous indiscretions in spying on her, causing her to feel no trace of reverence. Oh, have you truly come seeking trouble? Qin Shou raised an eyebrow at her somewhat sarcastic remark. Isn't senior sister Lu rather idle herself, having time to visit me? Without hesitation, he retorted with equal sarcasm. He understood that Lu Qingqing was alluding to matters concerning the Xian sect, a matter of such magnitude that it could potentially incite conflict between the 2 sections. Yet, to him, it held no weight. In truth, with his prowess, he could have obliterated the Xian sect long ago. His reluctance to act was merely to afford them some time to recall their elders and disciples from afar, making it convenient for him to eliminate them all at once. To eradicate the roots, leaving no future threats. If he did not proceed this way, even with his formidable strength, it would prove arduous to eliminate every member of the Xian sect. However, this was merely his inner contemplation, unbeknownst to others. Seeing Qin Shou's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Qingqing's expression turned somewhat frosty. The sect master has commanded me to convey that you are to proceed to the sect's plaza immediately. After leaving this message, she did not linger, turning on her heel and departing the courtyard, heading down the mountain. To the sect's plaza? Qin Shou watched Lu Qingqing depart, his eyes gradually igniting with interest. Could it be that preparations were in place to confront the Xian sect and demand an explanation? After a few days, the elders and disciples of the Xian sect would likely have returned by now. Qin Shou murmured to himself as he waved off the 3 disciples nearby. With a ripple of spatial fluctuation, his figure vanished from the rocking chair. In the next moment, he found himself hovering above the plaza. The area was densely packed with people, strong auras converging to create a chaotic atmosphere of spiritual energy. Qin Shou's arrival instantly drew the attention of all present. Eyes turned toward him in unison as if in a formal salute. It is the young sect master. What a powerful aura. I feel as though the young sect master could crush me with a single hand. So handsome. Voices arose among the disciples, their gazes reflecting a sense of awe. In the air, Qin Shou's figure flickered as he descended to the forefront of the plaza, his eyes narrowing slightly as he scanned the crowd. Are they laying all their cards on the table? To his astonishment, he perceived that there were no fewer than 100 Divine Palace Realm experts gathered in the plaza, including both the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. Additionally, there were 9 figures with graying hair, their auras even more formidable than that of the Grand Elder. The 9 steps in a void realm. They had summoned every one of their void step experts. Above, Qin Wudi hovered in the air. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Qin Shou before turning his gaze towards the crowd in the square, his expression unusually grave. Without indulging in excessive discourse, he simply uttered a few words. Let us depart, Xian Sect. Chapter 15. One man commands the entire scene. The colossal warship set sail from the sect, with Qin Shou and Qin Wudi standing side by side at the bow. Behind them, 9 formidable figures sat cross-legged in the void realm, and further back, nearly 100 powerful practitioners from the Divine Palace realm. Those accompanying them to Xian Sect were all at least of Divine Palace cultivation. As for the disciples below the spirit infant stage, they remained at the sect, as their presence would offer little assistance. Listen here, you brat. The sect's battle is not the same as personal squabbles. If a real fight breaks out later, you better watch yourself. I can't be responsible for you. Qin Wudi suddenly turned to Qin Shou, offering a serious admonition. In his eyes, though Qin Shou possessed immense strength, he was still young and lacked combat experience. Given the recent events in the Luyan mountain range, he could easily become a target. If a conflict arose, it was evident that he would be a key focus for Xian Sect. Just take care of yourself, he concluded. In response to his father's concern, Qin Shou smiled faintly. It seemed that, aboard this vessel, he was the least likely to encounter danger. Noticing his son's nonchalant demeanor, Qin Wudi frowned slightly. You little rascal. Do not underestimate Xian Sect. Although you have slain one of their Void Realm elders, there are more than one in Xian Sect. Qin Shou merely chuckled at his words, opting not to respond. With his cultivation, even if the entire Xian Sect were to unite against him, it would be a trivial matter to extinguish them. As their conversation drew to a close, a profound silence enveloped the warship, leaving only the sound of the wind whistling through the air. Several hours later, a wave of heat began to emerge within the space, and a crimson mountain range appeared at the horizon. The Qian mountain range had arrived. On board, the Grand Elder and the other Divine Palace practitioners gazed at the fiery mountains ahead, their expressions shifting. Soon, the warship came to a halt at the edge of the mountain range, and all disembarked, standing amidst the void. Master, shall we charge directly in? Or? The Grand Elder approached Qin Wudi, inquiring softly. No need, they are coming. Qin Wudi gestured dismissively, his eyes fixed on the center of the Qian mountain range. Indeed, scarcely had his words fallen when a commanding shout echoed from within the mountains. Qingyun Sect, I have waited for you for a long time. As the voice faded, dozens of figures materialized, their formidable auras swiftly permeating the space. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe, with thick brows and piercing eyes, exuding an intimidating presence. He was none other than the leader of Xian Sect, Bailey Chongkong. Qin Wudi, I never expected you to truly dare to come to my Xian Sect. Bailey Chongkong's gaze turned icy as it swept over the members of Qingyun Sect, particularly landing on Qin Shou, his eyes flashing with a chilling murderous intent. Why would I not dare? Your elder from the Void Realm had the audacity to ambush my son. I have come to seek an explanation. Qin Wudi's voice was frigid. The Xian Sect initially came to provoke, but after losing the spiritual veins, they resorted to underhanded tactics. Following a counterattack, they even dispatched an ancient relic from the Void Treading Realm to assassinate his own son. Such actions have utterly enraged him. Today, it seems inevitable that he will lay waste to the Qian mountain range. What the manfora contability. However, one fears that you may lack the strength to do so. A hint of a peculiar smile appeared at the corner of Bailey Chongkong's mouth. At that moment, from the mountains below, dozens of formidable presences surged forth. Clad in black, these individuals exuded a potent aura of malevolence. They flanked the Xian Sect members on either side, encircling the Qingyun Sect in a pincer formation. The Black Sha Valley? Qin Wudi's expression grew grave upon seeing the black-clad cultivators, yet a closer inspection revealed little surprise. It seemed he had anticipated this scene long before. Qin Wudi, do not blame me. The Qingyun Sect has grown too swiftly. If this continues, there will be no place for our two sects in Xianzhou. A voice emerged from among the strong of Black Sha Valley. It belonged to an elder, gaunt and hollow-cheeked, with eyes as cold as a serpent's. The master of Black Mountain Valley, He Ming, at the second level of the Void Treading Realm, had secretly gathered powerful allies after reaching an agreement with Bailey Chongkong. He awaited the Qingyun Sect's arrival to strike as one. Combining the forces of both sects, they aimed to annihilate the Qingyun Sect. Qin Wudi, I acknowledge that your Qingyun Sect is indeed stronger than either of our sects. However, when faced with our combined might, the Qingyun Sect can only meet its demise. Yet, if you surrender your son, I can ensure your sect is spared from calamity. Bai Liqiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of confidence. His icy gaze turned towards Qin Shou. The combined forces of the Xian Sect and Black Sha Valley numbered 150 Divine Palace realm experts and 15 in the Void Treading Realm. Such power, if one is willing to pay the price, could easily flatten the Qingyun Sect. Go to hell. Qin Wudi shouted coldly, raising his hand. Prepare to strike, Bai Liqiang. Just then, a hand reached out from the side, stopping him. Allow me to handle this. Qin Shou said calmly as he stepped forward. Qin Wudi observed his son blocking his path, frowning slightly but offering no opposition. Bai Liqiang, merely at the second level of the Void Treading Realm, faced Qin Shou with a glint of icy malice in his eyes. You are the one who killed several elders of my sect, aren't you? Indeed, a prodigy. Yet, alas, you shall soon meet your end. Is that all you have to say? Qin Shou replied nonchalantly. Bai Liqiang's kuntanansa darkanat. Good to hear you finished. Qin Shou continued, then casually swung his hand. The air shimmered with a faint ripple. Bang! Without any warning, Bai Liqiang was suddenly engulfed in a mist of blood. The crimson haze dispersed, its glaring hue startling the eyes of all present. Particularly affected were the few individuals standing beside Bai Liqiang, their faces turning as pale as parchment. A soft gulp echoed, awakening everyone from their stupor. Instantly, gasps of disbelief filled the air. How could it be possible for someone at the second level of the Void Realm to be so effortlessly vanquished? What kind of cultivation is this? It's over. The sect leader has perished. In the void above, the disciples of Xian Sect and Xianxia Valley were left in utter shock, their faces drained of color. Xianxia Valley's master, He Ming, wore an expression of sheer horror as he gazed at Qin Shou, his eyes brimming with fear. Li Keboi Li Xiongkong. He too was merely at the second level of the Void Realm. If the opponent could slay Bai Liqiang with a single strike, he could just as easily meet the same fate. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee, tearing through the fabric of space to escape. Now you wish to flee? It's a bit too late for that. Qin Shou raised his hand, reaching towards the location of the Xianxia Valley experts. Boom! The space crumbled, and before the remaining Xianxia Valley disciples could react, they were obliterated by an overwhelming force. This included He Ming, who had just entered the rift and was yet to escape. With one strike, all the Xianxia Valley's strong were subdued. This scene was even more shocking than the previous death of Bai Liqiang. The remaining disciples of Xian Sect were frozen in place, paralyzed by fear that any movement might lead to their own demise. Not just them, even Qin Wudi and the Grand Elder, who were aware of Qin Shou's power, stood dumbfounded. We knew you were formidable, but we didn't anticipate such overwhelming strength. Had we known, why go through all this trouble? You could have handled this yourself. Ignoring the astonishment of those around him, Qin Shou retracted his hand and retrieved numerous treasures from shattered space. He then turned to face the remaining sect experts. The rest is up to you. Having annihilated all the experts from Xianxia Valley, he had no intention of taking further action against the remaining disciples of Xian Sect. It was essential for everyone to partake in this confrontation. Otherwise, their efforts would be for naught. In the rear, the members of Qingyun Sect were left dazed and confused, momentarily immobilized. It wasn't until a few breaths later that someone let out a loud shout, snapping everyone back to reality, and they surged forward in mass. Kill them. Eliminate them. Chapter 16. The Destruction of Xian Sect and the Emergence of the Black Dog. In the void, Qin Shou observed the flurry of elders rushing toward their opponents. Somewhat taken aback, had he not known they were elders of his own sect, he might have mistaken them for a band of ruffians. The sect battle resembled more of a street brawl among thugs. Surprisingly, in addition to the original 9 masters of the Void Realm, 5 more white-haired elder figures emerged from the space, exuding the aura of the Void Realm as they charged toward Xian Sect as cultivators, including the Invincible Qin. There are a total of 15 formidable figures in the Void Realm. 2 against 1, or even 3 against 1, they effortlessly suppress their opponents, leaving them unable to raise their heads. The battlefield of the Divine Palace is no different. Indeed, some find themselves unable to even secure a single adversary. their gaze shifting directly towards the inner sanctum of the Xianxia. It is finished, utterly doomed. The sect leader is dead, and the elders and supreme elders are surely doomed as well. How could the Qingyun Sect possess such terrifying power? Flee. We must escape swiftly. Within the Xianxia, the lower-ranked disciples were expressions of utter despair. A leader emerges, immediately urging others to flee towards the mountain gate. Some of the more powerful elite disciples, driven by desperation, ruthlessly slay their fellow disciples who stand in their way, all for the sake of their own escape from the sect. How could this be? This cannot be the same wretched creature. How could it be so fearsome? It must be an illusion. Among the crowd, Li Yin's eyes are bloodshot, muttering incessantly to himself. His gaze remains fixed on the figure in the void above, the one that has plunged the entire Xianxia into despair. With a single gesture, it has slain his father and annihilated the entirety of the Xianxia sect. Gradually, a frenzied madness wells up within him, spiraling into hysteria. Li Yin has lost his mind, unable to accept the reality. Just a day ago, he had been fantasizing about annihilating the Qingyun Sect and hanging Qin Shou at the Xianxia's mountain gate, subjecting the sect disciples to daily humiliation. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it is his own sect that faces destruction. Even his formidable father has been slain with a mere slap. He stands before the mountain gate, bellowing at the fleeing disciples. Stop right there. Whoever dares to flee will not be spared by this young sect master. Upon his roar, the tumultuous crowd falls into an immediate silence. The next moment, a murderous intent erupts. Get out of the way. A chilling voice resounds from the back of the crowd, as a cold flash of sword light swiftly cleaves Li Yin in two. The young master of the Xianxia is slain at the hands of his own disciples. As blood splatters, all disciples flee once more, not daring to cast even a glance back. They trample over Li Yin's corpse in their haste to escape the mountain gate. However, just as these individuals believe they are on the verge of escaping, a sword light descends from the void, slaughtering all those attempting to flee. Following this, several powerful figures descend, like tigers among a flock of sheep, ruthlessly hunting down the remaining disciples of the Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, the ground is awash with blood. In a world of cultivators, it is a fight to the death. Above in the void, Qin Shou observes the carnage below, a fleeting ripple of emotion crossing his eyes before they settle into an imperturbable calm. Casting a brief glance at the battlefield of Qin Wudi and the others, and confirming that no issues will arise, he steps forward, his figure vanishing from the spot. When he reappears, he is above a peak of the Xianxia. His divine consciousness sweeps through the interior of the mountain, and the next moment, a massive hand reaches out, runes shimmering in his grasp, as he seizes the peak. With a thunderous roar, the ground fractures, the mountain violently shakes, and then disintegrates, as countless boulders the size of houses plummet from above. A vast space enveloped by intricate formations and shimmering with a rich, resplendent light emerged, buoyed by a terrifying force, soaring towards the heavens. The treasury of the Purple Flame Sect. Qin Shou gazed at the treasury he had summoned, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet in the next moment, his expression turned icy. Oomph! With a cold snort, he waved his hands, and countless intricate patterns coalesced in the air, firmly encasing the treasury space. Just as he completed this task, a shadowy figure burst forth from within the treasury, tearing through the encompassing formations and colliding heavily against the intricate patterns. Bang! The patterns flickered violently, rebuffing the shadow. Was it a dog? Qin Shou observed the rebuffed figure with a peculiar expression, for it was unmistakably a large black dog, the size of a calf. The black dog stood on its hind legs, its fur glossy and silky. In each paw, it clutched a spirit ginseng as thick as a human arm, with bite marks still evident upon it. Woof! At that moment, the black dog emitted a strange bark. Casting a glance at Qin Shou, its canine face adorned with a surprisingly human-like grin. Subsequently, it summoned a stone platform, distorting the space to tear through the intricate patterns, vanishing into the treasury's depths. Qin Shou's expression darkened as he watched the dog disappear before his eyes, scanning the interior of the treasury with his divine sense. He discovered that the treasures remained intact, which eased his mind slightly. What manner of creature is this? A demon clan? Or perhaps, in that stone platform, it actually passed through my intricate patterns. Qin Shou murmured, astonishment flashing in his eyes. He discerned that the dog's cultivation was inferior to his own, evident from its singular focus on fleeing. Its ability to teleport away relied on that small stone platform, which must be a formidable artifact of great significance. Qin Shou speculated. Earlier, in the Azure Cloud Sect's treasury, he had expended 1 million superior spirit stones, not only to settle his debts with the system, but also to elevate his cultivation to the second level of the Tao comprehension realm. To have penetrated the restrictions set by such cultivation with ease, the stone platform's quality must reach that of a powerful artifact. The Tao comprehension realm is heralded as a ruler, while the celestial insight realm is recognized as the realm of ancient great powers. Brat, what's the matter? Has something occurred? The figure of Qin Wudi materialized, his gaze fixed intently on the treasury space. The battle above had concluded after a significant skirmish, and he had sensed a disturbance in Qin Shou's vicinity, prompting his arrival. Nothing. Qin Shou shook his head, casually tossing the treasury towards Qin Wudi. Qin Wudi caught the treasury, but did not put away. Instead, he remarked, "This brat, perhaps you should hold on to the treasury for now." He could not discern Qin Shou's cultivation level, yet he understood it was far beyond the first level of the Divine Palace realm. To annihilate the powerful members of the Dark Fiend sect in a single blow would require at least the strength of a high-tier Void Realm practitioner. Ascending to this level necessitated vast resources, hence his desire to leave the treasury with Qin Shou. No need. The sect requires resources to sustain itself. Otherwise, it will be unable to distribute salaries and benefits next month. And father, that would be rather embarrassing for you. Qin Shou waved his hand. He had already observed that the treasury contained less than 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Besides that, there were only some magical artifacts, low-grade medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, and inferior spirit stones. These would merely suffice to repay the spirit stones previously taken from the sect. Furthermore, there remains the matter of the Blackshaw sect, which also harbors numerous resources. However, Qin Wudi appeared somewhat perplexed by this. What does that mean? The sect's reserves are substantial, with over 1 million high-grade spirit stones, stacked high enough to form 2 small hills. How could it possibly fail to disperse salaries and benefits? Nevertheless, despite his bewilderment, he proceeded to secure the treasury. These resources could enable Qingyun Sect to cultivate more prodigies. Upon seeing his father take possession of the treasury, Qin Shou turned his gaze towards the distant horizon, his expression growing cold in an instant. "This matter shall be entrusted to my father and the esteemed elders. I shall take a stroll through the Blackshaw Valley." With that, his figure gradually faded and then vanished. Chapter 17. The Colossal Hand, the Doom of Blackshaw Valley. That last, Qin Wudi watched Qin Shou disappear, feeling somewhat helpless. This boy seems to lack a measure of respect for him. Shaking his head, he redirected his attention to the now concluded battlefield above. He bellowed to the elders, "Take everything of value, and then we shall journey to the Blackshaw Valley." "Yes, sect leader," the elders replied in unison. Subsequently, nearly 100 strong practitioners of the Divine Palace realm surged into the Xianxia. Some were uprooting houses, others were harvesting spirit trees. Some were scavenging storage rings from the fallen disciples of the Xianxia. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles away, within a vast valley shrouded in sinister energy, a group of figures gathered in a dark stone hall, each bearing an expression of eager anticipation. They were the formidable retainers of the Blackshaw Valley, each possessing cultivation levels above the Divine Palace realm. This time, the Blackshaw Valley had conspired with the Xianxia, dispatching the majority of their strong practitioners, leaving only 1 in the Void Realm and 10 in the Divine Palace realm behind. At that moment, one of them spoke up. "I wonder how the Valley Master and the others are faring." Upon hearing this, the rest erupted into laughter. "Huh! With the might of the Blackshaw Valley and the Xianxia combined, even if the Qingyun Sect is powerful, it cannot turn the tides. By my estimation, news will return within 3 days. At that time, we can send disciples to claim the resources of the Qingyun Sect. It is said that Qin Wudi's reckless son is a prodigy, possessing unparalleled combat prowess at such a young age, even having slain several elders of the Xianxia. I wonder if the Valley Master left any alive. If we can capture him, we could tame him as a battle slave in our valley." The discussion continued, with an unwavering certainty regarding the demise of the Qingyun Sect. They even began to strategize on how to divide the spoils with the Xianxia to maximize their own gain. Silence fell over the assembly as the venerable elder of the void-treading realm spoke, commanding the attention of all present. He turned to a middle-aged man below and instructed, "Elder Chun, make the necessary arrangements. Gather all disciples of the profound pill realm and above. When the Valley Master returns with news, we shall promptly proceed to the Qingyun Sect." "Yes, esteemed elder." Elder Qin nodded in acknowledgement. However, just as he was about to turn away, a figure stumbled into the grand hall, panic evident in their voice. The Valley Master. In an instant, a collective frown appeared on the faces of those gathered, displeasure flickering in their eyes. Elder Qin admonished sharply, "What chaos is this? Maintain your composure." He then inquired, "Has the Valley Master sent word?" The disciple hesitated, then cried out, "Yes, the Valley Master's soul token has shattered. Furthermore, the soul tokens of the Elder and the esteemed elders have all been destroyed." At this revelation, the hall fell into an eerie silence. The next moment, a terrifying aura erupted as the Elder of the Void, treading realm, appeared before the trembling disciple, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. His cold gaze pierced through the disciple. "What did you say? Speak again." Under the Elder's menacing stare, the disciple was momentarily paralyzed with fear. After a brief moment, he managed to stammer, "The Valley Master. Their soul tokens have shattered. They are dead, all dead." Impossible. The Elder roared in fury. Wasn't the Valley Master leading the strong to join forces with the Xianxia sect against the Qingyun Sect? How could they possibly be dead? In a flash, he tore through the stone hall, racing outside to the ancestral shrine to witness the soul tokens for himself. The remaining individuals within the grand hall bore grim expressions, following closely behind him as they ascended into the sky. Yet, as they emerged from the stone hall, a sudden tempest enveloped the heavens. The once clear sky darkened ominously, and a colossal hand, capable of overshadowing the entire Xianxia Valley, emerged from the clouds, descending with terrifying force. Which great being is attempting to annihilate our Xianxia Valley? The Elder at the forefront was struck with horror, his face draining of color. He stood frozen in midair, gazing at the descending hand, unable to muster even a thought of escape. Why has the sky darkened? Within the valley, the ordinary disciples looked up in confusion. The next moment, a resounding crash echoed through the air as the immense hand struck down. The palace crumbled, flesh and blood turned to dust, and the entire Xianxia Valley was obliterated in an instant. Subsequently, the hand curved, extracting a treasure trove and several glowing spiritual veins from deep within the earth, before retreating back into the heavens. Xianxia Valley, you sought to conspire against the Qingyun Sect first. Do not blame me, Qin Shou declared as he collected the spiritual veins and treasure, casting a final glance at the massive palm imprint embedded in the ground before departing into the void. It was only hours later that a group of cultivators, drawn by the commotion, arrived at the scene. They gazed at the utterly vanished Black Sha Valley, their eyes wide with horror as they beheld the terrifying handprint imprinted upon the ground. A collective gasp escaped their lips, filled with trepidation. What kind of horrific entity has Black Sha Valley provoked? Someone murmured, their body trembling with fear. Merely gazing upon that colossal handprint evoked a sense of suffocation. After a brief silence, one among them seemed to recollect something, swiftly darting downwards. The others, witnessing this, quickly followed suit. The annihilation of Black Sha Valley might have left behind treasures. Acquiring even a fraction of them would be a tremendous fortune. Indeed, mere moments later, joyous laughter erupted. "Ah, it's a storage ring, ha!" A young man stood at the edge of the pit, having unearthed a storage ring, his face alight with exhilaration. One after another, more individuals unearthed magical artifacts, storage bags, and jade slips containing techniques. As time passed, an increasing number of cultivators flocked to the scene. A new wave of slaughter commenced amidst the ruins, all in pursuit of the treasures. Unbeknownst to Qin Shou and indifferent to the chaos, he departed and made his way back to the Qingyun Sect. On the peak of Qingmu, within a small palace, Qin Shou sat cross-legged upon a warm jade bed, a luminous orb floating before him. Within this orb lay the treasure trove of Black Sha Valley, along with 3 spiritual veins. Observing the small space before him, Qin Shou waved his hand, extracting a top-grade spiritual vein. "System, what is the value of this top-grade spiritual vein?" "Beep. Due to consumption and forced acquisition, the system estimates the value at 2,100,000 top-grade spirit stones." 2,100,000. Upon hearing this figure, Qin Shou nodded slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He calculated that, combined with the top-grade spirit stones from the treasure trove of Black Sha Sect, and those obtained from slaying He Ming and others, he now possessed over 3,500,000 top-grade spirit stones. A smile crept onto his face at this thought. With a wave of his hand, a somewhat translucent system interface materialized. His gaze shifted directly to the section concerning magical treasures. Having been outmaneuvered by that black dog at Xianxia Sect, he had contemplated acquiring a few suitable treasures for himself. Skipping past the lower-tier artifacts, he focused on those of the Enlightenment realm and above. Wind and Thunder Wings, a kingly weapon that can enhance the user's speed by 1.5 times, 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. Blade of Soul Severance, a mighty tool, a one-time forbidden weapon capable of instantly obliterating the soul of a peak Heavenly Insight realm expert, if wielded properly. 2 million top-grade spirit stones. Heavy Prison Peak, a holy weapon, containing a miniature world capable of restraining those below the saint level, an essential artifact for kidnapping and extortion. 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. 10,000 Souls Banner, a holy grade weapon, harboring billions of malevolent souls, capable of devouring saints and facilitating reunions among family and friends. 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. Uvaid Realm, a replica, a quasi-imperial weapon, impoverished. The Devouring Sky Demon Jar, imperial weapon, poverty. As Qin Shou journeyed to the end, his expression darkened progressively. He had initially thought that possessing over 3 million high-grade spirit stones would make him a minor landlord. However, it appeared that this amount was only sufficient to exchange for some king-level weapons in the Dao Enlightenment realm. Ding! The system offers a lottery feature. The host may spend 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for 10 consecutive draws. The prizes could be anything, with a significant probability of obtaining holy weapons or imperial weapons. High risk, high return. Chapter 18. The Ominous Blade. 1 slash brings forth tetanus. 2 slashes reveal 1's ancestors. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for a lottery that might yield an imperial weapon? Or is it indeed a substantial probability? Qin Shou squinted, fixating on the system interface before him. This phrase sounds quite familiar, although he felt that the system was deceiving him. The spirit stones in his possession were certainly inadequate for acquiring any decent magical artifacts. The gambler's mentality gradually took precedence. With a sweeping gesture, he pushed forth 100,000 spirit stones. Let us first recharge 100,000 and see what the draw reveals. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Ding! The spirit stones transformed into an imperial weapon. Ding! The host has recharged 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, redeeming a 10 consecutive draw from the system. The lottery commences. Congratulations, host, for drawing System Blessing 1. The system wishes you good fortune upon your departure. Congratulations, host, for drawing System Blessing 1. The system wishes you good fortune upon your departure. Congratulations, host, for drawing System Blessing 1. The system wishes you good fortune upon your departure. My dear, as Qin Shou listened to the series of blessings from the system, his expression visibly darkened. Such a blessing was entirely unnecessary. Soon, the results of the 10 draws appeared on the interface. A rusted iron sword and 9 blessings. Damn it, Qin Shou inwardly cursed. The system truly was devious. While the risks of the lottery were considerable, 9 blessings seemed excessive. Recharge another 100,000. Ding. The system wishes you good fortune upon your departure. 100,000. Ding. Good fortune. 100,000. Ding. Fortune. A continuous barrage of blessings left Qin Shou dizzy. After 10 consecutive draws, aside from acquiring a few low-grade elixirs and a couple of worthless magical artifacts, the rest were all blessings. I refuse to accept this. Qin Shou steeled himself and recharged another 100,000. Congratulations, host, for drawing System Blessing 1. The system wishes you good fortune upon your departure. As Qin Shou listened to the system's sincere blessings, his expression became unexpectedly calm. Upon hearing the 8th blessing, he promptly closed the system interface with a swift motion. This is no longer entertaining. Just as he stood to catch some fresh air on the rooftop, the system's voice echoed once more. Congratulations, host, for drawing the battle weapon, the Ominous Blade. Congratulations, host, for drawing the divine ability, stealing the heavens, and changing the sun. Qin Shou's body stiffened momentarily, and his footfall halted. Did he win? Not just a blessing. He hurriedly waved his hand to open the system interface. Indeed, apart from the 8 blessings he had heard earlier, the 2 items displayed at the bottom were a blade and a jade slip. Upon seeing this, Qin Shou promptly began to examine the descriptions of the 2 items. Blade of indeterminate quality, quality unknown, grows stronger when faced with formidable opponents. 1 strike induces tetanus, 2 strikes reveal ancestry. Heavenly Deception, a divine technique created by the great saint of heaven, imbued with spatial principles. capable of stealing any item within the range of one's divine consciousness with a mere gesture, a requisite skill for thriving and amassing wealth. With this divine power, I shall possess the world. The blade of indeterminate quality and heavenly deception. Qin Shou gazed at the two descriptions, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. With a slight mental shift, a blade materialized in his hand. It measured 3 feet in length, with a blade exceeding 2 feet, resembling the Tang Dao from his previous life. However, the entire blade was riddled with rust, and faint cracks were discernible along its surface. Is this it? It claims to grow stronger against the strong? Qin Shou found himself somewhat dumbfounded, staring at the unremarkable rusty blade in his hand. He harbored severe doubts about having encountered a fraud. Were it not for the absence of telephones in this world, he would have already called the system's reporting hotline. Ding! Products of the system are never defective. The host will know upon trying. Try? Qin Shou wore a skeptical expression. Observing the lifeless piece of iron in his hand, he felt certain that even a hint of spiritual energy would reduce it to dust. With this thought, a wisp of spiritual energy coursed down his arm and into the blade. Yet in the next moment, clang, the rusty blade trembled, and the surrounding space instantaneously fractured. A brilliant crimson light erupted from the blade, and its terrifying edge split the grand hall asunder. Even the Qingshan peak beneath him was reduced by a small fraction. Qin Shou looked up, observing the shattered palace with a look of astonishment. Judging by the aura that had just erupted, this blade was at least a kingly weapon. Though he was unsure whether it would indeed grow stronger against the strong as claimed, it was certainly not a defective product. Stowing away the rusty blade, he opened his palm, revealing an ancient jade slip that materialized within it. His other prize, the divine technique of heavenly deception. Without hesitation, he extended a wisp of divine consciousness into the slip. Boom! Amidst a resounding roar, a colossal hand emerged in his mind, reaching directly for him. In the next instant, the hand shattered, transforming into countless insights that flooded into his consciousness. After a brief moment, Qin Shou finally opened his eyes, a look of delight shimmering within. He extended his hand and grasped at the void. The space before him rippled like the surface of water. A jade-white, spiritual fruit materialized in his palm. Simultaneously, in the abode of a certain elder within the sect, an old man with white hair spat out a mouthful of stone fragments. Staring blankly at the stone in his hand, he had distinctly consumed a spiritual fruit. How did it turn into stone upon biting? Is there something foul at play? With a look of suspicion, he scanned the surroundings, his divine consciousness enveloping the entire cave. On the other side, within the palace, Qin Shou gazed contentedly at the spiritual fruit in his hand. The art of deception was indeed worthy of its name. Where his divine sense extended, he could pilfer at will. Naturally, if the target's cultivation surpassed his own by a significant margin, he would risk detection. Nevertheless, having expended 110,000 high-grade spirit stones to obtain these 2 items was already a substantial gain. Observing the remaining 240,000 spirit stones, he pondered briefly, then invested 50,000 in purchasing some healing elixirs suitable for himself. After these transactions, he was left with over 190,000. Exchange all remaining spirit stones for cultivation, he commanded. Ding! Host has recharged 193,000 high-grade spirit stones. Spent 180,000. Cultivation raised to the 6th level of the Dao Enlightenment Realm. The 6th level of the Dao Enlightenment Realm. As Qin Shou felt his cultivation surge once more, he extended his hand and gently clenched it. Boom! A section of space before him shattered instantaneously, unleashing a fierce storm. Yet, before it could wreak havoc, he swiftly suppressed it with a flick of his hand. Nodding in satisfaction, Qin Shou's gaze pierced through the grand hall toward the world beyond the sect. Calculating the time, he surmised that his father and the others should be returning soon. His figure vanished from the palace, materializing outside the mountain gate. Indeed, it was scarcely a moment later when formidable auras emerged on the horizon, as numerous figures traversed the air. Qin Wudi led the procession, each step covering vast distances. Behind him, many elders carried grand palaces, while others held treasures or grasped veins of spiritual energy. In stark contrast to their earlier stealth, their return was marked by ostentation as they deliberately passed through several major cities, drawing attention. They inadvertently spread the news of the annihilation of the Qingyun Sect. Soon, everyone descended before the mountain gate, the palaces and spiritual veins they carried vanishing into the inner world. Father, Qin Shou stepped forward. "Ha, my boy, we have struck it rich." Qin Wudi heartily patted Qin Shou on the shoulder, laughing uproariously. Behind them, the elders and the Supreme Elder shared expressions of exhilaration, although their gazes toward Qin Shou were tinged with astonishment. Following their plunder of the Xian Sect, they had also ventured into the Xianxia Valley. Recalling the immense handprint they had witnessed, there sent shivers down their spines. Yet, despite their shock, they had managed to scour the place thoroughly, even excavating 3 layers of earth. The harvest was indeed commendable, Qin Shou mused, finding amusement in the sight of the elders carrying the palaces and spiritual veins. He then produced the treasures from the Xianxia Valley, including 2 mid-grade spiritual veins, and handed them to Qin Wudi. These items, even if exchanged for high-grade spiritual veins, held little value, so he decided to leave them for the sect. "You rascal, let us head to the treasury together and store these resources," Qin Wudi declared, accepting the items without hesitation. He then strode confidently into the sect, making his way toward the treasury. To the treasury? Qin Shou's expression was somewhat peculiar. He pondered whether they would suspect that the treasury had been robbed upon discovering the significant depletion of high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 19. The Sacred Land of Azure Sky. The Holy Sun Lin Jingtian. Days have passed, after Qin Wudi and his companions made their grand entrance. News of the annihilation of the Xian Sect and the Xianxia Valley swiftly spread. The various factions across Xian Prefecture were left astounded. In a great city, a considerable distance from the Qingyun Sect, in a bustling tavern, disbelief reigned as they learned that the Qingyun Sect had utterly obliterated the Xian Sect in a mere day. Several cultivators gathered, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Just the day before, I had taken the teleportation array to the Qian mountain range. The devastation was unimaginable. The entire sect had been reduced to ruins. Not even a single egg yolk remained intact. Even the ant nests had been scorched by spirit fire. One tall and slender companion spoke up, recalling the nightmarish scenes witnessed in the Qian mountain range, sending shivers down his spine. As one of the 3 major sects, the stark difference in strength was unfathomable. Had it not been real, he would never have believed it, even at the cost of his life. As for the Xianxia Valley, it was said that it was crushed by a colossal hand. Who could possess such formidable prowess? Such discussions proliferated in the grand cities throughout Xian Prefecture. Some began to suspect that the demise of Xianxia was somehow linked to the Qingyun Sect, given that both events transpired on the same day. And Qingyun Sect's experts had appeared in the Xianxia Valley shortly thereafter. Nevertheless, it was clear that henceforth, Xian Prefecture would belong to the Qingyun Sect. Astute individuals had already prepared gifts and set off for the Qingyun Sect. In a private room of the tavern, 2 figures sat facing each other. Listening to the discussions outside, one of the elder men in blue robes displayed a look of disdain. "Huh. The Qingyun Sect has finally restored some semblance of dignity to the sacred land," the blue-robed elder remarked, casting a glance at his companion, his scorn immediately transforming into reverence. "Holy Sun, since the sacred tomb has yet to surface, shall we pay a visit to the Qingyun Sect?" Opposite him, the youth known as the Holy Sun donned a moon-white robe, his countenance as exquisite as jade, exuding an otherworldly grace. Merely sitting there, the spiritual energy in the surrounding space naturally flowed into his being. Upon hearing the elder's words, he glanced at him, and after a brief moment, rose to his feet. His voice calm, yet imbued with an air of superiority. "Very well. This Holy Sun is also eager to see if there are any noteworthy talents in this barren land." His tone carried an unmistakable condescension, as if he regarded Xian Prefecture with indifference. With that, the 2 figures vanished from the private room. Simultaneously, at the Qingyun Sect, on Qingmu Peak, Qin Shou opened his eyes, gazing towards the great city, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his gaze. A Dao Insight cultivator? Just moments ago, he distinctly sensed a presence of Dao Insight tearing through the space from afar, heading towards the sect. Indeed, in the next moment, 2 figures traversed the protective array of the sect and directly descended within its confines. A formidable aura emanated, enveloping the entire sect. "Oomph." Qin Shou let out a cold snort, stepping forward in an instant to stand before the 2 individuals. With a wave of his hand, he dissipated their imposing presence, his gaze piercingly fixed upon them. Lin Jingtian, son of the Qin Tian Sacred Land. Cultivation level, 3rd stage of enlightenment. Techniques and abilities, Qin Tian Emperor Scripture. Secret technique of slashing the heavens, soul-destroying sword chi in the distance of a finger. Lin Ao, elder of the Qing Tian Sacred Land. Cultivation level, pinnacle of the void step. Techniques and abilities, ancient scriptures of the diamond, great handprint of the sky, and blood refinement secret techniques. The Qing Tian Sacred Land. Qin Shou regarded the information provided by the system, his brow furrowing slightly. In the eastern wilderness domain, where Xianxia is located, there exist two colossal powers, the Qing Tian Sacred Land and the Taichu Sacred Land. Both sacred lands have birth emperors of mythic realms, reigning over the Tiancang Continent. Even though these emperors have long since passed, their legacies remain, with quasi-emperors suppressing the nine heavens. Why have the two of you intruded upon my Qingyun Sect? I am an elder of the Qing Tian Sacred Land, accompanying the esteemed son to conduct an inspection of your sect. Quickly summon your sect leader to greet us. Ling Ao Hegarded, Qin Shou, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. As a pinnacle void step cultivator, he was astonished that the youth before him could so effortlessly disperse his aura. He had not expected the Qingyun Sect to harbor such a powerful presence. Inspection? Qin Shou furrowed his brow, observing the two without uttering a word. Although the Qing Tian Sacred Land is a dominant force in the eastern wilderness domain, there exists no subordinate relationship with the Qingyun Sect, rendering the notion of an inspection absurd. At that moment, several powerful auras surged from within the sect. Qin Wudi, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and several other esteemed elders of the Void Step simultaneously approached through the air. Presently, Qin Wudi's expression was grave. Looking at the two, he spoke in a solemn tone. I am Qin Wudi, the leader of the Qingyun Sect. Are you both from the Qing Tian Sacred Land? Dao friends? Lin Ao echoed, his countenance revealing clear disdain. Just as he was about to speak, he was halted by Lin Jingtian, who raised a hand. Lin Jingtian merely cast a glance at Qin Wudi before shifting his focus to Qin Shou. To him, Qin Wudi, a mere second-stage void step cultivator, was hardly worthy of his attention. It was Qin Shou who piqued his curiosity. He found him inscrutable, with his divine sense sweeping over. The young man seemed shrouded in a veil of mist. I am Lin Jingtian. During my training journey through Xianxia, I heard that the Qingyun Sect has ascended to a position of dominance in Xianxia. Hence, I have come to pay my respects. Lin Zhengtian bore a smile, yet his tone perpetually conveyed an air of superiority. Although he could not discern Qin Shou's cultivation level, he did not assume the youth was stronger than himself. After all, he was the son of the Qing Tian Sacred Land, benefiting from its inexhaustible resources far beyond what a barren Xianzhou could offer. Qin Shou assessed Lin Zhengtian, a scornful smile creeping into his heart. Lin Zhengtian, is it? The matter at hand is straightforward. The actions of both parties do not resemble those of mere visitors. To visit, they barged in without so much as a greeting. It is fortunate that they do not regard you as an adversary. Lin Zhengtian furrowed his brow, a fleeting expression of displeasure crossing his face. How bold to audaciously utter the name of the Holy Sun. Ling Ao He Bukit Fiercedi, his aura erupting like a colossal wave directed at Qin Shou. This is dire. Qin Wudi's expression changed dramatically, while the Grand Elder beside him appeared utterly astounded. Though it was merely a display of overwhelming presence, the force was so potent that should one be struck by it, death or severe injury would be inevitable. Oomph! Qin Shou scoffed, dispersing this imposing aura with a wave of his hand. The residual force struck Lin Ao heavily, sending him crashing out of the sect, vanishing from sight in an instant. My dear friend, has this gone too far? Lin Jingtian's pupils constricted as he watched Lin Ao fly away, disappearing at the horizon. Simultaneously, his expression turned icy, a chilling sharpness directed at Qin Shou. That was merely a minor lesson. Qin Shou maintained his composure, devoid of any fear. He exercised restraint, having only sent the opponent flying without intent to kill, resulting in at most minor injuries. Indeed, within mere moments, a surge of formidable spiritual power rose in the distance, accompanied by Lin Ao's furious roar. Damn it, you dare to harm me? Chapter 20. The Ancestor, the Holy Son of the Holy Land from 3,000 years ago. Amidst the furious howls, Lin Ao surged from the horizon, reappearing before them. At this moment, his complexion was pale, and his aura felt somewhat unstable, unlike the steadiness he had previously exhibited. You dare to strike? Lin Ao's expression was grim. As an elder of the Holy Land, being casually sent flying nearly 10,000 miles by a junior in this remote Xianzhou was a disgrace. What face would he have left if this were spread? However, having witnessed Qin Shou's terror, he could only grumble, refraining from further action. Beside him, Lin Jingtian's expression grew calm, and after a deep glance at Qin Shou, he spoke coolly. This time, Elder Lin was at fault. This holy sun shall not hold it against him. Should you wish to strike again, it will be prudent to consider the standing of your own sect. After all, this mere Xianxia is regarded as insignificant as ants by the Holy Land. Huh. Qin Shou chuckled lightly. They have already come to his doorstep, and he is not allowed to retaliate? Were it not for the consideration of the Holy Land status, he would have sent that old fool into reincarnation just now. At that moment, Qin Wudi seized the opportunity to subtly tug at Qin Shou, stepping forward to address Lin Jingtian and the others in a low voice. Gentlemen, our Qingyun Sect is but a small faction, insignificant in the eyes of the Holy Land. If there is nothing further, we shall not keep you from your meals. Hearing this, Lin Jingtian turned to Qin Wudi, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Sect Master Qin. After all these years, Qingyun Sect has indeed produced a remarkable talent. As he spoke, he once again cast his gaze towards Qin Shou. This holy sun eagerly anticipates the day you ascend to the sacred land. After uttering these words, he lingered no longer, allowing his gaze to casually sweep over the multitude of disciples gathering below, offering a soft chuckle. With a single step, his figure began to blur, and ultimately vanished from sight. Oomph! Lin Ao snorted, promptly following suit. Qin Shou watched the departing figures, his heart filled with confusion. What did their final words signify? Why was he destined to ascend to the heavenly sacred land? Likewise, the Grand Elder and the others beside him wore expressions of bewilderment. As esteemed elders of the sect, even they were unaware of any connection between the Qingyun Sect and the heavenly sacred land. Sigh, follow me. Qin Wudi's expression shifted, and he exhaled deeply before turning to leave. Observing this, Qin Shou immediately trailed behind him. Let us proceed, the Grand Elder called out, prompting the other elders to rush after them. Each individual was filled with curiosity about the seemingly disparate relationship between the Qingyun Sect and the heavenly sacred land. Before long, they followed Qin Wudi to the innermost depths of the sect, arriving at an area shrouded in white mist. The ancestral tombs? Inquired a supreme elder of the Void Realm, his eyes reflecting further confusion. The ancestral tombs housed the remains of powerful figures from the Qingyun Sect who had transcended the Divine Palace realm. Additionally, it served as a secluded retreat for these supreme elders of the Void Realm. On one hand, it provided a tranquil environment with the most concentrated spiritual energy within the sect. On the other hand, it was a place to safeguard the tombs against intrusions. Without uttering a word, Qin Wudi strode directly into the forbidden area, not pausing for a moment. He traversed the realm where the supreme elders meditated, passing by numerous grand tombs. Finally, he halted before an enormous artificial hill, taking a deep breath and adopting an expression of profound reverence. Ancestral Patriarch. Qin Wudi seeks an audience. Ancestral Patriarch? The gathered individuals were taken aback, particularly several supreme elders who were unaware that an ancestral patriarch still existed within the sect. The Qingyun Sect had been established for over 3,000 years, and the eldest living members were presumably only these supreme elders. Those even older had perished due to the depletion of their lifespans. Could it be that another had survived in secrecy, unbeknownst to them? As the crowd pondered this, the space before the artificial hill began to warp, and a towering portal of void materialized out of thin air. Upon witnessing this, Qin Wudi did not hesitate and stepped boldly towards the portal. Qin Shou, feeling a peculiar sensation, cast a glance at the portal before following suit. Crossing through the portal, they found themselves in a modest space, measuring only a few hundred feet across. Within this small expanse, numerous unknown spiritual trees flourished, exuding an exceptionally rich aura of spiritual energy, far surpassing that of any location within the sect. Amidst the vibrant flora of the spiritual realm, a raised earthen mound cradled an elderly figure clad in black. This venerable man emitted no formidable aura, resembling an ordinary mortal in the twilight of life. I pay my respects to the ancestor. Qin Wudi advanced with haste, bowing deeply before the elder. In his wake, the assembly of elders exchanged glances, each offering their own reverent salutation. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Qin Shou also clasped his hands in deference, his gaze fixed upon the elder with a peculiar intensity. For he discerned that this man was not a living being in the truest sense. Rather, he was but a soul's essence. At that moment, the elder slowly opened his eyes, and a divine light flickered into existence. Instantly, Qin Shou felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. It was terrifying. A chill coursed through his heart. Little Woody, this child must be the Qin Shou you spoke of, correct? The elder first cast a glance at Qin Woody before shifting his attention to Qin Shou, a hint of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. His voice was soft, reminiscent of a kind grandfather. The ancestor possesses keen insight. Qin Woody nodded respectfully. Child, you are quite remarkable. The elder regarded Qin Shou with evident satisfaction, having perceived his cultivation level at the 6th stage of the Enlightenment realm. Achieving such mastery at this age was no small feat, even surpassing the elder's own youthful accomplishments. Your praise is unwarranted, ancestor, Qin Shou replied, his demeanor humble as he clasped his hands in respect. The elder merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, and silence enveloped the space. The numerous elders and grand elders in the back lowered their heads, even moderating their breaths. Ultimately, it was Qin Woody who shattered the silence. Ancestor, individuals from the Holy Land have arrived. The elder, roused by these words, turned his gaze back to Qin Woody. I am aware. He then directed his attention to Qin Shou. Child, you must be quite curious about how the Qingyun Sect is intertwined with the Holy Land. Am I correct? Indeed. Qin Shou nodded in affirmation, while the gathered elders leaned in, their curiosity palpable. The elder appeared to drift into contemplation, and after a significant pause, he spoke slowly. I am the holy son of the Qingtian Holy Land from 3,000 years ago. In that era, 2 holy sons emerged from the Holy Land. I was defeated in the contest for the position of Holy Master, and my Tao foundation suffered damage, rendering my aspirations for sainthood unattainable. As a failure, I departed from the Holy Land and subsequently established my legacy here in Xianxia. His tone was remarkably tranquil, as though recounting events that bore no relevance to him. Yet, a flicker of turmoil crossed his eyes when he mentioned the damage to his Tao foundation. The holy son of the Qingtian Holy Land from 3,000 years ago? Qin Shou regarded the elder with astonishment, taken aback by the lineage of his sect. Beside him, all the sect elders, save Qin Woody, widened their eyes in disbelief, their pupils dilating in shock. At this juncture, the elder cast another glance at Qin Shou before continuing his narrative. Before departing from the sacred land, I vowed to cultivate a talent even more extraordinary than I was in my youth, to strive once more on my behalf. Chapter 21. The Great Sage's Abode, the Black Dog. The Taoist. To nurture genius and once again contend for the celestial sacred land? To vie for the position of Saint Son? Or perhaps the Saint Lord? Qin Shou gazed at the elder, recalling Lin Jingtian's earlier words, and a conjecture began to form in his mind. Indeed, the elder's voice resonated once more. He regarded Qin Shou with a tranquil tone. Initially, I was prepared to relinquish hope, yet your appearance has rekindled my aspirations. My child, the realm of Xianxia is too limited. It can no longer sustain your ambitions. If you wish to pursue the great path and attain loftier achievements, you must venture forth. However, I shall not impose upon you, for the competition within the sacred land is perilous, and one misstep could lead to demise. Having spoken, he silently awaited Qin Shou's response. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou fell into contemplation, refraining from an immediate reply. Truth be told, he was quite tempted. The elder's words rang true. Xianxia was indeed too small, its resources scant, and it could no longer nurture him. The celestial sacred land, as a colossal entity in the eastern wilderness, possessed terrifying resources. Should he succeed in becoming the Saint's son, he would gain access to an abundance of resources, which could effortlessly elevate him to the status of a sage, a quasi-emperor at the Nine Heavens Gate, or even an emperor. Yet, he harbored reservations. Alone and unaccompanied. While he did not fear Lin Jingtian, the Saint's son, he recognized that the latter's position was likely supported by formidable backing. Should an ancient being emerge to confront him, danger would be imminent. In this weighty atmosphere, Qin Woody and the elders remained silent, their gazes fixed on Qin Shou with palpable tension. This was a significant decision regarding Qin Shou's future. Even Qin Woody, as the sect leader and Qin Shou's father, dared not utter a word. After a prolonged silence, Qin Shou exhaled deeply, a relaxed expression suddenly gracing his face. Very well, I shall join you in the celestial sacred land. Wealth and glory are found in risk. As long as I acquire sufficient spirit stones and resources, my cultivation can ascend infinitely. I need not fear those ancient relics. Upon hearing Qin Shou's agreement, the elder's face immediately broke into a smile. Ha ha, splendid. As expected of my descendant, you possess a measure of courage. Do not worry, within the sacred land, our lineage still has a few ancient figures. Those who wish to bully the small shall find that the Qin clan is not so easily trifled with. The elder laughed heartily, his gaze towards Qin Shou filled with satisfaction. He had been testing the waters. Had Qin Shou shown fear and hesitated to step into the celestial sacred land, the elder would have abandoned the idea entirely. Without such courage, despite his current prowess, his future accomplishments would be limited, let alone surpassing the contemporary saint's son of the sacred land. When shall we ascend to the sacred land? Qin Shou inquired, now unburdened by hesitation. Not in haste. The elder waved his hand dismissively. In Xian Prefecture, a grand opportunity is set to emerge within this month. It is prudent to seize this opportunity before proceeding to the sacred land. A grand opportunity? Qin Shou was momentarily taken aback, instantly recalling Lin Zheng and Tian. Indeed, within Xian Prefecture lies a great saint's Tao temple, and by the reckoning of time, it is about to be unveiled this very month. The elder spoke with a hint of longing in his eyes. The great saint, an existence that many cultivators dare not even dream of. It is also due to that temple that he chose to remain in Xian Prefecture, establishing a sect to leave behind a legacy. The great saint's Tao temple? Qin Shou's body trembled, his eyes alight with surprise. Simultaneously, Qin Wudi and the others beside him gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide, radiating a greenish glow. That Xian Prefecture conceals such a remarkable opportunity? As a formidable force in Xian Prefecture, they had guarded this treasure for millennia without knowledge of its existence. However, at that moment, the elder cast a glance at the few of them. The great saint's Tao temple is not easily breached. Those below the Enlightenment realm would likely meet their demise within. Qin Wudi and the others froze, displaying a sheepish expression. Was that a jab at us? Yet, in the next instant, they seemed to grasp something, their gazes abruptly shifting to Qin Shou. The ancestor stated that anyone below the Enlightenment realm would perish inside, yet urged Qin Shou to seize the opportunity. Does that imply Qin Shou's cultivation is above the Enlightenment realm? My goodness! The crowd discreetly swallowed hard, particularly Qin Wudi, whose eyes brimmed with astonishment. His own father had just reached the second level of the Void Realm, yet his son had become a king? The elder disregarded the thoughts swirling in their minds, turning his gaze back to Qin Shou. The current holy son of the celestial sky is also likely drawn to the Tao Temple in Xian Prefecture. You shall have the chance to engage him in battle. I believe with your prowess, you will not be outmatched. Should you acquire the opportunity, it will greatly aid your future growth. As the elder spoke, a flicker of luminescence appeared in his hand, drifting towards Qin Shou. Qin Shou reached out to catch it, and in the next moment, his expression shifted. The glow dissipated, revealing a three-dimensional map within his mind. The map was incomplete, only showing half, vaguely depicting a massive underground palace. Qin Shou lifted his gaze to the elder. This is the map of that temple, albeit only the first half. Make good use of it. Go forth. The elder waved his hand, and the space rippled, instantly transporting Qin Shou and the others out of the small realm. Outside, at the edge of the sect's forbidden area, Qin Shou glanced back at the space veiled in white mist, his expression somewhat inscrutable. He then turned to Qin Wudi beside him. Father, if what the ancestor says is true, and the great saint's Tao temple emerges in a month, the commotion will surely be immense. It is highly likely that powerful cultivators from several nearby states will converge. If the sect wishes to remain uninvolved, it is best to seal the mountain. Seal the mountain? Qin Wudi frowned. The elders of the void realm around them appeared hesitant, their expressions revealing indecision. After all, the Qingyun Sect has only recently ascended to dominance in Xianzhou. Should they seal the mountain over this matter, it would merely serve as a source of ridicule for the other great states. Moreover, although the ancestral elder cautioned about the dangers of the great sage Tao field, some thoughts linger within their minds. Even if they do not enter, merely observing from the periphery would suffice. Observing the expressions of his companions, Qin Shou raised an eyebrow. His father and the esteemed elders could remain within the sect. As for the great sage Tao field, he was more than capable of handling it alone. He had no desire to dampen their spirits. The Tao field had not yet manifested, yet it had already attracted Lin Jingtian, the Holy Sun. And perhaps there were formidable beings from the sky-watching realm lurking in the shadows. Even saints might potentially descend. Such a scene would undoubtedly be beyond the participation of mere beings in the void-treading realm. Even acting as cannon fodder would be unwise. as exposure could lead to instant demise. Qin Wudi's expression shifted, ultimately resulting in a resigned sigh. Alas, our cultivation is indeed too feeble. With that, he turned to the Grand Elder and the other esteemed elders, stating, "According to Shou, the sect shall seal the mountain from this day forth." The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, did not hesitate. "I shall relay the order immediately." Being merely at the pinnacle of the divine palace realm, he dared not harbor thoughts about such an opportunity, thus he readily agreed. Seeing this, Qin Shou nodded in satisfaction. After briefing them on a few details, he tore through the fabric of space and departed. He already knew the location of the Dao field and intended to scout it first. Thousands of miles away, beneath a mountain peak resembling a rooster's crest, a voice echoed through a valley encircled by towering trees. "You wretched dog, is this formation truly reliable? This has cost me a substantial portion of my savings. If I cannot be transported into the Dao field, it would be a significant loss." A gaunt old Taoist, dressed in tattered robes, stood atop a boulder, his expression fraught with anxiety. Before him, a black dog the size of a calf stood on its hind legs, its paw constantly carving intricate patterns into the ground, occasionally launching streams of light that embedded themselves into the earth. "Foolish Taoist, my mastery of formations is unparalleled. Even emperors can only gaze in envy. This mere restriction of the great sage's Dao field can be shattered with ease," the black dog retorted dismissively, its paw continuing to work as countless intricate Dao patterns began to take shape, gradually forming a colossal array. Chapter 22. The Primordial Saintess, clad in a crimson bellyband. Above the Luyun mountain range, the tranquil space suddenly twisted and was subsequently torn apart as a figure emerged from within. "So this is the place." Qin Shou gazed below at the ravaged landscape, still bearing the scars of battle, his eyes flickering with surprise. According to the map information he had obtained, the great sage's Dao field lay within this very mountain range. He recalled not long ago when he extracted a mid-grade spiritual vein from the Xianxia sect. At that time, he had noticed no anomalies at all. Of course, it was also possible that his cultivation had been too low back then. Contemplating this, his consciousness surged forth from the sea of souls, enveloping the mountains below. Moments later, Qin Shou's brow furrowed, his expression turning grave. Deep underground, an invisible barrier obstructed the probing of his consciousness. The barrier was shrouded in a terrifying power that instantly devoured and extinguished any probing thoughts that dared to touch it. Indeed, here it was, the great sage's sanctuary. Qin Shou murmured to himself, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked down at the ground below. Although his divine sense had been obliterated, the brief contact had granted him some insights. The strength of the barrier was waning, and within half a month, it would weaken to the level of the Enlightenment realm. During this fortnight, he needed only to wait patiently. Suddenly, Qin Shou turned sharply to his left front. In the next moment, the space ahead split open, and three figures emerged from within. At the forefront was a woman clad in a flowing purple gown. Her figure was enchanting, and her delicate feet resembled those carved from white jade, standing barefoot in the void, though a sheer veil obscured her face. Her eyes were strikingly beautiful. Behind her, two maidens in emerald attire gracefully held a parasol, standing respectfully. The woman in purple merely cast a fleeting glance at Qin Shou before diverting her gaze, then gracefully walked towards a nearby mountaintop. Following her, one of the maidens deftly retrieved a small palace from the void, placing it atop the mountain. The trio then entered the palace. "The Taichu Holy Land has arrived." Qin Shou observed the palace atop the peak, a flicker of something unusual flashing in his eyes. With the assistance of the system, he effortlessly discerned the details of the individuals. Yi Qingyu, the holy maiden of the Taichu Holy Land, at the fourth level of the Enlightenment realm, adorned in a crimson bellyband. System, I should not have gazed upon that. Qin Shou thought of the glimpse of red he had just witnessed, his expression darkening as he inwardly cursed. Ding! Is it truly appropriate to only focus on the bellyband? I'm not that kind of system. Startled, Qin Shou almost lost his breath. Not engaging in conversation with the system, he found a mountain peak for himself and closed his eyes to meditate. Time passed, and amidst his waiting, half a month swiftly elapsed. During this period, several powerful individuals had arrived, including those from the Enlightenment realm, the Void-Walking realm, and even a few from the Divine Palace realm. Several of these Divine Palace realm experts gathered together, seemingly excited by some news they had learned. However, Qin Shou paid them little mind. What truly captured his attention was the arrival of Lin Jingtian. Qin Shou lifted his gaze towards an adjacent peak. There, Lin Jingtian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, poised atop a large boulder. At that moment, sensing Qin Shou's gaze upon him, he turned to look back. Their eyes met, a silent exchange unfolding between them. A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Jingtian's face as he spoke to Lin Ao, who stood behind him. Subsequently, Lin Ao nodded slightly and began to step through the air toward Qin Shou. This action immediately drew the attention of all the powerful beings present. Even from within the small palace, maidens emerged, casting curious glances in Qin Shou's direction. Despite this, Qin Shou remained seated on the large stone, undisturbed by Lin Ao's approach. Silently observing as the other traversed the space before him, Qin Shou inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Lin Ao, gazing at the youth before him, dared not show any disregard this time. With a slight bow and an expression devoid of emotion, he conveyed, "The Holy Sun has sent me to deliver a message. Although the opportunity is indeed splendid, it is fraught with peril. Given the ties between the Qingyun Sect and the Holy Land, once the dojo opens, you may follow in the wake of the Holy Sun. Should danger arise, the Holy Sun shall ensure your safety, whether intentional or not." Lin Ao's voice resonated loudly enough to reach the ears of other formidable figures outside the venue. Qin Shou regarded Lin Ao with a penetrating gaze, remaining silent for a considerable moment before responding. "Return to your Holy Sun and inform him that my safety is of no concern to him. He should focus on his own well-being. Should he falter within the dojo, it would become a jest." Upon hearing this, Lin Ao's expression darkened instantly. Fixing his gaze on Qin Shou, he scoffed, "How ungrateful. It is a privilege for you to be allowed to follow the Holy Sun. Some individuals ought not to assume that minor accomplishments grant them the audacity to contend with the Holy Sun. The depths of the Holy Land are beyond your imagination." "Oh, the depths of the Holy Land?" Qin Shou's eyes narrowed as he raised his hand, an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloping Lin Ao. Simultaneously, a cold and stern voice emerged from his lips. "Indeed, the Holy Land possesses formidable strength, but that does not grant you the liberty to speak to me in such a manner. You have 3 breaths to depart, or I shall test the extent of your so-called depths." As the other approached with intentions of conflict, Qin Shou would not extend any courtesy. Following in Lin Jingtian's shadow, preposterous, to linger behind and witness the other hoarding all the treasures and opportunities, Lin Ao found himself engulfed by Qin Shou's imposing presence, his complexion shifting dramatically as he involuntarily retreated. Having already witnessed Qin Shou's terrifying prowess at Qingyun Sect, where he had been effortlessly cast aside, Lin Ao recognized that Qin Shou's cultivation undoubtedly surpassed the Tao Enlightenment realm. Now, witnessing Qin Shou's wrath, fear gripped him, leaving him unable to utter a single harsh word as he turned to flee in disgrace. Who is this person? One elder pondered, astonished at the audacity displayed toward the member of the Qing Tian Holy Land. I cannot discern his cultivation level. This young man is likely far from ordinary. With connections to the Qing Tian Holy Land, he must be a peerless genius from some prominent clan. In the distance, several practitioners of the void walking realm gathered, whispering amongst themselves as they observed the scene, their gazes towards Qin Shou filled with intrigue. Outside the small palace, a maid cast several glances at Qin Shou before turning to enter the palace, presumably to report the incident. "Odison." Lin Ao returned to Lin Jingtian's side, bowing his head. "Since he is unwilling, let it be." Lin Jingtian, without looking back, replied coolly, "The Holy Sun is indeed too kind-hearted. In my opinion, such an ungrateful individual, even if they reach the Holy Land, would merely be a jester. It would be better for him to perish here." Ling Ao woofed, clearly incensed by Qin Shou's previous words. Elder Lin need not be angered. He is but an irrelevant individual." Upon hearing this, Lin Jingtian let out a light chuckle. He held little regard for Qin Shou. The reason he instructed Lin Ao to speak those words was merely an act of benevolence. With his cultivation, even if he were only at the 3rd level of comprehension, his physical prowess and various divine abilities would easily allow him to slay any ruler below the 7th level. Even when faced with a peak ruler at the 9th level of comprehension, he could contend with them. With a slight sacrifice, he could even bring them down. This does not even account for the magical treasures and combat weapons he possesses. As for Qin Shou, a mere practitioner from a desolate land, no matter how talented he may be, could his foundation truly rival that of a holy son such as himself? On the other hand, Qin Shou remained indifferent. After dismissing Lin Ao, he closed his eyes once more to feign slumber. Yet, Just as he shut his eyes, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A tremendous roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The mountain beneath him trembled violently, and the ground fractured, revealing terrifying fissures. An ominous aura rose from beneath the earth, swiftly enveloping the entire mountain range. This sudden turn of events caused all to widen their eyes in astonishment. Lin Jingtian's eyes shimmered with delight. From within the small palace, the holy maiden of primordial dawn slowly emerged. Qin Shou also rose from the boulder. Everyone gazed at the crumbling ground, their minds consumed by a singular thought. The Grand Sage's Tao Field has been activated. Chapter 23. The Emergence of the Tao Field. Where the law of the jungle prevails in the cultivation realm. The ground continued to collapse, clouds of dust enveloping the entire area. All cultivators ascended into the air, rising above the chaos. It took over an hour for the tremors to subside. As the dust settled, a colossal pit appeared before all. Within the pit stood a towering bronze gate, soaring 100 feet high, its surface glistening with radiant light, an overwhelming presence instantly pressing down upon the crowd. The bronze gate. It is the entrance. The Tao Field has been opened. Ha ha, someone exclaimed, their voice brimming with excitement. The Grand Sage's Tao Field. Such a heavy aura. Qin Shou gazed at the bronze portal beneath the ground, murmuring to himself, a look of intrigue in his eyes. Master, is this bronze gate of any value? Ding. The bronze gate is connected to the entire Tao Field, being made of ordinary materials. It is worth merely 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones? Qin Shou paused, taken aback. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones equate to a staggering 10 million in superior spirit stones. Such wealth could rival the entire collection of the Qingyun Sect. And this is merely composed of ordinary materials? Meanwhile, in the void above, Lin Jingtian and Lin Ao were conversing. Holy Sun, with the Tao Field's emergence. That bronze gate should be the entrance. Should we not? Lin Ao spoke softly, gazing at the immense bronze portal. Patience. To enter first does not guarantee fortune. To acquire opportunities, one must rely on strength. Lin Jingtian replied, slightly shaking his head, his gaze intentionally drifting toward Qin Shou's direction. Qin Shou sensed Lin Jingtian's gaze, yet chose to disregard it entirely. His attention remained fixed upon the bronze portal below, contemplating how he might seize both the door and the altar within. In a peculiar atmosphere, everyone remained vigilant, hesitant to take the first step forward. Time passed, and then a hearty laugh echoed from atop the great tree. Since my esteemed colleagues are reluctant to enter, I shall not be so courteous, an ominous elder proclaimed, extending his hand to ensnare several cultivators of the divine palace realm, who were then brought before the bronze portal. You shall enter first, he commanded, casting the individuals onto the ground with indifference. He was not foolish. The potential dangers within could be discerned by sending someone in to investigate. Senior, the divine palace cultivators stammered, fear etched upon their faces. If even those of the Enlightenment realm dared not step inside, what fate awaited them, should they encounter peril? Do you harbor dissent? The elder's voice turned icy, a chilling intent flashing in his eyes. The presence of death enveloped the cultivators, draining the color from their faces. We will go in. They finally acquiesced, exchanging wary glances as they summoned their spiritual shields to envelop their bodies. Gripping their magical artifacts tightly, they cautiously approached the bronze portal. Above, Qin Shou, Lin Jing'an, the holy maiden of Taichu, and the other Enlightenment realm experts watched silently, making no attempt to intervene. The law of the cultivation world was one of survival of the fittest, where the strong reigned supreme. Before long, the divine palace cultivators stood beneath the bronze portal. One of them took a deep breath and cautiously extended his hand toward the entrance. The moment of contact ignited a radiant glow upon the surface of the portal, a beam of light surging from his palm into the depths of his being. The next instant, a scream pierced the air, under the watchful eyes of all. The body of the divine palace cultivator was swiftly drained of life, leaving behind nothing but a desiccated skeleton. Gasp! The remaining cultivators turned pale at this horrifying sight, retreating in panic. The energy fluctuations of the Enlightenment realm, Qin Shou murmured to himself, recognizing the brief flash of light from the bronze door as merely grazing the threshold of the Enlightenment realm. The ominous elder below discerned this as well. Stepping forward, he raised his palm, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that coalesced into a massive hand, which then struck the bronze portal with great force. Boom! A terrifying roar erupted from the bronze door as countless runes flickered violently before fading into obscurity. The colossal portal swung open, revealing a pitch-black void within, from which emanated a chilling aura. The elder surveyed the opened entrance, but did not rush inside. Instead, his gaze shifted toward the nearby divine palace cultivators. Senior. A few individuals grasped the elder's intent. Though fear gripped their hearts, they steeled themselves and cautiously advanced towards the portal. Entering did not guarantee death, yet remaining outside assured an immediate encounter with the King of Hell. As they observed their companions gradually entering the threshold, a palpable tension enveloped everyone. Waves of determination surged from each person, their gazes fixed intently on the interior, waiting for confirmation that it was devoid of peril before plunging in en masse. After several breaths, silence reigned within the portal, and those of divine palace realm vanished, as if swallowed by the sea. Witnessing this, the shadowy elder's expression hardened, and he swiftly made his move, his figure flickering as he stepped into the portal. Go! Lin Jingtian and the holy maiden of Taichu followed closely, stepping forth and disappearing into the air. The portal stood wide open, with opportunities lying just beyond. The remaining powerful beings surged forward, racing towards the depths. Ultimately, only Qin Shou remained in the void. Watching everyone enter without a hint of urgency on his face, Qin Shou descended steadily from the void to the portal, extending his hands to firmly grasp its edges. In the next moment, a terrifying force erupted, and golden blood energy surged forth. Boom! The earth trembled, the bronze gate lifting several inches, causing stones behind it to tumble and reveal a wall forged from the same bronze. Yet in the next instant, numerous patterns emerged on the portal, and an overwhelmingly heavy aura pressed down, as if the heavens were collapsing. Instantly, the gate, which had just been raised, sank back down. What was happening? The tremendous commotion echoed within the portal, startling the many powerful beings who had just entered, raising their vigilance. Fortunately, this tremor lasted but a moment before gradually calming. Once they discerned no danger, the group regained their composure and continued their exploration of the dojo. Outside, Qin Shou's hands had already departed from the bronze door. At this moment, his complexion had paled, and his arms were marred with fine cracks, golden blood seeping from them. A moment of carelessness. It seemed he needed to enhance his cultivation to dismantle this formidable structure. Exhaling deeply, he allowed the blood energy within him to circulate, and the blood from his arms flowed back, the cracked wounds healing instantaneously. The bronze door was intrinsically linked to the entire dojo, and with his current cultivation, he evidently lacked the power to shake the entire structure. Thus, he did not linger any longer and stepped directly through the door into the dojo. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped him. Before his eyes lay an expansive underground space, surrounded by numerous small chambers. At the forefront were two passages, one on the left and one on the right. The wall of the left passage bore the inscription life, while the right passage was marked with death. Casting a glance at the two corpses at the entrance to the left passage, Qin Shou resolutely proceeded towards the right passage, disregarding the small rooms entirely. According to the half-map bestowed by his ancestor, the outskirts of the dojo had long been devoid of treasures, seemingly pillaged long ago. He need only follow the map to the depths of the dojo. This is also the reason he is willing to squander time dismantling doors outside. The passage is filled with an atmosphere far colder than the space beyond. A faint black mist drifts throughout, seemingly alive, attempting to penetrate into Qin Shou's body. A mere shadow from the void realm dares to covet my flesh and blood? Qin Shou scoffed coldly, his blood energy surging as golden flames enveloped his form. In the space, faint cries of anguish echoed. Qin Shou cast a glance at the dissipating black mist and, without warning, extended his palm forward to grasp. Boom! The space shattered, and an aged figure was pulled forth. Chapter 24. Stealing heaven to change the day. Beware of the sixth elder. Is that not Elder Lin? What? Is he lurking about, hiding and waiting for me? Qin Shou regarded the figure he had extracted with a bemused smile. Lin Ao's attire was somewhat disheveled, a dagger gripped tightly in his hand, his expression filled with malice. Youngster, you have humiliated me multiple times. Today is your demise. Oh. Qin Shou's eyes narrowed slightly as he appraised his opponent, finally settling his gaze upon the dagger. The blade was pitch black, the tip already broken. Yet even so, it emanated a terrifying malevolence. This ragged dagger is your alliance? Ragged dagger? Lin Ao sneered at the remark. Indeed, Xianxia is but a small place. I presume you have never encountered a sacred weapon in your life? To perish beneath a sacred weapon would be an honor for you. As he concluded, his voice turned icy. A dreadful killing intent surged forth from him as he infused his peak void realm spiritual energy into the sacred weapon, unleashing a torrent of black radiance that cleaved through the void toward Qin Shou. Merely a flawed sacred weapon. Qin Shou scoffed, extending his palm, suffused with rich golden light, directly grasping toward the incoming sacred dagger, to seize a white blade with bare hands. Seeking death, Lin Ao sneered, the sacred weapon slicing horizontally, aiming to sever Qin Shou's entire arm. Clang! The sacred weapon collided with his palm, erupting in a cacophony of clashing metal. The void trembled violently, dark cracks radiating from the two as the surrounding walls illuminated with numerous runes, dissipating the destructive energy from the impact. Qin Shou pinched the sacred weapon between two fingers, while the rampant destructive energy swirled around him. Yet all were thwarted at his corporeal boundary, unable to inflict even the slightest harm. This is impossible. How could you catch a sacred weapon with your bare hands? Lin Ao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the sacred dagger pinched between Qin Shou's fingers. Even as an elder of the Holy Land, he had never witnessed anyone in the comprehension realm catch a sacred weapon barehanded. He unleashed an even more terrifying spiritual force, striving to wrench the dagger free and sever Qin Shou's fingers. Yet, no matter how he struggled, the sacred weapon remained as if welded in place, utterly immovable. In the void realm, do you truly believe that a mere flawed sacred weapon could slay me? Qin Shou's expression remained indifferent as he shook his palm, effortlessly reclaiming the sacred dagger. If it were a complete sacred weapon, it might require considerable effort. However, a flawed sacred weapon was easily within his grasp. The transfer of the sacred weapon left Lin Ao in a state of profound shock. He unleashed a beam of radiant light aimed directly at Qin Shou's face. Without waiting to ascertain the outcome, he swiftly retreated towards the far end of the passage. Damn it! Had it not been for the sacred sun's prohibition against refining it and leaving a mark, how could he have been unable to unleash the weapon's full potential, resulting in the current predicament? Still hoping to escape, Qin Shou slightly tilted his head, evading the assassination attempt. He then raised his hand, grasping towards the fleeing Lin Ao. With a hum, the fabric of space distorted, and several chains of order emerged, instantly binding him in place. I am an elder of the sacred land. You cannot kill me. Allow me to leave, and I guarantee that the sacred land will not pursue you. Lin Ao pleaded, terror-stricken, struggling fiercely as potent spiritual energy surged within the space. Huh! Qin Shou scoffed, tightening his grip. Boom! Blood mist erupted in the air, and the overwhelming pressure instantaneously crushed Lin Ao. This old man had maintained an air of superiority since their first meeting and now sought to assassinate him. How could he possibly let him depart? He stepped forward, calmly traversing through the blood mist, continuing deeper into the passage, following the half-map in his mind. He navigated the twisting corridors, gradually advancing. Along the way, he encountered a few reckless specters attempting ambushes, all of which he dispatched with ease. Before long, he reached the end of the passage and entered a grand hall. His gaze swept across the room, where several figures were divided into three factions, each eyeing one another warily. Lin Zhengtian, the holy maiden Yi Qingyu, and two handmaidens stood alongside for enlightened beings led by an ominous elder. Suspended in midair between them were two battle weapons, a purple gold hammer and a 3-foot-long azure blade, radiating a faint aura of sanctity. Clearly, these were two sacred weapons. The appearance of Qin Shou instantly captured the attention of all present. Yi Qingyu maintained a calm demeanor, while the elder and his companions wore expressions of disdain. Only Lin Zhengtian's countenance visibly darkened. Qin Shou's gaze lifted, briefly inspecting the two sacred weapons, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. According to the map, there should have been no treasures in this outer area. How could this be? Noticing Qin Shou's fixation on the sacred weapons, the elder's expression grew cold. Yet, in the next moment, Qin Shou averted his gaze, bypassing the crowd as he continued deeper into the hall. Halt! A sharp voice rang out. Lin Zhengtian appeared, blocking his path. Is there something you need? Qin Shou raised an eyebrow. Have you seen Elder Lin of our sacred land? Lin Zhengtian met Qin Shou's gaze for a moment before speaking slowly. Elder Lin? I do not know him. I have never seen him, Qin Shou replied indifferently. After uttering this, he simply sidestepped Lin Zhengtian and proceeded further. You. Lin Zhengtian stood frozen, his expression turning entirely frigid. Just then, an unexpected disturbance erupted within the hall. The shadowy elder acted swiftly, conjuring a colossal hand that reached for the hovering purple hammer of the sacred weapon. Almost simultaneously, Qingyun and several others at the Enlightenment realm also sprang into action, gathering their divine powers to contend for the sacred armament. Among them, Qingyun unleashed a terrifying sword light, obliterating the divine abilities of several opponents and being the first to grasp the 3-foot green blade. Following her, the shadowy elder, with his Enlightenment realm 7th level prowess, easily overpowered 4 allies, seizing the purple hammer. Ah, what a splendid sacred weapon! The shadowy elder, clasping the purple gold hammer, felt the terrifying power within it, his face alight with excitement. Damn it! Release it! Lin Zhengtian's expression darkened, his fingers forming a sword as a torrent of sword light surged towards the shadowy elder. These rascals dared to seize the sacred weapon while he was distracted. While Qingyun, a fellow heir of the sacred land, could claim one, how dare this old fiend, merely at the 7th level of the Enlightenment realm, reach for it? The shadowy elder's demeanor turned cold, raising the purple gold hammer and smashing it down upon the sword light with brutal simplicity. Boom! A powerful sacred might descended, shattering the sword light instantly, the residual force sending Lin Zhengtian crashing into the wall. Damn it! Lin Zhengtian's face turned ashen, the runes on his white robe swirling, emanating a faint sacred might. Ha! Truly deserving of being the son of the sacred land of Qingyun. Even his attire is a sacred artifact. However, I am not intimidated. The shadowy elder shook the purple gold hammer in his hand, a triumphant expression on his face. Yet, before he could revel in his victory for more than 2 seconds, his smile abruptly froze. The hammer inexplicably vanished, replaced by a piece of rotten wood. What is happening? Where's my hammer? Chapter 25, Sacred Corpse. Eyes of the Celestial Realm. The sudden transformation of the sacred weapon into rotten wood left everyone in the hall wide-eyed and astonished. Damn it, my sacred weapon. Who did this? Show yourself. The shadowy elder crushed the wood in his grasp, his dark gaze sweeping across the assembly. First, he scrutinized the 4 closest elders of the Enlightenment realm, then Lin Zhengtian, and finally, the holy maiden Qingyun. However, when his gaze fell upon Qingyun, he visibly faltered. She too clutched a piece of wood, the sacred sword she had seized now mysteriously absent. Meeting the shadowy elder's stare, Qingyun's expression turned frigid as she casually tossed the wooden stick aside. Thud! The stick hit the ground with a piercing sound. Holy maiden this! Behind her, 2 maidservants gasped, their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at the wooden stick. Who could be so formidable? Even the esteemed holy maiden was silently robbed of her sacred weapon, like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. What a clever tactic. We must depart. Qingyun's voice was cold as she turned away without a glance at the assembly, swiftly making her way towards the passage at the back of the hall. Clearly, she had already discerned who had taken the sacred weapon. The shadowy elder, upon witnessing this, lifted his foot intending to pursue. Yet at that moment, a voice filled with lethal intent reverberated through the air. Leave this to the Holy Sun. Lin Zhengtian's countenance was cold and fierce as he waved his hands, causing countless ethereal sword lights to materialize from thin air, slicing towards the shadowy elder. Having been struck and sent flying by the opponent, he was determined to regain his honor. Killing this old fellow would pave the way for him to seize the holy weapon without delay. You presumptuous youth. Even if you are the holy son of the azure sky sacred land, do you truly believe that, with only the 3rd level of the Enlightenment realm, you could attain me? The shadowy elder's expression darkened as he raised his hand, shattering the sword lights with a single palm strike. Simultaneously, his aura surged violently, pressing down upon Lin Zhengtian. With the holy weapon taken from him, he had no desire to waste time here. Just the 7th level of the Enlightenment realm. Let's see how this holy son can defeat you. Enveloped by the elder's imposing presence, Lin Zhengtian remained undaunted. He formed seals with his hands to concentrate his divine powers, advancing directly towards his opponent. You seek death. The shadowy elder seethed with rage, yet, recognizing Lin Zhengtian's approach, he too had no choice but to gather his divine powers in response. In an instant, the hall erupted in a terrifying cacophony. The chains of order pierced through the fabric of space, countless traces of life and death emerged, and a horrifying storm surged forth from the shattered dimensions. Amidst the fierce battle, another figure was swiftly making his way deeper into the sacred ground. Commander, how much are these two holy weapons worth in spirit stones? Qin Shou, wielding a purple gold hammer in his left hand and a 3-foot azure blade in his right, wore a faint smile. The art of thievery truly proved its worth, allowing him to effortlessly acquire 2 holy weapons. Ding. The 2 holy weapons are valued at 200,000 premium spirit stones. Does the host wish to trade? Only 200,000 premium spirit stones? Qin Shou paused in disbelief. These were holy weapons. Was their worth truly so meager? Ding. The system exchange for the cultivation of a first-level saint requires only 100,000 premium spirit stones. Very well. Qin Shou found himself at a loss for words. According to the commander, it indeed was not an unreasonable price. After all, the exchange for saint-level cultivation only required him to part with 100,000. A holy weapon, no matter how formidable, could not possibly be more valuable than a living saint. Just as he pondered whether to proceed with the trade, a sudden fluctuation of spiritual energy echoed from the passage ahead. Several auras were rapidly approaching, 2 of which were so powerful that they sent a chill down his spine. Qin Shou furrowed his brow, his gaze growing increasingly cautious. However, due to the restrictions within the sacred ground, his consciousness could not extend too far, forcing him to halt his steps and focus intently on the front. In mere moments, 2 figures emerged into view, hurtling towards him. One was a frail old Taoist with hair and beard as white as snow, clad in tattered robes, accompanied by a dog, a large black dog that ran upright on its hind legs. Each bore a withered figure upon their shoulders, seemingly a corpse. That dog. Qin Shou squinted at the large black dog. At this moment, a person and a dog across the way also took notice of Qin Shou. A look of surprise flickered across the black dog's face, clearly recognizing Qin Shou. In the next instant, its expression darkened, and it swiftly charged toward Qin Shou with an agile burst of speed. Before the dog reached him, it barked, "Get out of the way, you little brat." Simultaneously, the old Taoist's voice echoed, "Wuyang, that celestial venerable." Qin Shou's countenance remained indifferent as he fixed his gaze upon the 2, casually raising his palm to unleash a massive palm imprint. Boom! The pale golden imprint nearly filled the entire passage as it surged forward. "Oh, wolf, damn it! You wish to harm this king?" The black dog bellowed, utilizing its 2 paws to wield the withered skeleton as a weapon, shattering the palm imprint with a single strike. "Wuyang Celestial Venerable, my friend, you have chosen the path to death," the old Taoist declared, lifting the corpse, a faint sacred aura emanating from it. In an instant, a terrifying pressure enveloped the corridor. A saint's corpse. Qin Shou gazed at the 2 remains, his eyes flashing with astonishment. A soft golden light began to radiate from him, counteracting the oppressive force. "Get lost, you little brat," the black dog roared, its body trembling slightly under the weight of the saintly corpse's aura, which bore down upon it with terrifying intensity. "It's too late," Qin Shou spoke calmly. No sooner had the words left his lips than a chilling roar erupted, and 2 shadowy figures engulfed in black mist materialized out of thin air. In an instant, an overwhelming and icy dread enveloped them. The surroundings of the passage swiftly crystallized into black ice. "It's over. That ghostly creature has caught up." The old Taoist's face turned ashen as he beheld the 2 shadowy figures. "You little brat, it's all your fault. How else would this king have been pursued?" The large black dog glared furiously at Qin Shou. Yet, as it spoke, it subtly shifted its stance, seemingly seeking refuge behind Qin Shou. "Are those Yin spirits at the 7th level of the sky-watching realm?" Qin Shou mused, scrutinizing the 2 figures shrouded in black mist. The shadows were not corporeal. Their features flickered between reality and illusion, vaguely resembling the saintly corpse carried by the person and dog. Clearly, these 2 Yin spirits had emerged from the saint's remains. "Roar! Trespassing upon the sacred grounds, you shall pay with death." The 2 Yin spirits howled, directly disregarding Qin Shou as they lunged toward the old Taoist and the black dog. "Wuyang S. damned, celestial venerable. Are you blind? Why do you fixate solely on this Taoist?" The old Taoist's face darkened as he watched the 2 Yin spirits charge at him, cursing vocally. Simultaneously, he turned to the black dog, exclaiming, "I've heard that black dog blood can dispel evil. Hurry and let it flow." As he spoke, a green lantern appeared in his hand. He blew into it, and ethereal green flames surged forth, engulfing the approaching Yin spirits. Chapter 26. Qin Shou acts. Suppressing the sky-watching realm's spirits. Woof. The ethereal green and golden flames swept through the space, accompanied by the occasional sound of barking. The old trickster. Wait until I escape, and I shall bite you to death. The fierce black dog cast a menacing glare at the old priest. It hurled the sacred corpse away, and with a swift motion of its paw, a fist-sized orb materialized before it. Within the orb, it appeared as though a Buddha was seated, accompanied by faint, ethereal chants. In the next moment, a radiant light of Buddhism illuminated the dim space. A howl erupted as the specters lunged at the two, their forms sizzling under the divine light and azure flames. On the other side, Qin Shou stood quietly, observing the battle between the man and the dog against the phantoms. The residual energy from the fierce clash surged towards him, dissipating a mere 10 feet away. He felt no surprise at being ignored by the two phantoms, for they were birthed from the sacred corpse and retained vestiges of their former memories. Those unfortunate souls dared to seize the sacred remains, demonstrating audacity beyond measure. However, the magical artifacts they wielded sparked a tinge of astonishment within him. Sacred weapons of the Buddhist order. With Qin Shou's keen eye, it was easy to discern the origins of the two artifacts. Yet, despite their formidable nature and their ability to counter malevolent beings like phantoms, the two wielders lacked the requisite cultivation to unleash their full potential. Indeed, as this thought crossed his mind, one of the phantoms let out a guttural roar and began to form seals with its hands. The sound of crashing waves filled the air, and a shadowy river coalesced, its chilling aura swiftly dispelling the divine light and azure flames. Those who intrude upon the sacred grounds shall perish. The phantom screeched, lunging once more at the pair. Simultaneously, dark chains imbued with a frigid essence materialized in the air, targeting the two. Before they could reach their mark, a thin layer of crystalline ice began to form upon them. Cursed be it, you wretched dog. The Taoist warned against touching those sacred corpses, yet you disregarded his words. The old priest was struck with terror as he shielded himself with a green lantern. A wall of azure flames surged forth, while a faint sanctified aura swept through, dispersing the chains that sought to ensnare him. Old trickster, while I was moving, you were not idle either. The black dog bared its teeth, wishing it were a more appropriate time to leave its marks upon the old priest. Yet, as it beheld the chains hurtling toward it, it had no choice but to cast the Buddha bead it held. Golden light cascaded, enveloping its form entirely. The encroaching chains, upon contact with the divine light, emitted hissing sounds and were reduced to ashes in an instant. Although they had narrowly escaped this calamity, the expressions of both were far from pleasant. Their cultivation levels were merely at the first and second stages of the Enlightenment realm, and their strained efforts to wield the sacred weapons could hardly be sustained for long. In a mere moment, they had expended a significant portion of their spiritual energy. If this continued, it would not be long before the two phantoms tore them apart. The old priest grew anxious and once again shouted at the black dog. Wretched dog, consider this a loan from me. Quickly shed some blood to nourish them. Once we are outside, I shall share half of the treasure with you. The old trickster's words incited the black dog's fury. Though it possesses a unique constitution that allows its bloodline to exert a restraining influence over such malevolent entities, the effectiveness of this ability is contingent upon the nature of the adversary. The two formidable specters it faces are significantly more powerful, standing over an entire realm above it. Even if they were to drain its blood entirely, the outcome would be negligible. As thoughts raced through its mind, it suddenly spotted the leisurely figure of Qin Shou in the distance. Young lad, do you intend to remain an idle observer? If we perish, these two wretched souls will not spare you either. Beside it, the old Taoist hastily nodded in agreement. Indeed, if the three of us combine our strengths, we can surely escape this dire fate. Furthermore, the treasures within the Taoist temple are already in our possession, should we meet our demise. This inner world shall also be obliterated. Surely, you do not wish to leave empty-handed? The old Taoist's voice bore an undercurrent of coercion, and within, he felt a sense of helplessness. If they delayed any further, they would risk being torn apart by those who entered behind them, even if they managed to evade the two specters. In the distance, Qin Shou, upon hearing their words, fixed his gaze upon the duo, one man and one dog, his eyes glinting with insight. From the moment he had observed them emerging from the depths of the temple, alongside the two sacred corpses they bore, he had begun to form an inkling of their intentions. However, He was taken aback by the realization that they had entirely emptied the temple. It was no wonder that the stone chambers he encountered within were devoid of any contents. "Friend, if you do not take action soon, we shall meet our end," the old Taoist implored, his urgency mounting as Qin Shou remained silent. His complexion had turned ashen, his body trembling, and beads of sweat poured from his brow. The exertion of wielding the sacred weapon had quickly drained his strength, forcing him to consume pills in a desperate attempt to sustain the flickering flame of the blue lamp. Observing the struggling duo, the wavering blue light, and the prayer beads that seemed on the verge of extinguishment, Qin Shou stepped forward with a calm demeanor. "Rest assured, I shall not allow you to perish here." With that, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, and behind him, a vast yin-yang diagram materialized. The interplay of dark and light energies created a powerful suppressive force that enveloped the two specters. Simultaneously, the vitality within him surged forth, transforming into golden flames that poured into the yin-yang diagram. In an instant, the suppressive power of the diagram intensified, the blood-infused flames scorching the specters and eliciting their anguished cries. The two specters howled, their surrounding black mist diminishing considerably. Their formerly solid forms, resembling that of living beings, began to wane in substance. "What potent blood energy!" they gasped, their voices tinged with a sinister and avaricious tone. "We shall consume you. We shall consume you." The intermittent whispers emanating from the specters were cold and greedy, fixating their piercing gazes upon Qin Shou. These beings, born from the sacred corpses, had inherited a modicum of the wisdom possessed by their former selves, understanding that devouring Qin Shou would greatly benefit them. Consumeme? Let's see if you possess such capability." Qin Shou scoffed, raising his palm before pressing it down. In an instant, the yin-yang diagram above descended, aiming to envelop the two spectral souls within its confines. "Devour you!" The spectral souls roared, their ethereal forms pulsating with a dark radiance as they clawed at the yin-yang diagram. "Oomph!" Qin Shou snorted coldly, forming intricate seals with his hands, summoning divine chains of order that extended from the diagram to ensnare the claws of the spectral souls. A series of explosive sounds erupted as the divine chains shattered, yet several still entwined around the two souls, pulling them towards the diagram. "Roar! Kill! Kill, kill, kill!" The spectral souls howled, unleashing a tremendous force of malevolence that shook the surrounding void, causing it to erupt. The entwined divine chains cracked with fine fissures, yet in the next moment, they swiftly mended, drawing the two souls into the yin-yang diagram. "Hiss! This fellow is formidable. Could it be? Is this the diagram of life and death?" In the distance, the old Taoist and the large black dog were visibly shaken, particularly the old Taoist, whose gaze was fixed upon the diagram, filled with astonishment. Having traversed the continent and visited numerous ancient tombs and sacred sites, he had witnessed such phenomena before. "Well, the spectral souls are temporarily subdued. Let us depart." Qin Shou approached the two, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Yes, let us hurry," the old Taoist nodded vigorously, leading the way out of the ritual grounds. The large black dog, however, regarded Qin Shou with a grave expression, a hint of trepidation in its eyes. It then hoisted the previously abandoned holy corpse, transforming into a streak of black light that swiftly followed the old Taoist. Once they reached outside the ritual grounds, it could utilize the pre-prepared array to teleport away instantaneously. Thus, the trio hastened along an alternate passage towards the exit. However, they had barely made any distance when a formidable sword light cleaved through the path ahead, followed closely by the figures of Lin Jingtian and his companions. Thinking of leaving? Leave the treasures behind. Chapter 27. Qin Shou, Robbery. Lin Jingtian? Quite swift indeed. Qin Shou observed the newcomers with mild surprise, but little astonishment, though he possessed the map of the first half of the ritual grounds, saving him from many detours. The recent battle had consumed some time, making their arrival plausible. Unlike him, the old Taoist and the large black dog appeared somewhat perturbed, instinctively tightening their grip on the holy corpse. Their action successfully drew the attention of Lin Jingtian and his group. Those corpses exude an overwhelming pressure. Are they holy corpses? The pallid, tattered old man, who had suffered greatly during the earlier confrontation with Lin Jingtian, stared intently at the two with a trembling expression, his pupils glimmering with a faint green light. As one who practiced sinister techniques, he held a peculiar fascination for the remains of powerful beings. The allure of the saints' remains was undeniably immense for him. Should he acquire a corpse, he could forge it into a war puppet, wielding the formidable physical form of a saint to crush all who dwell below the heavenly observation realm. Surrender your treasures, and you may leave. Lin Jingtian's expression was frigid as he fixed his gaze on Qin Shou and his two companions. However, when he glanced at the yin-yang diagram hovering above Qin Shou's head, a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. Fellow cultivator, you go ahead. The old Taoist and the Dark Hound retreated in unison, positioning Qin Shou protectively behind them. They were acutely aware of their own limitations. With their cultivation at the first and second levels of the Enlightenment realm, and after their previous struggle against two spectral entities, their strength had been greatly diminished. Facing Lin Jingtian and his group now would lead to their swift downfall. Qin Shou disregarded his companions, stepping forward and casting his gaze over the figures before him. Lin Jingtian, the shadowy elder, and three others of the Enlightenment realm, as well as the illustrious Taichu, Saintess Yi Qingyu. A smile, elusive yet knowing, graced his face. Are you certain you desire the treasures? The moment these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere shifted palpably. All eyes were riveted upon Qin Shou. The old Taoist and the Dark Hound felt a sense of dread, fearing that Qin Shou intended to relinquish them. Yet, at that moment, Yi Qingyu took a step back, her ethereal voice resonating through the air. My esteemed fellow cultivator has misunderstood. Since the treasures have been acquired by you, I shall not covet them. However, I hope you might disclose whether the great saint of heaven repair left behind any legacies at the Taoist grounds. The great saint of heaven repair? A legacy? Upon hearing this, Qin Shou's gaze shifted to Yi Qingyu. This exquisite woman, clad in a flowing purple gown, stood barefoot and half an inch above the ground. Her eyes now locked onto him. Indeed, should you obtain the legacy, I am willing to offer an equivalent exchange, Yi Qingyu proclaimed earnestly. Though her gaze involuntarily flickered towards the yin-yang diagram above Qin Shou, its aura instilling in her a profound sense of caution. Qin Shou observed her expression, lost in contemplation. It appeared she was already aware of what lay within. The great saint of heaven repair, a legacy. He couldn't help but glance back at the old Taoist and the Hound. Qin Shou, if you relinquish the legacy, I can forego all else, Lin Jingtian interjected, his tone as sharp as ever. In the distance, the shadowy elder and his companions, looking quite disheveled, revealed a glint of malice in their eyes, itching for action. They cared little for the legacy. In a skirmish, their primary aim would be to seize the two saintly corpses at the first opportunity. Qin Shou turned back, regarding Lin Jingtian and the shadowy elder once more, and suddenly burst into laughter. Treasures? Well, brace yourselves. As he spoke, the yin-yang diagram surged, unleashing a chilling and oppressive aura. A bone-chilling roar echoed forth as two figures, bound by the chains of order, were cast out. Without the barrier of the yin-yang diagram, a terrifying presence flooded the space. Is it a specter? Lin Jingtian's countenance paled dramatically. Although he had long sensed that something was ensnared within that ominous vision, he never anticipated it would be two malevolent spirits. Judging by their aura, they were both of the celestial peering realm. What do you intend to do, young one? The elder, shrouded in darkness, was taken aback, gazing at the two spirits suspended in mid-air, an unsettling premonition washing over him. What am I to do? Did you not desire treasures? Qin Shou scoffed, snapping his fingers with a resounding crack. With that sound, the fabric of order shattered and broke apart. Roar! The spirits, unshackled, emitted a terrifying howl. They cast a fearful glance at Qin Shou, then, cloaked in an overwhelming aura of malice, lunged toward the elder and his companions. Kekekek, they screeched. So much blood food, intruders to slay. Flee! Lin Jingtian felt a chill in his heart and turned to escape without hesitation. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyu moved even faster, grasping her two maidens and transforming into a streak of violet light that vanished in the blink of an eye. Damn it! The elder and his three companions felt their souls shudder. They were a step too slow. After Lin Jingtian and Yi Qingyu had fled, the two spirits fixated their greedy gaze upon them. Under such a covetous stare, his legs turned to jelly. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a nearby companion and hurled him toward the spirits, while he himself turned to flee. The other two, witnessing this, were struck with horror but thought little of it, hastily following in pursuit of the escaping figure. Qin Mountain, you have betrayed me. You shall not fare any better. I shall await you in the cycle of reincarnation. The throned disciple of the Enlightenment realm had no time to resist and was captured by the two spirits. Amidst his pitiful screams, he was drained in but an instant becoming a mere husk, casting aside their unfortunate victim. The two spirits turned their bloodthirsty gaze toward the last two fleeing figures and transformed into a shadowy streak in pursuit. After a few breaths, faint cries of agony echoed back. Gulp. The elder, listening to the distant cries and glancing at the lifeless body on the ground, swallowed hard. These creatures were truly ferocious. Had they not been fortunate enough to encounter Qin Shou, the bones on the ground might have belonged to them as well. We must vacate this place. The massive black dog regarded Qin Shou with a wary glimmer in its eyes. Saying this, it hoisted the sacred corpse and departed immediately. My friend, Little Black is correct. We must leave at once, the elder called to Qin Shou, shouldering the sacred corpse and closely following the black dog. He dared not linger any longer. Should those two spirits return, Qin Shou may not fear them, but they were not so fortunate. Behind them, Qin Shou observed and followed suit. The trio, 2 men and a dog, navigated the twists and turns of the temple, ultimately halting before a bronze wall. My friend, the exit is here. The elder exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to Qin Shou. An exit? Qin Shou scrutinized a half-height gap beneath the bronze wall, his expression somewhat perplexed. What sort of gaze is that, young one? This is a breach that I, the king, painstakingly created. Da He detected the glimmer of intent in Qin Shou's eyes, instantly igniting a flicker of anger within him. Ahem. Qin Shou coughed twice, silently acknowledging the truth. Very well, since you find me distasteful. This king and the old trickster shall take our leave. Dai Sudani declared. So be it. The old Taoist revealed a nonchalant expression, being the first to dart into the dog hole. Following closely, Dahe could hardly contain his eagerness. Upon emerging on the other side, an enigmatic smile simultaneously graced their faces. Ha! You are indeed too young, boy. Until we meet again. Dahe erupted in laughter, conjuring a formation platform in his hand, their figures becoming indistinct as they prepared to teleport away. Ha! Qin Shou chuckled as well. Raising his right hand, he too summoned a formation platform. At that moment, the one in Dahe's grasp disintegrated into a cloud of fine sand, causing both their forms to solidify once more. Dahe was left dumbfounded, staring at the scattered sand on the ground, and then at the familiar formation platform in Qin Shou's hand. He momentarily struggled to comprehend. The old Taoist beside them seemed to have a realization, exclaiming in astonishment. This is the divine ability of the great sage, the art of swapping heaven and earth? He gazed at Qin Shou with envy, for this was a power he had long coveted. Ignoring the old Taoist's astonishment, Qin Shou lightly shook the formation platform in his hand, casually saying, Do you two intend to leave without a trace? He had already anticipated that dog-esque move. Young one, you misunderstand. This king merely wished to test if the formation platform was still operational. As though he genuinely sought to test the platform. Indeed, merely a test of the platform, the old Taoist echoed, observing the two banter back and forth. Qin Shou paid them little mind. After traversing the dog hole, he waved his hand, gathering the two, and then activated the formation platform. A flash of white light enveloped them, and the trio materialized in a secluded valley. Qin Shou casually released the two, casting his gaze around the valley. Subsequently, he extended his divine sense, covering the area extensively, yet found no trace of the Taoist temple within the flowing cloud mountain range. Surely, we shall not be disturbed here. Dahe scoffed, a proud expression adorning his face. Of course, we shall not be disturbed. This place lies 100,000 miles away from the flowing cloud mountain range. I have also set up a grand formation, unless a sage personally arrives. The valley cannot be located. That is reassuring. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou smiled, his laughter taking on a peculiar tone. Before either could react, he stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon them. A robbery. Chapter 28. Roasting a whole dog, longing for the flavors of home. What? A robbery? Both Dahe and the old Taoist froze in place, momentarily taken aback by Qin Shou's declaration. Indeed, a robbery. Hand over everything on your persons, as well as the treasures concealed within your inner worlds. Qin Shou grinned wickedly, his eyes gleaming as he focused intently on the man and the dog. The thought had crossed his mind when he learned of the treasures plundered from the Taoist temple. The moment was indeed inappropriate, compounded by the fear that these two fellows might be perished by sinister spirits, leading to a collapse of their inner worlds. Thus, immediate action was withheld. Young man, you are certainly not a good person, remarked the black dog, bristling with indignation and leaping 3 meters high. The old Taoist forced a smile that was more wretched than tears, clasping his hands towards Qin Shou and saying, "Friend, let us speak amicably. In truth, we have not acquired anything of value in our cultivation ground. The most precious possessions are these two sacred corpses. If you desire them, I am willing to bestow them upon you as a gesture of gratitude for your life-saving intervention." Two sacred corpses? Qin Shou glanced at the two desiccated bodies and shook his head. Then, extending his hand with fingers splayed, he gradually clenched his fist. "Two corpses are far too few. I desire them all." At these words, the old Taoist's eyes widened in disbelief, and he immediately erupted into a tirade of curses. "You little brat, do not overstep your bounds. I am not to be trifled with." "Oh, not to be trifled with?" Qin Shou chuckled. Without further ado, he stepped forward, unleashing the overwhelming aura of his sixth level of comprehension, intending to suppress them first. "Oh, are you serious?" The black dog and the old Taoist exclaimed in alarm. Without hesitation, the two of them seized the sacred corpses, using them as projectiles to hurl at Qin Shou. They then took flight, soaring into the heavens. The black dog, with a claw, tore through the void, attempting to escape. "You little brat, as I traverse the vast continent, which ancestral tomb has not been graced by my presence. Even ancient clans and great sects dare not offend me. You better hope I do not discover your origins." In the sky, the old Taoist, with one foot already in a space passage, glanced back at Qin Shou, a smug expression adorning his face. "Is that so?" Qin Shou's countenance remained serene as a purple gold hammer materialized in his grasp, directly sending the two sacred corpses flying. The clash of sacred might obliterated the void, unleashing a terrifying energy that flattened the entire valley, revealing an unfathomable pit. The two figures above were also violently cast away, and the spatial passage they had opened collapsed under the force of this energy. "How can this be? That brat possesses a sacred weapon as well?" The black dog lamented, unable to fathom how Qin Shou wielded a sacred armament. Meanwhile, the old Taoist retrieved a green lamp, blowing forcefully, causing the ethereal flames to spiral downward toward Qin Shou. Yet, in the next moment, the green flames were shattered by a golden hand, and with a lightness of touch, the green lamp vanished, replaced by a withered branch in his hand, the sacred weapon of the Taoist. The old Taoist nearly spat blood upon seeing the branch. A futile struggle, Qin Shou scoffed, as the golden hand brought both of them crashing down from the void. Without allowing them a moment to react, several binding spirit ropes were hurled out, instantly ensnaring the two securely. "Release me, wretched boy. Let go of the Taoist." They lay on the ground like helpless insects, desperately wriggling and struggling. "Now, are you willing to open your inner world and relinquish the treasures within?" Qin Shou calmly approached and crouched before the two individuals, casually removing the necklaces, jade pendants, and various ornaments they wore. "Child," he declared, "I shall not open the inner world, so abandon any hope." The large black dog watched in stunned silence as Qin Shou stripped it of its necklace and jade pendant, baring its teeth in frustration. It was gambling on the notion that Qin Shou would refrain from killing it. Should it perish, the inner world would collapse instantaneously, leaving Qin Shou with nothing. As for the elder beside them, he simply closed his eyes and lay still on the ground, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Seeing their indifference, Qin Shou did not indulge them. He tossed a handful of spirit stones onto the ground, igniting spiritual flames, and retrieved several swords, crossing them to form a makeshift grill. Pleased with his handiwork, he nodded in satisfaction and approached the large black dog. "What do you intend to do?" the dog asked, alarm rising within it as it observed the blazing flames and the swords. "Nothing much. In my homeland, black dogs are considered a great delicacy. Having been away for so long, I find myself yearning for the flavors of home," Qin Shou replied, already at the dog's side, lifting it effortlessly with one hand. "What do you mean? Do you dare? Do you know my identity?" The dog stammered in panic, realizing that Qin Shou might genuinely intend to prepare it for a meal. Without a word, Qin Shou pierced the dog's forelegs with a long spear and laid it upon the sword grill. "Wait, we can negotiate," the dog pleaded, desperation rising as it realized it was about to be roasted. Yet, Qin Shou paid no heed and placed it directly over the flames, his movements seamless and fluid, leaving the elder gaping in shock, goosebumps rising on his skin. Qin Shou cast a sidelong glance at him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Behave yourself, and I shall spare you a leg." The elder gulped nervously. "What do you mean, old trickster?" The black dog roared in indignation, infuriated by the elder's apparent calmness. Amused, Qin Shou tossed another handful of spirit stones into the flames, causing the fire to blaze even brighter, the pot within beginning to bubble ominously. "Oh dear, I'm going to be scorched," the dog exclaimed. "If you have the courage, then truly roast me. It's so hot." Despite the dog's frantic cries, Qin Shou remained unfazed, continuing to feed the flames with spirit stones and even channeling his spiritual energy to intensify the fire's ferocity. Eventually, the very fabric of space began to fracture under the relentless heat. Yet, despite the torment, the dog only howled in anguish without suffering any substantial harm. Its silk-like fur, instead, became even darker and glossier under the blaze. "Ha ha ha, young one, are you feeling the heat? I am no ordinary being of enlightenment. Your low-grade spiritual fire, conjured from spirit stones, would be futile even after a century of burning. Ouch, it's so hot. Release me, and I shall generously offer you half of my treasures." As the dark beast writhed in agony, it haggled with Qin Shou. Observing the creature's crimson visage and grimacing expression, Qin Shou remained silent. In the next moment, he quietly produced a green lamp. The ethereal flames flickered upon the wick, instantly scorching the surrounding space. Alas, upon seeing the green lamp in Qin Shou's grasp, the dark beast's writhing form froze in place. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the lamp, it panicked and shouted, "Young one, is this a game you cannot afford to play? Wait, I will give. Chapter 29. Roast until both sides are golden brown. I was mistaken. Little brother, please first stow away your sacred weapon." The dark beast wailed, immediately conceding upon witnessing the green lamp. "Mistaken?" Qin Shou crouched down, placing the green lamp on the ground and flipping the beast over. Before the ethereal flames even made contact, they singed its fur, and the scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. "How? I shall now present you with the treasures within the Taoist temple." The dark beast screamed, desperately twisting its body on the rack, attempting to distance itself from the green lamp. Simultaneously, a fissure about 10 feet wide tore open in the void above it. A radiant light burst forth, and countless spirit stones cascaded down, rapidly forming a small mountain upon the ground. The rich spiritual energy instantly enveloped the space. Additionally, there were numerous spiritual herbs and magical artifacts. Even the sacred weapon it had previously wielded was among them. "Very well, I have surrendered all my treasures. Quickly, remove that lamp. Take it away." Having extracted all treasures from its inner world, the dark beast cried out eagerly, "That lamp is a sacred weapon. The flames it conjures are beyond ordinary spiritual flames. They can truly cook me alive." Even though Qin Shou had yet to activate it, the mere aura emitted by the green lamp was unbearable. In just a few breaths, it could already smell the aroma of roasting flesh. It was still young, merely a few hundred years old, and did not wish for an untimely demise. Qin Shou cast a glance at the assorted treasures piled nearby, leaving the green lamp in place, and continued to flip the dark beast over. "I have heard that there may be some inheritances within the temple, though I cannot ascertain their veracity." As he spoke, a wisp of spiritual energy inadvertently leaked and seeped into the green lamp. Whoosh! The green flames surged, and the fiery tongues licked out. "Howl! It's done. The aroma of roasted meat seemed to intensify, and all the dark beast's fur was instantly singed away, leaving it a hairless creature. "I had forgotten. Indeed, there are still some inheritances." The dark beast hurriedly spoke, no longer daring to harbor any ulterior motives. Upon the conclusion of its utterance, the inner world was once again unveiled, revealing a jade disc, approximately a foot in height, which gracefully descended to the ground. The jade disc, immaculate in its whiteness, was adorned with a faint, iridescent glow, upon which numerous intricate inscriptions seemed to be etched. However, perhaps due to the ravages of time, these inscriptions appeared exceedingly indistinct, with only the 3 characters at the top barely discernible. Heaven's restoration technique. The audacity of such a name. Could this truly be the legacy? Qin Shou gazed at the resplendent jade disc, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. It was evident that this artifact recorded a divine art known as the Heaven's restoration technique. Yet, the sheer grandeur of its title was rather overwhelming. Could it be that it spoke of mending the very heavens? Indeed, this was the inheritance of the great sage's dojo. "I have relinquished all treasures. You must swiftly take that lamp, lest it fully ripens," Dahei exclaimed, noticing Qin Shou's lingering gaze upon the jade disc, seemingly unperturbed. It felt as if it were on the verge of complete maturation. "Oh, very well. Qin Shou replied nonchalantly, retracting his gaze and gesturing to draw all items into his inner world. In a casual motion, he flipped the hay over. Ah, you little rascal. The hay nearly choked on its own indignation. What is the meaning of this? You promised to hand over all treasures in exchange for the sacred lamp. My apologies. It was merely a reflex. Qin Shou stammered, feeling somewhat sheepish. What a transgression. Truly, I acted on impulse. After securing the sacred lamp, he did not release the black dog, but instead turned his attention to the old Taoist. The old man's countenance fell, and he forced a smile that was more lamentable than tears. Ahem, my friend, I shall provide it immediately. I cannot withhold it. Did you not witness that wretched dog nearly being roasted? He had no desire to endure such a fate. He promptly opened his inner world, unceremoniously spilling its contents forth. A multitude of top-tier spirit stones, along with medicinal pills, spiritual talismans, and various artifacts suitable for those in the enlightenment and celestial gazing realms, cascaded to the ground, radiating a rich and vibrant light. The wealth contained within these resources far exceeded what one would expect for the enlightenment realm, and even surpassed what might be found in the celestial gazing realm. Qin Shou, unreserved, merely cast a cursory glance before collecting all the items. These are the fruits of my labor. The old Taoist's lips twitched as he helplessly watched all his treasures being claimed, a look of utter despondency etched upon his face. With the treasure secured, Qin Shou's spirits soared. Observing the old Taoist's dejected demeanor, he approached and patted him on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. In life, how can one expect a smooth journey? One must inevitably encounter some setbacks. Though treasures may be lost, they can always be regained. Only through enduring storms can one behold a rainbow. Keep striving. He concluded with an encouraging glance. You. The old Taoist was so incensed that his eyes rolled back, nearly losing his breath in the process. Is this even human speech? It's utterly heart-wrenching. If it weren't for others knowing better, they might mistake you for a good person amidst your robbery. Hey, have you finished speaking? Shouldn't you let me down now? We agreed it was merely a robbery. You wouldn't be contemplating something more sinister, would you? Dahe cried out amidst the flames. It was still being roasted over the fire. Although the sacred artifact, the Qing Ding, was no longer with it, the spiritual flames posed little threat. Yet pain is still pain. There are rules in every trade. Even a bandit should uphold their word. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou cast a fleeting glance at his adversaries. With a casual gesture, the binding spiritual ropes that ensnared the two automatically unraveled and returned to his hand. Freed from the restraints, Dahe swiftly fled from the inferno. Simultaneously, the old Taoist sprang into action, joining Dahe. The man and his dog stood 100 paces away from Qin Shou, vigilant and alert. Dahe's body shimmered with spiritual light, its vitality surging. In an instant, the singed fur regrew, even glossier and darker than before. Observing their wary demeanor, Qin Shou chuckled nonchalantly. All right, be more cautious next time you venture out. Especially you, little black. A black dog is quite the delicacy. Don't let anyone capture you for stew. After a glance at Dahe's hind legs, he turned and departed into the void. Once Qin Shou's figure vanished completely from their senses, two lamenting cries echoed in succession. Curse the heavens, the Taoist's treasure. Damn that scoundrel. I am the one who robs others. They had labored for a month, hoping to reap a fortune within the great sage's domain, only to encounter Qin Shou, the infamous bandit. Not only had they lost the treasures within the domain, but they had also forfeited a significant portion of their own hard-earned gains, leaving them with nothing but their undergarments. Were it not for some hidden assets elsewhere and their inheritance of the sky repairing technique, they might have literally died from frustration. In the void, Qin Shou listened to the faint wails, his expression unchanging. His reason for sparing these two was layered with intention. There had been no prior grievances between them. Most importantly, these two specialized in tomb raiding. Keeping them around might present another opportunity for plunder in the future. As for whether they would seek out the Qingyun Sect, he was unperturbed. With that mysterious ancestor overseeing the sect, these two would only be delivering themselves to their demise. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at the Qingyun Sect, three figures stood atop a boulder, gazing towards the direction of the sect. Saint Lady, can such a small place as Xianxia really produce a genius of that caliber? One of the attendants, standing behind, voiced her skepticism. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyu fell silent, seemingly recalling Qin Shou's terrifying prowess. She gazed into the distance, as if she could penetrate the very fabric of space and glimpse the inner sanctum of the Qingyun Sect miles away. After a moment, she spoke softly. The Tiancang Continent is vast, and it is bound to give rise to some prodigies. Even the sacred lands cannot encompass all the talents. However, sacred lands are still sacred lands, incomparable to a mere small sect. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to another colossal stone not far away, where a figure sat cross-legged, Lin Jingtian. Chapter 30. Overwhelming Lin Jingtian, the emergence of a sage. Above the site of the Luoyuan mountain range, Qin Shou stood in the heavens, his expression dark and his lips twitching slightly. In his view, the once majestic mountains had utterly vanished, replaced by a desolate expanse of charred earth. The bronze portal that had existed was nowhere to be seen, as if devoured by a colossal beast, leaving behind a vast abyss. Bronze Hall. My 100,000 premium spirit stones. Who dared to take them from me? Qin Shou lamented, his heart aching. He had intended to return and perhaps enhance his cultivation, then retrieve the Bronze Hall. Who could have anticipated that someone would have gotten there first? His divine sense enveloped the entire mountain range, sweeping through it multiple times. Only after confirming the complete disappearance of the dojo did he reluctantly withdraw his gaze. Alas, what bad luck! Qin Shou sighed helplessly, breaking through the air back to his sect. The distance from the Luoyuan mountain range to the Qingyun Sect was merely 100,000 miles. An effortless journey for someone at the 6th level of the Tao Enlightenment realm. In an instant, a spatial passage opened at the entrance of the Qingyun Sect. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Shou strode forth. Observing the mountain gate shielded by a massive protective barrier, he nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that the sect had indeed followed his wishes and secured the gate. Just as he prepared to send a message to announce his return and disperse the protective formation, he suddenly furrowed his brow and turned to look back into the distance. At that moment, a delicate voice reached his ears. "Friend, please wait." Before the voice faded, several figures appeared not far in front of him. It was Yi Qingyu and Lin Jingtian, among others, who had been stationed 1,000 miles away. Qin Shou regarded the group with a frown that soon relaxed. He inquired indifferently, "Is there something you need?" He was not surprised that they had escaped the pursuit of the wraiths. After all, they were the heirs of the sacred lands, representatives of the younger generation, surely possessing some means. In fact, it was quite possible that the two wraiths had already been vanquished by them. "Please do not misunderstand, esteemed friend. I merely wish to inquire if you have obtained the inheritance," Yi Qingyu said softly, devoid of any condescension befitting a descendant of sacred land. "Qingyu, why waste words on him?" Lin Jingtian's voice was cold, his gaze fixed on Qin Shou, exuding an air of superiority. "Hand over the inheritance, or else." "Or else what?" Qin Shou's expression darkened as he stepped forward into the void. A rumble resonated through the air, causing ripples to undulate like waves. Lin Jingtian's gaze turned icy, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping him. He let out a cold snort, the sound reverberating as he shattered the oppressive aura. His eyes, now frosty, fixed on Qin Shou with renewed disdain. Unfazed by Lin Jingtian's piercing glare, Qin Shou spoke in a calm tone. "Oh, the holy son of the azure sky. How imposing you are. Do not presume that I lack heritage. Even if I possessed it, it would be my fortune. Why should I relinquish it to you? Or do you intend to snatch it for yourself?" He deliberately elongated his last words, dripping with contempt. Firmly resolved, he thought to himself that should his opponent dare to act, he would ensure that Lin Jingtian would be utterly unrecognizable. Moreover, he could openly seize some spoils from him. Surely, a figure of such stature must possess an array of treasures. To rob? It was certainly worth considering. Lin Jingtian's countenance darkened. With a swift motion, he extended one hand and pressed down towards Qin Shou. A thunderous sound erupted as a colossal handprint materialized in the sky, a manifestation of divine power, the overarching handprint. The immense palm descended with terrifying force, threatening to engulf not only Qin Shou, but the entire Qingyun Sect beneath its shadow. "You seek death." Qin Shou's eyes gleamed with cold fury, realizing that his adversary intended to obliterate the Qingyun Sect along with him. As the handprint bore down, he clenched his fist, unleashing a torrent of violent blood energy that coalesced into a golden fist, shattering the handprint into fragments. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position, reappearing before Lin Jingtian, a long sword materializing in his grasp, poised to strike. The fabric of space seemed to tear apart before the blade, as a surge of holy might descended, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. A holy weapon? Lin Jingtian's expression darkened. While he was not surprised by Qin Shou's ability to obliterate the handprint, He was taken aback by the ferocity of the counterattack. Without a moment to spare, he summoned a holy sword of his own, countering Qin Shou's strike with a reverse slash. Clang! The two holy weapons clashed, unleashing a tempest of spiritual energy that fractured the void. In the next instant, Lin Zhengtian let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying, crashing into a mountain 1,000 miles away like a meteor. A thunderous crash echoed, causing the peak to collapse and debris to scatter, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Qin Shou, sword in hand, intercepted the spiritual storm that surged towards his sect. He then stood quietly in the void, gazing at the area shrouded in dust at the edge of his vision. It was not that he refrained from mercilessly punishing a drowning dog, but rather, his gaze inadvertently flickered towards a particular point in the void, a hint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyu, who had retreated to a considerable distance, fixed her astonished gaze on the long sword in Qin Shou's hand. A mix of shock and something else reflected in her expression. That holy weapon indeed belonged to him. The 3-foot azure blade in Qin Shou's hand was indeed the sacred weapon that had been seized from her in the dojo. What was once mere speculation was now irrevocably confirmed. It must be said that such a divine power was truly enigmatic. Yi Qingyu murmured to herself, recalling the moment when the sacred weapon was taken. She had barely had time to react, only sensing a slight tremor in the space around her, before the sacred weapon vanished, transforming into a withered branch. As she pondered this, a thunderous roar erupted from a collapsed mountain peak 1,000 miles away. A fierce, even brutal aura surged forth, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Damn it, this holy sun shall slay you. A voice laden with murderous intent reverberated throughout the realm as Lin Zhengtian arrived in an instant. Behind him loomed a colossal shadow wielding a battle sword, akin to an unparalleled sovereign, gazing down upon Qin Shou. As Lin Zhengtian swung the sacred weapon, the shadow mirrored his every move, raising its battle sword to strike down upon Qin Shou. There was no terrifying roar. The void silently split open, revealing a vast chasm, as if a colossal beast had opened its maw to devour Qin Shou. Everything in its path was obliterated. Even the spiritual essence of heaven and earth was dismantled, dissolving into nothingness. A manifestation of physical anomaly? Qin Shou's gaze fixed upon the immense shadow, a cold snort escaping his lips. Instantly, a terrifying surge of blood energy erupted from his body, and he raised his hand to deliver a powerful strike forward. As he did so, a grand shadow ascended behind him. This shadow, resembling a celestial king from the heavens, followed Qin Shou's movements, extending a hand to strike ahead. Boom! The void trembled. Under the celestial king's palm, the anomaly behind Lin Zhengtian was directly pierced through. The tumultuous force unleashed obliterated the chasm, forming a vast spatial black hole. Just as Lin Zhengtian was on the verge of being struck down, a colossal hand suddenly emerged from the fractured space, intercepting the celestial king's palm. Subsequently, the figure of an elderly man clad in black gradually coalesced. He stood at the center of the shattered void, the raging storm around him instantly subsiding, while the fractured space began to mend and heal. He regarded Qin Shou, his eyes devoid of any emotion. A saint. Qin Shou's expression turned grave, feeling an immense pressure descend upon him, as if he were bearing the weight of ancient divine mountains. Chapter 31. The Royal Hall, the Emperor's Opportunity. Master Han. Lin Zhengtian looked at the elderly man before him, his countenance darkening. The black-clad elder merely gestured dismissively, his gaze still fixed on Qin Shou. After a moment, he spoke softly, "Young man, you are quite remarkable." His voice was not loud, yet it rang in the ears like a resounding bell, dizzying those who heard it. As the protector of the Holy Sun, he had remained hidden in the space, witnessing Qin Shou's numerous actions, including the moment in the Great Sage Dojo when Qin Shou subdued the two spectral souls with his anomaly. Thus, he was acutely aware of the extent of his terrifying talent. Senior Liao has praised me, but I merely consider myself fortunate. However, do you, esteemed elder, also wish to compete for this so-called legacy? Qin Shou's expression remained serene, unperturbed. The old man in black, upon hearing this, momentarily flickered with intrigue before chuckling softly. The legacy of the great sage? Merely a form of divine power, albeit quite remarkable, yet not sufficient to compel me to abandon my dignity for its acquisition. Though the great sage-level divine powers do pique my interest, it is not yet time to seize them. Had I not witnessed Lin Zhengtian in peril, I would not have revealed myself at all. However, upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Jingtian grew somewhat anxious. Uncle Master, enough. The elder interrupted Lin Jingtian with a wave of his hand, turning to face him with a hint of disappointment in his gaze. Zheng Tian, as the scion of the Holy Land, failure is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is the lack of courage to confront failure. If you allow minor setbacks to shatter your resolve, you are unworthy of being the scion of the Qin Tian Holy Land. Lin Jingtian's body jolted as the elder's words pierced through the haze, reigniting the brilliance of his somewhat tarnished resolve. Overcome with shame, he lowered his head, but when he raised it again, he had attained complete tranquility. You speak wisely, Uncle Master. I have erred. Until now, he had enjoyed an unbroken streak of success, revered by disciples within the Holy Land, and had never faced defeat outside of it. Even among the scions of other Holy Lands, none had truly bested him. The overwhelming pressure from Qin Shou had created a stark contrast that led to his wavering resolve. The elder nodded at his realization and then turned his gaze back to Qin Shou, a smile gracing his face. Young man, I look forward to the day you ascend to the Holy Land. With his words, he cast a glance deep into the Qingyun Sect and promptly departed with Lin Jingtian. Alas, what a pity. Qin Shou watched Lin Jingtian leave, letting out a sigh. His plans for plunder had come to naught. Retracting his gaze, he noticed Yi Qingyu and her companions in the distance, frowning once more. Why does this woman linger here? Qin Dao friend. Upon catching Qin Shou's gaze, Yi Qingyu gracefully approached him, seemingly unfazed. As I previously mentioned, I have not attained any legacy within the dojo. Or perhaps, you too wish to make a move? Qin Shou queried bluntly, unwilling to part with the sky-replenishing art, though he had yet to practice it. Given Lin Jingtian's and this woman's demeanor, it must be something extraordinary. Otherwise, the esteemed scions of the Holy Land would not repeatedly seek it. Behind Yi Qingyu, two maidservants raised their eyebrows, their large eyes betraying a flicker of indignation. How rude this man is, to speak so impolitely to the holy maiden. Yet, Yi Qingyu remained unperturbed, responding with a faint smile. Since you are unwilling to part with it, I shall not press further. I merely wish to inform you that the King's Hall will open in 3 months. I hope you do not miss the opportunity. The King's Hall? Qin Shou was taken aback. Seeing Qin Shou's expression, Yi Qingyu realized that he was unaware of the Hall of Kings. She promptly explained, the Hall of Kings is a public opportunity on the Tiancang Continent, opening once every 500 years. Any cultivator under the age of 1,000 who has reached the Dao Enlightenment realm may enter. Those with extraordinary talent and unmatched combat prowess can earn their title of king after passing the trials. Furthermore, the Hall of Kings bestows a unique opportunity. Historically, those who have obtained such opportunities have made remarkable advancements in a short span. Aside from those who met untimely ends, they have ultimately become titans of the Tiancang Continent. Indeed, Qin Shou merely nodded in response. On the Tiancang Continent, while cultivators of the Dao Enlightenment realm are regarded as kings, not all of them possess their own titles. Only those with exceptional talent and formidable strength are deemed worthy. If one's capabilities fall short and they self-appoint, they risk becoming a laughingstock at best, or facing challenges that could lead to their demise at worst. As for the so-called opportunities, he held them in little regard. Those who earn titles are typically prodigies, and their cultivation naturally outpaces that of ordinary individuals. Thus, the so-called opportunities are likely mere embellishments. Notijing vin shaus indiferenge, ye vingu simidet. Do you not believe that the opportunities within the Hall of Kings hold any significance? Upon hearing this, Qin Shou did not deny it, asking, is it possible that you, Miss Yi, as the saintess of the primordial sacred land, also value the opportunities within? Indeed, Yi Qingyu was somewhat taken aback, casting a deep glance at Qin Shou. She had never disclosed her identity to him. How could he possibly know it? Silently shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. After exhaling slowly, she continued, while I do not regard ordinary opportunities highly, what if there lies a chance to become an emperor? What? A chance to become an emperor? Qin Shou was momentarily stunned. His eyes suddenly sparkled with intense brilliance. Fikatink onye vingyu. Miss Yi, I may not be well read, but do not deceive me. An emperor is the supreme existence of the Tiancang Continent. A single thought can cause the stars to rise and fall, governing countless lives. Countless prodigies vie for such opportunities, navigating through hardships, all in pursuit of that realm. Yet, the path to becoming an emperor is fraught with peril. How many talented individuals have fallen along the way? If the Hall of Kings truly harbors a chance to become an emperor, Would not the great sages and ancient beings of the quasi-emperor realm have fought tooth and nail for it long ago? How could it have remained until now? Qingyun met Qin Shou's gaze, her brow slightly furrowing. This is merely something I heard from my elders. As for its authenticity, I cannot ascertain, for no one has ever obtained that opportunity. However, dear Dao friend, your combat prowess is formidable, surpassing even Lin Jingtian. Why not give it a try? Even if there is no chance to become an emperor, acquiring a minor opportunity would still be advantageous. Chapter 32. Astonishing Resources, Elders with Envious Eyes. Is there truly a chance to become an emperor? Qin Shou stood alone in the void, gazing in the direction where Yi Qingyu had departed, murmuring to himself. A peculiar glimmer gradually emanated from his eyes, as his heart resolutely decided to venture forth, regardless of the uncertainties. However, entry to the royal hall was restricted solely to those who had attained the enlightenment realm, which posed a dilemma. He stroked his chin, a pensive expression crossing his face. During this journey to the great sage's temple, he had acquired a substantial bounty, including 4 sacred weapons, 2 sacred corpses, and an immeasurable quantity of spirit stones and various treasures. Truly, it was a remarkable harvest, marking him as the ultimate victor. Initially, he had intended to return to his sect and enhance his cultivation. Yet now, it seemed that such plans would need to be postponed. Perhaps by then, he could find suitable buyers for a few sacred weapons. A sudden smile broke across Qin Shou's face. The sacred weapons, when exchanged directly with the system, were merely worth 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, which he found rather insufficient. Selling them to those grand sects would undoubtedly yield a greater return. The host's calculations are indeed astute. However, this is the safest method of transaction. The host should be wary of being victimized by those grand sections. The voice of the system resonated, tinged with a hint of defiance. He chuckled softly, choosing silence. Just then, the grand formation of the sect below dissipated, and a throng of high-ranking sect members surged forth. "Brat, are you unharmed?" Qin Wudi approached Qin Shou, scrutinizing him closely. After confirming that Qin Shou was intact, he sighed deeply in relief. Behind him, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and several venerable elders from the sect gazed at Qin Shou with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Although the battle had concluded, the memories still sent shivers down their spines. The mere act of raising a hand had caused the void to tremble and space to collapse. To them, it was akin to an apocalypse. The slightest release of energy could reduce them, and even the entire sect, to ashes. Most importantly, their young master had exhibited such terrifying prowess, capable of suppressing even the scions of the sacred lands, which left them utterly astonished. "Young master, what transpired just now?" The Grand Elder could not restrain his curiosity. While he had seen Lin Jingtian within the sect, the formation had obscured their conversation. "It's nothing. The great sage's temple opened, and I gained some minor opportunities within." Qin Shou shook his head, his voice firm as he turned to head back to the sect. Qin Wudi and the elders exchanged glances, perplexed. "Nothing happened. They pursued us right to our doorstep." Yet, with Qin Shou's silence, they found themselves at a loss. In the sect's council hall, Qin Shou laid out a plethora of resources upon the ground. High-quality spirit stones, spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, and jade slips containing martial arts techniques. Among them, there were even a dozen pieces of Dao realm-level divine weapons. All the resources lay heaped together, appearing like discarded refuse strewn across the ground. And in an instant, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped the entire grand hall. Qin Wudi and the numerous elders who followed him were utterly astonished at this spectacle. They gazed at the amassed resources, their eyes wide open, their breaths becoming somewhat labored. "My goodness, such an abundance of resources." Qin Wudi was the first to break the silence, his gaze fixed on the pile of treasures, his eyes glimmering with envy. As the leader of a sect, he had witnessed many grand sights, yet the quantity of resources before him, though not even a fraction of their sect's treasury, surpassed the quality of all that lay within it by a considerable margin. Qin Shou observed the expressions of the gathered crowd and nodded lightly. Indeed, these resources should suffice for the sect's development for quite some time. I acquired these treasures from the 2 rascals of the Black Clan, and they may be deemed the treasures of our dojo. Although the items he had taken were of little interest to him, they represented a significant resource for the sect. Just the Dao realm scriptures and magical artifacts alone would be sufficient to elevate the sect's strength to a new level. "Are you saying that all these are to be left for the sect?" Qin Wudi inquired uncertainly. though he surmised that the young man must possess further treasures beyond those displayed. He felt these resources were far too precious and should be of use to Qin Shou. The other elders nearby also regarded Qin Shou with interest. While they were tempted, they believed these resources should rightfully belong to him. Gaining further strength would ensure greater safety when ascending to the sacred land of the azure heavens in the future. No, I have more. Qin Shou waved his hand dismissively. If these resources are allocated properly, the sect may eventually produce a strong cultivator of the Dao realm. Once I am no longer present in the sect, I can rest assured the resources held little value for him. Even if exchanged for spirit stones, they would amount to merely 10 or 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. He still possessed several holy weapons and a dozen potent artifacts, which were the truly valuable assets. Very well, then I shall accept them without hesitation, Qin Wudi replied. Seeing his son's stance, he waved his hand, gathering all the resources. The surrounding elders, witnessing this, became animated with fresh thoughts. One elder, a senior figure, leaned closer to Qin Wudi, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Sect Master, now that you have reached the Void Realm, do visit the small forbidden area more often. We can sit down, discuss the Tao, and enjoy some tea. It's amusing to recall that I held you when you were just a child in diapers. Cough, cough. Qin Wudi nearly choked at those words, coughing violently. Enough, fifth uncle, no need for such tales. Naturally, our sect will not be stingy with these resources. As for their distribution, we shall convene and decide accordingly. With that, he hurriedly exited the grand hall without a moment's delay. It seems that there's a fear of being left behind by the numerous elders. Alas, master, wait for us. The elders, regaining their composure, hurriedly followed the formidable Qin Wudi out of the grand hall. Among them, the grand elder nearly clung to Qin Wudi's side. Ahem, master, brother Qin. I believe that Qin Shou, the lad, is no longer a child. Perhaps it is time to consider matters of marriage? I think that girl Qingqing seems quite suitable. Qin Wudi replied. Junior brother, you previously claimed that my son was a pitfall. Inside the hall, Qin Shou listened to the faintly transmitted conversation, feeling somewhat speechless. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his ear. Young man, come to the forbidden area. Qin Shou raised his brow slightly. That was the voice of the esteemed ancestor. Chapter 33. The name of the ancient holy body. In the forbidden area, within a small secret realm. Ancestor, did you summon me? Qin Shou gazed at the elderly man seated upon the earthen slope, feeling somewhat awkward as he called out. I am Qin Yu, and if we trace lineage, I should be your great-grandfather. However, if you find it uncomfortable, feel free to address me as you wish, the elder remarked with a gentle laugh, noticing Qin Shou's unease. He then raised his right hand, and a delicate bronze palace materialized in his palm. Seeing your interest in this, the ancestor has retrieved it for you. As Qin Shou gazed at the bronze palace, a sense of familiarity washed over him. After a moment's contemplation, he exclaimed in surprise, the Grand Saint's Dao Field? Indeed. Qin Yu nodded, gently pushing out his palm, causing the bronze palace to float toward Qin Shou. As he caught the palace, Qin Shou's gaze toward the elder revealed a hint of peculiarity. He had initially intended to reclaim this Dao Field himself, only to discover that someone had already beaten him to it. It turned out to be the ancestor's doing. It seemed that he had cursed the unseeing individual at the time, and he wondered if the ancestor had overheard him. Very well. The ancestor called you here for more than just this. Qin Yu's voice echoed once more. Please, do tell, Qin Shou replied, storing the bronze palace within his inner world. His eyes fixed on the elder. The opportunity of the Grand Saint's Dao Field has concluded, and you have also reaped considerable benefits. Arrange your sect and personal matters. In a month's time, we shall depart for the azure sky's sacred land. Qin Yu slightly tilted his head, a glimmer of anticipation gracing his features. It had been over 3,000 years since he had left the azure sky's sacred land. At last, he could return. A month from now? Qin Shou was momentarily taken aback, but offered no objections. Nodding, he said, I shall make the necessary arrangements and come to fetch you in a month. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need for such trouble. As he spoke, he rose to his feet, his figure floating in midair. He raised his hand, striking the seated figure a breakthrough. Boom! The small space trembled violently, the earth split apart, and a coffin rose from beneath the earthen slope. The coffin, entirely azure in hue, appeared to be intricately carved from a colossal spirit wood, adorned with numerous patterns. Unlike the typical lifeless coffins, this one emanated an extraordinary vitality. Within it lay the corporeal form of the ancestor, while the ancestral spirit lingered upon the coffin, gradually diminishing before vanishing entirely. Qin Yu directed his gaze towards Qin Shou, remarking on how the spirit had settled upon the coffin and faded away. Qin Shou surveyed the floating coffin, then glanced at the fractured hillside, now realizing that it was not merely a mound of earth, but rather a grave. The place where the ancestor had been seated in meditation was, in fact, the resting place of his own body. He retrieved the coffin, casting a lingering glance at the collapsing little space before turning to depart. In a distant region, far from Xianxia, a grand ship traversed the void. Inside, the trio that had departed earlier, including Yi Qingyu, occupied the vessel. Your Highness, how could you divulge the news of the opening of the King's Hall to that disrespectful individual? Queried a maid, her expression one of indignation. Indeed, that scoundrel, relying on his meager strength, dares to act against the holy son of Xianxia, utterly oblivious to the consequences. He may not even survive until the opening of the King's Hall and could very well face retribution from the formidable beings of the Qin sacred land. Another maid echoed, still simmering with anger at Qin Shou's demeanor towards the holy maiden. Listening to the maids, Yi Qingyu maintained a serene countenance. Her gaze drifted through the ship's window, absorbing the vast void beyond. After an indeterminate period, she withdrew her gaze and spoke slowly. Foolish. Young Master Qin hails from such a humble place as Xianxia, yet he has risen through sheer talent. How could it be so simple? His ability to overshadow Lin Xianxia indicates that his combat prowess has reached the level of a holy son, perhaps even surpassing it. Such a prodigious talent, especially one not affiliated with the sacred land, surely merits our goodwill. She concluded her thoughts with a reproachful look directed at the two maids. In truth, there was an unspoken sentiment within her heart. Without reliance on external forces or artifacts, she lacked the confidence to contend with Qin Shou based solely on her own strength. It would be most prudent to avoid enmity with such a formidable genius. Should enmity arise, it must be extinguished entirely. However, but Your Highness. The two maids began to interject, only to lower their heads under the weight of Yi Qingyu's piercing gaze. Remember, although the sacred land is powerful, it is not without adversaries. Throughout the annals of Tiancang Continent, there have been sacred lands and ancient clans that have fallen. One may take pride, but never become arrogant. Yi Qingyu admonished the two maids who had grown up alongside her. Though she held the title of Holy Maiden, she never underestimated any opponent. Yes, Your Highness, we acknowledge our error, they murmured, their heads bowed as if they wished to bury themselves in their chests. All right, lift your heads, Yi Qingyu said, her stern expression softening into a gentle smile as she observed their humble demeanor. On the other side lies a realm suffused with ethereal mist, where divine mountains support the heavens. Numerous floating islands are scattered throughout, adorned with majestic palaces and teeming with rare treasures and extraordinary beasts. Occasionally, formidable figures traverse the skies with great power. Within the depths of an ancient palace, several figures sit cross-legged upon thrones, exuding an aura that distorts the very space surrounding them. Among these individuals are those in middle age, the elderly, and even a youthful visage. Notably, the esteemed Uncle Han, who journeyed to Xianxia alongside Lin Jingtian, is prominently present. All eyes are fixed upon a solitary figure below. Lin Jingtian stands at the center of the palace, feeling the weight of many gazes upon him, his breath somewhat labored. After a prolonged moment, the oppressive atmosphere in the space dissipates. A voice from above resonates softly. Xianxia, are you suggesting that this sect has produced a genius whom even you cannot subdue? Lin Jingtian's expression grows somewhat uncomfortable, yet he nods in affirmation. That individual possesses an exceptionally powerful constitution, rivaling my supreme battle body. Furthermore, I cannot discern his cultivation level, but I am certain it exceeds mine. Moreover, the opportunities within the great sage's domain have predominantly fallen into his grasp. As he speaks, his hand involuntarily clenches, a sense of frustration welling within him. This expedition to Xianxia not only yielded no rewards, but also culminated in such a failure that it nearly shook his resolve. Above, several figures listening to Lin Jingtian's account wear solemn expressions. How could a talent of that caliber emerge from such a remote and resource-poor place as Xianxia? Is it truly a twist of fate? At this moment, a white-clad youth seated at the center turns to address the sage surnamed Han. Anli, is this indeed the case? Anli Nutzligli. The young man's cultivation has already reached the 6th level of the Enlightenment realm, surpassing Xianxia by 3 minor realms. Moreover, I observe that his constitution closely resembles one recorded in history. What constitution? The gazes of those nearby converge on Han Li, while Lin Jingtian below perks up his ears, eager to learn what kind of constitution Qin Shou possesses that allows him to overshadow his supreme battle body. Meeting their inquisitive stares, Han Li takes a deep breath and slowly utters 4 words. Ancient Sacred Body. Chapter 34. Lin Jingtian. I shall subdue the sacred body within the Hall of Kings. What? Ancient sacred body? Impossible. The growth of an ancient sacred body requires an immense accumulation of resources. The Baron Xianxia could never sustain such a being, let alone one whose cultivation level surpasses Xianxia's. A wave of exclamations fills the ancient hall as several individuals rise from their thrones, casting doubtful glances at Han Li. Among them, the white-clad youth adopts a serious expression, Han Shitty. In response to their scrutiny, Han Li pauses for a moment before nodding once more. I have witnessed him manifest extraordinary phenomena, such as the yin-yang life and death diagram, the celestial sovereign descending from the 9 heavens, and that golden blood energy. There can be no mistake. As he speaks, a rare gravity permeates his voice. The formidable power of the ancient sacred body is indisputable, and it can be deemed the foremost battle physique of the human race. Upon reaching its pinnacle, it possesses the might of an emperor. Apart from the legendary chaos body and a few others, no other physique can rival it. Historical records from Tiancang document that over the past nearly 1 million years, only 2 fully realized sacred bodies have emerged on the continent. One individual attained enlightenment a 2nd time and, in his later years, breached the celestial gates to step into the upper realm. The other, though he never ascended to the imperial throne, stood shoulder to shoulder with emperors, seizing half the continent from the hands of that era's sovereigns and reigning over Tiancang for 100,000 years alongside the emperor. If you can confirm this, why not directly suppress him? Do you truly intend to allow him to return to the sacred land? The youth in white questioned gravely, his eyes glinting with cold light. Yet, Han Li merely cast a sidelong glance at him, responding nonchalantly, that young man has significant ties to the sacred land. His return would ultimately benefit it. Moreover, that individual is still alive. Do you expect me to slay his descendant before his very eyes? As he spoke, Han Li's tone turned frigid, and an uncontrollable aura of sanctity emanated from him, instantaneously fracturing the space surrounding his form. He had long been weary of the factional conflicts within the sacred land. Although he safeguarded the sacred sun, he would not target Qin Shou because of it. To him, it mattered little who the sacred sun was, as long as Qin Shou possessed the requisite strength. However, the white-clad youth regarded these words with disdain. That individual? Qinyu? Merely a waste. The hopeless state of the saint realm, even if he still lingered in existence, meant nothing to him. Observing the arrogant demeanor of the youth, Han Li replied calmly. But do not forget, the Qin clan still has members within the sacred land. The countenance of the white-clad youth shifted slightly, as if a realization dawned upon him, rendering him speechless, though a hint of chill flickered in his gaze. Below, Lin Jingtian was drenched in sweat. The sporadic outbursts of sacred power in the space around him weighed heavily upon him, making him feel as though his very body would rupture despite wearing the sacred robe. He watched the two engage in debate, his heart in turmoil. The ancient sacred body. It is indeed the ancient sacred body. He had suspected that Qin Shou possessed some form of powerful physique, perhaps rivaling his own supreme battle body, but he never anticipated it would be the ancient sacred body, the pinnacle of human battle physiques. His own supreme battle body, though formidable, paled in comparison. Nonetheless, as a sacred son, he quickly regained his composure, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. If he could refine the ancient sacred body to enhance his own, his supreme battle body would undoubtedly transcend its limitations, becoming the true supreme physique of Tiancang and beyond. At that moment, the dispute above came to an end. With a cold snort, the white-clad youth's figure dissipated from the throne, departing the ancient hall. Shortly thereafter, several others departed, leaving Han Li alone. Sighing, Han Li gazed at the vacant thrones, then shifted his attention to Lin Jingtian below. Though his physique was formidable, it did not signify supremacy. Your battle body is no less impressive than the primal ancient sacred body. During this period, focus on your cultivation. In 3 months, when the royal hall opens, the sacred body will likely attend as well, providing you an opportunity to meet again. With that, he exited the ancient hall, leaving Lin Jingtian standing solitary within. Sacred Body. Royal Hall. Lin Jingtian's eyes ignited with fervor. With the opening of the Royal Hall, he must surpass the Sacred Body, ensuring that everyone in the sacred land recognizes him as the true son of the Qingyun sacred land. A mere rustic cannot eclipse his brilliance. At Qingyun Sect, Qin Shou returned to his abode, and upon reaching the peak, he spotted a tall figure waiting outside the small palace. Lu Qingqing? A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Shou's eyes. What brings her to his palace? Could she still be harboring grievances over that incident? With these thoughts, he quickened his pace toward the palace. Lu Qingqing, clad in her customary azure gown, stood quietly at the entrance. Upon seeing Qin Shou, a complex expression crossed her face. She gently pressed her lips together, her hands instinctively clutching the fabric of her dress. Qin Shou halted before Lu Qingqing and teasingly remarked, "Sister Lu, what a coincidence. You've come to my humble abode." Lu Qingqing regarded Qin Shou, her gaze somewhat dazed. After a moment, she managed to force a stiff smile. "My father mentioned that you've undergone significant changes and your cultivation now surpasses his." Qin Shou raised an eyebrow, feeling intrigued. It seemed her visit was not to confront him after all. "Thank you for the elder's praise. I've merely had a few fortunate encounters." "Sister, what brings you here?" Lu Qingqing hesitated, unsure how to broach the subject as she looked at Qin Shou. "Please, feel free to speak," he encouraged. "Although you have bested me on several occasions, causing me to spend 3 days and 4 hours in bed, I hold no grudges." With a grand gesture, he dismissed the past, omitting the reason for his previous misfortunes. Lu Qingqing shot him a sidelong glance before slowly responding. "I've encountered a bottleneck in my breakthrough to the spirit infant realm, and my father sent me to seek your guidance." "Seek my guidance?" Qin Shou replied, his expression perplexed. At the pinnacle of the Xiandan realm, with the elder's prowess in the divine palace realm, it should be no trouble for him to offer insight. Yet here you're asking me? Reflecting on the vague comments he had overheard in the discussion hall, he began to grasp the situation. Lu Qingqing, noticing the odd expression on Qin Shou's face, frowned. "I apologize for the intrusion." With that, she turned to leave. She could indeed discern her father's intentions. Initially reluctant to come here, however, she could not resist that old man. Now that she was leaving, she felt a subtle sense of relief. Yet, she had barely taken 2 steps when Qin Shou's voice rang out. "Senior sister, please wait. I can assist you in breaking through to the spirit infant realm." Qin Shou suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her path. The system, while exchanging for cultivation, would also impart all knowledge pertaining to the same realm. With his cultivation level, guiding someone at the profound pill stage was effortless. "What? You are willing to help?" Lu Qingqing, prepared to return and report, hesitated upon hearing Qin Shou's words. "Of course." Qin Shou nodded slightly. However, he added, "But junior brother is quite costly. I wonder if senior sister can afford the spirit stones." What? Spirit stones? Lu Qingqing was taken aback. Chapter 35, Settling the Sect and Heading to the Holy Land of Qingtian. Lu Qingqing stared wide-eyed, incredulous as she looked at Qin Shou. After all, they were fellow disciples. How could he demand spirit stones for merely seeking guidance in cultivation? After a moment, she took a deep breath, her expression turning somewhat cold. "Father said you gained a great opportunity on this trip, leaving many resources for the sect. Do you truly place such value on my spirit stones? If you still hold a grudge for the time I injured you, you need only say so. There's no need to humiliate me like this." Senior sister has misunderstood. Qin Shou chuckled lightly at the change in Lu Qingqing's expression. "I am merely looking out for your best interests. After all, you wouldn't want to return only to be scolded by the Grand Elder, would you?" His actions were intended to convey to the Grand Elder that he harbored no intentions towards Lu Qingqing, thereby discouraging any unwelcome thoughts. Ultimately, after some clever reasoning, Lu Qingqing reluctantly handed over a low-grade spirit stone. Thus, Qin Shou accepted the engagement and became her temporary mentor. Time swiftly passed. A few days later, under Qin Shou's meticulous guidance, Lu Qingqing successfully cultivated to the spirit infant realm, even achieving the 2nd level of the spirit infant stage. The low-grade spirit stone proved to be worth its weight in gold. Besides occasionally instructing Lu Qingqing, he also took the time to exchange for a formation map in the system, spending 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. The 5 elements sword formation. It could annihilate all cultivators below the 5th level of the Sky Gaze realm. Furthermore, should the formation be self-destructed, even those at the pinnacle of the Sky Gaze realm would suffer a grievous blow, as long as they were not extraordinary prodigies with formidable warriors. Countless cultivators below the Sky Gaze realm would perish. He enveloped the sword formation over the sect and imparted the controlling method to Qin Wudi. Thus, after his departure, the sect would have some measure of protection. In the time that followed, Qin Shou occasionally guided Lu Qingqing and found leisure in sharing tea with Qin Wudi. In this relatively tranquil period, over half a month slipped by. One day, in the courtyard outside the small palace, Qin Shou and Lu Qingqing sat facing each other. Starting tomorrow, you need not return. A jade slip appeared in Qin Shou's hand, which he extended towards Lu Qingqing. Why? Lu Qingqing was taken aback and did not accept the jade slip. Under Qin Shou's guidance, she felt her cultivation advancing rapidly. In less than a month, she not only broke through to the spirit infant realm, but was also on the verge of reaching the third level of that realm, a feat she had never dared to imagine before. Your current minor realm in the spirit infant stage no longer requires my guidance. Moreover, for a mere low-grade spirit stone, how long do you expect me to teach you? Qin Shou said casually, tossing the jade slip in front of her. He then waved his hand dismissively. Be off, be off. Do not linger for a meal. Lu Qingqing accepted the jade slip, her expression a complex mixture of emotions as she gazed at Qin Shou. Thank you, junior brother, for your guidance during this time. I have no way to repay you, only, stop, there is no need for repayment, Qin Shou quickly interrupted, raising his hand. Lu Qingqing cast an inquisitive glance at Qin Shou, then cupped her hands in gratitude before turning to leave. Phew! Qin Shou exhaled as he watched Lu Qingqing's figure descend a mountain. Rising to his feet, he walked to the edge of the courtyard, hands clasped behind him, quietly watching the clouds roll over Qingmu Peak. Ancestor, the sect has made all necessary arrangements. Let us set forth to the sacred land of Qingtian. This departure might mean a long absence. In nurturing Lu Qingqing, he had effectively been cultivating a successor for the sect. The jade slip he had just given her contained an excellent scripture for enlightenment. Given her talents, her future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. With that and the resources he had provided to the sect, he believed Qingyun Sect could flourish. All set, then let us depart. The voice of Qin Yu resonated from nowhere. Immediately, a map appeared in Qin Shou's mind, detailing the route to the sacred land of Qingtian. Good. Qin Shou nodded slightly, casting a final glance at the sect before tearing through space and stepping into it. He departed without notifying anyone, leaving in solitude. You little rascal. It seems you've grown wings and left without informing me. Qin Wudi, standing atop the sect master peak, gazed towards Qingmu Peak, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. Although Qin Shou was now powerful, the destination was a sacred land, a place where the competition for the position of the Holy Sun could be perilous. In comparison to the Qingyun Sect, such places were truly ruthless, where one could be devoured whole. In the void, Qin Shou sat cross-legged on a small void ship, his eyes gently closed. Around him, space flowed rapidly, creating bands of pale gray light. Suddenly, Qin Yu's voice broke the silence. Kid, are you not afraid of accompanying the ancestor to the sacred land of Qingtian? Within the inner world, Qin Yu's soul stood atop a coffin, strange breaths rising from it and entering his body. Afraid. However, the ancestor is right. Xianxia cannot support me. Only by venturing outside can I access greater resources. Qin Shou admitted candidly. However, as long as not everyone in the sacred land of the azure sky wishes to end his life, he believes he possesses the strength to cope. He currently possesses 5 sacred weapons, nearly 10 formidable artifacts, and over 400,000 top-tier spirit stones. These resources are sufficient to elevate his cultivation to the saint realm. If he were to resort to drastic measures, he could even forfeit his cultivation to summon a temporary quasi-emperor as his enforcer. During his time at the Azure Cloud Sect, he had meticulously contemplated every possible retreat. The space fell silent once more, the only sound being the vessel slicing through the void. Days later, a vast expanse shrouded in white mist emerged at the horizon. A colossal gate towered between heaven and earth, piercing the clouds, emanating an overwhelming aura. Is that the sacred land of the azure sky? Such rich spiritual energy. Qin Shou stowed away his void ship and stood suspended in the air, gazing at the spirit mist-enshrouded territory ahead, as well as the immense gate that seemed to lead to the heavens, astonishment flickering in his eyes. He sensed that the spiritual energy of this realm was incessantly converging towards that place. The sacred land ahead resembled a colossal beast, voraciously devouring all spiritual energy into its depths. After 3 millennia, the sacred land of the azure sky had finally returned. Qin Yu's voice resonated in his mind. Laced with excitement, Qin Shou felt a pang of nostalgia. Just as he prepared to traverse towards the sacred land, a thunderous shout suddenly echoed from the front. Who dares linger and spy on our sacred land of the azure sky? Chapter 36. A dog blocks the path, creating difficulties. Several figures surged from the sacred land on the horizon, appearing before Qin Shou in the blink of an eye. The leader was a cold, middle-aged man, his piercing gaze examining Qin Shou from head to toe. What brings you to halt here, brazenly spying on the sacred land? The middle-aged man spoke coldly, his tone laced with inquiry. Spy? Qin Shou furrowed his brow. This place was a full 1,000 miles from the sacred land, and he had merely cast a few glances. How could that be deemed spying? If you have no business here, leave promptly. No lingering within 1,000 miles of the sacred land. The middle-aged man's expression soured with impatience as he gestured for Qin Shou to depart. Qin Shou narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the man before him, then glancing towards the distant sacred land, a glimmer of peril flashing in his pupils. It seemed that the sacred land of the azure sky did not welcome him. Were they attempting to intimidate him with these petty minions? Noticing Qin Shou's silence and his narrowed gaze, the middle-aged man's countenance darkened, and he bellowed, "You brat, do you not understand human language? I told you to leave. The sacred land of the azure sky does not welcome you." He halted abruptly, realizing the implications of his words. The sacred land of the azure sky does not welcome what? Qin Shou spoke with a smile. In the next moment, his smile faded, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, crushing towards the group. The space emitted a dull, resonant hum as they were sent flying without resistance, stumbling back hundreds of feet, nearly plummeting into the void. You dare strike? The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion instantaneously turning ashen. Behind him, several companions wore expressions of sheer terror. Moments ago, they had felt overwhelmed by an imposing presence, as if they were facing an ancient deity. Qin Shou paid them no heed, instead directing his gaze toward the distant sacred ground. These individuals possessed cultivation levels merely at the divine palace stage, rendering them insignificant within the sanctum. He awaited the emergence of others. Indeed, scarcely had he cast his gaze when a figure descended from the sky. The newcomer was also middle-aged, lean of frame, with narrow eyes that glimmered with cunning. You, Junior, hail from that Qingyun Sect in Xinzhou, do you not? Have you grown so accustomed to reigning supreme in such a trifling place that you believe your meager strength can dismiss the sanctity of this holy ground? Just for having injured them, I could easily execute you. The man in gray exuded an air of arrogance, his face twisted in disdain. As he spoke, a formidable aura surged forth from him, accompanied by the sounds of thunder and wind, bearing down upon Qin Shou. Instantly, the atmosphere darkened, the air thickening with oppressive force, an overwhelming pressure engulfing every inch of space. He aimed to crush Qin Shou in the same manner, a clear intent to humiliate. A master of the sky-viewing realm, Qin Shou's expression turned icy as he discerned the opponent's cultivation level from the overwhelming aura. With a single hand raised, he concentrated his spiritual energy within his palm and struck downwards. A faint tearing sound echoed as the incoming pressure was cleaved apart. The heavy burden in the air dissipated in an instant. The gray-clad man exclaimed in astonishment, his gaze filled with suspicion as he regarded Qin Shou. How could he so effortlessly shatter his aura? He was a bona fide master of the sky-viewing realm, albeit at the first layer, but the pressure he had summoned should not have been resisted by someone at the enlightenment stage. How could this be? Qin Shou merely observed his opponent, refraining from further action. Being a first-layer master of the sky-viewing realm, he needed no divine weapon. His own strength sufficed to subdue the adversary. At that moment, a voice echoed from within his inner world. Young one, it appears some do not wish for your presence here. Allow the ancestor to emerge. I am curious to see whether they would dare obstruct me. Qin Yu's voice carried a chill, for it was frustrating to have returned to the sacred ground only to be halted at the threshold, feeling humiliated before his junior. Qin Shou. In response, Qin Shou said nothing but opened his inner world, retrieving a coffin. The instant the coffin appeared, a rich vitality flooded the space. Ah, how delightful! My injuries seem to be improving. The few disciples previously crushed by Qin Shou inhaled deeply, a surge of life energy flowing into their bodies, instantly restoring color to their pallid faces. The gray-clad man stared fixedly at the coffin, a palpable greed flickering in his eyes. Such a profound life essence. Junior, you have even prepared coffin? Why not hand it over to me, and I may well forgive you for injuring the disciples of the sacred ground." Upon hearing the words, Qin Shou's expression instantly morphed into one of peculiar intrigue. Never had he encountered someone so audacious as to request a coffin. It remained to be seen whether he would dare to persist in this pursuit. Indeed, just as this thought crossed his mind, a voice, frigid and indifferent, pierced the air. "You wish to claim my coffin board, wretch?" The soul of Qin Yu emerged from the coffin, clad in dark garments. His gaze icy as it fixated upon the middle-aged man. Are you the holy son Qin Yu? How is it that you still live?" The middle-aged man regarded Qin Yu, his countenance shifting dramatically from haughty disdain to palpable alarm. 3,000 years prior, when Qin Yu was still the holy son, he had trailed behind him like a loyal attendant. However, after Qin Yu's defeat in a fierce competition, he had departed from the sacred grounds. For 3 millennia, he had presumed that Qin Yu had perished in the outside world. Little did he anticipate that the Holy Son not only survived but had returned to the sanctified realm. "Lu Meng, after 3,000 years, it is surprising you still recognize me. Yet, why do you covet my coffin?" Qin Yu looked down upon him with an air of superiority. Following a fleeting moment of fright, Lu Meng quickly regained his composure. He recognized that Qin Yu was merely a soul now, and the shred of reverence that had briefly surfaced within him dissipated. With a hint of sarcasm, he remarked, "Senior brother Qin, upon your departure from the sacred grounds, I assumed you had long since perished. It is indeed fortunate that you still retain a remnant of your soul. However, I would never dare to covet this coffin. Considering your current state, I cannot predict when you might require it." A chuckle escaped Qin Yu's lips. "Whether I need it is of no concern to you. Now, stand aside and do not impede my return to the sacred grounds." With that, he began to roll up the coffin, preparing to traverse the space above Lu Meng. Qin Shou naturally followed suit. Unexpectedly, Lu Meng suddenly shifted, blocking their path once more. Pointing a finger at Qin Shou, he coldly declared, "While I would never obstruct senior brother Qin's return to the sacred grounds, this junior has unjustly injured several disciples of our sanctuary, and this cannot be overlooked. If no accountability is established, what becomes of the sanctity of our realm?" At these words, Qin Yu's expression darkened, his gaze turning menacing as he locked onto Lu Meng. In the next instant, he struck out with ferocity. "Get lost!" His voice reverberated through the void as a colossal hand descended upon Lu Meng. The terrifying force shattered the space around them, creating a gaping void. Lu Meng was hurled away by this power, akin to a meteorite, crashing towards the sacred grounds 1,000 miles away. With a resounding boom, his figure collided heavily against the defensive array, only to be rebounded and plummet toward the earth. Throughout the ordeal, he did not utter a single sound. "With the nuisance dealt with, let us depart," Qin Yu said coolly as he withdrew his hand, turning to beckon Qin Shou, and then he strode directly toward the sacred grounds. The few minor disciples from the divine palace had long since been rendered speechless by the spectacle they had just witnessed. At this moment, Qin Shou watched as the two individuals passed by, scarcely daring to breathe audibly. Following closely beside the ancestor, his gaze was fixed upon the sacred land ahead, revealing a contemplative expression. As previously mentioned by the ancestor, their lineage possessed formidable figures within the sacred land. However, it was evident that someone intended to assert dominance over him. Given the commotion just stirred, there was yet to be a member of his faction to intervene. Clearly, during the 3 millennia since the ancestor's departure, some alterations had transpired within the sacred land. As Qin Shou surmised, Qin Yu ahead bore a slightly grim countenance. The moment he emerged from the inner realm, he had already dispatched a message to the elders of their lineage using a secret technique. Yet, there had been no response, and no one had yet appeared. Chapter 37. Factional Struggles. Even Saints May Fall. At the grand portal of the sacred mountain, upon their arrival, Qin Shou and his companion encountered no further obstructions. Some disciples stationed at the mountain, though casting curious glances, dared not approach. Moreover, no one ventured to announce their arrival. Nevertheless, the pair required no such formalities. They strode directly through the mountain gate and into the sacred land. Instantaneously, it felt as though they had entered another realm, where the aura of spiritual energy was denser and purer than outside. The ground was adorned with spiritual herbs, and ethereal trees were abundant. Spirit beasts lounged nonchalantly beneath the trees, indulging in the rich spiritual energy that permeated the air. Qin Shou sensed the somewhat humid atmosphere due to the overwhelming spiritual energy. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly absorbed the spiritual energy within a 100-meter radius. He marveled. The sacred land indeed lives up to its name. The spiritual energy is so abundant, it seems to coalesce into rain. Compared to this, Qingyun Sect resembles a mere village within a vast nation. And those spirit beasts, so docile, must be quite delectable. Qinyu cast a glance at him and replied coolly, "There are many spirit beasts in the sacred land, but most are tamed by the elders and disciples. Do not let your appetite get the better of you." He seemed to recall something and added, though, "They're indeed quite tasty." Just then, a sudden ripple of energy surged through the space ahead. The figure of a young man clad in white gradually solidified. He stood suspended in midair, his indifferent gaze fixed upon Qin Shou and his companion. Qin Shou halted, his eyes narrowing at the white-clad youth, a frown creasing his brow. Was this endless? Another obstruction? Beside him, Qin Yu also furrowed his brow, staring intently at the young man, slowly speaking, "Lu Dao, it has been 3 millennia. I never expected you to have become a saint as well. What is this? Did you have someone stop me from returning to the sacred land?" The youth named Lu Dao, upon hearing this, offered no reply, instead scrutinizing Qin Yu for a considerable time. Finally, he spoke with a hint of detachment. "Since you have returned, make sure to recuperate well in the sacred land. It is no longer what it was 3,000 years ago. Some impossibilities are best left unconsidered." He then shifted his gaze towards Qin Shou, his expression imbued with significance. "You must be the ancient sacred body, am I correct? The Holy Land is distinct from a minor sects of the mystic continent, where one must carefully consider the consequences before undertaking any action." Having spoken, he disregarded the expressions of the two and gradually faded from view, vanishing swiftly. "Who is this arrogant fellow?" Qin Shou turned to Qin Yu, inquiring without much regard for the earlier warning. "Just a pretentious individual who has always relished showing off," Qin Yu replied, his demeanor darkening. With a serious expression, he stepped forward, traversing vast distances towards the heart of the Holy Land. By now, he was certain that trouble had befallen their lineage. The two traversed a multitude of palatial structures and floating islands, ultimately arriving before an immense estate. Upon their arrival, they observed a dozen figures pacing anxiously outside the estate, displaying signs of distress. These individuals, a mix of genders and ages, possess cultivation levels ranging from spirit infant to sky gaze. At the sight of the two, their collective gaze fixed intently upon them, bypassing Qin Shou and focusing solely on Qin Yu. After a brief moment, 2 exceptionally robust, middle-aged men stepped forward, their faces alight with excitement. "Qin Yu, Uncle Master? We are Qin Da and Qin Air, paying our respects to you, Uncle Master." Qin Yu regarded the 2 middle-aged men, a nostalgic expression gleaming in his eyes. He recalled that when he departed, they were still mere children. It was astonishing to see them now, fully grown and formidable, having attained the sky gaze realm. "It is indeed us, Uncle Master. You have finally returned," Qin Da and Qin Air exclaimed, their faces brimming with enthusiasm. Before turning to the others behind them, "Why are you all still standing there? Come forth and pay your respects to Uncle Ancestor." Paying respects to Uncle Ancestor. The others bowed in unison with deep respect. Indeed, Qin Yu acknowledged with a slight nod, his gaze now fixed on Qin Da and Qin Air, a grave expression settling upon his face. "Is there something amiss in the Holy Land?" Upon hearing this, Qin Da fell silent, a surge of anger washing over him. Beside him, Qin Air's expression darkened as well. "Uncle Master Qin Yu, have they been troubling you?" Seeing the expressions of the two, Qin Yu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. "Answer me. Has something happened in the Holy Land? Why are only the 2 of you here? Where are the others?" The faces of Qin Da and Qin Air grew grim at the mention of others. The group behind them lowered their heads in unison, some youths even with reddened eyes, their faces etched with sorrow. "After your departure, our lineage has frequently faced oppression. Many strong practitioners have been dispatched to guard important sites or explore forbidden realms. Over the course of 3,000 years, numerous uncles and even several granduncles have perished, whether from attacks on guarded lands or mysteriously vanishing during perilous explorations. As it stands, aside from ancestors Qin Zhan and Qin Sha, our lineage has not a single saint-level practitioner left." Listening to Qin Da and Qin Air's words, Qin Yu found himself momentarily frozen in place. The once solid form twisted, becoming increasingly ethereal. Upon his departure, aside from 2 venerable ancestors, his lineage boasted 3 sages and dozens at the threshold of the celestial realm. Yet now, it was unfathomable. How ruthless, unconsciously, strands of divine might seep from him, transforming into a terrifying tempest of aura that surged upwards. However, in an instant, This momentum dissipated into nothingness. Qin Yu took a deep breath, striving to attain tranquility. He gazed at Qin De and continued to inquire about the whereabouts of the two ancestors. He harbored doubts. If the two ancestors resided in the sacred land, it was implausible for others to oppress them without consequence. Qin De shook his head, his voice tinged with resignation. The two ancestors, due to issues of longevity, entered secluded meditation shortly after your departure. It is precisely for this reason that they dare to act with such impunity. Secluded meditation, Qin Yu murmured. Concern etched in his eyes. The very fact that they had reached such a state indicated that their lifespans were indeed dwindling. Perhaps they may never emerge again. Throughout the annals of the sacred land, there were countless formidable beings who had perished in meditation as their end approached. Nearby, Qin Shou stood silently, absorbing the unfolding events. His heart profoundly shaken. The sacred land, a colossal power, truly was a place where the strong could devour the weak without remorse. The conflicts between factions could even lead to the downfall of sages. It seemed that his days within the sacred land would not be tranquil. Chapter 38, Pinnacle of the Enlightenment Realm. Nightfall. In a room adorned with antique charm within the estate, the sovereign consumed spirit stones to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Enlightenment Realm. Qin Shou sat cross-legged upon his bed, a faint azure glow manifesting before him. Initially, he had no intention of advancing his cultivation at this moment, preferring to conserve his spirit stones for dire situations that might warrant a significant surge. However, upon grasping the current circumstances, he resolved to first elevate his cultivation to its current zenith. As for the spirit stones expended, he believed it would not pose a considerable issue. At the very least, summoning a temporary quasi-emperor would suffice. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. Ding. The host consumes 24,000 premium spirit stones, elevating cultivation to the pinnacle of the Enlightenment Realm. Instantly, Qin Shou felt a surge of even more potent spiritual energy erupting from the depths of his being. Insights regarding the Enlightenment Realm flooded into his mind. Golden blood coursed through him like torrents, producing a resounding thunderous noise. The mere leakage of this terrifying aura caused the surrounding space to warp. Yet, it was swiftly suppressed, and tranquility returned to the vicinity. He had grown exponentially stronger. Qin Shou gently raised his hand and then clenched it suddenly. Crack! The space within his palm fractured instantaneously. He then gestured with his hand, and the concentrated spiritual energy in the air began to converge, compressing and liquefying. In the blink of an eye, it formed a sphere of spiritual liquid, roughly the size of a newborn's fist, floating above his palm. Observing the ethereal essence before him, he opened his mouth and consumed it, subsequently reflecting. In truth, given the rich spiritual energy in this place, even through self-cultivation, it would not take long to achieve a breakthrough. One step ahead, every step ahead, the host has little to lament. The sacred ground is indeed a wealthy establishment. As long as the host desires, there are numerous ways to acquire spirit stones. If all else fails, one could first trade the sacred weapon. This time, the master offers you 110,000 top-tier spirit stones for it. Wait, hold on. Qin Shou felt increasingly uneasy. Was the master raising the price? Indeed, a heartless capitalist. Previously, he sought to buy a sacred weapon for 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. Nevertheless, he remained unmoved. The King's Hall was about to open. At that time, the powerful from various factions would converge, and perhaps he could chance upon a fool willing to part with their riches. After closing the system interface, he once again shut his eyes, familiarizing himself with the cultivation he had just enhanced. Meanwhile, within another equally grand estate, for figures were conspiring. One, clad in a flamboyant crimson robe, sat at the head of the hall. His peach blossom eyes exuded a certain softness, surveying the others below. The rustic individual from Xianxia has already settled in the Qin clan's estate. Do any of you have thoughts on this matter? Upon hearing this, a cold-faced youth stood up immediately, sneering, "Humph, just a person from a backwater place. Qingyun Sect, a minor sect of which I have never even heard. How could such a person contend with the Holy Sun for the prestigious position? Indeed, it is utterly fanciful," another chimed in. "Just a lucky fellow who stumbled upon some fortuitous encounters. In my view, there is no need for the Holy Sun to take action. We can simply confront him directly and eliminate him. With senior brother Lin Yuan's cultivation, subduing that rustic individual would be a trivial endeavor." As this individual finished speaking, his gaze shifted to the crimson-robed youth above. They were all top-tier talents of the Qin Tian's sacred ground, ardent followers of the Holy Sun, Lin Jingtian. The sudden emergence of a rival for the Holy Sun's position was something they would not tolerate. Above, Lin Yuan squinted his peach blossom eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. After a moment, he nodded slightly. Very well. Tomorrow, all of you junior brothers shall accompany me to see what abilities that outer sect individual possesses. He was Lin Zhengtian's cousin. At the first level of the Dao Enlightenment realm, regarded as one of the leading figures of the younger generation in the sacred ground. He believed that with his strength, subduing Qin Shou would be effortless. As for Lin Zhengtian, he had entered seclusion a month prior, and thus, Lin Yuan did not intend to inform him. After concluding their discussion, the group dispersed. Lin Yuan remained seated for a moment, contemplating, before striding out of the hall toward a small courtyard deep within the estate. In the courtyard, a gaunt old Taoist priest clad in tattered robes was exuberantly displaying spiritual fruits. Upon the arrival of Lin Yuan, the old man hastily set aside a half-eaten peach, wiped his mouth, and assumed the demeanor of a wise sage. Ah, Dao ist là, he exclaimed as Lin Yuan entered the courtyard, offering a courteous nod. It is indeed you, my friend. What brings you to my humble abode at such a late hour? The old man returned the gesture and invited Lin Yuan into the courtyard. They settled at a stone table, where Lin Yuan cast a glance at the remaining half of the peach, dismissing it with indifference. To be candid, Taoist, I have come seeking your assistance. Lin Yuan stated directly. Oh, as a prodigy of the sacred land, what matter could possibly elude your grasp? The old man replied, a look of curiosity dawning upon his face. To be frank, a stranger from an external sect has recently arrived, but our sacred son does not welcome him. Thus, I wish to request your help in divining his fortune, Lin Yuan revealed without reservation. This Taoist, whom he had met recently, was adept in the arts of arithmetic and divination. The old man, upon hearing this, did not hasten to acquiesce but instead inquired, what is this person's cultivation level? Not exceeding the third level of the Enlightenment realm, Lin Yuan answered without hesitation. In truth, he was unsure of Qin Shou's exact cultivation, only aware that he was within the Enlightenment realm. However, given that even their sacred son only achieved the third level, it was reasonable to assume that someone from a lesser place would not surpass this threshold. The old man fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. Such a level of cultivation surpasses my own. Divining his fortune will not be easy. I must at least meet him first. That is simple, Taoist. You may accompany me to meet him tomorrow, Lin Yuan declared with a wave of his hand, his eyes sparkling with determination. He had heard from his master that this outsider possessed a formidable constitution, which piqued his interest in divining his fate. Although they had discussed the matter, if the individual truly wielded great fortune, Lin Yuan might need to devise an alternative plan. Having concluded their discussion, Lin Yuan bid farewell to the old man and promptly exited the courtyard. However, as he watched Lin Yuan depart, the old man's expression darkened, truly lacking in discernment. Unable to see that I have no intention of assisting, he muttered under his breath. To force a divination on a cultivator stronger than oneself would surely invite backlash. His thoughts then drifted to a certain bandit. Ever since the last incident of being robbed, he had relocated to a small town not far from the sacred land, intending to retrieve some hidden treasures. To his surprise, upon arriving in the town, he encountered Lin Yuan emerging from his secret stash. The outcome was predictable. He had been robbed. In a bid to recover his treasures, he had feigned friendship with Lin Yuan, seeking an opportunity to reclaim what was rightfully his. Damn it. Blame that bandit. What was his name again? Beastly creature. I hope I never cross paths with you again. Otherwise, you shall experience the misfortune of my divine arts. Chapter 39. The size 42 foot directly on the face. The following morning, who is Qin Shou? Senior brother Lin Yuan has come to pay a visit. Come out and meet him at once. The commanding voice echoed, startling Qin Shou from his meditative state. He abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold light emanating from his gaze. Lin Yuan? He murmured to himself, directing his attention beyond the courtyard. Although he was unfamiliar with Lin Yuan, the tone of the voice suggested a confrontation was imminent. As he extended his spiritual awareness towards the source of the sound, he swiftly captured a vivid scene. Huh? Qin Shou uttered a soft exclamation, an odd expression gracing his features. Within his mental grasp, 5 figures stood outside the estate, 4 youths and an elderly Taoist priest. The foremost individual donned a striking crimson robe, with peach blossom eyes and skin softer than that of a woman, exuding an air of flamboyance. However, Qin Shou paid little heed to this person, instead focusing on the elder Taoist beside him. To his surprise, He had not expected to encounter this grave robber within the sacred grounds. Why do I suddenly feel a sense of unease? The beast? That beast? Outside the estate. The old Taoist felt a jolt in his heart, glancing at Lin Yuan beside him. The name beast sounded eerily familiar, reminiscent of the outsider he had discussed with the Taoist yesterday. Lin Yuan spoke in a nonchalant tone. No sooner had he finished than a figure emerged from the depths of the estate, swiftly appearing before them. Do you seek me? Qin Shou hovered in midair, observing the group with keen interest, especially regarding the old Taoist, his eyes betraying a peculiar smile. You're not who I thought you were. The old Taoist's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing Qin Shou, nearly popping from their sockets. No wonder I have felt uneasy since this morning. It was due to this bandit star. It seems you have acquired quite a few treasures in our month apart, my friend, Qin Shou remarked, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the old Taoist. Last time, he had stripped the old man of his possessions, yet upon their reunion, he was adorned with numerous trinkets. Even his tattered Taoist robe was a fine artifact of enlightenment. Taoist Xianxia, do you know another? Lin Yuan's gaze flitted between Qin Shou and the old Taoist, his expression somewhat peculiar. We have met once. It was not a close acquaintance, the old Taoist replied, calming his emotions, his demeanor growing cold. He refrained from mentioning the robbery, unwilling to lose face. Taoist Xianxia? Qin Shou inquired, his gaze fixed upon the old man. The name sounded grand, yet it belonged to a thief. I am Li Xianxia, the poor Taoist, the old man huffed, raising his head slightly. Although he had been robbed by Qin Shou, he could at least take pride in his name. Qin Shou, beast, does he have a vendetta against his father? Otherwise, how could he bear such a name? Qin Shou observed the elder's demeanor, shaking his head before redirecting his gaze to Lin Yuan. He spoke with a calm tone. You seek Qin for a purpose? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's expression flickered briefly before he smiled softly. Upon hearing of your remarkable talent, Brother Qin, and your ability to attain the realm of enlightenment even in the humble surroundings of Xianzhou, I have made a special visit to pay my respects. Pay respects? Qin Shou's gaze was laced with disdain. The demeanor of the visitor did not suggest a mere courtesy call. Lin Yuan, noticing the contempt in Qin Shou's eyes, remained unfazed and casually remarked, Indeed. Besides paying respects, I also wish to engage in a discussion on the Tao with you, Brother Qin. Before Qin Shou could respond, a young man beside him stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura directed at Qin Shou. Brother Lin, why waste words with him? Only by teaching him a lesson will he understand the disparity between cultivators from a small place and disciples from sacred grounds. Not everyone is worthy of aspiring to the position of a holy son. Teach me a lesson? Qin Shou squinted at the young man, seemingly indifferent to the intimidating pressure. My junior brother here has just recently entered the realm of enlightenment and wishes to spar with you, Brother Qin. Surely you won't decline? Lin Yuan did not intervene to stop his junior, nor did he allow the old Taoist, Li Xianxia, to calculate their fortunes. Upon realizing their acquaintance, he felt a sense of wariness towards the old Taoist. Decline? Of course not. However, I have a principle. Any sparring must have stakes. Let us not overdo it. I propose a wager involving all the treasures within your inner worlds. Qin Shou suppressed the urge to eliminate a few people, managing to maintain an innocuous smile. What did you say? A wager? Ha ha ha, ridiculous. You, a poor cultivator from a small place, have no standing to gamble with us. Any single item from our inner worlds is something you have never seen in your lifetime. The previously aggressive young man scoffed, convinced that Qin Shou had no assets to gamble with. Oh, is that so? Qin Shou remained unperturbed, revealing a dagger that appeared in his hand. The dagger was entirely black, its tip broken, seemingly a mere piece of discarded weaponry. However, the others present gazed at it in astonishment, sensing a faint aura of sanctity emanating from the dagger. The young man who had spoken up directly inquired, Is this a sacred weapon? Indeed. Would you be willing to wager this sacred weapon against me? Qin Shou asked kindly, his gaze fixed on the young man. This is bad. This kid is trying to pull a fast one. The old Taoist quietly retreated to the back, fully aware of the strength of Qin Shou. He could easily suppress even the souls of those in the sky-viewing realm, effortlessly handling these few in the realm of enlightenment. It was he who would suffer. If Lin Yuan fell into Qin Shou's hands, retrieving his treasures would be a distant dream. Very well. Since Brother Qin wishes to wager, I shall oblige. A glimmer of greed flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes as he turned to the young man and instructed, Junior brother, be mindful in your strikes. Do not injure Brother Qin. In the conversation, There was an utter disregard for Qin Shou, as if it were already assured that his junior disciple would emerge victorious. The young man revealed a faint smirk upon hearing these words. "Fear not, brother, my junior will certainly exercise caution," he said, turning to Qin Shou. "Make your move. Let me witness your capabilities for daring to come to the sacred land of Qintian." "Oh, are you ready?" Qin Shou inquired earnestly. "No need for preparation. Strike." The young man frowned, asking once more, "Are you certain?" Qin Shou maintained his serious demeanor. The young man, now visibly impatient, shouted, "Will you or won't you? Are you afraid?" Yet before he could finish his sentence, a size 42 foot loomed larger in his vision. It grew and grew until bang. The foot landed squarely upon his face. Chapter 40. Unarmed Seizure of the Sacred Artifact. Bang! The colossal foot descended from above, imprinting itself on the young man's face amidst the astonishment and disbelief of onlookers, driving him deep into the ground. The sheer force caused the earth to cave in, creating a vast pit. The young man's head was entirely overshadowed by the foot, buried beneath the surface. What a thrilling battle it was! Qin Shou exhaled, the foot still firmly planted atop his opponent's head, showing no sign of retreat. "You, damn it, release Junior Brother Wu. You beast, how dare you!" Lin Yuan's expression darkened as he reacted. Beside him, two other disciples of the sacred land shouted angrily, instinctively rushing forward to rescue their comrade from beneath the foot. However, their advance was swift, but their retreat even swifter. A mere wave of Qin Shou's hand sent them flying. Only the old Taoist remained at the back, unfazed by the spectacle. In fact, he felt that Qin Shou had been rather lenient. "Brother Qin, this is merely a spar. There is no need for such severity," Lin Yuan remarked, his face grim as he glanced at the two who had been sent flying, then shifted his gaze to Qin Shou, his eyes reflecting both coldness and shock. The fact that two disciples of the Void Realm were dispatched with ease was one thing, considering the significant disparity in their realms. However, Junior Brother Wu was a bona fide Enlightenment realm practitioner, though he had only just entered the state as a disciple of the Sacred Land. His combat prowess was exceptional, even without the advantage of magical artifacts. His true strength should have sufficed to contend against ordinary cultivators several minor realms above him. The shocking contrast left Lin Yuan both astounded and compelled to reassess Qin Shou. "Severe? Where's the severity? Did you not see that I merely used my foot?" Qin Shou shot Lin Yuan a sideways glance, flexing his size 42 foot. "What severity? It's just a foot." After saying this, he ignored Lin Yuan and, with the attention of the crowd upon him, unabashedly began to search the young man for valuables. "Thief! Beast! What are you doing? Stop this at once, or I shall kill you." Beneath his feet, the young man, crushed in despair, cried out in anguish. Despite having his head pressed into the ground, he remained acutely aware of Qin Shou's every movement. An overwhelming aura surged forth from him as he struggled to break free, a chilling intent to kill permeating the atmosphere. "Humph!" With a cold snort, Qin Shou stomped down, rendering him unconscious. During this interval, his hands never paused, deftly sifting through the spoils. A king's weapon from the Enlightenment realm, protective jade pendants, hairpins, and rings. Ultimately, he stripped away the magical robe and boots the opponent wore, executing each movement with remarkable skill and fluidity. The elderly Taoist nearby turned pale, his lips twitching in dismay. This young man, he felt a burning desire to confront Qin Shou. This familiar scene reminded him of a month prior, when he too had been similarly harvested by the opponent. Not far from the Taoist, Lin Yuan and his companions wore expressions of shock and fury, yet they could only watch helplessly, fearing that a careless move from Qin Shou might lead to their junior brother Wu's demise. However, when they witnessed Qin Shou nearly strip the youth bare, they could no longer contain themselves. Lin Yuan stepped forward, his face dark with menace as he fixed a cold stare on Qin Shou. "Enough, Brother Qin. Your audacity is excessive. Wu has lost, and you are entitled to his possessions, but to humiliate him so is to show a blatant disregard for the sacred ground. Such behavior may lead to dire consequences." The other two disciples echoed his sentiments, equally furious. Yet their eyes reflected a deep-seated wariness, even fear, as they gazed at Qin Shou. In stark contrast to their rage, Qin Shou remained remarkably composed. He regarded them with an innocent demeanor, chuckling softly. "No need for concern. It is merely a spar. I understand the rules. As long as the agreed-upon wager is presented, I shall release him. Otherwise, what if you flee? This is the sacred ground. I cannot be expected to hunt you down, can I?" At this, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yuan, drawing out his words. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Lin? Oomph. Lin Yuan's expression darkened, and he scoffed. The wager? Have you not already claimed it? What more do you desire? Yet, Qin Shou responded with a look of disdain, nudging the pile of magical artifacts he had just collected with his foot. Wager? Are you referring to this heap of junk? Junk! The onlooking Taoist felt a surge of indignation rising in his chest, nearly choking him with rage. Those were, at the very least, weapons from the Enlightenment realm. How could they be dismissed as mere trash? If you do not wish for them, I would gladly take them. Similarly, Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, was consumed with fury, his gaze turning icy as a hint of murderous intent flickered within. You court death. With that, a dark, profound seal materialized in his hand, swiftly expanding to the size of a small mountain. A chilling aura of divine authority surged from the great seal, advancing towards Qin Shou with an oppressive force. In but an instant, the terrifying pressure enveloped him, causing nearby objects to disintegrate instantaneously. Simultaneously, two other disciples of the sacred ground, witnessing this, unleashed their own weapons, joining the Great Seal in a collective effort to suppress Qin Shou. However, the weapons wielded by the two only emanated the fluctuations of the celestial realm, lacking the status of sacred artifacts. In a moment of alarm, Qin Shou furrowed his brow as he regarded the three descending weapons of war. With arms wide open, a resplendent golden light enveloped his palms as he reached skyward. Audacious! To think he could withstand the sacred weapons with mere flesh. Lin Yuan scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his confidence faltered, his smile stiffening into disbelief. He sensed a terrifying force contending for control over the sacred weapon. In the span of a breath, the connection between him and the weapon was severed. In his line of sight, the Grand Seal and the two formidable weapons vanished without a trace. With a soft thud, 3 pebbles plummeted from the air, bouncing upon the ground before rolling to the feet of the 3 men. Looking at Qin Shou, he was now cradling the Grand Seal and the 2 formidable weapons above his palm. How could this be? Lin Yuan's face contorted with shock. Beside him, the other 2 disciples of the sacred ground mirrored his disbelief, gazing incredulously at the stones at their feet. What had once been powerful artifacts had inexplicably transformed into mere pebbles. Only the old master felt a wave of darkness cloud his vision. Once again, this bizarre sorcery. It felt as if he were not merely witnessing an event, but enduring a punishment. Each time he beheld Qin Shou's display of abilities, he was reminded of his own harrowing experience of being robbed. 1 sacred weapon, 2 formidable artifacts. Quite impressive. Qin Shou promptly stowed away his spoils. Damn it! Return the sacred weapon. Lin Yuan's teeth nearly ground to dust in frustration. Upon witnessing Qin Shou's audacity in claiming his sacred weapon into his inner realm, without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a divine art. A colossal hand, imbued with an overwhelming aura of terror, descended upon Qin Shou. In his fury, he disregarded even the life of his junior disciple, Wu. Senior brother, no. The 2 disciples cried out in protest. Their previous use of formidable artifacts had merely been intended for suppression, not lethal force. Yet now, Lin Yuan was clearly enraged, wielding his divine art with deadly intent. However, he paid no heed to their warnings. The colossal hand descended with even greater ferocity. A trifling trick. Qin Shou regarded the enormous handprint descending upon him with indifference. This particular divine art had been used against him by Lin Jingtian, its might far surpassing that of the current attack. With a single punch, he effortlessly shattered the descending hand. The dissipating spiritual energy erupted into a tempest, engulfing the surroundings in chaos. The tremendous commotion immediately drew the attention of the sacred ground. What is happening? How could such a formidable disturbance arise within the sacred grounds? Is there confrontation taking place? Disciples emerged from their caves, their faces etched with astonishment, casting their gazes towards the direction of the estate. Initially, they sensed an inexplicable and terrifying pressure, soon followed by an overwhelming surge of combat energy, which left them in a state of bewilderment. While it is not uncommon for disciples to engage in duels within the sacred grounds, the palpable aura of lethal intent intertwined with this disturbance was unmistakable. This was not a mere exercise in sparring. Some elders from the Enlightenment and even the celestial observation realms soared into the air, heading towards the source of the commotion. Outside the estate, Qin Shou withdrew his hand, his indifferent gaze fixed upon Lin Yuan. In the next moment, he appeared directly before him, gathering runes in his palm and directing them toward Lin Yuan's face. "Get lost!" Lin Yuan exclaimed in fury, brandishing a long sword that reappeared in his hand, cutting towards Qin Shou's arm. With a sharp sound, the space itself seemed to rend, a chilling aura emanating from the strike. A top-tier heavy weapon? Qin Shou focused on the descending sword, effortlessly grasping it with a swift motion. The clash of palm and blade resonated with the sound of metal striking metal. The enchanted sword, crafted from the finest materials, met his hand without so much as breaking the skin. How could this be? What incredible physical prowess! Lin Yuan, overcome with dread, shook his hand, unleashing his spiritual energy in an attempt to withdraw the sword. Yet, Qin Shou would not grant him such an opportunity. With his free hand, he pressed downward, a diagram of Tao coalescing in his palm, exerting an overwhelming force that rendered Lin Yuan immobile. Furthermore, chains of order extended from his fingertips, binding Lin Yuan in an instant. Senior brother Lin Yuan. The remaining two disciples of the sacred grounds cried out upon witnessing this scene. However, in the blink of an eye, they too were subdued and bound by Qin Shou. Having completed these actions, Qin Shou dusted off his hands, turning his attention to the old Taoist beside him. The old Taoist's expression immediately fell, yet he strained to muster a smile. I merely passed through, just passing through. He tightened his robes, retreating nervously, fearful that Qin Shou might unleash his fury upon him once more. "There is no need for concern, esteemed Taoist," Qin Shou replied with a benevolent smile, casting a dismissive glance at the few Enlightenment realm artifacts adorning the old man. Perhaps I shall let you grow fat before taking my leave." The old Taoist, oblivious to Qin Shou's thoughts, saw that Qin Shou seemingly had no intention of attacking, allowing a slight relaxation to grace his features. Qin Shou regarded him with a meaningful glance, offering a knowing smile before shifting his focus back to the bound Lin Yuan and his companions. Lin Yuan's expression darkened immediately. "Brother Qin, I advise you not to overestimate your own abilities. The sacred grounds are not a place where you can act with impunity. There are far mightier prodigies than us within these walls, and once the sacred sun emerges from seclusion, he will undoubtedly subdue you." "The sacred sun? Lin Jingtian?" Qin Shou chuckled, amusement dancing in his eyes. It appears that these individuals remain oblivious to the fact that Lin Jingtian nearly fell victim to his own suppression. Indeed, as the Holy Sun, how could he possibly divulge his own disgrace? Undoubtedly, as the most formidable young leader of the Qing Tian Holy Land, his cultivation surpasses mine 100-fold. Once he emerges from seclusion, subduing you will be a trivial matter. Lin Yuan spoke coldly, his expression laced with disdain. "Well then, let us await your Holy Sun's emergence to confront me," Qin Shou retorted, unfazed. He bent down, preparing to rummage for treasures. However, before he could grasp any valuables, a chilling command resounded through the air. "Stop!" The voice had scarcely faded when a terrifying aura descended from above, crashing towards Qin Shou. A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Shou's eyes as his outstretched hand froze for a moment. Without a hint of hesitation, he swiftly seized Lin Yuan, using him as a shield. In the next instant, a thunderous impact reverberated as the fierce aura collided with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan coughed up blood, his countenance turning as pale as parchment. Simultaneously, a series of cracking sounds erupted from his body, resembling fragile porcelain, fissures spreading across him as though he might shatter completely at any moment. Such ruthlessness! Qin Shou observed Lin Yuan's predicament, shaking his head before casually discarding him. At that moment, several figures emerged in the sky above. They first regarded Lin Yuan, who resembled a lifeless dog, then the other two youths bound tightly, and finally the disciple who lay unconscious, buried in the ground. Their expressions grew increasingly somber. Among them, a middle-aged man clad in red wore an especially sinister countenance. With a clenched fist, he summoned Lin Yuan and the others before him, observing the horrific cracks adorning Lin Yuan's body. His cold gaze pierced through Qin Shou like two sharp blades. "You wretched beast, how cruel you are, arriving in the Holy Land and daring to act with such arrogance, inflicting harm upon his disciples with such malicious intent. It seems I must teach you a lesson on behalf of Master Qin Yu today. Now, accompany me to the discipline hall," the red-clad man proclaimed, raising his hand with a flourish. In an instant, fiery red chains pierced through the space, resembling serpentine fire dragons, ensnaring Qin Shou, their terrifying heat distorting the very air. Without further ado, they sought to apprehend him. Peak of the celestial observation realm. Qin Shou fixed his cold gaze upon the chains, the formidable power within him surging, ready to unleash. Just as he prepared to strike, a chilling blade of light sliced through the air from behind. Boom! 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 With unstoppable force, all the fiery chains were severed in an instant. Subsequently, two exceptionally imposing figures emerged slowly from the estate. Lin Song, the disciples of my Qin clan are not for you to discipline. Qin Da and Qin Air stated with indifference. Their robust frames stood like two towering walls, exuding a palpable sense of oppressive weight. Qin Da, Qin Ar? What do you mean by this? Lin Song's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the two. Upon hearing this, Qin Da's face hardened as he reprimanded. You shameless wretch dare to lay hands on the disciples of the Qin clan and then question us? Chapter 42. The Intervention of the Sage. The turmoil comes to an end. This wretch has harmed the disciples of the sacred land and injured my son. I am merely taking him to the hall of discipline to uphold the dignity of the sacred land. Are you two truly inclined to shield him? Lin Song's countenance grew increasingly grim as he coldly addressed Qin Da and Qin Air. Harm the disciples of the sacred land? Where? I see no evidence of that. Qin Da replied skeptically, feigning innocence as he turned to Qin Air. Did you witness anything, second brother? Of course not. Qin Air shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. You too. Lin Song glared at them, indignation swelling within him. Beside him, several accompanying elders bore similarly somber expressions. One elder, clad in black and possessing a gaunt figure, spoke coldly, Qin Da, do not shield him. This boy, upon his arrival at the sacred land, has already injured its disciples and even attempted to seize treasures. Such behavior warrants punishment. Otherwise, what dignity remains for the sacred land? What authority for the Hall of Discipline? This elder, known as Xikong Lian, was the vice master of the Hall of Discipline. The youth whom Qin Shou had previously trampled was his disciple. Qin Da scolf de discipulu of Xikong Lian. Is it merely a matter of stepping on your disciple? He himself lacks the skill and seeks trouble. I am merely offering a lesson to prevent him from being so reckless in the future. If he continues this way, the disgrace will not only fall upon you, but upon the sacred land as well. Xikong Lian was rendered speechless with rage, glancing at his fainted protege as a surge of malevolence welled within him. What? Are you still trying to resort to violence despite being in the wrong? Qin Da's aura of menace eclipsed that of Xikong Lian. With a swift motion, he conjured a massive blade, larger than his own body, into existence. Gulme, I have long held disdain for you. Today, we shall settle this with a fight to the bitter end. No one shall leave unscathed. With a fierce countenance, Qin Da's predatory gaze fixated on the figures above. Simultaneously, Qin Air produced his own battle weapon, his aura surging with ferocity. Over the years, Xikong Lian and Lin Song had relentlessly suppressed the Qin clan, particularly Xikong Lian, who, leveraging his position as the vice master of the Hall of Discipline, had become a nightmare for the disciples of their lineage. Any disciples of notable talent, or even elders of their clan, who found themselves in disputes within the sacred land, regardless of right or wrong, will be dragged to the Hall of Discipline. They would not emerge unscathed. Because of this, many fresh talents joining the sacred land were reluctant to affiliate themselves with their clan. In the past, they had endured due to their lack of backing. However, they would not allow their kin, Qin Shou, to be taken away this time. Above, Lin Song and Xikong Lian regarded Qin Da and Qin Air, their expressions fluctuating between uncertainty and tension. Several individuals stood at the pinnacle of the celestial observation realm, and should a true conflict arise, the outcome would be unpredictable. Moreover, this situation differed fundamentally from the disputes among disciples. Just as they felt ensnared in a predicament, a voice imbued with authority resonated above them. Enough! As elders of the sacred land and lords of your respective domains, what decorum is there in quarreling over matters concerning your disciples? Let this matter cease at once. And disperse swiftly, the voice thundered like a celestial detonation, accompanied by a terrifying aura of sanctity that enveloped the surroundings. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Lin Song and Xikong Lian bowed respectfully towards the depths of the sacred land, responding, "Yes, we heed the sacred command." Afterward, they cast a cold glance at Qin Shou and his companions before seizing Lin Yuan and departing. The many powerful figures who had accompanied them also cast a lingering glance at Qin Shou before ascending into the sky to leave. "Sage," Qin Shou murmured as he gazed into the depths of the sacred land. The overwhelming sanctity he had just felt left him somewhat breathless. Mistaking Qin Shou's momentary trepidation for fear, Qin approached and gently patted Qin Shou's shoulder with his large palm, offering reassurance. Do not worry. The sage, in their exalted position, would not lay hands upon you. Qin Shou smiled in response, clasping his hands in gratitude toward the two. Thank you, esteemed seniors. He found himself at a loss for how to address them. I'm not much older than you, merely a few millennia, so you may simply call me senior uncle. Qin waved his hand dismissively. Then I shall express my gratitude to you both, senior uncles. Qin Shou smiled and bowed again. While he did not necessarily fear those individuals, the fact that the two were willing to stand by his side indicated a commendable unity within the sacred land. Do not be so modest, nephew. It is I who should thank you. Those rascals, had it not been for the fact that it was inappropriate for me to intervene, would have been thoroughly dealt with by now. You have avenged me to some extent. Qin Da's expression reflected satisfaction. Lin Yuan, that rascal, had bullied the disciples of their lineage without restraint, and due to the disparity in strength, the younger generation had been unable to contend with him. As elders, they had refrained from intervening, harboring resentment for many years. Indeed, you performed admirably, though you could have been a bit harsher. Next time, remember to strike with more severity. Qin chimed in, believing that Qin Shou's actions had been too lenient. At the very least, he should have left the opponent incapacitated for a few months. Good heavens. Qin Shou regarded his two senior uncles with an odd expression. These two were no innocents, after all. It was likely that they had suffered greatly under the previous oppressions. At that moment, he suddenly caught sight of a furtive figure stealthily retreating, and a playful smile spread across his face. Fellow seeker of the celestial path, are you in such a hurry to leave? After all, we are old friends. Why not stay and reminisce? The old Taoist, who had intended to slip away unnoticed, found his body abruptly frozen in place. He turned around and cleared his throat awkwardly a couple of times. Ahem, I have matters to attend to at home. My dog is yet to be fed today. The image of the large black dog flashed through Qin Shou's mind, prompting him to shake his head and inquire, how does the Taoist find himself in the sacred land? Are you by chance a disciple of the sacred land? He was curious as to how a tomb raider could appear in such a revered place. Dear friend, you jest. I am but a wandering practitioner. How could I possibly be a disciple of the sacred land? The old Taoist chuckled awkwardly, hastily denying the implication. Oh, Qin Shou nodded in understanding. So, you are here to raid tombs in the sacred land? A tomb raider? Both Qin Da and Qin turned their gaze towards the old Taoist, their expressions growing perilous. Please do not speak foolishly. I am merely a guest of the sacred land. The old Taoist jumped, his demeanor shifting to one of extreme tension. Truly not. Qin Shou expressed his disappointment. He had hoped the old man was indeed a tomb raider who had reached the sacred land. It seemed to be a false alarm. However, upon reflection, considering the sacred land's strength, how could a mere person in the Enlightenment realm disturb their ancestral graves? Truly not. The old Taoist reaffirmed. If I were misunderstood, would the sacred land not make a lantern of me? I only wish to retrieve my treasures from the sacred land and do not wish to be wrongfully accused. Noticing the old man was not lying, Qin Shou's interest waned. He nodded, saying, Taoist, please do as you wish. I have matters to attend to and cannot invite you to dine. Huh? The old Taoist was taken aback for a moment before quickly responding, Oh, yes, yes. I am not hungry, not hungry. Saying this, he clasped his hands towards Qin Da and Qin, turning and hastily departing. He resolved to leave the sacred land under the cover of night. Young disciple, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Watching the old Taoist depart, Qin Da and Qin prepared to return to their cave dwelling for rigorous cultivation. They had reached the pinnacle of the sky observation realm and needed enlightenment to seek a breakthrough into the saint realm. As they left, one of them tossed a bead to Qin Shou, saying, In case of trouble, just crush this, and your master will come to support you. Thank you, esteemed masters. Qin Shou replied with a smile, accepting the two beads. He then returned to his small courtyard. Thus, a tumultuous episode passed. Although he did not completely strip Lin Yuan and his companions of their resources, he did acquire a sacred weapon and two significant artifacts, along with several items of the void, treading, and enlightenment realms. Moreover, after this incident, his reputation spread throughout the sacred land. Those who had previously underestimated him and considered causing trouble were deterred upon hearing of Lin Yuan and his companions' plight. Thus, the following month was spent in tranquility, until the day arrived when the Hall of Kings was to be opened. Chapter 43. Tianzhu Mountain, the Hall of Kings. As dawn broke, a hint of pale light appeared on the horizon. In the sacred land, formidable auras surged from various locations, converging above the sacred land. All the disciples of the sacred land emerged from their cultivation chambers, gazing up at the ever-changing skies. The King's Hall was about to open. It remained uncertain which among the formidable figures of the sacred land would earn the prestigious title of king. However, it was certain that the Holy Son would succeed. Although his cultivation was not on par with some of the elder disciples, his supreme battle body possessed unparalleled might, making the attainment of a title a feasible endeavor. In front of a pavilion, several core disciples displayed expressions of eager anticipation. They were well aware of the existence of the King's Hall, who would not yearn for a title of their own during the Enlightenment realm, even though they had not yet reached that state. Their longing for such a title was unimpeded. Suddenly, one of the disciples seemed to recall something and spoke up. Not long ago, the newcomer from the Qin clan defeated senior brother Lin Yuan. Do you think he will attend the King's Hall? At this proclamation, silence enveloped the gathering for a moment. Qin Shou had subdued Lin Yuan and even seized his sacred weapon. Although this matter had been kept under wraps by the higher echelons of the sacred land, the core disciples were still privy to the details. After a brief pause, one disciple reasoned, "The King's Hall is a grand assembly for those in the Enlightenment realm. He is likely to participate. However, acquiring a title seems improbable." The others nodded in agreement. Even with Qin Shou's victory over Lin Yuan, they remained skeptical, considering Lin Yuan was merely at the first level of the Enlightenment realm. Meanwhile, deep within a colossal palace, Lin Zhengtian slowly stepped out, emanating a terrifying aura. With a flick of his finger, the space before him was rent apart, revealing a pitch-black tear. At the fourth level of the Enlightenment realm, he had made advancements in the imperial scripture. This time at the King's Hall, the Holy Son was determined to shine brightly and attain the title of king. And as for Qin Shou, Lin Zhengtian's voice turned icy as he uttered the name. Simultaneously, in another estate, Qin Shou sensed the numerous auras of those in the Enlightenment realm rising within the sacred land and leisurely exited his courtyard. It had been nearly 3 months since the opportunity to ascend to the emperor at the King's Hall had arisen. Upon stepping outside the estate, he discovered that Qin De and Qin Er had been waiting for him. Additionally, standing beside them were 2 young individuals, one male and one female. Upon noticing Qin Shou's approach, Qin De called out to the 2 young ones, "Tian Yi, Qin Yao, quickly greet your senior brother Qin Shou." At this, the 2 exchanged glances with Qin Shou, their eyes glimmering with a hint of intrigue. They then bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Greetings, senior brother Qin Shou." "Too kind." Qin Shou returned the gesture, his gaze shifting to Qin De. These 2 represented the strongest of the younger generation from the Qin clan and were also bound for the King's Hall. "My uncle wishes for you to look after them as best as you can. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may call for him, and he will arrive within 3 breaths, Qin De explained. They were at the sky-viewing realm and had no intention of participating. However, Qin Shou possesses their communication beads. Should any matter arise, they can swiftly arrive by shattering them. The 2 masters are at ease. Qin Shou did not decline and nodded in affirmation. "Very well. You may set forth." The Tianzhu Mountain, where the Wang Palace resides, is somewhat distant from the Holy Land. Do not squander time. Qin De and Qin Er bowed their heads, then waved their hands. Qin Shou refrained from further words and directly led the 2 towards the entrance of the Holy Land. Within the Holy Land, the construction of spatial passages is strictly prohibited. "Senior brother Qin Shou, I have heard that you previously captured Lin Yuan and a few others. Is it true?" On the road, Qin Yao inquired with curiosity. Beside her, Qin Tian also turned his gaze toward Qin Shou. He and Qin Yao are siblings, prodigies nurtured by the Qin clan, one at the first level of enlightenment and the other at the second. Due to factional reasons, they often clashed with Lin Yuan and his companions. However, with Lin Zhengtian backing them, they usually found themselves at a disadvantage. Now, upon hearing of Qin Shou's illustrious exploits, they naturally wished to comprehend the situation in greater detail. Qin Shou turned to face the siblings and smiled. It was nothing, merely a bit of sparring. Sparring? Qin Yao was skeptical. She had heard from Master Qin that it had even drawn the attention of saints. Qin Shou chose not to elaborate further. For him, dealing with Lin Yuan and the others barely qualified as sparring. It was more unilateral annihilation. Regrettably, before he could seize their inner world, they were interrupted. Seeing that Qin Shou did not wish to continue, Qin Yao wisely refrained from pressing further. The trio emerged from the colossal portal, tearing through space en route to Tianzhu Mountain. Days later, in a region several tens of millions of miles from the Qin Holy Land, a gigantic mountain loomed as if it were a pillar supporting the heavens, piercing into the clouds with no end in sight. Within the swirling clouds surrounding the mountain, terrifying beast roars echoed, and enormous figures flickered in and out of visibility. Tianzhu Mountain, the highest peak on the Tiancang Continent, with a Wang Palace perched atop its summit. At this moment, numerous figures had gathered at the foot of the mountain, most of them youthful, with only a few middle-aged individuals, each exuding formidable auras. As for the Wang of Tianzhu, this humble Taoist might as well secure a title for myself. At the mountain's base, an elderly Taoist stood upon a massive stone, gazing towards the Tianzhu Mountain with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Beside him, a large black dog, roughly the size of a calf, stood upright in floral shorts, and, upon hearing this, snorted disdainfully. Oomph, just a title. Only you humans chase after such empty names. This king comes here solely for the opportunity to become an emperor. The dog's eyes gleamed with excitement, saliva nearly dripping from its mouth. Just as these thoughts crossed its mind, a spatial passage suddenly tore open above their heads. Immediately, three figures stepped forth. The black dog's expression darkened. Its already dark face became even gloomier. Which scoundrel dares to open a passage above me? This is insurrection. Chapter 44, A Gathering of the Strong. Is this the legendary Tianzhu? In the air, three figures emerged from the spatial passage. Qin Shou gazed at the towering mountain that pierced the heavens, his eyes filled with awe. Indeed, this was Tianzhu. It was said that the Hall of Kings resided atop this peak. Beside him, Qin Tian raised his head to look at the summit shrouded in clouds, his expression fervent. This was not his first visit to Tianzhu. He had previously ventured here during his training. The thought of scaling this majestic height, soon to claim his rightful title, filled him with excitement. Meanwhile, below, Dehei and the old Taoist were already petrified with fear. They held their breath as they looked up at the trio hovering above them. The old Taoist's face was darker than that of Dehei, nearly purple with dread. Damn it, what a stroke of misfortune. Why does this calamity follow me wherever I go? Over a month ago, he had hastily left the Qingyun sacred land to find the wandering Dehei. Arriving early at Tianzhu, he intended to seize an opportunity when the Hall of Kings opened. Who could have anticipated this? Fate truly has a peculiar sense of humor. The man and the dog exchanged glances, cautiously shifting their feet, hoping to slip away unnoticed before Qin Shou could spot them. Just as they thought they could escape, a voice froze them in their tracks. Where are you two headed? Do you not wish to see me, Qin? Qin Shou suddenly appeared before them, bearing a smile that was neither warm nor cold. The moment he stepped out of the spatial passage, he had noticed these two. Initially, he had no intention of interfering, but their furtive attempts to flee compelled him to intervene. Huh? Hee. My friend, you jest. I merely stood too long, and my legs grew numb, just stretching a bit. The old Taoist replied awkwardly. Meanwhile, Dehei hastily stowed away some treasures he had been carrying. The reactions of the man and the dog left Qin Tian and the others behind Qin Shou utterly astonished. They gazed at their senior brother with a mixture of curiosity and disbelief, pondering what Qin Shou had done to elicit such a response. A figure of remarkable prowess reduced to a state akin to a mouse before a cat. Just as they were lost in speculation, ripples of spatial distortion once again surged through the void. Soon, two colossal spatial passages materialized, one black and the other blue, for which emerged two enormous ships. Each was adorned with figures standing at the bow. On the left, aboard the black ship, the leading figure donned a flowing red gown, her silhouette exquisite, though her features were obscured by a veil. On the right, a young man clad in white, with striking brows and captivating eyes, bore an expression of indifference. It was the Taichu sacred land and the Qingyun sacred land. To witness both sacred lands arriving simultaneously was unexpected. Below, amidst the forest, the numerous figures of the enlightened realm who had arrived earlier gazed at the two ships emerging from the spatial rift. Their expressions varied. Many gazes were drawn to the figure clad in a crimson dress standing atop the celestial vessel of the Taichu sacred land, revealing expressions of awe and admiration. The sacred maiden, Yi Qingyu, not only possessed formidable talent, but was also reputed to be one of the rarest beauties of the eastern wilderness region. For these young prodigies, her allure was undeniable. On a nearby boulder, Qin Shou observed the two figures aboard the vessel, his expression betraying a mix of surprise and intrigue, not at their presence, but rather at their remarkable cultivation levels. The last time he had encountered Lin Jingtian, the latter was merely at the third stage of the Enlightenment realm, while Yi Qingyu was at the fourth. In just 3 months, both had ascended a minor realm. It was evident they had invested considerable effort in preparation for the impending entrance to the King's Hall. At that moment, Lin Jingtian and Yi Qingyu seemed to sense something, their gazes turning towards the boulder where Qin Shou stood. Upon recognizing him, their expressions shifted. Lin Jingtian's countenance darkened instantly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, while Yi Qingyu appeared momentarily taken aback before offering a slight nod in Qin Shou's direction. Brother Saint's son, it is he, the beast. Not only did he injure both me and Brother Lin Yuan, but he also seized our sacred weapon, Lin Jingtian remarked, his voice laced with indignation. Behind him, Wu Ming glared at Qin Shou, his face contorted with rage. The humiliation of being knocked unconscious by a mere foot surged within him. Had it not been for the opening of the King's Hall, he would have found it unbearable to show his face. Beside Wu Ming, Lin Yuan's expression was equally grim. He had been used as leverage by Qin Shou and had nearly succumbed to the oppressive aura of his own father. It took a full month of recuperation to fully heal from his injuries. As Lin Jingtian listened to their grievances, his expression grew increasingly somber. He had already been apprised of the situation upon emerging from seclusion. However, with the King's Hall set to open imminently, it was unwise to confront Qin Shou at this juncture. Ultimately, he coldly assured them, "Rest assured, once my brother emerges from the King's Hall, he will surely seek justice for you. The sacred weapon that was taken will undoubtedly be returned." With that, he retracted the celestial vessel and, accompanied by his entourage, descended towards a nearby mountaintop. Simultaneously, the celestial vessel of the Taichu sacred land vanished, and Yi Qingyu, along with her fellow disciples, descended gracefully through the void, landing upon a massive stone not far from Qin Shou and his companions. Subsequently, Yi Qingyu lifted her delicate foot and approached Qin Shou, greeting him with fellow Taoist Qin. "It has been several months since we last met, and your presence seems even more distinguished than before." She recalled their previous conversation about the King's Hall and was pleasantly surprised that he had indeed come. Her gaze flickered towards Qin Tianyi and Qin Yao, who stood behind him, her expression thoughtful. She felt grateful that the sacred maiden had informed her of the King's Hall. Otherwise, Qin might have missed this opportunity. Qin Shou, in return, offered a courteous reply. While he would likely have learned of this news upon arriving at the Qingtian sacred land, he appreciated that she had taken the initiative to inform him ahead of time. Moreover, it seemed she harbored intentions of fostering goodwill, making it inappropriate for him to dismiss her overture with indifference. Subsequently, the two engaged in a brief exchange, discussing inconsequential topics, before Yi Qingyu turned to depart. The scene of their conversation captured the attention of several formidable individuals beneath Tiancang. Who was that young man? The saintess actually initiated a conversation with him, and it appears they were quite pleased with each other. Is it merely his handsome appearance? Once we ascend Tiancang, we shall see what becomes of him. Several young prodigies cast icy glances at Qin Shou, their minds calculating how to deal with him. On a large stone, Qin Tian and his sister observed Qin Shou with peculiar expressions. Qin Yao, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Senior brother Qin Shou, are you acquainted with the saintess of Taichu sacred land?" As a prodigy of the Qingtian sacred land and possessing enlightenment, she naturally recognized Yi Qingyu, the saintess of Taichu sacred land. However, they had no personal connection. Moreover, Yi Qingyu, known for her aloof nature, rarely displayed such warmth towards others. Just met once. Not familiar, Qin Shou replied nonchalantly. Not familiar? Qin Yao's gaze was skeptical, clearly unconvinced. At that moment, the anxious and tense old Taoist and Dahe also approached, their inquisitive spirits ignited. "Hey kid, that girl is quite something. Beautiful and a saintess, you've struck gold. Why not go to Taichu sacred land as a son-in-law? What resources wouldn't you have then?" Dahe grinned broadly, displaying a rather human-like and lewd smile. "Hey, the dog speaks wisely." The old Taoist chimed in, expressing his agreement. "Wealthy women seek risks. I have high hopes for you." Chapter 45. The opening of the King's Hall, a golden path that consumes lives. What? Wealthy women seek risks. As Qin Shou listened to their banter, his expression grew increasingly dark. Simultaneously, his gaze became more perilous. Perceiving the danger in his eyes, the man and the dog belatedly ceased their chatter, realizing that jokes with this individual were ill-advised. The old Taoist chuckled awkwardly, retreating a few steps. As for Dahe, he had already scampered away. Seeing this, Qin Shou chose not to dwell on the matter with the two jesters. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the stone, closed his eyes, and awaited the opening of the King's hall. Days passed, and more powerful individuals tore through space to arrive. By the 10th day, beneath Tiancang, nearly 100 cultivators had gathered, all enlightened beings under 1,000 years of age. Of course, this was merely a fraction of the eligible warriors from the eastern wilderness, excluding those from other regions. The Tiancang Continent is divided into 5 great domains: Dongwang, Shima, Nanman, Beixian, and the central Tianyu within the 4 domains. Each of the 4 peripheral domains has a King's hall, while the central Tianyu consists of 3 boundless ancient forbidden lands, devoid of human life. On this day, Qin Shou, seated upon a large stone, suddenly opened his eyes. He slightly raised his head, his piercing gaze directed towards the summit of the mountain. They have arrived. As soon as the words fell, a resonant hum echoed through the heavens and the earth, as if the colossal Tianzhu mountain itself was quaking. Above the clouds, a tide of spiritual energy surged forth, cascading down like a golden pathway. Countless intricate patterns adorned its surface, resembling a celestial ladder. The Hall of Kings had been unveiled. Ha ha ha. This time, I shall undoubtedly claim my rightful title as a sovereign. Fellow Taoists, I shall take my leave first. At the foot of the mountain, numerous prodigies of the Tao gazed up at the descending golden path, their expressions brimming with excitement. Instantly, someone surged forward, ascending the golden staircase towards the clouds. Witnessing this leader's boldness, the remaining powerful figures rushed forth with fervor. Lin Jingtian, accompanied by over 10 individuals from the Azure Sky Sacred Land, cast a frosty glance at Qin Shou before embarking on their ascent. Daoist Qin Shou, I shall proceed first. Not far away, Yi Qingyu greeted Qin Shou and, along with the stalwarts of the Taichu Sacred Land, stepped onto the golden path. Let's also embark. Qin Shou called to those behind him and took the lead. As his feet touched the golden pathway, an overwhelming force instantly enveloped him. Boom! A faint explosion echoed in his ears, causing Qin Shou to furrow his brows. Yet, in a mere moment, he regained his composure, continuing his ascent as if unperturbed. However, with each step taken, the pressure upon him intensified. As time passed and the number of steps increased, the burden he bore gradually surpassed the pinnacle of the Tao comprehension stage, edging towards the realm of observing the heavens. Simultaneously, an inexplicable force arose from beneath his feet, infiltrating his body, seemingly aiding in the refinement of his flesh. Whoever constructed the Hall of Kings truly possessed remarkable prowess. Qin Shou mused as he felt the energy coursing within him. Although it was but a trickle, it bore little significance for him at present. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With countless steps ahead, he believed that even a small accumulation would yield considerable benefits. Senior brother Qin Shou, he appears so at ease. Behind him, the siblings Qin Tianyi observed Qin Shou's leisurely demeanor with astonishment. They too were enduring immense pressure, which intensified in tandem with their ascent. By now, each of them had withstood a terrifying force that exceeded their own cultivation level by 2 minor realms. Although they were prodigies of the sacred land, significantly stronger than their peers of the same realm, they still felt a degree of discomfort under such immense strain. Meanwhile, not far from them, the old Taoist and Dahe maintained an air of nonchalance, seemingly oblivious to the pressure, as if strolling upon ordinary ground. Particularly, Dahe was munching on a spirit ginseng as thick as an arm. Ahead, Qin Shou sensed the sibling struggle and slightly slowed his pace. Yet in the next moment, his expression shifted. Clenching his fist, he abruptly struck out towards the left front. A brilliant surge of golden light collided with a terrifying blade of energy that had materialized from thin air. Bang! The avenue of golden light trembled as the terrifying blade of light was shattered, transforming into countless runes that merged into the steps below. An attack from the 3rd level of the observation realm? Qin Shou furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with gravity. At that very moment, all the formidable beings on the avenue were also besieged. Taken by surprise, some were cleaved from the steps, plummeting downward. Others suffered grievously, losing limbs in a tragic spectacle. Damn it, wasn't it said that only pressure would be present? Why are there attacks as well? Among the surviving powerhouses, some shouted in fury. Some had elders who had entered the Palace of Kings, where no such attacks had occurred on the Avenue of Golden Light. What on earth is happening? Qin Tianyi and his sister wore solemn expressions, equally bewildered by this unforeseen turn of events. Master Qin had shared precautions regarding the ceiling of King Mountain, yet he had not mentioned that the avenue of golden light would launch attacks. "Stay away from me. Do not come too close," Qin Shou cautioned the siblings. Turning to look at them, he feared that further attacks might endanger them. An assault at the level of the observation realm, even if merely residual, would pose a significant challenge to them, potentially causing them to be knocked off the steps. In the worst case, it could even lead to fatality. "Understood, Brother Qin," they replied, nodding earnestly, their eyes reflecting a hint of compliance. Recalling the formidable punch Qin Shou had unleashed earlier, they felt the overwhelming force that exceeded the insight realm, leaving them with no inclination to resist. Seeing them nod, Qin Shou resumed his ascent, this time with added caution. Indeed, only after climbing a few dozen steps did another attack ensue, even stronger than the last. Relying on his robust physique, he managed to handle it with ease. However, others were not as fortunate. Shadows frequently fell from above, hurled off the avenue of golden light. A cry of despair echoed ahead as a middle-aged man was cleaved in two by a strike, his defensive artifact and body severed, plummeting below. Qin Shou watched the bloodied halves of the body fall beside him, his gaze momentarily wavering. It is said that the Palace of Kings holds opportunities for those of the Insight Realm, yet who could have anticipated that such opportunities would also bring peril? Shaking his head, he restored his indifferent demeanor and continued his ascent. Suddenly, a terrifying beastly roar reverberated, casting a colossal shadow over him. Chapter 46. Hammering down the sixth layer of the observation realm, Fire Phoenix. Beasts. Qin Shou's expression turned icy as he gazed upward at the clouds. In the next moment, countless immense figures emerged in his line of sight. They broke through the clouds, their roars resounding as they lunged toward the cultivators on the steps from all directions. One by one, dark creatures with metallic gleams in their claws tore through space, exuding a chilling aura. "Damn, so many beasts. Fellow Taoists, let us cease our concealment and unleash our full power to exterminate these fiends. Otherwise, none of us shall reach the peak," someone bellowed from the front. Immediately, numerous extraordinary phenomena emerged. Some individuals bore divine mountains upon their backs, while others were entwined by ethereal serpents. At the forefront, Lin Jingtian stood tall, a supreme phantom looming behind him, effortlessly crushing a Tao comprehension realm beast with a mere gesture. Behind Yi Qingyu, a verdant lotus blossomed, emanating a terrifying sword aura that sent chills down the spines of all present, causing even some beasts to refrain from approaching. Those who had arrived here, apart from the two great holy lands, were all prodigies from various prominent sects and ancient clans. With their powers unleashed without restraint, a multitude of beasts were swiftly vanquished, their essences dissolving into the golden path beneath their feet. During this skirmish, Qin Shou casually eliminated two beasts that lunged at him. However, he did not relax his vigilance. Rather, he surveyed his surroundings with a grave expression. A formidable divine sense enveloped the area, prepared to respond to any unforeseen developments. According to the established patterns, a beast of the sky-gazing realm should have appeared by now, yet none were in sight. Meanwhile, Qin Tian and his sister wore anxious expressions, each conjuring their own manifestations to slay beasts, their gazes fixed intently on Qin Shou. They seemed to sense that a more formidable beast had yet to reveal itself. Just then, a piercing, thunderous screech resonated, capable of shattering gold and stone. A colossal shadow loomed as a great bird, engulfed in flames, emerged from the clouds, its terrifying aura compelling the surrounding beasts to retreat. What an overwhelming presence! Is that the Fire Phoenix? How could the Fire Phoenix possibly appear? The Celestial Pillar Mountain has conjured a sky-gazing realm beast. Are they intent on exterminating us all? At the forefront, several unfortunate souls were rendered speechless by fear. The Fire Phoenix is an ancient, legendary beast. Upon reaching maturity, it embodies the sky-gazing realm. These individuals had cultivations not exceeding the 5th level of the Tao comprehension realm. Although they were prodigies capable of transcending their realms, facing a sky-gazing realm monstrosity, only a few stood a chance. The rest were doomed. Without a second thought, some fled from the golden path, abandoning the opportunity at the royal palace. Where one fled, others soon followed, those with lower cultivations. At the 1st and 2nd levels of the Tao comprehension realm, hastily retreated, prioritizing their lives. Ultimately, Only the two great holy lands and a handful of prodigies with cultivations above the third level of the Tao comprehension realm remained, their gazes warily fixed on the fire phoenix above. Lin Jingtian and Yi Qingyu even drew their most treasured divine weapons, preparing to confront the sky-gazing realm beast. However, the fire phoenix paid them no heed, its enormous eyes locking onto Qin Shou. Within its crimson pupils, there was no trace of emotion, only a ferocious intent to kill. In the next moment, amidst a blood-curdling screech filled with malice, its wings unfurled, unleashing a torrent of flames directed at Qin Shou. Witnessing this scene, the remaining powerful figures above could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, their gazes towards Qin Shou filled with sympathy. That young man is doomed. The few who followed him will perish alongside him. Ha ha, what poetic justice. In the ranks of the celestial Holy Land, Wu Ming and Lin Yuan laughed heartily, their faces brimming with satisfaction. Let us depart. Lin Jingtian wore an expression of indifference, remaining unmoved. With that, he continued to ascend. Observing this, Lin Yuan and the others hastily followed suit. Some disciples from the sacred land, as they departed, cast a lingering glance at the staircase engulfed in flames, their eyes tinged with a hint of regret. However, their regret was not for Qin Shou, but rather for the siblings Qin Tianyi and Qin Air who trailed behind him. Yet, it was merely a fleeting sense of pity. The notion of offering assistance was out of the question. Meanwhile, in the Taichu's sacred land, Yi Qingyu's gaze flickered slightly, but soon regained its composure as she led a group of formidable beings upward. They aimed to distance themselves from this area before the Fire Phoenix could eliminate Qin Shou. Just when everyone believed that Qin Shou was doomed, suddenly, boom, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently, and a colossal hand pierced through the flames that enveloped the area below. Qin Shou emerged from the inferno, with the manifestation of an immortal king above his head, effortlessly carrying Qin Tianyi and Qin Air out of the sea of fire. In that instant, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire staircase. Following closely behind him were a person and a dog. The old Taoist remained calm and composed, while the large black dog stood as steady as a rock, seemingly unperturbed by the chaos. Was he truly unharmed? Such a terrifying presence even sent shivers through my heart, despite being at the third level of the Enlightenment realm. And that manifestation, on the staircase above, the group of powerful beings who had been preparing to seize the opportunity to flee were taken aback, their gazes fixated on Qin Shou. On the staircase, Lin Jingtian and the others heard the commotion and turned to look below. Upon seeing Qin Shou emerge unscathed, Lin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. How could he have survived? Just moments ago, the Fire Phoenix had unleashed a cataclysmic sea of flames. And even from such a distance, Lin Yuan felt as though he had been scorched. How could the other party possibly remain unscathed? Not even his clothing was disheveled. Ignoring the astonishment of those around him, Qin Shou casually set the two siblings down, his gaze firmly fixed on the Fire Phoenix. From the previous assault, he discerned that the opponent's approximate strength hovered around the 6th level of the sky-observing realm. Though formidable, it posed no significant threat to him. He lifted his foot and stepped forward, his figure vanishing from sight. Under the immense pressure of the staircase, he instantaneously traversed the distance between them, appearing before the Fire Phoenix. Without any hesitation, a purple gold hammer manifested in his hand, raised high above him. Boom! The terrifying aura of sanctity erupted as the hammer grew to the size of a small mountain, overshadowing the Fire Phoenix with an overwhelming force. Caw! The Fire Phoenix screeched, emitting a stream of purple flames from its mouth, even hotter than the previous inferno, instantly scorching through the space. Simultaneously, it extended a claw, piercing through the void to grasp the descending hammer. Rumbling, the void erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending horrifying energy rippling outward. Even the golden pathway below trembled violently, minute cracks appearing only to heal instantaneously. In the void, the Fire Phoenix emitted a mournful cry as its claw began to crumble under the immense pressure. In a mere breath, vast patterns emerged, cascading down towards the grand thoroughfare below. Simultaneously, an extraordinarily potent and pure energy coursed through the purple gold hammer into Qin Shou's body. Qin Shou furrowed his brow. The threshold of the celestial observation realm was nearly breached by this pure energy. A flicker of astonishment crossed his mind, prompting him to swiftly suppress the urge to break through. Although he had previously slain several enlightened beasts, none had bestowed energy upon him. Could it be because the fire phoenix belonged to the celestial observation realm? As he pondered, the powerful figures on the heavenly ladder below were already rendered speechless. Which ancient clan has nurtured this prodigy? Such terrifying cultivation. The fire phoenix was at least at the 5th level of the celestial observation realm, yet it was annihilated in a single strike. With such prowess, even though aided by a sacred weapon, he would undoubtedly rival the holy sons of the major sacred lands. A strong individual spoke, their gaze towards the figure soaring above now tinged with a hint of reverence. Within the formation of the Qingyun sacred land, Lin Yuan and Wu Ming, though astonished, could not help but scoff. Humph, it is merely the power of a sacred weapon. If a holy son were to intervene, they could certainly achieve the same. Their eyes turned towards Lin Zhengtian. Lin Zhengtian's expression turned grave. He ignored the two. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Qin Shou, a chilling glimmer flashing in his eyes. Though reluctant to admit it, even with his current cultivation at the 4th level of the Enlightenment realm, he too could have slain that fire phoenix in a single blow with the aid of a sacred weapon. In the skies above, Qin Shou restrained the tumultuous spiritual energy within him, stowing away the purple gold hammer before gracefully descending back onto the steps. However, just as his feet made contact with the ladder, an unexpected change occurred. The steps beneath him radiated with brilliant light, and following a burst of white illumination, everyone vanished into thin air. When they reappeared, they found themselves before a grand edifice. Chapter 47, Ascending the Summit, the Trial of Peril. At the pinnacle of Tianzhu Peak, upon a colossal platform hewn by human hands, a gray palace loomed, constructed from enormous, unidentifiable stone blocks, guarded by 2 towering statues. Is this the summit? The Royal Seal Palace? Have we truly ascended? On the platform, the assembly of formidable beings exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain, though there was still considerable distance left to climb. How had they been transported to the peak so suddenly? Could it be? One individual scanned the crowd, their gaze ultimately landing on Qin Shou. Perhaps it was due to Qin Shou's slaying of the fire phoenix that they were granted this outcome. Senior brother Qin Shou, Qin Tianyi, and Qin Yao approached, their expressions filled with reverence. Let us observe first. Qin Shou nodded to the two. He then turned his attention to the powerful figures on the platform. Of the nearly 100 prodigies of the Enlightenment realm who had initially set forth, fewer than 30 had managed to reach this point. Among them, the 2 major sacred lands collectively accounted for approximately 15 or 16. The remaining individuals are all prodigious disciples and inheritors from various ancient clans and prestigious sections. Surprisingly, the 2 characters, the Old Taoist and the Big Black Dog, with their cultivation at the 1st and 2nd levels of the Enlightenment realm, have also made their way here. At this moment, the 2 of them stand in a corner, their eyes furtively surveying the grand hall with an air of secrecy. My instincts suggest that there must be a magnificent treasure concealed within. Perhaps it truly harbors the chance to attain imperial status. Old trickster, calculate for me whether I might seize this opportunity. The Big Black Dog gazes intently at the magnificent hall that occupies a significant portion of the mountaintop, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Don't act recklessly, you foolish mutt. If you get subdued by someone, do not blame me for not warning you, the old Taoist admonishes, his expression grave as he cannot help but glance at the colossal statue at the entrance of the hall. The towering statue, clad in battle armor and wielding a war spear, stands like a massive pillar, seemingly lifeless, yet exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Humph. I can seize this opportunity with my own strength, the Big Black Dog retorts defiantly. Meanwhile, Qin Shou retrieves his gaze and shakes his head. The fact that the Hall of Kings has endured through the ages is no simple matter. If it lacked defensive measures, it would have likely been plundered by the continent's most formidable beings long ago. Although this foolish dog possesses some peculiarities with merely the 1st level of the Enlightenment realm, causing trouble could lead to severe consequences. As he observes the 2 statues, suddenly, an ancient voice reverberates above the platform. Congratulations to all for passing the first trial. Welcome to the Hall of Kings. As the voice fades, the stone doors of the hall creak open. A figure clad in gray emerges from within. The elderly man, dressed in gray, scans the platform, pausing noticeably when his gaze falls upon Qin Shou. I am the spirit of the Hall of Kings, responsible for your trial of kingship. The spirit wears a faint smile, and the gathered prodigies display little surprise, evidently already informed of the spirit's existence by their elders. Only Qin Shou gazes contemplatively at the aged figure, pondering the implications. If this spirit is indeed the essence of the Hall of Kings, then the hall itself must be an extraordinary treasure. Possessing the ability to take form and leave its body freely is something even the greatest of divine weapons cannot achieve. As these thoughts whirl in his mind, he feels a surge of restlessness. Suddenly, the spirit's voice resonates once more. Those of you who have reached this point must surely seek the opportunities within the hall. However, I must forewarn you that this trial may entail life-threatening risks. If you have made your decision, please step inside. With that, the spirit steps aside and gestures invitingly towards the entrance. Behind him, the dark doorway looms like the open maw of a great beast, awaiting the offering of its prey. Life-threatening risks? The faces of all present darken at these words, as this diverges drastically from what they had gleaned from their elders. However, reflecting upon the assassination suffered earlier on the Golden Avenue, he felt a sense of relief. Soon, several prodigies emerged and stepped into the hall. Qin Shou, this time, this holy sun shall not be defeated by you. Not far away, Lin Jingtian conveyed his thoughts to Qin Shou, his voice icy. He then led a few talented individuals from the Qing Tian Holy Land towards the front of the hall. Daoist Qin Shou, I shall take the lead. Yi Qingyu acknowledged Qin Shou with a slight nod and followed suit with the prodigies of the Tai Chu Holy Land. As he observed everyone entering the hall, Qin Shou turned to the two siblings. Whether to enter or not, the decision lies with you. Qin had entrusted him with their care during their ascent, and he had fulfilled that duty. However, in this trial, the conditions within were unknown, necessitating their own choice. Senior brother, let us proceed. Without further words, the siblings strode directly towards the dark portal. Seeing this, Qin Shou nodded and followed suit. Upon stepping through the portal, the space twisted, and when light returned, they found themselves in a desolate wilderness. To his dismay, Qin Shou was utterly alone. As he extended his consciousness, his brow furrowed slightly. Despite his formidable mental prowess capable of encompassing vast distances, he detected no one else in this realm, not even a trace of life. It appeared that this wasteland was a colossal, silent world. At that moment, the voice of the hall spirit resonated through the space. The trial begins. Eliminate your opponents, or forfeit. Should you choose to forfeit, you may be transported from this space. As the voice faded, a figure materialized before him. In an instant, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the surroundings. In the wilderness, the conjured youth bore a stoic expression, wielding an iron sword that exuded an overwhelming aura of violence. Without warning, he raised his hand and swept the sword through the air, the chilling sword light traversing the space toward Qin Shou's head. A combat illusion at the 9th level of the Enlightenment realm? Qin Shou raised his hand to shatter the sword light, then pointed decisively, piercing through the youth's skull. As the youth perished, his form began to dissipate. Simultaneously, a surge of pure essence and a multitude of chaotic cultivation insights flooded into Qin Shou's mind. He furrowed his brow, somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that slaying these phantoms would yield such energy in return. This was reminiscent of his earlier encounter with the fire phoenix. Although the essence was limited, it was exceedingly pure. If accumulated, it could prove to be a commendable gain. As he watched the youth's figure completely vanish, a flicker of anticipation ignited within his eyes. During the ascent of the Golden Avenue, a 6th-level fire phoenix had appeared. This trial could not possibly be so straightforward, and surely there would be more to come. Indeed, mere moments later, the space ahead began to ripple once more. Two figures gradually emerged from the ether. The two individuals bore an uncanny resemblance to their youthful selves. However, the aura they exuded was vastly more formidable. Were they at the 1st level of the observation realm? Qin Shou regarded their silhouettes with a glimmer of enlightenment, revealing a contemplative expression. It seemed he had discerned the rules governing this space. Nevertheless, two mere practitioners of the 1st level of the observation realm posed little challenge to him. After effortlessly dispatching them, he once again absorbed their essence. Subsequently, he awaited in silence. A full quarter of an hour elapsed before the specters of a 3rd confrontation materialized. As anticipated, this time there were 4 adversaries, and their levels had similarly ascended. The 3rd level of the comprehension realm. Qin Shou's gaze grew slightly more serious. No wonder the temple spirit had warned of the potential peril in this trial. If the encounters continued to escalate in intensity, it would be a formidable challenge, even for the most distinguished figures, let alone the likes of the heavenly sovereign. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded in another realm. Numerous prodigies who had entered the trial together were engaged in fierce battles against their spectral foes. Lin Zheng, with blood surging through his veins, unleashed his formidable abilities, annihilating 4 specters at the 6th level of the comprehension realm with ease. Yi Qingyu, with an icy demeanor, was enveloped in a halo of sword light. The specters scarcely approached before being obliterated by the chilling brilliance of her blade. The other prodigies, facing specters that were a level or 2 above their own, managed to respond with relative ease, swiftly dispatching them. With a few more kills, the essence recovered would be sufficient for my breakthrough. In one domain, Qin Tianyi had just vanquished 4 specters, and the pure essence he absorbed, along with countless insights from the comprehension realm, filled him with exhilaration. He was already at the pinnacle of the 2nd level of the comprehension realm, feeling that with just a few more kills, he could leverage this opportunity to ascend to the 3rd level. A quarter of an hour later, 8 specters at the 5th level of the comprehension realm emerged, and a terrifying aura of murderous intent ravaged the space. The carnage resumed. Initially, everyone remained relatively composed, but as time passed, some began to struggle. Although each victory over a specter yielded a return of essence, the subsequent appearances doubled in number and escalated in cultivation level. This caused many to inwardly lament. Moreover, within this peculiar space, they were unable to utilize their magical artifacts, relying solely on their innate strength to combat the specters. Despite being prodigies of their respective factions with formidable combat prowess, this was overwhelming. Yet, motivated by the prospect of titles and opportunities, they had no choice but to persist, unwilling to relinquish their efforts easily. However, as the number of specters multiplied and their levels grew more formidable, some of the relatively weaker prodigies could no longer endure under the relentless onslaught. Some decisively withdrew, being teleported away. Others hesitated, only to be overwhelmed and slain by the multitude of specters. Damn it, what kind of twisted trial is this? It's utterly insane. Outside the temple, on the platform, a young man who had just been teleported out erupted into furious exclamations. The pallid complexion, the tattered robe almost torn to shreds, and the gruesome scars adorning the body all vividly narrate the harrowing tale within. Esteemed friend, you are fortunate to have emerged alive, consoled several prodigies who had been teleported out earlier. They gestured towards the ground nearby, where half a corpse lay peacefully. The young man gazed at the dismembered body, his expression shifting slightly, clearly aware that a misfortunate soul had perished within the trial space. In light of this, he suddenly felt considerably luckier. At that moment, one of the earlier comforting prodigies approached the young man and inquired, "Dear friend, to which round did you advance?" "To the 6th round," the young man replied, his countenance darkening slightly. He had fought his way to the 6th round, facing 32 phantoms, each 5 realms above his own. Despite exerting himself to the utmost, he could only vanquish a few. Had he not been decisive and chosen to retreat at a critical juncture, he too might have met a grim fate. The 6th round. The inquirer nodded. They too had faltered in the 6th round. One wondered how far the esteemed Saintess Yi and Lin Jingtian could persevere. With the formidable foundation of the 2 great sanctuaries, surely securing their respective titles would not be an insurmountable task. Someone mused, gazing at the ominous entrance of the temple with a hint of envy in their eyes. Then there was that young man, seemingly familiar with Saintess Yi, who had yet to emerge. It remained uncertain whether he had perished within. Upon recollecting Qin Shou, one individual's expression darkened with malice. Meanwhile, in the wild expanse of the trial space, Qin Shou was in a frenzy of slaughter. After overcoming the initial rounds, he now faced phantoms of the 6th level of the celestial insight realm, 64 of them, to be precise. As they besieged him, he radiated an aura akin to a celestial king descending to the mortal realm. His golden blood surged, and with each strike, a phantom was obliterated. "Descend," Qin Shou roared, as a luminous moon rose behind him, casting a terrifying pressure over the battlefield, slowing the movements of all phantoms. He then formed seals with his hands and struck downward. From the heavens, a colossal hand materialized, resembling a divine mountain descending from the sky. With a thunderous crash, the earth buckled under the overwhelming force, creating a chasm shaped like a hand before him. All phantoms vanished beneath this devastating blow. Gasping for breath, Qin Shou sat heavily on the ground, his attire slightly disheveled. Without the aid of artifacts, slaying over 60 phantoms at the 7th level of the celestial insight realm had indeed taken its toll. He retrieved a handful of pills, disregarding their quality and swallowed them all at once to replenish his expended spiritual energy. In this desolate space, devoid of spiritual essence, he had no choice but to rely on pills for restoration. Fortunately, prior to his encounter with the formidable Black and the venerable Dao, he had managed to procure a few supplies. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to purchase them at exorbitant prices from Tongzi. However, as soon as he swallowed the elixir, before he could even settle into his seat, a sudden disturbance rippled through the space. Immediately, a multitude of figures began to coalesce. What? Qin Shou sprang to his feet, his expression a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. After vanquishing all the phantoms previously, he would typically have a respite. Why then did they materialize so swiftly this time? Just as he grappled with his uncertainty, the voice of the temple spirit resonated out of thin air. Congratulations on passing the King's trial. You now have two choices. First, you may exit the trial space immediately, earning a title befitting a king and a chance for fortune. Second, you may choose to continue, facing one final trial for the opportunity to acquire a legacy beyond that of an emperor. A legacy beyond that of an emperor? Qin Shou's heart raced with exhilaration. It was indeed true that within the King's Hall lay the opportunity to attain emperor-level chances. Chapter 49, Terrifying Slaughter, Another Self. Contestant, you have 10 breaths to decide. After 10 breaths, you will be transported away, the temple spirit urged. Qin Shou raised an eyebrow, casting his gaze upon the figures that were rapidly consolidating. There were no fewer than 100, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Merely glancing at them instilled an immense sense of pressure. 100 peak, void-seeking realm warriors. Qin Shou remained silent. Even with his formidable ancient saint body and unparalleled combat prowess that could defy the void-seeking realm, the thought of confronting such a multitude, especially without the use of sacred weapons, left him breathless. Yet amidst this oppressive atmosphere, a surge of madness began to well up within him. A smile gradually curved upon his lips. I accept the challenge and shall continue. The trial persists. May you survive, the temple spirit's voice echoed. With that, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent erupted across the wilderness. The phantoms of 100 peak void-seeking warriors coalesced in an instant, their terrifying auras merging, casting a shadow over the entire expanse. They simultaneously raised their iron swords, aiming a strike towards Qin Shou. Crack! A blinding sword light split the darkness, as if cleaving the heavens in twain. How terrifying! Qin Shou's heart raced, sensing the shadow of death looming ever closer. Instead of retreating, he advanced, stepping forward. His surging blood energy soared skyward, transforming into a vortex. Spectacular visions materialized behind him. The yin-yang life and death diagram. The luminous moon rising over the sea. The golden lotus blooming in the sea of suffering, and the celestial king arriving in the 9 heavens. These visions no longer appeared independently. Instead, they began to converge, forming a vast and enigmatic scroll. The celestial king stood atop a lotus platform, the yin-yang diagram hovering behind him, cradling a radiant moon in his palm. As Qin Shou thrust forth his hand, the celestial king within the vision mirrored his movement, wielding the moon as a weapon to suppress the sword light that threatened to rend the sky. Boom! With a resounding crash, the entire wilderness trembled under the force of the collision. The fabric of space shattered, and terrifying fissures rapidly spread across the horizon, only to be mended swiftly by some unseen force. The earth quaked as if it were a tumultuous sea. The bright moon fractured, and the hand of the celestial sovereign splintered. The sword light that pierced the heavens dimmed immensely as it struck Qin Shou. In an instant, golden blood splattered forth. Coughing, he was struck by a lethal wound that nearly cleaved him in two. Yet he remained unfazed, stepping forth with a swift motion that brought him closer to the 100 peak experts of the heaven-viewing realm. Along the way, his vital essence surged, golden blood flowing backwards, and the grievous wound healed at a visible pace. The art of celestial repair, the formidable technique acquired from robbing the great black entity, was now put to use. As the wound closed, Qin Shou's figure reached the throng of phantoms. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into their midst. Surrounded by the manifestation of the sacred body within a yard of himself, he struck with thunderous force, his golden fist crashing down to obliterate one foe. By the time the remaining phantoms reacted, he had already activated his technique to retreat, never lingering in one place. The many phantoms, fearing to inadvertently harm their companions due to Qin Shou's chaotic movements among them, found themselves momentarily restrained. Thus, he danced amidst the phantoms, biding his time to slay. In an unexpected turn, he gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, within a certain space of the king's hall, the hall spirit sat suspended in midair, coldly observing 3 luminous screens before him. One of the screens displayed the scene of Qin Shou's battle. This young man is quite remarkable. An ancient sacred body. How many years has it been since one appeared in the Tiancang Continent? Perhaps he could inherit the legacy of that great being. After gazing at Qin Shou's figure for a moment, he turned his attention to the other 2 screens. The other 2 screens prominently featured Lin Jingtian and Yi Qingyu. In one of the screens, Lin Jingtian was engulfed in a tumultuous phenomenon, unleashing his powers with reckless abandon. The sky-covering handprint and soul-extinguishing sword energy were employed desperately against 100 peak experts of the 4th level of heaven viewing, resulting in his defeat from a single blow. He bore grievous wounds, nearly pierced through entirely. Cursed be it! Lin Jingtian roared in anger, expending vast amounts of vital essence as his wounds slowly began to heal. However, compared to Qin Shou's art of celestial repair, the speed of his recovery was markedly slower. Subsequently, he activated the imperial scripture, and ancient glyphs began to flicker around his body. Instantly, a terrifying aura began to permeate the air. Quite the talent, though he appears rather dim-witted. The hall spirit shook his head, shifting his gaze to the space where Yi Qingyu resided. Enveloped by a massive azure lotus, Yi Qingyu, much like Qin Shou, navigated through the multitude of phantoms. Simultaneously, the azure lotus erupted with countless chilling sword lights, like serpentine dragons of steel, striking at the phantoms surrounding her. However, she could only repel and severely injure the phantoms, never managing to slay them. Only occasionally, when the opportunity arose, could she stand chance. This young girl was competent. The spirit of the palace nodded slightly, adding, "At least she is smarter than that lad from earlier." After surveying the surroundings, her gaze once again returned to Qin Shou. The main event was about to unfold. In the wilderness space, Qin Shou continued to navigate among the numerous phantoms, occasionally striking them down. At first glance, it seemed as if he alone was encircled by a throng of phantoms. Amidst his hunt, the number of phantoms had dwindled from 100 to fewer than 70. In a mere moment, over 30 had been vanquished, although he was occasionally struck by the phantoms. The formidable defense of the anomaly and his own formidable physique ensured that he sustained only minor injuries, thanks to the remarkable healing effects of the celestial restoration technique. He could recover almost instantaneously. This technique consumed vital energy, yet in this trial space, he was never short of it. Thus, after spending half a day, he finally exterminated all the phantoms present. Panting heavily, Qin Shou's aura appeared somewhat diminished. This time, he refrained from consuming any elixirs and instead directly refined the restorative energy he had absorbed, rejuvenating himself. After a brief moment of adjustment, he turned his gaze towards the distance. There, a figure identical to his own was approaching. Behind it, a sacred body anomaly loomed, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Chapter 50. Forbidden Law. 3 flowers borrowing the path. A terrifying amplification of combat power. The ancient sacred body. Is this truly me? The approaching figure of Qin Shou wore an exceptionally grave expression. In terms of appearance, physique, and even aura, it was indistinguishable from his own. If seen externally, even his biological father might struggle to discern which was the counterfeit. Trial taker, conquer yourself, and you shall earn the right to inherit, echoed the voice of the palace spirit in the space. Conquer oneself, Qin Shou murmured. Indeed, that phantom was a replica of himself. At that moment, the duplicate had also reached the forefront. Its eyes fixed upon Qin Shou, devoid of the previous phantom's dullness and lack of vitality, instead radiating a faint glimmer of wisdom. In the next instant, its lips moved slightly, and a chilling voice emerged. You cannot defeat me. All that you possess, the ancient sacred body, the celestial restoration technique, the sky-obscuring seal, as well as other divine abilities, are all mine as well. I am you. So arrogant. As Qin Shou listened to the words of his duplicate, an odd expression crossed his face. Everything he possessed, the other claimed to have? System. Ding. Host, do not entertain such trivial thoughts. Do you truly believe that is possible? Qin Shou chuckled at the remark. If the Palace of Kings could replicate the system, that would indeed be remarkable. What are you laughing at? The duplicate's expression turned icy. It is nothing, merely a recollection of joyous moments. Qin Shou waved his hand, but soon his expression grew grave once more. Behind him, a sacred body manifestation slowly ascended, exuding a terrifying aura. Two forces clashed, creating a boundary of turbulent air that seemed to cleave the heavens and the earth in twain. Oomph! The clone snorted coldly. Kill! With a low growl, an even more horrifying energy erupted from him. Fiery blood essence surged upward, tinting the entire expanse in golden hues. The sacred body manifestation descended, directly enveloping Qin Shou. I am eager to see how this impostor intends to kill me. Qin Shou's countenance remained impassive as he thrust his palm forward. The manifestation behind him followed suit, crashing ahead. In the next moment, the two towering sacred body manifestations collided violently. Bang! Thunderous roars ensued. The space trembled, and in an instant, it shattered, revealing an abyss of darkness. A deluge of airwaves swept through, reminiscent of the apocalypse. Qin Shou summoned the magic within him, flowing forth like a great river, infusing it into the manifestation. The sacred body unleashed an even more fearsome aura as the celestial king slowly raised his palm, pressing down upon his opponent. The golden lotus pedestal radiated light, and waves of energy surged forth like tides, causing the clone's manifestation to tremble violently. However, the clone mirrored the action. The two manifestations incessantly pressed against each other in the air, the void fluctuating between destruction and restoration. Ultimately, after a resounding crash, both manifestations collapsed. The destructive force rebounded upon themselves, causing both bodies to fracture instantly. Terrifying fissures spread rapidly, golden blood staining their garments. The entire scene resembled a delicate porcelain about to shatter, as if it could splinter into countless shards at any moment. Qin Shou, expressionless, glanced at the cracks on his body before invoking the technique of celestial restoration. In the next instant, the fissures healed, and the blood flowed back into him. I too possess the celestial restoration technique. The clone spoke indifferently, its wounds mending in an instant. Subsequently, the two lunged at each other once more, unleashing a cataclysmic battle. For a time, the desolate space descended into terrifying chaos. Various divine abilities and secret arts flourished, Tao patterns streaked across the sky, and chains of order twisted like serpents, mercilessly slashing through the void. Both sustained injuries, only to heal almost instantaneously under the effect of the celestial restoration technique. However, as time elapsed, Qin Shou's aura began to wane. The frequent use of the celestial restoration technique to mend his injuries drained vast amounts of his energy. Even with the reserves accumulated from earlier vanquishing of illusions, he could not withstand the depletion. The clone noted this as well, a faint smile of indifference gracing its features. You have lost. Do not jump to conclusions before the end. Qin Shou retorted coldly, betraying not a hint of anxiety. He exerted his utmost to evolve his divine abilities, unleashing his strongest combat prowess to clash with his adversary. The clone was forced to retreat, revealing ghastly wounds upon its form. Yet, it remained unfazed, with but a thought. The wounds healed instantaneously. He gazed coldly at Qin Shou and spoke with icy disdain. I possess an entire realm as my foundation, with boundless vital energy coursing through me. Whereas you, if you continue to exhaust your strength, may find it impossible to maintain your current combat prowess. Like all others, you are merely a failure. Why not allow me to take your place in the outside world? As he uttered the final words, a chilling malice radiated from him. Replace me and venture into the outside world? Qin Shou's expression darkened at this proclamation. What audacity! Indeed, should I eliminate you, I would become the true Qin Shou. The clone's eyes glimmered with a sinister greed. With a swift motion, he lunged once more at Qin Shou, seeking to engage him in a brutal clash, exchanging wounds for wounds. In response, Qin Shou did not shy away. He unleashed his divine powers, meeting the clone's assault head-on. As they clashed again, both bore countless new scars, only to be swiftly healed by the restorative arts. Simultaneously, Qin Shou's aura grew increasingly frail. Observing this, the clone felt a surge of excitement. Once Qin Shou's energy was depleted, he would be easily dispatched. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a faint smile began to emerge on Qin Shou's face. In the mysterious realm, the Hall Spirit observed the reckless exchange, seemingly indifferent to the injured Qin Shou. Though his expression shifted slightly, he harbored the unsettling suspicion that Qin Shou was concealing a formidable move. especially as he noted the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Shifting his gaze from the luminous screen, he glanced at two other locations where Lin Zhengtian and Yi Qingyu continued to battle with the ordinary phantoms. Both had unleashed the Imperial Sutras, employing the forbidden techniques inscribed within, resulting in a drastic increase in their combat abilities. Numerous phantoms have been vanquished, leaving less than half remaining. The Imperial Sutras are indeed terrifying. It is no wonder they are relics of supreme beings. A hint of satisfaction crossed the hall spirit's indifferent face before he redirected his attention back to Qin Shou. He regarded the young man with greater significance than the other two. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Qin Shou and the clone had just created a distance between them amidst their fierce exchanges. This must come to an end. Your struggles are futile, the clone asserted with calm assurance, his wounds vanishing in an instant. He observed the disheveled and weakened Qin Shou with a hint of mockery, coupled with a glimmer of greed and anticipation. To his surprise, Qin Shou nodded in agreement, his expression tranquil as he slowly replied, "Indeed. It is time for this to conclude." With that, he formed intricate seals with his hands, the runes shimmering as his vital essence coalesced above him into 3 blossoms of the Great Path. In an instant, 3 terrifying auras descended, infused into his being through the blossoms. Boom! Qin Shou aura surgi explosively, 1-fold, 2-fold, 10-fold. A terrifying aura ravaged the desolate expanse, weighing down the clone to the extent that it could not lift its head. Forbidden law. The 3 flowers borrowed the path, drawing upon its own essence. It summoned the cultivation of its past, present, and future selves. What arcane secret is this? The clone was struck with dread, the mockery on its face long vanished, leaving only boundless terror. This overwhelming presence extinguished any thought of resistance. Yet how could this be? It possessed everything of the other, yet remained oblivious to this secret art. A smile graced Qin Shou's face. He certainly would not reveal that he had used the opponent's own tactics against them. Evolving insights gained from previously slaying 100 peak, sky-viewing realm beings into this battle. Observing the panic on the clone's visage, he slowly raised his palm, directing it towards the clone and gently closing his fist. Chapter 51. Crushing the clone, transmitting the Imperial Scripture. No, I cannot lose. The clone shouted in rage, a phenomenon rising behind it once more, yearning to engage Qin Shou in combat. It aspired to become a true human, unwilling to remain trapped in that wretched cage. Nothing is impossible. You are merely a counterfeit. Qin Shou spoke coldly. In the next instant, his palms suddenly clenched downwards. No terrifying sound erupted, nor was there a scene of devastation. The phenomenon the clone had just manifested collapsed in an instant. Immediately after, a vast expanse of space, including the clone, twisted and dissolved into nothingness. Finally, it is done. Witnessing the complete demise of the clone, Qin Shou let out a long sigh. However, a wave of profound weakness washed over him. Above his head, the 3 blossoms of the Great Path also dissipated, although the borrowing of the 3 flowers was formidable. Harnessing the powers of the past and future, the consumption was equally astounding. In just a few breaths, it nearly drained him of all his essence. This method remains immature. It will be prudent to utilize it sparingly in the future. Qin Shou felt utterly drained, as though he had been a groom multiple times in a single night. Just as he prepared to retrieve some elixirs to rejuvenate himself, an immensely pure essence surged forth from the void, flooding into his body. Oh! Qin Shou's body trembled, and he recalled that slaying these phantoms would yield a replenishing essence. However, he was astonished to find that the essence returned from the clone, despite its peak understanding realm cultivation, was even more potent than that of the 6th-layer fire phoenix of the sky-viewing realm. Yet now was not the time for such contemplation. He immediately refined the essence to replenish his depleted reserves. A full quarter of an hour later, this relatively vast essence was completely absorbed, and Qin Shou's pale complexion regained a flush of vitality. Although it did not fully restore his essence, it was a significant recovery. At that moment, a ripple suddenly emanated from the space ahead, and a portal slowly materialized in midair. Simultaneously, the voice of the temple spirit echoed once more. Trialist, congratulations on conquering yourself. The trial has concluded, and you are now worthy of receiving the legacy. Legacy, Qin Shou murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Without hesitation, he stepped into the portal suspended in midair. In a whirlwind of time and space, he found himself in an expansive realm of pure white. The vastness stretched infinitely before him, and not far away stood a stone statue in a meditative posture. The visage of the statue was shrouded in a veil of mist, obscuring its true features, but he could faintly sense that it depicted a youthful figure. Despite being merely a statue, it exuded an overwhelming aura of terror, instilling a feeling of dominion over eternity and the ability to suppress all. This was a statue left by a great emperor, containing his enduring legacy. The figure of the temple spirit materialized out of thin air, clad in gray robes, with an expression of indifference. Yet his eyes betrayed a profound reverence as he gazed at the statue. The emperor, Qin Shou's body trembled. The temple spirit turned his gaze upon Qin Shou, observing him intently. The celestial emperor, a figure from 1,000,000 years past, had attained enlightenment twice, his combat prowess defying the heavens, reigning over the Tiancang Continent for 100,000 years. In his twilight years, he single-handedly breached the gates of the yet-to-arrive celestial realm. Most importantly, he too was an ancient sacred body, bearing the same constitution as you. The ancient sacred body, twice enlightened. Qin Shou's heart raced. Just the thought of the ancient sacred body, having achieved enlightenment twice and breached the celestial gates in his later years, sent his blood boiling. He longed to resurrect his copy and crush it once more. Go forth. The legacy lies before you. Whether you can claim it depends solely on your own resolve. The temple spirit waved his hand, his figure becoming ethereal and gradually dissipating. Qin Shou watched him depart before directing his gaze back to the statue. The sacred body of the emperor. But how does one inherit this legacy? After a moment of contemplation, he called out in his heart, "System." After a considerable pause, the system's voice finally resonated. The legacy resides within the emperor's statue. The host need only connect with their divine consciousness to attain it. The system's tone conveyed a sense of certainty. It seemed that as long as Qin Shou extended his divine consciousness into the statue, the legacy would be easily within his grasp. Though somewhat puzzled by the system's demeanor, Qin Shou did not dwell on it. With the weight of expectation upon him, he approached the statue and seated himself cross-legged on the ground. Carefully, he extended a thread of divine consciousness towards the statue's brow. The process unfolded unexpectedly smoothly. The thread of consciousness seamlessly penetrated the statue's brow. Boom! In that instant, a tremendous roar resonated within his mind. Before Qin Shou, an endless expanse of golden ocean unfurled. At the center of the ocean stood a blurred figure, who slowly turned to face Qin Shou. "You have arrived." The voice was calm, yet imbued with an unexplainable authority. Qin Shou was taken aback. "What does it mean that I have arrived? Does he recognize me? You are the Celestial Emperor?" "I am the ancient Celestial." The Celestial Emperor nodded slightly. He gazed deeply at Qin Shou, then pointed a finger, and amidst the sea of golden light, numerous runes coalesced in the air. These runes resembled golden dragons, twisting and transforming continuously. Ultimately, countless runes converged, forming a sacred text that surged towards Qin Shou. With a resounding crash, the golden ocean before him vanished, and Qin Shou abruptly opened his eyes. A sacred text floated above the sea of souls, affirming the authenticity of the preceding scene. The Heavenly Emperor's scripture. Qin Shou's spirit was greatly stirred, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, overwhelmed with exhilaration. This was the scripture most suited for the ancient holy body. Although he had always relied on the formidable power of the ancient holy body, he had never cultivated the corresponding scripture, preventing the full development of its potential. While the system offered the imperial scripture for exchange, the required spirit stones were astronomical to him. The demand for billions of top-grade spirit stones was beyond his reach. Even if he were to sell himself, it wouldn't amount to a fraction of that sum. Now, receiving this inheritance was akin to saving him hundreds of millions of top-grade spirit stones. Not to mention, the imperial scripture contained records of certain forbidden divine arts. Taking several deep breaths to calm his emotions, Qin Shou stood up and bowed deeply before the statue. However, a crisp cracking sound echoed, leaving Qin Shou frozen in place. Chapter 52. Gaining and Taking. Two semi-emperor guardians of the first layer of heaven. Qin Shou observed as the statue before him cracked, slowly turning to ashes. His body stiffened, caught in a daze. Was such immense power unleashed by a mere bow? Just as he contemplated in astonishment, a voice echoed in his ear. "We shall meet again. Before I depart, allow me to present you with a small gift." As the voice faded, a beam of golden light shot forth from the statue. Hovering before Qin Shou, Subsequently, the statue was completely reduced to ashes, and the terrifying aura that had pervaded the space dissipated entirely. A small gift? Qin Shou regarded the statue, now reduced to ashes, then looked at the golden light floating before him, his expression inscrutable. The golden light was a constantly morphing rune, seemingly akin to the earlier imperial scripture. He extended his hand to grasp it, only for the rune to instantly merge with his palm. Immediately, a surge of information flooded his mind. Qin Shou's eyes widened, and a look of immense joy spread across his face, as if he could hear the thunderous beating of his heart. For this information was a method of control, and the subjects of this control were two semi-emperor puppets of the first layer of heaven. Semi-emperor, what an existence that was! Nearly at the pinnacle of the Tiancang Continent. With these two puppets, he could almost roam freely through Tiancang. Henceforth, his endeavors to acquire spirit stones would be expedited. After a moment, Qin Shou took a deep breath to steady his mind. Gazing upon the ashes of the stone statue upon the ground, what a pity! This is a statue left by the great emperor. How much spiritual stone could it fetch if sold? Alas, the legacy has concluded, and this journey can be deemed complete. Now, let me attempt this method of control to see if it truly works. Qin's gaze swept across the wide expanse before he settled cross-legged upon the ground. Subsequently, he began to channel the imperial scripture he had just inherited. Golden runes coalesced around his body, and a peculiar aura instantaneously filled the space. These runes arranged themselves in a unique manner, each one subsequently penetrating into the surrounding atmosphere. At this moment, outside, why has the Holy Sun not emerged yet? Could he be undergoing the inheritance? On the platform, disciples of the Qing Tian Holy Land, including Lin Yuan, gathered anxiously in the central open area, their eyes fixed expectantly on the portal of the temple. They had been eliminated early on. Apart from initially slaying phantoms and acquiring some essence, they had gained little fortune. In fact, two disciples at the second level of enlightenment had even perished. Nearby, the disciples of the Tai Chu Holy Land wore equally tense expressions as they stared at the portal. Their holy maiden had yet to emerge as well, and that fellow named Qin seemed to still be inside. At this point, someone recalled Qin Shou. Previously, beneath Tianzhu Mountain, Yi Qingyu had taken the initiative to converse with Qin Shou, making him memorable to many. Qin Shou, among the disciples of the Qing Tian Holy Land. Wu Ming's expression darkened at the mention. He then sneered and remarked, "That wretched fellow cannot possibly compare to our holy son. If he hasn't emerged, he must be dead inside." The mere thought of Qin Shou triggered memories of being trampled into the ground by him, and even after 2 months, the recollection still sent waves of pain through his head. Dead? The others, upon hearing this, were somewhat incredulous. After all, the strength Qin Shou had previously demonstrated was overwhelmingly powerful. He had singularly obliterated a fire phoenix at the Sky Gaze realm. Such prowess was beyond anyone among them, save for the two holy sons and holy maidens. Wu Ming, observing their expressions, recognized their thoughts. A mocking smile crept across his face as he coldly stated, "Humph. Let us not forget that one cannot utilize artifacts within. Do you truly believe that without the aid of the holy weapon, that boy could still possess such strength?" Wu Ming was desperate to convince everyone. He fervently wished for Qin Shou's demise within. That incident had become a blemish on his path to cultivation. Perhaps only with Qin Shou's death could he absolve himself of it. Meanwhile, on the other side, a person and a dog leisurely perched upon a stone. Observing Wu Ming's agitated demeanor, Dehei felt somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend the source of his excitement. Having been robbed by Qin Shou, he himself was unfazed by the latter's agitation. Beside him, the old Taoist seemed to understand the situation better. He witnessed firsthand how Qin Shou tormented his opponent. As one of the most exceptional talents in the sacred land, to be trampled into the ground in front of so many eyes, and to remain there for such an extended period, would have left him utterly humiliated. If it were him, he would have lost all courage to face anyone again. Meanwhile, Wu Ming continued with his various taunts, belittling Qin Shou. Suddenly, a shift occurred in the atmosphere. Golden runes emerged from space, merging into the two colossal statues beside the portal. This unexpected development instantly captured everyone's attention. What is this? Runes? Such an intriguing aura. All eyes were fixed on the symbols integrating into the statues. An ominous sensation began to stir within their hearts. Could it be that one of the holy sons had received a legacy? Lin Yuan observed this peculiar scene, yet his thoughts took a different direction. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming, standing beside him, brightened with realization and promptly nodded. Brother Lin is correct. It must be that the Holy Sun has attained a legacy, which has caused this phenomenon. Haha, when the Holy Sun emerges, even if that brat is still alive, he will surely be suppressed with a mere wave of his hand. Wu Ming, consumed by his obsession with eliminating Qin Shou, seemed somewhat unhinged. In the distance, an old Taoist regarded Wu Ming with incredulity. Then his expression turned grave as he addressed the large black figure beside him. Dead dog. A significant change is occurring. We must be cautious. He specialized in the art of divination and was adept at seeking fortune while avoiding misfortune. Observing the runes merging into the statues, he felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, causing the hair on his body to stand on end. The large black figure did not question him. They both retreated to the edge of the platform. Having collaborated for many years, it trusted the old Taoist abilities, which had proven reliable except for that one time they were robbed by Qin Shou. Just as they had distanced themselves, a sudden upheaval occurred. Thunderous roars erupted as the two statues suddenly unleashed blinding golden light. An overwhelming and terrifying aura descended, akin to the sky collapsing. Nearby cultivators were instantly rendered unconscious. This is bad, the old Taoist shouted from the platform's edge. A glimmer of light shone from his brow, countering the oppressive force. Meanwhile, the large black figure rolled its eyes back, frothing at the mouth, as it expelled a fragment of bone. The bone emitted a faint black glow, and upon its emergence, it helped the large black figure counteract the dreadful pressure. Phew. Damn it, I almost met my end. The large black figure, shaken, gazed at the two statues. But this glance left it momentarily stunned. The statues had vanished. In their place stood two individuals on the platform, Lin Zhengtian and Yi Qingyu. Chapter 53. Cultivation Soars, 4th level of the Sage Realm. Udisong, Holy Maiden. The people from the two sacred lands looked at the pair, and after regaining their composure, hurriedly approached. Holy Sun, did you just acquire legacy? Wu Ming inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he looked at Lin Zhengtian. Legacy? What legacy? Lin Zhengtian abruptly turned his head, casting a frigid gaze upon Wu Ming. Saint brother, he uttered. Wu Ming trembled, taken aback by the chilling intensity of Lin Zhengtian's stare. Taking a deep breath, Lin's gaze shifted towards the temple's portal, his expression darkening considerably. He had just battled fiercely within, exhausting all his adversaries, and was prepared to receive the inheritance. Who could have anticipated that in the blink of an eye, he would be transported out? Where was the inheritance? What a farce. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyu also wore a grim expression. She too had vanquished all the phantoms, yet instead of receiving her rightful inheritance, she found herself expelled. What was happening? Had they both been denied the inheritance? The young prodigies from the ancient clans gazed at Lin Zhengtian and Yi Qingyu with expressions of confusion and disbelief. What had just transpired? Was it that young man again? At the edge of the platform, the He ground its teeth in frustration. Observing Lin Zhengtian's countenance, it began to form a suspicion. At this moment, only that young man remained inside. The opportunity to ascend to emperorhood. The He bared its teeth. It too had entered the trial, but, lacking sufficient strength, had been expelled early on. In the ethereal white space, two figures cloaked in black stood silently before Qin Shou. Their faces were devoid of expression, and no trace of life emanated from them, devoid of any indication of being alive. Puppets of the Emperor Realm. Qin Shou regarded the two figures with evident satisfaction. He could sense the terrifying energy contained within their forms. More importantly, they possessed the ability to absorb the spiritual power from the heavens and the earth, storing it as a reservoir of energy, thereby relieving Qin Shou of the need to expend spirit stones or spiritual energy to animate them. Essentially, aside from lacking independent consciousness, they were indistinguishable from ordinary cultivators. After scrutinizing them carefully, he focused his thoughts, causing the two puppets to meld into the surrounding space. With the presence of these two puppets serving as guardians, hidden within the expanse, he would be prepared to respond at any moment should unforeseen circumstances arise. Having completed these arrangements, Qin Shou did not hasten to depart. Instead, he settled back into a meditative posture, having refrained from advancing his cultivation in pursuit of the King's Hall. Now that the trial was concluded and the inheritance secured, it was time to elevate his own strength. He opened his inner world, retrieving all the valuable items he had acquired. 6 sacred weapons, 2 sacred corpses, a bronze palace, and 13 heavy artifacts of the sky-viewing realm. Additionally, there were nearly 400,000 supreme spirit stones. System report. Calculating the value of these items in spirit stones. Scanning in progress. 6 sacred weapons. 5 intact valued at 550,000. 1 defective. 50,000, totaling 600,000 supreme spirit stones. 2 sacred corpses. The Bronze Palace, and 18 heavy artifacts, collectively valued at 500,000 supreme spirit stones. The total worth of all items, 1,100,000 supreme spirit stones. Is the host trading? 1,100,000. Qin Shou nodded slightly, which was in line with his expectations. Within his inner world, there were approximately 400,000 supreme spirit stones, bringing the total to nearly 150,000. Although selling these sacred weapons to the ancient clans and sects would undoubtedly yield a significantly greater number of spirit stones, that process would be exceedingly time-consuming. Moreover, with 2 quasi-emperor guardians at his side, he felt there was no need to squander any more time. With strength in hand, acquiring spirit stones would be an effortless endeavor. Exchange. All spirit stones. Elevate my cultivation. As Qin Shou spoke, he summoned all the supreme spirit stones from his inner world. Ding. The host has deposited 147,320 supreme spirit stones, consuming 145,000 supreme spirit stones. Cultivation elevated to the 4th level of the Sage Realm. Boom! A terrifying wave of aura surged forth. An immense quantity of spiritual energy coalesced out of thin air, flooding into his body, while countless insights into the Tao emerged in his mind. The imperial scripture operated autonomously, manifesting divine runes of the Tao that circled around him. A subtle sense of sanctity radiated from his being, distorting the surrounding space under its pressure. Simultaneously, his heart pounded fiercely, producing a thunderous roar. The originally golden blood began to fade, with a hint of red gradually surfacing. The 4th level of the Sage Realm. Qin Shou opened and closed his eyes. Emitting a faint golden glow, his body trembled, and a formidable aura surged like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire space. How could this be? This is the aura of a sage. When did you reach the Sage Realm? Gasps of astonishment erupted as the spirit of the hall materialized before him. With a wave of his hand, countless chains of order appeared in the space, stabilizing it. He gazed at Qin Shou, his eyes filled with incredulity. Since he had extracted those sacred weapons and the sage's corpse, he had been observing closely. Yet, he had not anticipated that the other party would suddenly conceal the sacred weapons and corpse, only to erupt with the might of sage. Even after countless years of existence, he had never witnessed such an event. Qin Shou retracted his aura and looked at the astonished spirit of the hall, casually remarking, "It is merely a side effect of the Emperor's inheritance." He had chosen to elevate his cultivation here, never intending to conceal it from the spirit of the hall. Whether the other party believed his reasoning was of no concern to him. A side effect? The spirit of the hall's lips twitched. Yet, upon reflection, such an explanation seemed plausible. After all, the legacy left by an existence like the Celestial Emperor was beyond his comprehension. Seeing that the spirit of the hall did not inquire further, Qin Shou smiled and prepared to have him escort him away. Unexpectedly, the spirit of the hall bowed to Qin Shou and said astonishingly, "Congratulations, my lord, on obtaining the inheritance and breaking through to the Sage Realm. I humbly request that when my lord departs, you take the King's Hall with you." Qin Shou looked at the spirit of the hall, momentarily taken aback. "My lord, take the King's Hall with me?" In truth, the Hall of Kings exists solely to assist the Celestial Emperor in finding a worthy successor. Now that the inheritance has been claimed by the esteemed individual, this place has lost its purpose. The spirit of the hall spoke slowly, relief evident in its gaze. Once, due to a grave misstep, it had been imprisoned by that great emperor, tasked with guarding the legacy. Nearly 1,000,000 years have passed, and its physical form has long since withered away in the relentless passage of time. To survive, it even resorted to sacrificing itself, transforming into the spirit of this hall. Now, with the emergence of the emperor's heir, it feels as though it has fulfilled its duty. Although it must still serve another, it is preferable to being confined within this limited space. Nearly 1,000,000 years, such a torment. Moreover, and most importantly, with the loss of the stone statue left by the emperor and the 2 quasi-emperor sentinels, the deterrence is gone, and the formidable beings of the celestial realm will undoubtedly rush forth. At that point, it would still fall into their hands, making it wiser to follow the emperor's heir now. To exist for the sake of the Emperor's legacy? Qin Shou gazed earnestly at the hall spirit, seemingly discerning its thoughts. However, this turned out to be fortuitous. He had contemplated the Hall of Kings while he was outside. The outside world. Qin Shou, whether or not it is you, we must settle our accounts. Lin Jingtian sat cross-legged at the entrance of the hall, his gaze cold and piercing as it fixated on the dark, inscrutable portal within. He had learned from the disciples of the sacred land that Qin Shou had yet to emerge. He refused to believe that the latter had perished within. Thus, he resolved to wait for him to appear. Perhaps then, he could uncover the truth of what transpired within the Hall of Kings, and why he had been inexplicably transported out. Chapter 54. The Holy Sun? I strike at the Holy Sun. Time passed, in an atmosphere thick with tension and suppression. Several hours slipped away swiftly. Lin Jingtan remained seated before the hall, his expression growing increasingly grim. Beside him stood a group from the azure sky sacred land, their gazes frequently darting toward the dark interior of the hall. At that moment, clad in a flamboyant red robe, Lin Yuan stepped forward and whispered, "Holy Sun, that fellow may very well be dead inside. Perhaps we should return to the sacred land." Like Wu Ming, he harbored a grudge against Qin Shou, and was more inclined to believe that the latter had succumbed within, coupled with the significant injuries he had sustained during the trial. He longed to return to the sacred land for recuperation. "If you do not wish to stay, you may leave at your discretion," Lin Zhengtian replied flatly, casting a glance at him before closing his eyes once more, ignoring him. Lin Yuan's expression faltered, and he could only retreat, continuing to wait. On the edge of the platform, not far from Dehe and the others, a vacant space emerged. "Brother, do you think Senior Qin Shou will be all right? Given his prowess, perhaps he has indeed obtained the inheritance, which is why he has not yet emerged." Qin Yao gazed toward the portal, anxiety evident in her demeanor. Beside him, Qin Tianyi fell silent upon hearing the words, his gaze shifting towards Lin Jingtian and his group, who stood blocking the entrance. His eyes betrayed a deep concern. Even if senior brother Qin Shou had indeed survived and emerged from within, he would likely face harassment from Lin Jingtian and his companions, potentially landing in an even more precarious situation. However, should Lin Jingtian take action, Qin Tianyi would not stand idly by. Despite being outmatched in cultivation, he would fight with all his might. As this thought crossed his mind, a chilling aura began to emanate from him. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed through the air, soft yet resonant, akin to thunderclaps in the ears of those on the platform. All eyes converged on the source of the sound. From the inky black portal, a figure gradually materialized before their gaze. It was senior brother Qin Shou. That boy, that beast, he is truly alive. A chorus of voices erupted, each individual's expression reflecting a mix of astonishment and intrigue as they focused on the emerging Qin Shou. Qin Shou cast a brief glance over the crowd, disregarding them entirely, and with an expression of calm, he stepped out of the hall, striding directly toward Qin Tianyi and his sister. As he passed by Lin Jingtian, a booming voice called out, "Halt! Someone has appeared before Qin Shou, blocking his path. Our holy son has matters to discuss with you. You cannot leave." Wu Ming's expression was cold, his gaze fixed on Qin Shou. At this moment, others from the Qingtian Holy Land also reacted, moving closer to the scene. On the other side, the powerful figures from the Tai Chu Holy Land began to make their move, but were halted by Yi Qingyu. Saintess? Some looked at Yi Qingyu in confusion, wondering if Qin Shou had truly obtained the inheritance. Would he not be seized by the Qingtian Holy Land first? Yi Qingyu shook her head, refraining from comment, her expression grave as she observed Qin Shou. "What do you intend to do? Do you truly think the Qin clan is easy to bully?" From a distance, the Qin siblings swiftly moved to the center of the arena, their gazes piercing as they fixed on Wu Ming. "Humph! Qin Tianyi, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Sometimes, it is wise to play the fool, lest you suffer a dire fate." Wu Ming remained unfazed, even looking down on the two. Though his cultivation was inferior to Qin Tianyi's, and he could not even match Qin Yao, he felt emboldened by the presence of the Holy Sun behind him. Could Qin Tianyi surpass the Holy Sun? With that, he disregarded the siblings once more, redirecting his attention to Qin Shou. "Did you not hear my words? The Holy Sun has questions for you." At this moment, Qin Shou narrowed his eyes slightly, fixing his gaze on Wu Ming. Boom! In an instant, Wu Ming felt as though a thunderclap had exploded in his mind, his spiritual sea roiling. His complexion turned pale, nearly collapsing to the ground as a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. What have you done?" "Just a fleeting glance. He felt as though he were under the gaze of some terrifying, supreme existence. "Begone!" Qin Shou uttered a single word. As his voice resonated, a wave of energy surged through the space. With a loud thud, blood erupted from Wu Ming's mouth as his eyes widened in shock. He was subsequently swept away by the force, plummeting from the heavenly pillar mountain. Hiss! How terrifying! With just a word, he was banished. The sound of gasps filled the platform. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at Qin Shou, their faces reflecting the shock of the moment. Wu Ming, after all, was a figure of great renown in the Tao Enlightenment realm. To be so effortlessly subdued by mere words, those with keen eyes noticed that with that single command, Wu Ming's body had cracked, horrific fissures appearing upon him. Brother Qin Shou. Beside him, Qin Tianyi and her brother gulped nervously. They felt an inexplicable aura of authority emanate from Qin Shou, albeit momentarily. At that moment, a cold voice cut through the air. "Qin Shou, your arrogance knows no bounds. Wu Shidi is an important disciple of the Holy Land. How dare you inflict such harm upon him? Are you not afraid that upon returning to the Holy Land, the Hall of Discipline will hold you accountable for such infighting among peers?" Lin Jingtian rose slowly from the center of the disciples of the Holy Land, his expression icy as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Shou. Upon hearing this, the talented youths from ancient clans and great teachings exchanged astonished glances. They had just realized that Qin Shou was also a disciple of the Qingtian Holy Land. Yet, they had never heard of such an extraordinarily gifted prodigy before. Had he been hidden away by the Holy Land until now, only to emerge with the opening of the Hall of Kings? Listening to the murmurs around him, Qin Shou maintained an air of tranquility. He regarded Lin Jingtian with indifference and replied, "It was merely a minor reprimand. If you go to him now, he should still be salvageable. As for the Hall of Discipline, let them come." After speaking, he ignored Lin Jingtian and turned his attention to the towering temple. He had acquiesced to the demands of the temple spirit within. Now, he intended to take the Hall of Kings with him. Unexpectedly, Lin Jingtian suddenly positioned himself in front of Qin Shou. "You shall face the reckoning for injuring Wu Shidi upon our return to the Holy Land. For now, I require an answer from you. Did you obtain the inheritance within? Was the earlier commotion caused by you? And where are the two statues now?" Lin Jingtian's expression was sharp, his gaze fixated on Qin Shou, demanding answers. In comparison to Wu Ming's fate, he was far more concerned with the inheritance. "Inheritance? Who do you think you are? Whether I receive the inheritance is of no concern to you." Qin Shou's expression darkened as he glared at Lin Jingtian, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. "What nonsense, holy son! You remember the pain, but forget the lesson. How dare you?" Lin Jingtian's eyes widened in fury as he shouted. He could hardly fathom Qin Shou's decisiveness, for without exchanging but a few words, he launched into action. Yet, as he contemplated retaliating, he was horrified to discover that the space around him had already solidified, rendering him utterly immobile. In the next instant, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Crack! Boom! Chapter 55. Overwhelmed, Lin Jingtian was bound. The sharp sound of the slap reverberated throughout the arena. In an instant, half of Lin Jingtian's face exploded, and he was propelled into the air, spinning 720 degrees before crashing violently against the wall of the hall. Hiss! Ouch! A collective gasp of astonishment, mixed with sounds of discomfort, arose from the crowd. On the platform, the onlookers instinctively covered their faces at the sight of Lin Jingtian, bloodied and battered in the corner. It was painful just to watch. Lin Yuan, Wu Ming, and others were the first to react. "Qin Shou, you holy son." A group of them rushed to Lin Jingtian's side, their faces etched with sheer panic. They gazed at Qin Shou with eyes filled with disbelief. Their holy son was a formidable figure at the fourth level of the Tao Enlightenment realm, a supreme battle body. How could he have been so effortlessly slapped aside? At that moment, Lin Jingtian on the ground wore a dazed expression. The physical pain paled in comparison to the psychological trauma he endured. Witnessed by so many prodigies from ancient clans, as the holy son of the Azure Sky sacred land, he would forever be the subject of ridicule. As this realization dawned upon him, madness began to swell within his eyes. A violent aura erupted from him, coalescing into a colossal battle body manifestation above. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the surrounding space. Was this the manifestation of the supreme battle body? Truly, the strongest battle body of the Tiancang Continent exuded an intimidating force. Everyone retreat quickly. Lin Jingtian is about to go berserk. The crowd of onlookers gasped and hastily withdrew, fearful of being caught in the chaos. Qin Shou, be careful. Qin Tian and his sister did not follow the crowd's retreat. Instead, they moved closer, positioning themselves beside Qin Shou. A hidden aura emanated from them, their eyes vigilant, as if facing a formidable enemy. You vile wretch! This holy sun will see you dead. Lin Jingtian roared, gripping the sacred weapon tightly. A dreadful holy might radiating from him as he prepared to confront Qin Shou with all his might. His bloodied visage rendered him a ghastly figure, devoid of any trace of his previous handsomeness. Qin Shou remained calm. As Lin Jingtian erupted, he gently raised his hand and pressed downwards. The surrounding space solidified once more, an overwhelming pressure descending, instantly pinning Lin Jingtian to the ground. Boom! In an instant, dust billowed, and the ground caved in, horrific cracks spreading outward. What in the world is happening? The spectators, having retreated to a safe distance, were once again left in stunned silence. They had anticipated a fierce battle in the face of Lin Jingtian's fury. Who could have imagined it would conclude so swiftly, with just a flick of the hand? The conflict was resolved. The way they looked at Qin Shou transformed entirely. If we consider the initial encounter, one might argue that Qin Shou had the element of surprise on his side. However, this time it was Lin Jingtian who struck first. With both holy weaponry and extraordinary phenomena at his disposal, he still found himself felled in a single blow. It was nothing short of a dimensional descent in combat prowess. Surely, this must indicate mastery at the pinnacle of the Tao enlightenment realm. Cough, cough, cough. A sage? Are you truly a sage? Impossible. How could you possibly be a sage? Lin Jingtian was pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized beneath the overwhelming pressure. Disbelief flickered in his eyes as he struggled to lift his head, his gaze filled with frantic intensity directed at Qin Shou. In that fleeting moment, he unmistakably sensed a trace of holy might emanating from Qin Shou. Only a sage could wield such power to subdue him with a mere gesture. A sage? Huh. Lin Jingtian ought to find a more credible excuse for his failure. Onlookers in the platform reacted with skepticism to his words. The royal sealing hall was accessible only to those of the Tao enlightenment realm. If Qin Shou were truly a sage, how could he participate in the royal trials? Even the disciples at the foot of the wall were dubious. The holy sun was merely concocting a justification for his defeat. Look, they do not believe you. Qin Shou, observing the crowd's discourse, wore a smile as he regarded Lin Jingtian. You. Lin Jingtian's face flushed crimson as he spat a mouthful of blood. Alas, such a poor mindset. Qin Shou shook his head, then with a flick of his hand, conjured several chains from the void, binding Lin Jingtian securely and drawing him close. What do you intend to do? Qin Shou, seeing your brother Lin is the holy son of the Qingtian Holy Land. Do not misinterpret your position. The disciples of the Qingtian Holy Land gasped in shock, raising their voices in protest. Among them, Lin Yuan instinctively took a few steps forward. Qin Shou, unfazed by their outcries, simply waved his hand. With a swift motion, he sent the bound figures flying, arranging them in a single line alongside Lin Jingtian. The fluidity of his actions left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. What on earth is happening? The disciples of the Qingtian Holy Land have aided their holy son and fellow disciples? Upon returning, the Qingtian Holy Land would surely erupt in chaos. Only at the periphery did one dog and its master exhibit expressions of annoyance. This scene was all too familiar to them, especially for Dehei, who felt a burning sensation coursing through its body merely from watching. In the midst of the gathering, Qin Shou paid no heed to their expressions. After eliminating the troublesome individuals, his gaze shifted toward the towering temple ahead. In the next instant, he gestured with both hands, conjuring a series of runes that floated forward. Upon contact with the temple, they seamlessly merged within. Simultaneously, within the internal white space of the temple spirit performed identical actions, coalescing runes that integrated into the space. Gradually, the white expanse began to reveal intricate chains of order. The divine chains extended from the void, intricately interwoven, seemingly ensnaring the entire hall. However, as the mystical symbols integrated, these orderly divine chains began to fracture. A series of cracking sounds echoed through the space, and a smile gradually appeared on the aged visage of the hall spirit. Outside, on the platform, what was he doing? A multitude of formidable figures gazed at Qin Shou with expressions of skepticism. Simultaneously, some recalled the two stone statues that had vanished earlier. It appeared that the scene then mirrored the present moment. Suddenly, A look of profound astonishment crossed their faces. Could it be that he intended to relocate this grand hall? Yet, just as this thought arose, the entire Hall of Kings trembled violently. Then, before the horrified gazes of all present, it instantaneously shrank, transforming in midair into a miniature hall that landed in Qin Shou's palm. What in the world? Indeed, everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the diminutive hall in Qin Shou's hand, rendered speechless. They had come to this trial solely to obtain their own titles and opportunities, while he had managed to not only claim them, but also to take the hall itself. Chapter 56. The Guardian? Captured. Brother Qin Shou. Qin Tianyi was left in a state of disbelief, staring at the small hall cradled in Qin Shou's hand, hesitating to express his thoughts. Was this too incredible? Beside him, Qin Yao's face brimmed with admiration. This brother Qin Shou was indeed extraordinary. Not only had he acquired the legacy, but he had also taken the Hall of Kings with him. He was truly a paragon for our generation. Qin Shou cast a glance at the two, speaking nonchalantly. Let us go. We have taken all that we need, and there is nothing left to linger for. With a gesture, he summoned the bound Lin Jingtian and his companions, pulling them into the Hall of Kings. Having completed this, he stepped into the void and departed. With the Hall of Kings, the Imperial Protector, and the Emperor's statues all gone, the restrictions shrouding Tiancang naturally dissipated. Now unbound, they could traverse the air freely. The siblings, witnessing this, hastily followed suit. On the platform, someone instinctively attempted to obstruct them, but recalling Qin Shou's terrifying combat prowess, they quickly abandoned the thought. Is the Saintess truly allowing them to leave? In the formation of the Taichu Holy Land, a young man watched as Qin Shou and his companions were about to vanish. Turning to ask Yi Qingyu. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyu cast a cold glance at him. Can you keep him here? Or do you believe I can? The young man was rendered speechless. He was merely at the first level of the Enlightenment realm, not even reaching the peak of the first level. Wouldn't it be an easy task to deal with him? Recalling Lin Jingtian's dreadful fate, he shuddered, feeling a pang of pain on his face. Ye Vingyu snorted softly, her gaze shifting as she looked again in the direction of Qin Shou's departure, her eyes revealing a hint of complexity. Her inability to retain Qin Shou does not imply that others cannot. Departing with the inheritance is not as simple as it appears. Meanwhile, in the void 1,000 miles away, Qin Shou did not traverse towards the holy land of the azure sky, but rather ambled leisurely, occasionally pausing to admire the scenery, leaving the two siblings behind in a state of bewilderment. Senior brother Qin Shou, are we not returning to the Holy Land? Qin Yao could not help but inquire, her eyes brimming with confusion and a hint of concern. She failed to comprehend that having obtained both the inheritance and the opportunity of the king as Hall, returning to the Holy Land at this juncture would indeed be the safest course. Otherwise, it would not be long before the formidable figures from the Taichu Holy Land and the great sects would come knocking. Given their strength, facing elder experts would still be a significant challenge. If a saint were to appear, it would spell disaster. Qin Shou halted his steps and turned to face the two, offering a faint smile. No ruse. Some individuals have waited far too long. They deserve a meeting. As he spoke, his gaze seemed to wander intentionally toward a certain void in the distance. Waiting for someone, the siblings were momentarily taken aback, then quickly scanned their surroundings with growing anxiety. Just then, a light laughter echoed through the air. He, young man, you are quite astute. With that, a figure cloaked in black materialized out of thin air. An aged visage adorned with an unusual smile, fixated on Qin Shou. Uncle Afanli. The Qin siblings exclaimed in astonishment, a foreboding sense creeping into their hearts. This Uncle Han, Li was the protector of Lin Jingtian. Should he learn of Lin Jingtian's unfortunate fate, he might create difficulties for Qin Shou. Han Li cast a fleeting glance at the two siblings before his gaze returned to Qin Shou. Young man, you are remarkable. The opportunity of the King's Hall at Tianzhu Mountain has been sought after by numerous prodigies over the years, yet who would have thought you would actually obtain it? Now, you should hand over the inheritance to me. Keeping it with you may attract unwanted attention. The Emperor's inheritance holds great significance for the Holy Land. Upon returning, I shall report to the Holy Master and secure a commendation for you. With such merit, it is not impossible for you to become a saint's son. Han Li's tone was one of admiration as he sought the Emperor's inheritance from Qin Shou, neglecting to mention the fates of Lin Jingtian and the others. Qin Shou listened with a stoic expression, regarding Han Li with a hint of derision in his eyes. The inheritance is mine. It appears to have no connection to the Azure Sky Holy Land. Why must it be surrendered to you? Indeed, Uncle Han Li, the siblings quickly chimed in. Qin Shou was still a newcomer to the Holy Land, and, after all, not recognized as a true disciple by anyone other than their Qin clan. Seeing the opportunity for an emperor's inheritance, it was rather shameless for them to come forth and demand it. Oof. Han Li let out a cold snort, his gaze icy as he fixated on Qin Tianyi and his sister. When I speak, when has it been your place to interject? As he spoke, his gaze shifted back to Qin Shou, chillingly proclaiming, the inheritance of the extreme path pertains to the future of the Holy Land. It is not within the grasp of a mere junior like you. It is best left to the Holy Land to select a suitable successor. Do not force me to take matters into my own hands. With that, a strand of divine authority emanated from him, enveloping Qin Shou. Take matters into your own hands? A cold smirk flickered in Qin Shou's eyes as he waved his hand, dissipating the encroaching divine pressure. Han Li's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing this, scrutinizing Qin Shou with newfound seriousness. However, upon closer inspection, he found himself unable to penetrate the depths of Qin Shou's cultivation. His brows furrowed momentarily, only to relax again as he marveled. The legacy of the emperor is indeed remarkable. Yet, it is a pity that before a sage, you remain but an insignificant ant. With that, he raised his hand, launching an attack toward Qin Shou. Boom! As his hand struck out, the heavens and earth shifted dramatically. A terrifying divine pressure enveloped the surroundings, solidifying the very fabric of space. Although he could not discern Qin Shou's level of cultivation, he dismissed it, attributing it merely to the emperor's legacy. After all, not long ago, Qin Shou was merely at the insightful path stage, a mere second level of the sage realm. Qin Shou maintained an expression of calm. With a slight tremor of his body, he broke free from the stifling space. He lifted his foot and took a step forward. Subsequently, he unleashed a palm, releasing a torrent of divine authority that instantly overshadowed Han Li with an even more terrifying pressure. Rumble. The two forces collided, resulting in a horrific explosion. The space shattered like a mirror, and a violent storm of void swept outward in all directions. Anli Grunta, forced down into the void by an overwhelming force. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Impossible. You are a sage? When did you achieve such a state? Just a short while ago, you were at the insightful path stage, although at its pinnacle, there remained an insurmountable chasm between us. How could you have become a sage upon leaving the King's Hall? Is the legacy of the emperor truly that terrifying, capable of allowing an insightful path peak to instantly ascend to sagehood? Just a sage, Qin Shou replied coolly, his figure vanishing from his original position and reappearing before Han Li in an instant. Gathering inscribed patterns within his palm, he unleashed a devastating blow, descending upon Han Li's face. Han Li was struck with terror, hurriedly withdrawing his life's sacred weapon to shield himself. Clang! Crack! Boom! The golden palm collided with the sacred weapon, first producing a sound akin to metal clashing, then swiftly transforming into the sound of shattering. Under Han Li's astonishing gaze, his sacred weapon was obliterated in a single stroke, and a terrifying roar intertwined with anguished cries erupted. Brother Qin Shou, what? What happened? In the void, the trembling Qin Tianyi and his sister gazed down at the dreadful fluctuations below, their faces etched with horror. Had it not been for Qin Shou's deliberate protection, they would have likely been crushed by the overwhelming saintly might. Saint Realm. Qin Shou had unexpectedly ascended to the Saint Realm. Qin Tianyi muttered in disbelief, peering downwards, struggling to accept the reality. Though Qin Shou had previously exhibited great strength, he remained within the same grand realm as himself. Now, however, he had transformed into a being of the Saint Realm, an inconceivable disparity that left him momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the cacophony ceased, enveloping the surroundings in silence. After 2.5 minutes, Qin Shou's figure emerged from the void, grasping a nearly lifeless, bound humanoid creature. Brother Qin Shou, the siblings called out in unison, preparing to greet him. Suddenly, a deep hum resonated through the air, and the sky darkened. A colossal mountain materialized, casting a terrifying aura that enveloped them. Chapter 57. The Ruthless Bandit. Qin Shou. The immense mountain descended, overshadowed by the formidable saintly might, carrying with it an oppressive force of confinement. After waiting so long, you finally show yourself, Qin Shou scoffed, a hint of cold amusement flickering in his eyes. Casually tossing the captured Han Li into the Hall of Kings, he stood still, watching as the mountain descended, seemingly devoid of resistance. In the next moment, the mountain fully descended, and countless runes flowed across its surface, ensnaring the three in midair with an overwhelming force. Then, a figure slowly emerged from the spatial void, casting a cold gaze upon Qin Shou and the others. A member of the Taichu Sacred Land? Qin Shou regarded the figure with calm composure. It was a tall, imposing elder with an air of authority. With the system's assistance, he perceived every detail of the figure clearly. Yi Xiong, elder of the Taichu Sacred Land, protector of Saintess Yi Qingyu. Cultivation, 5th level of the Saint Realm. Technique, Daishang Swort Ganon, Duzion Star Shift Technique. Oh, do you recognize me? Ye Viong Inuit, Somahat Surpriset. However, his expression hardened as he fixed his gaze on Qin Shou and stated, I won't beat around the bush. I wish to invite you to stay at the Taichu Sacred Land for a few days. An invitation, is it? How gracious! Qin Shou retorted with a cold smirk. What if I refuse? You have no choice in the matter, Yi Xiong declared confidently. Despite Qin Shou also being in the Saint Realm, he was currently bound by the sacred weapon. Coupled with Yi Xiong's own 5th level Saint cultivation, he felt assured in his ability to bring Qin Shou back to the Taichu Sacred Land. No choice. Perhaps you should take a look at what lies behind you, Qin Shou advised, his face betraying not a hint of alarm despite his confinement. You need not resort to such petty tricks. What could possibly lurk behind me? Initially, Yi Xiong bore a scornful expression, filled with derision. However, as the conversation progressed, his tone shifted, tinged with an unmistakable tremor. Behind him, a hand had settled upon his shoulder. Who are you? Get away! Yi Xiong bellowed in fury, instinctively retaliating with a powerful backward strike. Boom! The force was tremendous. In the next instant, it was abruptly halted, suspended in midair. Subsequently, a middle-aged man clad in black emerged from behind, effortlessly lifting Yi Xiong and bringing him before Qin Shou. I told you, something is behind you. Do you believe it now? Qin Shou's body quaked as he easily broke free from the confinement, casting a mocking glance at Yi Xiong. You, how is this possible? Yi Xiong's complexion turned ashen. Despite being restrained, his body trembled uncontrollably. He was a cultivator at the 5th level of the Saint Realm. To be held captive without an ounce of resistance was unfathomable. What level of cultivation was this? A great sage? Or perhaps a quasi-emperor at the 9th heavenly gate? Now, do you still wish to invite me to the Taichu Holy Land? Qin Shou inquired with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Xiong's expression darkened as he felt the hand gripping him from behind. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter a few words. What do you want? What do I want? Qin Shou stroked his chin, then replied nonchalantly. How about you accompany me to the Qing Tian Holy Land for a few days? Without waiting for Yi Xiong's response, he unceremoniously tossed him into the Palace of Kings. With the quasi-emperor puppet's confinement, there was no need to fear any mischief from within. As Yi Xiong lost his control, the towering mountain that loomed above swiftly diminished and fell, ultimately being collected by Qin Shou with ease. Having completed these tasks, he merely thought, and the quasi-emperor puppet seamlessly melded into the surrounding space, concealing itself. At that moment, Qin Tian and his sister, having freed themselves from confinement, hurriedly moved to Qin Shou's side. Brother Qin Shou, who was that esteemed elder? They were astounded, never expecting that such a formidable entity accompanied Qin Shou. With such casual ease, he had subdued a powerful saint. This level of cultivation likely belonged to a great sage, a taciturn elder. Qin Shou waved his hand and then said, Brothers, please wait a moment. I shall return to the Holy Land after attending to some matters. With that, his gaze shifted to a particular point in the void. In the next instant, he suddenly raised his hand and reached towards that expanse. Rip! The void tore apart, as if it were mere fabric, and a figure fell from the depths of space. Drawn before him, the figure, clad in a red dress, was stunningly beautiful, none other than Yi Qingyu. Qin Shou, my friend, what are you doing? Yi Vingyu exclaimed. A hint of panic evident on her face as she glared at Qin Shou. What is this? Is the Saintess Yi not here to invite me to the Taichu Holy Land? Qin Shou chuckled, posing the question. You misunderstand. How could I, being on friendly terms with you, engage in such behavior? Yi Qingyu elucidated, her face now devoid of panic, revealing an expression of serene composure. Is that so? Qin Shou responded noncommittally. He had long discerned that she had arrived alongside Yi Xiong. However, when Yi Xiong made his move, Yi Qingyu chose to remain concealed within the void. Perhaps her intentions had genuinely been to cultivate amicable relations, yet faced with the allure of the emperor's legacy, such camaraderie could be so easily cast aside. Without further ado, Qin Shou restrained her and cast her into the Hall of Kings. "Brother Qin Shou, is this truly appropriate?" Qin Tianni exclaimed, astonished to see the saintess of the primordial sacred land bound as well. "Will this not incite madness within the primordial sacred land? Is it inappropriate?" Qin Shou shot a glance at him. "Inappropriate? Not at all. They initiated the confrontation. I merely acted in self-defense." With that, he turned his gaze towards the empty void, his voice carrying a calm resonance. "I would appreciate it if you could inform the primordial sacred land that their saintess and protector have assaulted me and have since been subdued. They should bring spirit stones to the sacred land of azure sky for their release." Chapter 58. As the news spread, a storm was brewing. The eastern wilderness was about to tremble. Something monumental was afoot. The heavens themselves seemed to be at stake. One audacious youth, as a member of the sacred land of azure sky, he had dared to bind his own holy son and venerable elder. Truly a formidable individual. It was only after Qin Shou had departed that several figures emerged from the void. They were the protectors of the prodigies from Tianzhu Mountain, their auras radiating immense power. A few among them even exuded a faint saintly might, clearly indicating the presence of a sage. All gazed in the direction Qin Shou had taken, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and trepidation. They had arrived early and remained hidden, bearing witness to Qin Shou's formidable prowess. In mere moments, he had overwhelmed and captured Han Li, a sage of the second realm. The subsequent appearance of the dark-clad powerhouse alone was enough to instill an overwhelming pressure upon them. Fortunately, they had refrained from intervening. Otherwise, among those bound, they surely would have found themselves ensnared as well. "Dear friends, do you think we should relay this news to the primordial sacred land?" One suddenly inquired. At this, the others turned their gazes toward the speaker, their eyes betraying curiosity. Was this not a redundant question? Would they really ignore such a spectacle? Each face bore the expression of one who relished the unfolding drama. It had been quite some time since the eastern wilderness had seen such excitement, and they were eager to witness the primordial sacred land's reaction upon learning that their saintess had been captured. "Ha ha!" A seemingly amiable elder laughed heartily. As his laughter echoed, his figure vanished into thin air. The others nodded in agreement before also departing. In truth, beyond the thrill of the spectacle, they harbored their own thoughts. Now that the opportunity of the King's Hall has fallen into the hands of the heavenly sacred ground, it is imperative that we do not allow them to remain too comfortable. If the primordial sacred ground can seize the moment and instigate a conflict with the heavenly sacred ground, it would be most advantageous. Otherwise, should the heavenly sacred ground capitalize on this opportunity to grow stronger, they may very well become the most formidable power in the eastern wasteland. The heavenly sacred ground. The Qin Manor. What? You have bound them. A voice, raised by 8 degrees, suddenly halted. Deep within the manor, in a secluded room, Qin De and Qin Air wore expressions of utter astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. What had they just heard? Qin Shou had captured Lin Jingtian and those elite individuals participating in the trials at the King's Hall. Even the esteemed sage Han Li was among them. Han Li, a sage, would command their utmost respect. They would dutifully address him as senior brother. To think he had been bound by Qin Shou. What level of cultivation had Qin Shou attained? "Uncle Masters, there is no need for such astonishment. That individual sought to seize my legacy. I acted out of necessity," Qin Shou stated with nonchalance. Behind him, Qin Tianni and her brother exchanged bewildered glances. "Not only have I captured these few, but I also secured the saintess and elder of the primordial sacred ground, all in one fell swoop." They had yet to disclose this information to the two elders, fearing it would be too much for them to comprehend at once. Meanwhile, Qin De and Qin Air took a considerable time to regain their composure. Fixating on Qin Shou, they tentatively inquired, "Well, young nephew, what is your current level of cultivation?" They recalled Qin Shou's earlier words and continued, "And you mentioned a legacy? Is it the legacy within the King's Hall?" Their voices betrayed a hint of anxiety and anticipation. In their youth, they had also ventured into the King's Hall and were well aware of what lay within. Legacies of at least imperial caliber. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou refrained from answering directly, instead directing his gaze toward Qin Tianni and her brother. They understood the cue and promptly recounted the events that had transpired. From Qin Shou's exit from the King's Hall and his confrontation with Lin Jingtian to his overwhelming victory over the latter, culminating in the capture of Han Li and the saintess of the primordial sacred ground during their ambush. All was revealed. As the narrative concluded, Qin Da and Qin Air were left in stunned silence, their mouths agape and expressions blank. After a considerable pause, they turned to Qin Shou, their eyes wide with shock. "Have you truly reached the Saint Realm?" Their voices trembled slightly. Previously, they had merely speculated about Qin Shou's cultivation, but now, the confirmation left them in disbelief. The opportunity of the King's Hall was indeed formidable, propelling a peak Enlightenment realm cultivator into the realm of saints. Had they not witnessed Qin Shou's prior cultivation with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. In contrast, their reaction to Qin Shou's capture of the saintess and her protector was considerably less frantic. The primordial sacred ground's attempt to covet the legacy and ambush Qin Shou was, in itself, a significant misstep. Merely refraining from executing him on the spot was already a testament to their restraint. Qin Shou observed the astonished expressions of the two individuals and gave a subtle nod. He had no intention of concealing these matters, as the news would inevitably spread outside. However, the two puppet emperors were among his current trump cards, and thus, there was no need to disclose that information. Qin Da and Qin Air, demonstrating their discernment, refrained from further inquiries. After Qin Shou nodded, they gradually calmed down. After a brief pause, they resumed their conversation regarding the two individuals from the Taichu Sacred Land. "Qin Shou, what do you intend to do about those two from the Taichu Sacred Land? Are you truly considering having them redeem the captured individuals?" Indeed, Qin Shou affirmed, for he genuinely harbored such intentions. Given his current cultivation at the sage level, each minor breakthrough required an exorbitant amount of top-tier spirit stones. This presented a perfect opportunity to extract a significant sum from the Taichu Sacred Land. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Moreover, he needed to thoroughly scour their inner world for treasures waiting for him. "Very well, since you have made your decision, my support is assured. The Taichu Sacred Land is at fault. Should they dare to stir trouble, our Qin clan is not to be trifled with." Qin Da and Qin Air gestured affirmatively, their eyes reflecting a fierce determination. Coincidentally, news had recently emerged from the Forbidden Area that one of their ancestors had discerned the death tribulation and was about to emerge from seclusion. Simultaneously, a name had ignited an uproar in the eastern wilderness. The trials at the Fengwang Hall of Tiancang had concluded. The legacy of the great emperor had been acquired, and the hall had been completely taken away. The saints' sons and daughters, as well as protectors from the two major sacred lands, had been captured. The Taichu Sacred Land was being compelled to pay spirit stones for their release. All of these events were intricately linked to one individual, Qin Shou. "Do you think the Taichu Sacred Land will part with spirit stones to redeem the saintess?" "I doubt it. If they were to do so, wouldn't that bring disgrace upon the sacred land? It seems likely that a grand conflict will erupt between the two major sacred lands. That beast is indeed ruthless. Not only has he captured the saintess of the Taichu Sacred Land, but it is said he even took their own saint's son. Within a grand city, numerous cultivators were engaged in animated discussions. Each person was astonished, their faces reflecting a mixture of intrigue and a desire to witness the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, one individual wore a peculiar expression and tentatively remarked, "I have heard that the saintess of the Taichu Sacred Land is extraordinarily beautiful. Do you think that beast might take advantage of the situation? Let us hope that by the time the Taichu Sacred Land comes to redeem her, there are not already children involved." Upon this utterance, the surroundings fell into an immediate silence. Everyone turned to gaze at the speaker, their faces illuminated with disbelief. Surely, that could not be the case. Chapter 59. The Reaction of the Taichu Sacred Land. Experts from the three domains head to the eastern wilderness. On the other side of the eastern wilderness, in a distant realm, lay the Taichu Sacred Land. It was a vast expanse of celestial mountains and spiritual veins, rich in spiritual energy, teeming with various ethereal birds and beasts. Colorful rays of light cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the sprawling palaces nestled within the central mountains. At this moment, within a grand hall, the Qingtian Sacred Land had gone too far. Above the grand hall, a figure shrouded in mist emitted a terrifying roar. The swirling fog revealed a dignified middle-aged visage, reminiscent of a bandit who had captured the holy maiden and protector of our sacred land, audaciously demanding spiritual stones for their release. Such thuggish behavior cannot be tolerated. That beast must be apprehended and brought back to face justice. Indeed, we shall not let this pass lightly. Below the hall, A multitude of elders from the sacred land voiced their indignation, their formidable presence causing the very hall to tremble. Not long ago, they had become aware of the events transpiring at Tianzhu Mountain. The emperor's fortune had fallen into the hands of the Qin sacred land. Most significantly, their holy maiden and protector had been taken hostage, with the audacity to demand spiritual stones for their release, an outright humiliation, dismissing the significance of their Tianzhu sacred land. Enough. Silence. The Tianzhu sacred lord's cold voice cut through the commotion, instantly bringing everyone to quietude. His gaze swept over the assembled elders as he solemnly inquired, "What do you believe should be done regarding the terms proposed by that individual from the Qin sacred land?" Upon hearing this, the elders fell into contemplation. Though their anger was palpable, the facts were irrefutable. The elder Yixiong had initiated the conflict, leading to his capture by the Qin sacred land's formidable forces. Their demand for spiritual stones, while audacious, seemed justifiable. In fact, sparing Yixiong's life could be seen as a concession to the Tianzhu sacred land. The dilemma remained whether or not they acquiesced to the demand for spiritual stones. The Tianzhu sacred land would inevitably suffer a loss of face. Yet, should they fail to rescue their holy maiden, given her beauty, they feared the possibility of an unwelcome child returning next year, resulting in an even greater embarrassment. Most crucially, the holy maiden Yi Qingyu was the daughter of the sacred lord himself. After a prolonged silence, an elder stepped forward, speaking with solemn gravity, "Sacred Lord, for the sake of our sacred land's reputation, I believe we cannot compromise with the adversary. At the very least, we must not appear to capitulate." "Oh, what do you mean, Elder Six?" The Tianzhu sacred lord's indifferent gaze fixed upon the elder. Undeterred, Elder Six inhaled deeply and continued, "According to our findings, the disciple of Qin sacred land not only acquired the emperor's legacy, but also seized the Hall of Kings. Such an opportunity, which belongs to the entirety of the Tiancang Continent, cannot be monopolized by a single individual. The sacred lord could disseminate the news that the Tianzhu sacred land will summon powerful beings to confront the Qin sacred land, demanding the return of the Hall of Kings for the benefit of all practitioners on this continent. In this light, it could be argued that Elder Yixiong acted out of necessity to secure the Hall of Kings, thereby compelling that youth to release both Elder Yixiong and the Holy Maiden. Having spoken, Elder Six regarded the sacred lord with a calm demeanor. The mist surrounding the Tianzhu sacred lord swirled violently for a time before he finally responded, "Very well. Elder Six's words resonate profoundly with my intent. This matter shall be entrusted to you. In 10 days, I shall summon the ancestor of the sacred land to journey to the celestial sacred ground." The voice of the primordial saint exuded a sense of satisfaction. Apart from the imperial legacy, the Hall of Kings also holds several legacies left by quasi-emperors. Such a grand opportunity is coveted by all. With the primordial sacred ground leading the charge, the great teachings and ancient clans of the Eastern Wasteland will undoubtedly become involved. Even the formidable beings from the Western Desolation, Southern Barbarians, and Northern Mystics will hasten to join. The 10-day period is merely to allow these individuals to arrive. Should this plan come to fruition, not only could we reclaim 2 captives, but we might also seize the Hall of Kings and potentially transfer the imperial legacy to a new owner. Soon, news emanated from the primordial sacred ground, drifting across the entire Eastern Wasteland. Concurrently, in the other 3 regions, the chant of Omitba resonated, proclaiming that the Hall of Kings is a treasure of the continent, not to be possessed by a single individual. In the Western Desolation, the light of the Buddha surged, casting half the sky in a golden hue. Countless Buddhas sat in meditation within this luminescence, reciting scriptures. Wherever they passed, both mortals and practitioners alike prostrated themselves, paying homage with utmost reverence. In the Southern Barbarians, a monstrous aura enveloped the skies. A Qingyun soared through the void, stirring tumultuous black clouds. The legacy left by our quasi-emperor in the Hall of Kings must not fall into the hands of humanity. In the Northern Mystics, a sword aura cleaved through the air as a young man strolled through the void with the ease of a leisurely walk. Wherever he tread, invisible sword energy tore the space apart, leaving behind deep, dark fissures. I am curious to see what kind of prodigy could possibly carry away the Hall of Kings. The youth's gaze was indifferent, seemingly penetrating the fabric of space, fixed on a certain place in the Eastern Wasteland. The Halls of Kings across the 4 regions are interconnected. When Qin Shou collected the main hall of the Eastern Wasteland, The halls of the other three regions also vanished in that very instant. Some unfortunate souls, still undergoing trials within, did not even have time to escape before being taken away with the hall. Their purpose in the Eastern Wasteland now extends beyond the treasures of the Blind Emperor. It also includes retrieving their respective disciples. In the celestial sacred ground, within a quaint courtyard, Qin Shou remained unaware of the tremendous upheaval his actions had caused across the continent due to his acquisition of the Hall of Kings and the abduction of the primordial saintess. He sat cross-legged in his chamber, surrounded by an array of magical artifacts, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and a heap of exquisite spiritual stones. In a corner, a few red garments emitted a fragrant aroma. Alas, I have inadvertently struck a small fortune, Qin Shou mused as he lightly tapped his fingers. These items were all collected from Lin Jingtian, the primordial saintess, and others. With a quasi-emperor puppet at his disposal, there was no need for any strenuous effort. He could simply clear their inner worlds. Not only treasures, but even the very ground was scraped away in layers. Among the spoils were 8 sacred weapons. Lin Jingtian, Yi Qingyu, and 2 other sages each contributed 2 items. There were 16 pieces of powerful artifacts and hundreds of bottles of elixirs and spiritual herbs. The exquisite spiritual stones were somewhat scarce, totaling less than 500,000. Qin Shou roughly estimated that the total value of everything amounted to nearly 2 million exquisite spirit stones. Indeed, it held true that wealth does not come without external fortune, and horses do not thrive without night grass. With a beaming smile, Qin Shou waved his hand to collect all his possessions. Suddenly, a thunderous voice reverberated through the void. Qin Shou, you dare imprison the Holy Sun and the elders of the Holy Land? Come out at once. Chapter 60. The Shameless Countenance of the Saint Tao. Come out. Almost 10 figures hovered above the estate, with a young man in white leading them, exuding an overwhelming aura of sanctity. Thunder rumbled in the heavens, and the winds darkened. Such a tremendous commotion directly alarmed the entire Holy Land. Disciples and elders who had been secluded in their caves rushed out, their gazes fixed towards the direction of the Qin clan estate. What is happening in the direction of the Qin clan? Such terrifying sanctity. Is that the Master Lu Dao? What does he intend to do? Some nearby elders and disciples turned pale, their expressions filled with apprehension as they gazed at the figures in the sky. They recognized that these individuals were powerful members of the Holy Master faction. Leading them was Master Lu Dao, a being of the 6th level of sainthood. Within the Qin Tian Holy Land, the Holy Master faction and the Qin clan held a contentious relationship, verging on hostility. This was no secret among the disciples. Seeing the powerful figures of the Holy Master faction appear at the Qin clan estate and adopting a tone of accusation, an ominous premonition gripped their hearts. Could this herald the onset of internal strife? At that moment, several figures emerged from the estate, braving the immense pressure as they gazed at the silhouettes in the sky. Master Lu, what is the meaning of this? Qin Da and Qin Air's faces were exceedingly grim, a flicker of anxiety flashing in their eyes. Ever since they learned of Qin Shou's abduction of Lin Jingtian and Han Li, they anticipated this day would come. Yet, they never imagined that within mere hours, chaos would erupt. That rascal Qin Shou was indeed too reckless in his actions. With the ancestors still in seclusion, matters had now become complicated. Bring that young scoundrel out to face me. As long as he surrenders the Holy Sun and the Emperor's legacy, I shall overlook his transgressions for the sake of the 2 ancestors' reputation. Otherwise, the crime of imprisoning the Holy Sun and the elders of the saint will be sufficient to cast him into the depths of sin, enduring endless torment of the soul. In the void, Lu Dao's expression was frosty as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Da and Qin Air. Indeed, that young scoundrel harbors ulterior motives, seeking to usurp the Holy Sun's position through imprisonment. He deserves to suffer eternal torment. Behind Lu Dao, Lin Song wore a furious expression. His son, Lin Yuan, had also been captured by Qin Shou. Not only him, but among the accompanying powerful figures, more than half had disciples or blood relatives who participated in the King's Hall trials, all of whom had been taken by Qin Shou. Had this been outside, knowing that Qin Shou possessed the strength to suppress saints, they would hardly dare to act recklessly. Yet here, within the Qin Tian Holy Land, where a quasi-emperor held sway, what tempest could a mere saint like Qin Shou conjure? To be cast into the depths of sin and face the torment of the soul? Below, Qin Da and his companion wore solemn expressions. The so-called abyss of sin was a designated place for punishing errant powerhouses within the Holy Land. There, The infernal flames burned perpetually, capable of searing the very souls of cultivators. Even those at the sage level could not withstand the relentless torment of soul refinement, ultimately succumbing to their agony. 2 millennia ago, a member of their lineage had been cast into the abyss of sin, enduring 3 centuries of soul refinement before meeting their demise. Just as the two were at a loss for what to do, a figure materialized out of thin air. Qin Shou waved his hand, dispelling the sacred aura that enveloped the entire state. His gaze turned to the figures above, his expression calm. He had anticipated all consequences while binding Lin Jingtian and the others, and had prepared countermeasures in his mind, thus remaining unfazed. Upon seeing Qin Shou, Qinda and his companion visibly sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Lin Song, who had just moments ago been seething with anger, now showed a subtle change in expression. Shifting his feet slightly behind Lu Dao regarded Qin Shou, his face briefly reflecting astonishment before reverting to indifference. He discerned the cultivation level of Qin Shou, 4th realm of sage. Although taken aback, this only solidified his resolve to seize the inheritance. Not merely the legacy of the emperor, but also the quasi-emperor inheritance within the Hall of Kings. Either would yield immense benefits for himself and the Holy Land. Junior, since you have emerged, hand over the Saint Child and the inheritance of the Hall of Kings, he declared, extending his palm upward in a gesture of demand. Ha! Qin Shou chuckled. Such an air of superiority, as if I were obligated to relinquish the inheritance. Fixing his gaze on Lu Dao, he replied coolly, there is no inheritance to give, but I can return your people. With a flick of his hand, several figures plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Qin Shou, I will see you dead. Qin Shou, do you dare imprison this Saint Child? Qin Shou, Lin Jingtian and the others, bound tightly, could only vocalize their outrage, their mouths the only part of their bodies free to move. However, upon recognizing their familiar surroundings and the figures standing above them, their expressions shifted dramatically. One singular thought flashed through their minds. Is this the Holy Land? Had they returned in such a humiliating manner? Particularly for Han Li, his face turned ashen. A dignified sage, he was bound like a mere animal before Lu Dao and these juniors. An overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within him, threatening to shatter his Dao heart. At that moment, the expressions of Lu Dao and the others in the air also darkened considerably. Qin Shou, release the Saint Child and Master Han immediately. Lin Song bellowed. Seeing his son among those bound, his eyes blazed with fury. He yearned to rush forward to rescue him, but was deterred by the fear of Qin Shou, apprehensive of what retaliation might ensue. Beside him, the formidable beings from the sacred land hesitated to approach, their hearts branding Qin Shou with a label of madness. Ultimately, it was Lu Dao who extended his hand, summoning several individuals to step forward. Qin Shou did not object. He had already extracted all valuable items from Lin Jingtian and the others, rendering any remnants useless and merely a waste of space within the Hall of Kings. Junior brother Han, are you all right? Lu Dao inquired as he shattered the binding sigils that ensnared Han Li and the others, his tone laced with a hint of concern, albeit minimal. Han Li merely shook his head in silence. His injuries were not severe, and with his saintly physique, he would heal swiftly. However, the wounds to his psyche ignited a fury within him. Observing this, Lu Dao refrained from pressing further and redirected his gaze to Qin Shou. Now, relinquish the Hall of Kings. I can absolve you of your transgressions. His voice carried a commanding tone, showing no regard for Qin Shou. In his eyes, surrendering the sacred was an act of submission. With his 6th-level saint cultivation, he was confident in his ability to dominate his adversary. Yet upon hearing this, Qin Shou scoffed derisively. For the sake of a mere inheritance, you truly have no shame. Were it not for the knowledge that this is the sacred land of Qing Tian, I would think I had stumbled into a den of bandits. Lu Dao's brows furrowed at this retort, his expression darkening. Fixing his gaze on Qin Shou, he inhaled deeply before coldly stating, though the ancient holy body is formidable, heralded as the premier battle physique of humanity, its full realization demands an astonishing array of resources and rare treasures, which even the sacred land struggle to provide. While the supreme battle body of the Saint's Son may not rival yours, it is still among the foremost physiques of humanity, closely aligned with the great Tao, facilitating the path to emperorhood. Those inheritances are but embellishments to you. You would do better to surrender them for the Saint's Son's enlightenment. In the future, as the Saint's Son attains the great Tao, he will surely assist you in perfecting your holy body. In that moment, both of you could jointly command the heavens and earth, reigning supreme for 100,000 years. Would that not be preferable? Chapter 61. Cultivation Advancement. 7th level of Saint Realm. To relinquish the inheritance and allow Lin Jingtian to comprehend it, thereby aiding his path to enlightenment? Lu Dao's words reverberated through the space, eliciting a spectrum of expressions from those present. Qin and his brother seethed with anger, while Lin Song and the powerful figures beside him exhibited envy. Han Li's expression remained impassive, but a glimmer of concealed excitement flickered in Lin Jingtian's eyes. What say you? If you are willing to assist the Saint Son, once he attains enlightenment, whatever treasures you desire within this vast world, he shall procure for you. In due time, you will certainly elevate your holy body to its pinnacle. Seeing that Qin Shou remained silent, Lu Dao continued to entice him. He genuinely wished for Qin Shou to become Lin Jingtian's guardian. Given the uniqueness of the ancient holy body, although the path to enlightenment was arduous, achieving a perfected physique could allow one to rival an emperor. If the other party is willing to assist the Holy Son in his path to enlightenment, perhaps the Holy Son might reciprocate, and we could witness the emergence of two formidable emperors in this celestial realm. As Lu Dao's words resonated, an unusual silence enveloped the gathering. With all eyes fixated on Qin Shou, only Han Li remained with his eyes tightly shut, his body trembling slightly. As the Holy Son's protector, he found it disconcerting that Lu Dao suggested Qin Shou take on the role of defending the Holy Son. Below, Qin Shou, having absorbed Lu Dao's words and observed the expressions of Lin Song and his companions, found the entire situation utterly ludicrous. He fixed his gaze on Lu Dao and, raising a finger towards himself, retorted with a question. Do I appear to be a fool? What do you mean by that? Lu Dao furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Have you lost your mind? A person of such caliber could be crushed under my finger. You expect me to assist him in his quest for enlightenment? Qin Shou scoffed, pointing derisively at Lin Jingtian, his tone unapologetically dismissive, to suggest that he should entrust his legacy to this individual for comprehension, while also defending him and aiding him in achieving emperor status. Such statements could only emanate from someone devoid of reason. Or perhaps, I appear to be a grand target for mockery? Qin Shou, what are you saying? How dare you insult the Holy Son? Lin Jingtian thundered in fury. And what if I do? Qin Shou waved his sleeve, an overwhelming divine might surging forth and directly colliding with Lin Jingtian. The terrifying pressure instantly enveloped him, causing Lin Jingtian's eyes to widen in fear. Only then did he recall that his opponent was a figure of the Saint Realm. Oof. You dare to harm others in my presence? Lu Dao's expression was as cold as ice as he raised his hand to counter this divine pressure. He then fixed a frigid gaze upon Qin Shou, his voice laced with frost. This is not a negotiation. You need not assist the Holy Son, but the legacy of the Emperor and the Palace of Kings must be surrendered. With that, an overwhelming divine might erupted from him, a hand reaching out to grasp Qin Shou from afar. An insurmountable pressure descended like an ancient divine mountain, instantly solidifying the space and ensnaring those present. Forceful seizure? Let us see if you can succeed. I could use some spirit stones. Qin Shou retorted with a cold laugh, his body shaking off the constraints of the solidified space. He then raised his hand to strike down, unleashing an even more terrifying divine might that shattered the grasping hand. With a resounding crash, the clash of divine powers erupted. A thunderous roar echoing as destructive energy scattered. It was confined to a minuscule area, not expanding further. This is bad. We need to leave. Quickly. The faces of the others turned pale in the oppressive atmosphere. Lin Song and his companions hastily traversed the space to distance themselves. The two from the Qin family retreated to their estate, raising a protective barrier to shield against any collateral damage. Further away, the disciples of the Holy Land and ordinary elders stood in shock at the entrance of the cave, staring towards the estate. Although Qin Shou and the others had suppressed the aftermath of their confrontation, preventing it from spreading, the immense commotion reverberated throughout the entire Holy Land. A transformation is imminent for the Holy Land. A true battle has commenced. Are there still saints of the Qin clan in existence? Who is engaging in combat with Master Lu? In an instant, numerous disciples retreated to their chambers, too fearful to show their faces. The emergence of a saint-level existence igniting a fierce battle within the sacred grounds is unprecedented in the Qingyun sacred land. Over there, after Qin Shou cleaved through a colossal hand, his figure instantly appeared before Lu Dao. With his right palm opened, fingers spread wide like mountains, he descended upon his opponent with overwhelming force. Tiny runes coalesced within his palm, exuding an astonishing suppressive power. The handprint of the heavenly shield. This technique, acquired from Qinda, though initially conceived at the insightful heaven level, unleashed by a saint's prowess, possessed an unparalleled potency. A mere insightful heaven technique daring to display its inadequacy. Lu Dao, with a look of disdain, formed his finger into a sword, piercing towards Qin Shou's palm, unleashing a sword light that tore through the heavens. Boom! In the terrifying collision, space was instantaneously torn, creating a black hole. The dreadful fluctuations, even though suppressed by the two, still leaked a trace. In an instant, the surrounding space crumbled inch by inch. The terrifying aura rendered the disciples of the sacred land at a distance pale, feeling as though the apocalypse had descended. Ultimately, it was Han Li who intervened, managing to suppress and disperse the leaked energy. At this moment, the two combatants, under Qin Shou's lead, had already burst forth from the sacred land, charging into the starry expanse. Junior, with your 4th level of saintly cultivation, you are no match for me. Hand over your inheritance and return to the sacred land to atone for your sins. Otherwise, when I capture you, you shall undoubtedly suffer. Clad in white, Lu Dao stood atop the shattered star, gazing at Qin Shou with an air of indifference. In his mind, Qin Shou was merely a saint birthed from inheritance, far inferior to his self-cultivated prowess. Not to mention, he was 2 minor realms above Qin Shou. On another distant star, Qin Shou, upon hearing this, revealed a peculiar smile. 4th level of saintly cultivation? How do you know I'm only at the 4th level? Lu Dao's brows furrowed as he fixed a cold smile upon Qin Shou. Do you dare to claim that your cultivation surpasses mine? He found it utterly unbelievable. The imperial inheritance was indeed astonishing, capable of elevating one from the insightful realm to the 4th level of saintly cultivation, but could not possibly reach a higher realm. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Qin Shou nodded earnestly, taking a step forward, causing the star beneath him to shatter into fragments. Simultaneously, within his inner world, the saintly weapons, medicinal pills, and supreme spirit stones previously acquired from Lin Zhengtian, Han Li, and others vanished entirely. Then, the system's voice echoed. Ding, the host has sold 8 saintly weapons, 16 heavy artifacts, and various pills and herbs, acquiring 193,200 supreme spirit stones. 180,000 supreme spirit stones consumed. Cultivation elevated to the 7th level of saintly cultivation. A terrifying aura ascended from him as Qin Shou cast a mocking glance at Lu Dao. Now, who possesses the higher cultivation? Chapter 62, Suppression. The terrifying aura of the saint wreaked havoc across the starry sky. Some stars, already shattered, along with fragments of meteors, were instantly reduced to dust under this overwhelming force, drifting through the celestial expanse. The immense pressure caused Lu Dao's expression to change dramatically, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? You are at the 7th level of the Saint Realm? Lu Dao uttered incredulously. What secrets does the Emperor's inheritance hold that could elevate a mere enlightened being to such heights? After 7 millennia of arduous cultivation, he had only attained the 6th level of the Saint Realm. At merely the 7th level of the Saint Realm, I could ascend even higher if I wished. Qin Shou remarked, a mocking smile adorning his face as he approached Lu Dao step by step. With each footfall, deep impressions were left in the void, the unimaginable might pressing down upon Lu Dao like a cataclysmic force. One must admit, the sensation of exerting such dominance was exhilarating and invigorating. Facing Qin Shou, who strolled towards him with an air of nonchalance, Lu Dao's initial shock quickly gave way to tranquility. Ultimately, a glimmer of greedy desire flickered in his eyes. The Emperor's inheritance could directly enhance one's cultivation. If he were to possess it, perhaps he could ascend to the Great Saint Realm, extending his lifespan by 20,000 years and becoming a titan on the Tiancang Continent. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his insatiable greed surged forth, and he coldly declared, merely a saint born from inheritance. Even if you surpass me by a minor realm, I shall still suppress you. With that, he struck first, unleashing an ancient mirror that transformed into the size of a small mountain in the starry sky, a beam of purple light shooting forth towards Qin Shou. Instantly, an endless sea of purple flames erupted, engulfing the area. Simultaneously, Chains of order extended from the mirror, seeking to bind Qin Shou. Divine weapon? Quite valuable. Qin Shou's expression remained unchanged, his blood energy surging as he raised his hand, projecting a palm strike. Patterns coalesced before his palm, subtly forming an ancient character. The formidable force shattered the sea of purple flames and fragmented the chains of order that ensnared him. Calmly traversing the inferno, he lifted his hand once again, reaching for the divine weapon mirror. A soft hum resonated. In the next moment, the mirror's purple glow dimmed significantly, shaking violently. Around it, intense spatial fluctuations arose, rendering it increasingly illusory. How audacious! You dare to seize my divine weapon? Lu Dao, sensing the transformation of the mirror, exclaimed in a mix of astonishment and fury. Without a moment to marvel at Qin Shou's strength, his consciousness surged forth, flooding into the divine weapon. As his consciousness infused it, the ethereal divine weapon solidified once more. Witnessing this, a smile crept onto Lu Dao's face, and just as he was about to mock Qin Shou, the smile froze, quickly transforming into a pallor of disbelief. In the void, the original divine weapon had vanished, replaced by a fragment of a meteorite. As Qin Shou gazed intently into the mirror held in his hand, a benevolent smile graced his lips as he directed it towards Lu Dao. I sincerely appreciate the treasured gift you have bestowed upon me, my friend, Qin remarked, not hesitating to accept it. With that, he inscribed several prohibitions upon the mirror before seamlessly integrating it into his inner realm. Lu Dao trembled with rage, his body quaking, while a profound sense of shock surged within him. The heavenly fire artifact was a sacred weapon he had forged over millennia, deeply imprinted with his essence. Now, it had been seized before his very eyes, and even the connection to his soul's imprint had been severed completely. Once Qin Shou had secured the mirror, his gaze returned to Lu Dao, the smile still adorning his face, yet his voice turned chillingly cold. In gratitude for the sacred weapon, I would like to invite you to stay at the King's Hall for a few days. With that, he stepped forward, his figure appearing before Lu Dao in an instant. Forming seals with his hands, a colossal phantom of a celestial king arose behind him, descending with overwhelming authority. Do you intend to suppress me? Lu Dao's countenance darkened, yet he dared not draw forth another artifact, fearing it would meet the same fate as before. Instead, he summoned a colossal sword, channeling its power to cleave through the celestial king's projection. However, in the next moment, regret washed over him. Upon collision, a tremendous energy surged through the cosmos. In the mere instant of contact, the colossal sword shattered into fragments. The celestial king's hand, imbued with an aura of terror, continued its descent. How could this be? Lu Dao gasped in horror, unable to evade in time as the king's palm struck down upon him. The sheer force tore through the starry expanse, creating a black hole for which a kaleidoscope of chaotic energy erupted, churning the heavens. Qin Shou relentlessly pursued the battered Lu Dao, delivering a punch the size of a sandbag. In an instant, the darkened cosmos erupted with blood and vitality, the patterns of the Dao fluctuating. A cacophony of thunderous roars intertwined with anguished cries spread forth, reverberating across the heavens, even reaching the eastern wastes. What a terrifying clash! A battle of saints. The onlookers marveled. Could it be that the Taichu sacred land has sought out the Qingtian sacred land? Are they attempting to reclaim the abducted saintess and elder? Within a mere half-day, 2 battles of saints had transpired, leaving the powerful in the eastern wastes bewildered. In times past, a single battle of this caliber would be a rare occurrence, perhaps only seen once in a century. Speculation arose among them, surmising that perhaps the saints of the Taichu sacred land and the Qingtian sacred land were engaged in combat, especially given that the former had previously captured the saintess and an elder from the latter. Above the Qingtian sacred land, numerous formidable beings of comprehension stood suspended in the air, their gazes penetrating the void towards the battlefield among the stars. Although they could see nothing, the terrifying tremors of the battle were palpable. The prowess of a sage is indeed formidable, even from the distant expanse of the cosmos. The ripples of battle can be distinctly felt in the eastern wasteland. However, with the cultivation of Master Lu, he should swiftly subdue that impudent youth, should he not? Such an overconfident junior, believing that his sage-level prowess allows him to disregard the sacred land. Once Master Lu has quelled him, I am eager to see if he will still maintain his previous arrogance. Lin Song and his companions sensed the tumult of the battle, their gazes filled with malice. Among them, Lin Jingtian harbored a flicker of anticipation, hoping that after Master Lu subdued Qin Shou, he could claim the legacy for himself. Would Qin Shou, the disciple of the Qin clan, emerge unscathed? Not far away, Qinda and Qin Heir stood alone, concern etched on their faces as they overheard Lin Song and the others. Suddenly, the fluctuations of the battle in the starry sky began to wane, dissipating into silence. A look of astonishment washed over everyone's faces. As realization dawned, Lin Song and his companions quickly donned expressions of delight. Could it be that Master Lu has subdued that young man? Ha ha ha, splendid. In their minds, it was only natural for Master Lu, with his cultivation, to overpower Qin Shou. They had never entertained the notion of an alternative outcome. Several of Lin Song's companions, eager to witness the spectacle, tore through the fabric of space, hastening toward the cosmos to be the first to behold Qin Shou's downfall. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit starry sky, countless meteors and fragments of celestial bodies transformed into dust. Amidst the ruins, Qin Shou stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while beneath his feet lay a figure bound in chains. Chapter 63. 100 million premium spirit stones for a semi-emperor's legacy. Junior, are you truly intent on severing all ties with the sacred land of Qing Tian? Cough, cough, cough. Release me. There is still room for reconciliation. Lu Dao's aura was weak, his once pristine white robes now tattered. As he lay in a pitiful state upon the ground, his body was ensnared by runic chains, and through his torn garments, the remnants of his shattered form were faintly visible. Blood seeped from the gaping wounds, staining the ground before him. Reconciliation? Ha! Why should I entertain such notions? Qin Shou's countenance bore disdain. Whether it was the previous Han Li or the current Lu Dao, these individuals had always presented themselves with an air of superiority, demanding that he relinquish the legacy. Alas, they had grossly underestimated him and had instead become prisoners in their own right. Did they truly believe they could oppose the entirety of the sacred land of Qing Tian? In this domain, sage-level cultivation is of little consequence. Once the foundation of the sacred land emerges, even a quasi-emperor at the ninth heaven would face despair. I advise you to contemplate carefully, lest you sever your own path for the sake of fleeting satisfaction. Lu Dao's voice was cold, laced with contempt. Even at this moment, having been subdued by Qin Shou, he still clung to his lofty demeanor, unwilling to believe that Qin Shou would dare to act against him. If he were truly to be killed, not even the two ancient relics of the Qin clan could save him. In response to Lu Dao's words, Qin Shou offered no rebuttal. Instead, he simply brought his foot down upon Lu Dao's lower back. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, causing the stars beneath to fracture with delicate cracks. You ought to prioritize your own well-being. Lu Dao's complexion turned ashen and mottled. While the impact inflicted minimal physical harm, the insult was profoundly cutting. Qin Shou paid no heed to his adversary, instead extending his consciousness to envelop him. After a brief moment, his eyes narrowed, and his hand reached out to seize a certain point in space before him. With a sudden pop, a thunderous roar erupted. The sound was immense, as if Qin Shou's outstretched hand had penetrated into another realm, colliding with something extraordinarily solid. What are you doing? Damn it, stop. Lu Dao's expression shifted dramatically, his voice rising in alarm. He sensed his inner world being ruthlessly assailed. Qin Shou had astonishingly pinpointed the spatial location of his inner realm. Without uttering a word, Qin Shou's vitality surged, and three blossoms of the great Dao slowly materialized above him. In an instant, a terrifying aura permeated the starry expanse, causing the probing hand to tremble. Crack! Boom! A colossal explosion resonated, forcefully breaching the inner world. As the inner realm shattered, Lu Dao's body jolted violently, followed by the emergence of even more horrific fissures from which billowed crimson mist. The dreadful backlash nearly caused him to explode on the spot. Qin Shou remained unfazed, his fingers transforming into claws as he extracted a wealth of luminous treasures from the inner world. However, just as he retracted his hand, a cold voice suddenly pierced the starry sky. That is enough. Accompanying the voice was a chilling beam of sword light, slicing through the void, descending from the distant holy land of Qing Tian. The great sage. Qin Shou's expression darkened. The three blossoms above his head had yet to disperse when he unleashed a punch, shattering the sword light with brute force. The explosive energy instantly obliterated everything tangible in the vicinity. Lu Dao's body erupted with even more grievous wounds, nearly reducing him to a mist of blood from the residual shockwave. On the edge of the starry expanse, Lin Song and the others had just exited the Tiancang Continent when they were swept away by the oncoming tempest. In the cosmic void, Qin Shou retrieved the gravely injured Lu Dao, restraining him beside him. He then stood still, his gaze directed into the distance. After a few moments, the fabric of space was torn apart, and a middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes, exuding an aura of martial prowess, stepped forth. The man's gaze first swept over the half-conscious Lu Dao before settling on Qin Shou. With an impassive expression, he stated, "Seventh layer of the Sage Realm, ancient saint body. A descendant of junior brother Qinyu. Rather impressive." Who are you?" Qin Shou's brow furrowed. The man's demeanor, akin to that of an elder speaking down to him, was rather irksome. "I am the lord of the Holy Land of Qing Tian." The Holy Lord of Qing Tian? Qin Shou's eyes flickered with intrigue. Was this the individual who, 3,000 years prior, had contended with his ancestor for the position of Holy Lord and emerged victorious? 3,000 years have passed, and he has indeed become a formidable sage. Opposite him, the celestial Saint Lord gazed at Qin Shou and suddenly gestured, breaking the confinement to summon Lu Dao before him. As the binding talisman chains were severed, he extended a strand of sage essence toward Lu Dao. Qin Shou made no attempt to hinder this. He had nearly emptied the opponent's inner world. Upon receiving a fragment of sage essence, Lu Dao awakened from his grievous slumber, seeing the celestial Saint Lord. His expression initially brightened, only to turn cold as he cast a sinister glance at Qin Shou, Saint Lord. The celestial Saint Lord waved his hand, interrupting Lu Dao's words. Turning his gaze to Qin Shou, he spoke with indifference. "I am unaware of the fortuitous encounters you experienced in the royal hall. But merely possessing the legacy of an emperor cannot possibly elevate one in the enlightenment realm to the seventh layer of sagehood, especially with such a solid foundation. However, regarding the primordial sacred body, you have yet to achieve minor completion. If you are willing to relinquish all your legacies and share them with the celestial Holy Land, I can promise you sufficient resources to assist you in refining your physique to minor completion. Furthermore, the celestial Holy Land can nurture you, granting you the opportunity to attain a perfected sacred body and an alternative path to enlightenment." "Oh," Qin Shou scoffed inwardly at these words. Frankly, the condition was quite tempting. Had it been someone else or another faction, he might have acquiesced. Yet, he held no trust in the celestial Holy Land. Not to mention the Saint Lord's ignorance of Lu Dao and others' actions, given the momentum of his confrontation with Lu Dao within the Holy Land. Even the dead buried underground should have sensed it. Strangely, no one emerged to intervene. Now that Lu Dao was captured, the Saint Lord appeared. He did not believe for a moment that they were unaware. "What? You refuse?" The celestial Saint Lord frowned. "It is not a matter of refusal, but rather a lack of trust in you," Qin Shou replied candidly. "What do you mean by that, young one?" Lu Dao seized the opportunity to rebuke angrily. However, Qin Shou paid him no heed and calmly stated, "If you desire the legacy, it is not impossible. Do not speak of nurturing me. Simply offer 100 million top-tier spirit stones, and I shall grant you a quasi-emperor's legacy." 100 million top-tier spirit stones for a quasi-emperor's legacy seemed exceedingly reasonable to him. In Chapter 64, the ancestral elder of the Qin clan, at the pinnacle of sagehood, nearly crushed Lu Dao underfoot. 100 million top-tier spirit stones? Have you gone mad? Lu Dao exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he regarded Qin Shou. 100 million top-tier spirit stones. Even as a supreme elder of the celestial Holy Land, a peerless cultivator at the 6th layer of sagehood, he had never encountered such a sum. Beside him, the celestial Saint Lord's expression darkened, coldly fixing his gaze on Qin Shou. "You cannot be serious?" Even though the celestial Holy Land is vast and possesses numerous top-tier spirit veins, 100 million top-tier spirit stones are not simply at our disposal. Just the monthly expenditures of those elders within the Holy Land amount to astronomical figures. 100 million exquisite spirit stones in exchange for a quasi-emperor's inheritance. Doesn't that seem rather advantageous? Qin Shou nodded calmly, finding the proposition appealing. Should the Qin Tian Holy Land indeed produce the spirit stones, he would not hesitate to bestow upon them a quasi-emperor's inheritance. After all, it was merely a quasi-emperor's legacy, of little significance to him, while 100 million exquisite spirit stones could dramatically elevate his cultivation. It could even enable him to break through the great sage realm, becoming a supreme being of the 9 heavens. The holy master of Qin Tian furrowed his brow. He desired the inheritance, yet was reluctant to part with 100 million spirit stones. However, seemingly apprehensive, he refrained from taking action against Qin Shou and instead continued to persuade him. Sharing the inheritance with the Holy Land would be more beneficial. The Holy Land can provide resources and heavenly treasures to aid in your cultivation. You must understand that some rare materials cannot be acquired simply with spirit stones. While 100 million exquisite spirit stones may appear substantial, they cannot bring your physique to fruition, nor can they lead you to enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou shook his head, a cold sneer forming in his heart. How grandiloquent! Yet it was evident they sought the inheritance without wishing to expend spirit stones. You young one, do not be greedy. The Holy Master could suppress you with a mere gesture. Consider this opportunity wisely. Observing Qin Shou's refusal, Lu Dao immediately scolded him loudly, his gaze towards Qin Shou filled with malice. He hoped fervently that Qin Shou would not relinquish the inheritance, for that would present the Holy Master with a chance to act, to subdue him. The two ancient relics of the Qin clan had remained dormant for nearly 3 millennia, likely facing dire circumstances. Even if they suppressed this young man now, no one would come to his aid. This time, the Holy Master of Qin Tian did not intervene, allowing Lu Dao to berate Qin Shou. Losing patience with Qin Shou's obstinacy, he resolved that if the young man refused to yield the imperial inheritance and the Palace of Kings, he would have no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Just as Qin Shou prepared to confront the Holy Master directly, a furious roar filled with malevolence suddenly echoed through the cosmos. Lu Dao, who are you calling ungrateful? The voice reverberated among the stars as a colossal foot, measuring 420 yards, materialized in the sky, descending upon Lu Dao and the Holy Master. In an instant, an overwhelming aura suffused the space, causing vast swathes of the starry sky to collapse beneath the foot. What? Both of them changed countenance dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, the Holy Master of Qin Tian vanished, retreating thousands of miles away. However, Lu Dao found himself immobilized, helplessly watching the massive foot descend. Boom! The foot landed squarely on Lu Dao, erupting in a cloud of blood mist. His recently mended body shattered once more, even worse than before, leaving him in tatters. Blood of the sacred spilled across the starry sky, transforming into a crimson river, only to be extinguished by a terrifying force. Qin Shou gazed at Lu Dao, whose face was trampled beneath a colossal foot, a flicker of sympathy emerging in his eyes. He then lifted his gaze, directing it towards the void above. There, 2 figures had materialized. Both were elderly men clad in black robes, their frames gaunt. However, one bore a tranquil expression, while the other was suffused with a menacing aura. Qin Yu, the ancestral elder. Qin Shou's eyes widened with astonishment as they settled upon the serene-faced elder. Since the day he returned to the sacred land of the azure sky, the elder had vanished without so much as a word. Now, upon their reunion, it was evident that he had undergone considerable transformation. No longer a mere soul entity, he had acquired a true corporeal form. Most importantly, Qin Shou sensed a pure and sacred might emanating from him. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, the figure of the azure sky, Saint Master, flickered into existence, once more nearby. His gaze fixated on the menacing elder, his expression grave. Qin Sha, the ancestral elder, you have emerged from your seclusion. In the void, upon hearing this, Qin Sha turned his cold, indifferent eyes towards the azure sky, Saint Master. If I had remained in seclusion any longer, it is likely that the last vestiges of our Qin lineage would have been driven to extinction by certain individuals. With a disdainful scoff, Qin Sha kicked the severely battered Lu Dao aside. Then, accompanied by Qin Yu, they advanced directly towards Qin Shou. As Qin Shou scrutinized the 2 elders, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, particularly when he beheld the elder suffused with a sinister aura. His body trembled slightly. Qin Sha, one of the ancestral elders of the sacred land of the azure sky, ancestor of the Qin clan. Cultivation, peak great sage. Age, 29,500 years. Qin Yu, the previous holy son of the sacred land of the azure sky. Cultivation, 7th level of the Saint Soul realm. 1st level of the corporeal saint realm. Peak great sage. Upon his arrival at the sacred land of the azure sky, Qin Shou had learned that the Qin lineage possessed 2 ancestral elders. Initially, he believed them to be mere saints, but to his astonishment, they were indeed at the great sage level, and at its pinnacle no less. However, upon observing their age. He cannot help but furrow his brow. The Great Sage realm has a lifespan of only 30,000 years, yet this individual was already over 29,000 years old. At this moment, as he continued his observation, Qin Shou and the other elder approached him. In response, Qin Shou clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Addressing them, "I pay my respects to you, esteemed elders." Qin Shou scrutinized Qin Shou, his demeanor shifting as the malevolence in his expression visibly dissipated, replaced by a look of satisfaction. "Good lad, very impressive. The 7th level of the Saint realm, far surpassing my strength at your age." As he spoke, he extended his somewhat withered hand to pat Qin Shou's shoulder. At this juncture, the elder Qin Yu interjected, "Qin Shou, this is Elder Qin Shou. Rest assured, with Elder Qin Shou present, no one will force you to relinquish your heritage against your will." Qin Yu's expression was stern as he cast a sidelong glance at the distant azure sky, Saint Master. 3 millennia ago, he suffered defeat at the hands of his opponent, believing that he had merely lost the position of the Saint Lord. Little did he anticipate that, once his adversary ascended to the role of Saint Lord, they would exploit the absence of the 2 revered ancestors to permit, and even instigate, the suppression of his lineage. This led to the inexplicable demise of numerous brothers and even elder uncles. Meanwhile, the blue sky Saint Lord, left to the sidelines, bore a grim expression, gripping the nearly lifeless Lu Dao, casting a dark gaze upon Qin Shou and his companions. Upon noticing Qin Yu's glance, he let out a disdainful snort. "Humph. This action of mine is also for the sake of the Holy Land." With that, he turned his attention to Qin Shou. As a disciple of the Holy Land, one ought to prioritize its interests. The ancestors should comprehend the significance of the Emperor's legacy to the Holy Land. As the Saint Lord, it is only natural for me to consider the future of the Holy Land. Moreover, I have already pledged to provide resources to assist him in achieving his complete saint body. The blue sky Saint Lord maintained a facade of indifference, showing no signs of retreat even in the face of the pinnacle of the great saint realm, Qin Shou. However, upon hearing his words, Qin Shou's expression darkened. "A fine Saint Lord, a true visionary for the future of the Holy Land. I ask you, is suppressing the Qin clan and harming its disciples also in the interest of the Holy Land?" Qin Shou's voice was frigid, the overwhelming aura of his great saint prowess bearing down on the blue sky Saint Lord. "What of the Saint Lord? The dignity of the Saint Lord is of no concern." Today, even without the incident involving Qin Shou, he had intended to settle scores with this Saint Lord. Chapter 65. Compensation of 30 million superior spirit stones. The formidable aura of the peak great saint reverberated through the starry expanse, an overwhelming force enveloping the blue sky Saint Lord. Qin Shou's visage was filled with ferocity, his eyes sharp and piercing. He had become acutely aware of the events that had transpired over the years. To his astonishment, during the period when he and his elder brother were in seclusion, the Holy Land had treated their lineage with such disdain. 3 disciples of the Saint Realm had been removed from the Holy Land under various pretenses, inexplicably perishing outside its confines. Several exceptionally gifted young disciples faced relentless oppression. All of this ignited a surge of murderous intent within him. Under Qin Shou's oppressive aura, the blue sky Saint Lord's countenance shifted slightly, and, under immense pressure, he hastily explained, "The fall of several Saint Realm uncles was merely an accident. It was not my intention to target or suppress them. As the Lord of the Holy Land, I would never engage in actions that would weaken its strength." "Humph. Is that so?" Qin Shou retorted with a cold snort. In the next moment, he abruptly struck out, conjuring an immense divine mountain that descended upon the blue sky Saint Lord. The terrifying aura caused the very void to collapse, turbulent currents swirling chaotically, cutting through the air. "Do you dare?" The blue sky Saint Lord's expression darkened instantly, caught off guard by Qin Shou's assault. In a rush, he summoned a colossal cauldron, hovering above him to counter the descending divine mountain. However, as a mere first-level great saint, even with the great saint artifact summoned, he could only sustain the pressure for a fleeting moment. The overwhelming burden drained color from his face, and his gaze towards Qin Shou turned icy. As the massive vessel above trembled violently, on the verge of being dislodged, a resonant hum suddenly echoed through the void. A colossal fissure tore open the starry sky, from which an immense finger, akin to a celestial pillar, emerged, aiming directly at the boundless divine mountain. With a thunderous crash, the 2 forces collided, yet contrary to expectations. No cataclysmic sound erupted. Instead, Amidst a muted thud, the laws of existence devoured one another, annihilating themselves and dissolving into oblivion. Qin Shou stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his countenance dark as he gazed toward the spatial rift. In the next moment, a venerable figure stepped forth from a chasm. It was the ancestor Lin Shun. The Holy Lord of the Azure Sky looked upon the emerging elder with delight in his eyes. Lin Shun merely inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement before shifting his gaze to Qin Shou, coldly remarking, "Qin madman, you have truly lost your mind to strike against the Holy Lord. Do you wish to incite rebellion and instigate chaos within the Holy Land? Rebellion? Old Ghost Lin, it is you who have overstepped your bounds," Qin Shou retorted, his gaze sharpening as he fixed on the ancient figure that had emerged from the rift. A voice laden with malice reverberated through the space. "If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, I shall raze that damned Holy Land to the ground." With that, he launched an attack, raising his gnarled hand like a withered branch, and unleashed a punch. Countless runes materialized in the air, coalescing into a gigantic azure fist, propelled with an overwhelming force towards his adversary. "Qin madman, you have truly lost your senses." In the skies above, Lin Shen's expression instantly darkened as he retaliated with a punch of his own. The two colossal runic fists clashed in the void. However, faced with Qin Shou's furious onslaught, Lin Shen was directly sent flying, crashing into the enormous spatial rift behind him. Seizing the moment, Qin Shou pursued, plunging into the rift as well. Subsequently, more terrifying waves of battle emanated from the depths of the starry expanse, intertwined with the roars of the two combatants. In the vast cosmos, Qin Shou stood silently, absorbing the dreadful tumult of battle that resonated from afar, his expression inscrutable. Truth be told, he harbored little affection for the Qin clan of the Azure Sky Holy Land. His presence there was solely to acquire resources and spirit stones. Yet now, witnessing the ancestor Qin Shou emerge to defend him, a ripple of emotion stirred within his heart. The old man clearly had little time left, contrary to what Qin had previously asserted about him transcending the brink of death. This emergence from seclusion was likely embraced with a mindset of life and death entwined. The fierce battle in the depths of the starry void persisted for an extended period, an hour, then two. It was not until half a day had elapsed that the cataclysmic waves of warfare began to subside. Moments later, two figures emerged from the rift, one after the other, tearing through the fabric of reality. Qin Shou appeared unperturbed, though his garments were somewhat disheveled. In contrast, Lin Shun, while appearing cleaner than Qin Shou, was discernibly clad in different attire, his aura somewhat tenuous, and traces of pallor evident upon his face. Upon returning, without uttering a word, he summoned the Holy Lord of the Azure Sky and Lu Dao, directly tearing through the fabric of space to depart. Qin Shou observed the trio's exit without intervening, though his expression remained somewhat grim. He let out a soft sigh, his gaze shifting to Qin Shou. "Young one, I have given that old ghost a thorough thrashing. He has agreed to compensate our Qin clan with resources valued at 30 million top-tier spirit stones. Once we return to the Azure Sky Sacred Land, you may retrieve those resources. After all, the Lin family is the true master of the Azure Sky Sacred Land, wielding the imperial weapon left by the Azure Emperor. Should a true conflict arise, even summoning my elder brother would not suffice against such a weapon. Moreover, the old man doesn't have much time left. He can only assist you in procuring some resources." Qin Shou's tone was matter of fact. The Lin clan, being descendants of the Azure Emperor, could control the ultimate imperial weapon. Just based on this fact, the Qin clan could do little to oppose them. He was also concerned that if matters escalated and both he and his elder brother were to fall, the situation for Qin Shou and the others would become even more precarious. His earlier display of firmness was merely an attempt to secure some resources for Qin Shou. The ancient holy body requires an immense amount of resources to reach its full potential. 30 million top-tier spirit stones. Qin Shou gazed at the elder, feeling a tremor within. However, he refrained from expressing his thoughts, simply nodding in acknowledgement. At the same time, a thought quietly emerged in his mind. The reason the Azure Sky Sacred Land is considered sacred, aside from the legacy left by the Emperor, is primarily due to the presence of quasi-emperors and imperial weapons to maintain dominance. It seems he possesses both of these elements as well. Chapter 66. Preparing to enter the Sacred Land's Treasure Vault. As Qin Shou and his companions departed to return to the sacred land of Tiancang, in a distant corner of the starry sky, on a shattered celestial body, two figures materialized from the void. their gazes fixed on the direction from which Qin Shou had left, their expressions grave. Among them, one was shrouded in mist, rendering their visage indistinguishable. The other was a stern-faced elder, emanating a holy might that rivaled Qin Shou's. "The azure sky sacred land indeed seems to be regressing," murmured the Tai Chu holy master, the mist enveloping him swirling, betraying his inner turmoil. Drawn by the conflict in the starry expanse, he had traversed the void from Tiancang to witness the entire battle unfold. He scoffed at the actions of the azure sky sacred land. However, he was equally astonished by the prowess displayed by Qin Shou. Feeling an urgent desire to learn what legacy the emperor had left behind that could elevate a mere enlightenment realm individual to the 7th layer of the saint realm in such a brief span. "Holy master, the old madman of the Qin clan has awakened. We must tread carefully regarding our plans to ascend to the azure sky sacred land." At this moment, the stern elder spoke slowly, a palpable sense of apprehension in his voice. Qin Shou, this name, once synonymous with calamity eons ago, was spoken in reverence. Alongside his elder brother, Qin Zhan, they were regarded as the two great fiends of the cultivation world. It was said he had succumbed to a deathly slumber 3,000 years prior, yet here he was, astonishingly returned to the world. Although it seems that his lifespan is limited, it is precisely this fact that instills greater fear within him. Given that madman's temperament, once he goes berserk, he might very well take someone down with him before his demise. He possesses several millennia of life remaining, and he has no desire to meet an untimely end because of this. Upon hearing the elder's words, the primordial Saint Master fell into silence for a moment, ultimately nodding in agreement. Let us return to the Holy Land. Earlier, he had instructed Elder Lu to convey to the outside world that he intended to visit the Azure Sky Holy Land. Whether the message had been disseminated remains uncertain. At this moment, atop the sacred master peak of the Azure Sky Holy Land, a voice erupted from within a grand hall. "What? Resources worth 30 million top-grade spirit stones?" The Azure Sky Saint Master exclaimed, his expression filled with bewilderment as he gazed at Lin Shun. The ancestor actually demanded that he compensate the Qin clan with 30 million top-grade spirit stones? That amount is not trifling. It is not merely 3,000 stones or low-grade spirit stones. Even as a saint, despite having accumulated considerable wealth over the years, such a quantity of resources would be enough to deplete him entirely. Opposite him, Lin Shen's countenance darkened, and he let out a cold snort. "Oomph. A mere 30 million top-grade spirit stones worth of resources is unnecessary for my Lin clan to provide. Simply allow them to enter the outer treasury of the Holy Land and select what they wish from within. As for the matter of the Emperor's inheritance, it should not be rushed." Lin Chen's voice was imbued with a palpable chill. He discerned that the madman, Qin Shou, had little time left. At most a millennium before he would succumb. As for the other, Qin Zhan, he too was nearing his end, potentially within mere centuries. At that point, all matters regarding the Emperor's inheritance and the Hall of Kings would rightfully belong to the Lin clan. What needed to be prioritized now was the protection of Qin Shou, ensuring that the inheritance did not fall into the hands of outsiders. Upon hearing this, the Azure Sky Saint Master appeared considerably relieved. After nodding, he inquired, "Ancestor, what of Elder Lu's injuries?" "Elder Lu?" At the mention of those words, Lin Chen's expression soured instantly. "He will not perish, but he will require several centuries of recuperation to recover. Moreover, with his Dao platform shattered, even if he does heal, he will forever remain at the 6th level of the Saint Realm, with no hope for the Great Dao." "No hope for the Great Dao." The Azure Sky's Saint Master shuddered upon hearing this, his eyes reflecting shock. Upon their return to the Holy Land, they would immediately send Elder Lu to the Forbidden Grounds. Lin Shun even took out a spiritual treasure, personally tending to his injuries. He had initially believed that after a period of rest, recovery would be possible, but unexpectedly. "That Qin Shou is ruthless indeed." The Azure Sky Saint Master's expression darkened. Those who reach the Saint Realm are all prodigies of their era. For such individuals, losing the opportunity to ascend the Great Dao is a torment more unbearable than death. This misfortune is simply a part of his fate. The competition for the Great Dao is fraught with peril. In the past, was it not Qin Yu who faced a similar fate? Lin Shen waved his hand dismissively. However, when the name Qin Yu was mentioned, his voice abruptly faltered. At this moment, he recalled the encounter with Qin Yu amidst the starry sky, where the latter exuded an aura of a sage. Yet, wasn't the individual supposed to have faced a shattered Dao platform 3,000 years ago? How could this be? A flicker of astonishment and doubt danced in Lin Chen's eyes as countless calculations raced through his mind. Beside him, the Holy Master of the Azure Sky also exhibited a glimmer of realization, clearly pondering the same thoughts. The hall fell into a profound silence for a time before Lin Chen emerged from his contemplation. He turned to the Holy Master, gesturing with his hand. Holy Master, please send someone to convey a message to the Qin clan's estate, informing them that they may select treasures from the Sacred Land's treasury tomorrow. As for Elder Lu's matter, I have my own plans. The Holy Master of the Azure Sky nodded slightly. I shall dispatch someone at once. Once the Holy Master departed, Lin Chen narrowed his gaze, seemingly peering through the void towards the Qin clan's estate. He murmured to himself, I must acquire the means to mend the Dao platform's wounds. At the Qin clan's estate, Qin Shou, Qin Yu, and Qin Sha gathered in a small hall. Qin Sha's complexion appeared somewhat pale. The battle in the starry sky had drained him significantly, and he had only managed to hold on thus far. Old ancestor, are you well? Qin Yu inquired anxiously, his expression a mixture of concern and guilt. He was acutely aware of Qin Sha's current state, which was nearly at the brink of exhaustion. Were it not for the knowledge of Qin Shou's plight, he would not have dared to awaken the old ancestor. Sigh, growing old. Yet, I can endure a few more days. Qin Sha waved his hand dismissively. Although his face was slightly pale, his aura remained undiminished. Old ancestor Qin Sha, with your current pinnacle of great sage cultivation, is there any possibility of a breakthrough if a quasi-emperor inheritance were to be bestowed upon you? Qin Shou asked earnestly. A quasi-emperor inheritance. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes instantly brightened, looking expectantly at Qin Sha. However, Qin Sha shook his head. At my age, my physical body has long withered. It is no longer a matter of comprehension to achieve a breakthrough. Unless my body can be rejuvenated, even the insights of an emperor would be of no avail. Qin Sha's voice carried a tone of resignation. During the seclusion, he had consumed an entire vial of life water, which only slightly revived his body, preventing it from decaying too swiftly. To attain complete revival, he would require more life water or potent flesh and blood elixirs. Yet, such treasures of life water are not easily obtained. As for the flesh and blood elixirs, they necessitate the slaughter of countless beings, or at least the defeat of 3 or more entities of equivalent rank to gather sufficient materials. Shaking his head, he composed himself and turned his gaze to Qin Shou, speaking earnestly. Rest assured, young man, before the old ancestor departs this world, I will ensure your safety. As he uttered these words, a powerful aura of malevolence enveloped him once more. In his heart, Qin Shou had come to embody the future of the Qin clan, bearing the promise of enlightenment. Even if one cannot attain enlightenment, the great sacred body can still reign supreme over the heavens and the earth. Thus, even in death, he would not allow harm to befall his adversary. Qin Shou regarded Qin Sha in silence. Yet within his heart, he had already etched a single thought: the water of life. Just as he pondered this, a sudden furrowing of his brow occurred, his gaze piercing through the fabric of space towards the exterior of the estate. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside. Disciple Lin Song requests an audience with Ancestor Qin Sha. The Holy Lord summons Ancestor to the Sacred Land's treasury. Chapter 67. Emptying the treasury. Outside the Qin clan estate, Lin Song stood with his head bowed, a mask of reverence adorning his face, quietly awaiting. However, beneath his calm facade, his heart was rife with curses, and his body trembled involuntarily. Upon learning of Ancestor Qin Sha's emergence from seclusion, the Holy Lord had summoned him to deliver this message, a task he was most reluctant to undertake. After all, he had previously suppressed the Qin clan, fearing that should the Ancestor take offense, he might find himself soaring into the void. Time drifted by slowly. A quarter hour passed, then an hour, then 2. After a full 2 hours, not a single figure emerged. Yet, the longer he waited, the more anxious Lin Song became. As a peak expert of the sky-observing realm, he found himself sweating profusely, beads trickling down his face and splattering onto the ground, resembling a mere mortal in his trepidation. Nevertheless, he remained steadfastly in place, not daring to raise his head. After another half hour, Qin Sha and Qin Shou finally sauntered out from the estate. Sensing their presence, Lin Song dared to lift his gaze slightly, but upon seeing Qin Sha, his body shuddered with awe, and he hastily bowed, proclaiming, Disciple Lin Song pays his respects to the Ancestor. Qin Sha, his expression inscrutable, regarded Lin Song in silence. Though he exuded no palpable aura, the mere weight of his gaze pressed heavily upon Lin Song, who lowered his head even further, scarcely daring to breathe. After a prolonged silence, Qin Shou's voice finally broke the stillness. Lin Song, master of the sword peak, I remember you. You have done well. His tone was devoid of emotion, and his eyes bore no trace of malice. Having spoken, he turned away, continuing on his path without further acknowledgement. Lin Song trembled, too intimidated to respond, his head bowed lower still. Only when he sensed that the two had completely departed did he dare to straighten his posture. Phew! It is good to be alive. Lin Song exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. Yet, before the smile could fully manifest on his face, a thunderous sound erupted above. Almost immediately, a terrifying pressure descended upon him like the collapse of the heavens, bearing down mercilessly. Crack! Boom! His knees shattered in a spray of blood mist, and he collapsed to the ground at the estate's entrance. A chilling scream escaped his lips, echoing through the space, resonating far and wide. In the distance, the faint echoes of anguished cries resonated, yet there was no discernible change on the faces of Qin Shou and his companion. Under the guidance of Qin Shou, they traversed a vast expanse and, in the blink of an eye, arrived at the depths of the sacred land before a valley fortified with vigilant defenses. As soon as they materialized, Qin Shou sensed several threads of divine consciousness intersecting and sweeping over them. Among these, two bore the unmistakable will of a saint, indicating their master was indeed a saint. However, upon making contact with the two, these divine senses retreated instantaneously, akin to startled rabbits. In the next moment, two middle-aged figures emerged ahead, respectfully clasping their hands and greeting towards Qin Shou. We pay our respects to Ancestor Qin Shou. Indeed, Qin Shou nodded slightly before directly stating, I seek to enter the treasure vault. Yes, Ancestor. The two middle-aged men did not dare to be negligent. They responded in unison and promptly turned, producing a jade token that they waved towards the valley ahead. With a resonant hum, the valley revealed countless runes, and several chains of order materialized from the void. In an instant, the chains pierced through the fabric of space and drew forth a jade-white portal. Upon the appearance of the portal, Qin Shou said nothing. He simply stepped forward and entered. Observing this, Qin Shou followed suit. As the fabric of space seemed to reverse, the two found themselves within an expansive interior. Immediately, an unimaginable density of spiritual energy enveloped them, intermingled with the fragrant aroma of various spiritual herbs and elixirs. Before their eyes rose mountains formed of accumulated spirit stones. Rows of shelves brimmed with bottles of elixirs, while countless spiritual herbs lay heaped together like wild grass. Additionally, various low-grade magical artifacts were carelessly strewn across the ground. In the air floated numerous kingly weapons and formidable artifacts. Truly, as a sacred land, its resources were indeed beyond count. Qin Shou surveyed the vast expanse with a look of awe, though the majority of the spirit stones were of mid to high quality. A portion were of the finest grade. Just these alone constituted a tremendous fortune. Moreover, as a sacred land, it surely possessed more than just this single treasure vault. These are merely low-grade items, of no use to you. Come, Ancestor shall lead you to the inner vault. Qin Shou, without sparing a glance at the treasures, proceeded deeper into the vault. Yet, as he lifted his foot, a voice suddenly emerged from behind. Qin Madman, is it really necessary to venture into the inner vault? Lin Shin stepped forth from the portal, his expression cold as he regarded the two. He had just learned of Lin Song being suppressed at the estate's entrance, prompting his personal arrival at the treasure vault. What do you mean? Qin Shou abruptly turned, casting a frigid gaze upon the approaching Lin Shun. He had long surmised that the Lin clan would not permit them to easily acquire what they sought. Indeed, this old man was poised to create trouble. The inner vault is the very foundation of the sacred land, not to be entered lightly. Moreover, the resources in this outer vault are sufficient to amount to 30 million top-tier spirit stones, Lin Shin replied, meeting Qin Shou's gaze with indifference. Qin Shou glanced around the external treasury, his expression instantly turning frigid as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Shun, uttering each word with deliberate weight. Old ghost, do you think to dismiss me with these worthless trinkets? Though the resources within this external treasury are abundant, amounting to at least 30 million top-tier spirit stones, they are all suited for those beneath the celestial observation realm. They may suffice for training ordinary disciples, yet they bear no significance for one of my stature in the saint realm. Beside him, Qin Shou maintained an air of calmness. For him, whether the treasures were of high or low grade mattered little. What counted was their value. As Qin Shou appeared on the verge of erupting in anger, he hastily intervened. Elder, let us remain composed. I have need of these things as well. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou turned his gaze to Qin Shou, waving his hand dismissively. Fear not. With the elder present, you shall not suffer any loss. He believed that Qin Shou was merely hesitant to confront Lin Shun, prompting his desire for compromise. Lin Shun, too, shared this perspective, his eyes flashing with disdain as he regarded Qin Shou. Such a timid disposition in the face of power spells doom for great ambitions. Nevertheless, Qin Shou disregarded their thoughts. After reiterating his assurance of need, he stepped aside and opened his inner world, beginning to absorb the resources. A mountain of spirit stones, various spiritual herbs, magical treasures, divine weapons, and ores. In the blink of an eye, the entire external treasury lay barren. Indeed, it had been completely emptied. Chapter 68. The emergence of the great sage realm. Powerful beings descend upon the eastern wilderness, observing the treasury that had transformed into a void in mere moments. Both Qin Shou and Lin Shun found themselves momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, Lin Shun's gaze turned icy, locking on a Qin Shou with a fierce intensity. Youngster, what have you done? Such audacity! He could scarcely believe that the other had brazenly emptied a treasury before his very eyes. Though it was merely an external storehouse, its worth surpassed 30 million top-tier spirit stones, far exceeding the initially agreed sum. Qin Shou's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared fixedly at Qin Shou. However, admiration surged within his gaze. This lad possesses potential. He is fit to be a bandit. Even should he fall or choose to seclude himself with such a character, he shall not suffer. Qin Shou surveyed the now empty treasury space with satisfaction before closing his inner world. He then turned to Lin Shun, feigning innocence as he said, "Did you not instruct me to select resources and treasures from here?" Lin Shun nearly spat blood at this retort, his voice turning frigid. "I only agreed to provide your Qin clan with resources equivalent to 30 million top-tier spirit stones, not to allow you to deplete the entire treasury. The resources within this external storehouse, combined with the spirit stones, undoubtedly surpassed 30 million top-tier spirit stones." Yet, facing the inquiry, Qin Shou displayed no hint of trepidation, merely regarding Lin Shun with a calm demeanor. He was well aware that the resources far exceeded 30 million top-tier spirit stones. Since he had arrived, and the other had already played his hand, he, too, would not remain idle. At this moment, Qin Shou also spoke up. "Old Lin, who can say whether the items in the external treasury are truly worth 30 million top-tier spirit stones? However, rest assured, once we return and conduct an inventory, if they truly exceed their value, we shall certainly return the surplus to the treasury." He spoke with earnestness, presenting a facade of sincerity. After finishing, he cast a sidelong glance at Qin Shou and proceeded directly towards the treasury's entrance. Qin Shou understood the unspoken message and promptly followed suit. In the end, the once bustling treasury was left with only Lin Shun, whose expression was as dark as thunderclouds. Even if I provide you with resources, what does it matter? Ultimately, all will revert to the Lin clan." Lin Shun scoffed, his chilling voice reverberating within the treasury. In the Qin clan estate, within a chamber, Qin Shou sat cross-legged upon his bed, a faint smile gracing his features as he gazed at a pale blue system interface before him. "System, please calculate the value of the resources just acquired in top-tier spirit stones." Beep. System scanning and estimating. 130 billion low-tier spirit stones. 1,932,000 top-tier spirit stones. 50,000 bottles of elixirs. 1 million pounds of precious ores. 500 king-grade weapons. 200 mighty artifacts. Total value, 39,300,000 top-tier spirit stones. Nearly 40 million. Qin Shou's eyes sparkled with delight, thoroughly pleased with this outcome. These items, combined with what he had borrowed from Lu Dao, amounted to a substantial sum of 40 million. After a moment's contemplation, he directed his gaze towards the system interface. With a mere thought, a list of item information unfurled before him. Divine life tree, a root of heavenly essence, sapling, 1 billion top-tier spirit stones per plant. 1 billion? And it's merely a sapling? Qin Shou's lips twitched as he absorbed the description of the divine life tree. Just moments ago, he had rejoiced at acquiring 40 million top-tier spirit stones, yet now he found himself unable to afford even a single sapling of this tree. He could barely purchase a few leaves, Beep. The divine life tree is a unique root of heavenly essence. There exists only one in the entire myriad realms. 1 billion is already a reasonable price. Well, that is unfortunate. Qin Shou sighed in resignation. He understood the extraordinary nature of the divine life tree. Possessing one would equate to having an inexhaustible source of life essence. Had he possessed sufficient spirit stones, he would undoubtedly have procured it. Yet, with his current financial constraints, he could only settle for lesser alternatives. His gaze shifted downward to another item. Essence of life, a companion spirit spring of the divine life tree, containing immensely powerful life essence, capable of reviving the deceased, even effective for formidable cultivators. 1 million top-tier spirit stones per vial. 1 million top-tier spirit stones per vial. Qin Shou regarded the price of the essence of life, a contemplative expression dawning in his eyes. After a brief moment of reflection, he reached a decision. System. Trade all acquired resources. Exchange for the cultivation of the 7th level of the Great Sage Realm, and convert the remaining spirit stones into essence of life. Beep. Host trades resources, acquiring 41,290 top-tier spirit stones. To exchange for the 7th level of the Great Sage Realm, a cost of 29,700,000 supreme spirit stones is required. To exchange for 11 bottles of the water of life, an expenditure of 11 million is necessary, leaving a remainder of 500,090 supreme spirit stones. Due to the host's first transaction exceeding 10 million, the system generously grants an additional bottle of water of life. As the system's voice faded, Qin Shou's body trembled instantaneously. A low hum resonated in his mind, akin to the unveiling of a seal. Countless insights into the Tao emerged, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from the depths of his being, flooding into his spiritual sea. The golden blood coursing within him began to undergo a transformation, with the red hue becoming increasingly prominent. Behind him, various manifestations emerged, coalescing into one. The Emperor's Sutra operated autonomously, condensing innumerable runes that encircled his form, while 9 ancient characters emanated waves of terrifying aura. However, all manifestations were confined within the small room, unknown to outsiders. The 7th level of the Great Sage Realm. The holy body has achieved minor completion. Qin Shou exhaled and spoke, his eyes betraying a glimmer of joy. His voice reverberated through the space, echoing like distant thunder. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand to disperse all manifestations. He then turned his palm, summoning 12 emerald green jade bottles that appeared before him in perfect alignment. Each bottle measured merely 3 fingers in diameter and stood half a foot tall, revealing a crystalline liquid within. The moment they appeared, a powerful vitality filled the room. The rich essence of life wafted through the air, subtly conjuring the ethereal silhouette of a gigantic tree. Is this the water of life? Truly, such abundant vitality. Qin Shou picked up 1 jade bottle, feeling the powerful life force emanating from within, a hint of astonishment sparkling in his eyes. Merely the vitality escaping from the bottle made him feel invigorated. A substance worth 1 million supreme spirit stones per bottle is indeed remarkable. After collecting all the water of life, he rose and walked out. 10 days passed. During this time, the Qingtian Holy Land remained relatively tranquil. After the news of Qin Shou's emergence spread, no one dared to trouble the Qin clan's estate. Lin Song, after kneeling at the estate's entrance for several days, was ultimately taken away by Lin Shun. 10 days have gone by. Why has there been no news from the Tai Chu Holy Land? Qin Shou sat alone beneath a tree, a pot of tea resting on the stone table before him, wisps of Taoist essence rising with the steam. Previously, he had instructed someone to convey a message to the Tai Chu Holy Land, requesting them to bring spirit stones for the redemption. Now it had been 11 days, and yet there was not a single word. The more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt. Could this be slipping through his fingers? Just as he contemplated whether to send another message to the Tai Chu Holy Land, his brow suddenly furrowed, and he lifted his gaze towards the horizon. Meanwhile, at the eastern border of the wasteland, several spatial passages tore open in the void. Buddhist light, demonic aura, and the will of swordsmanship surged forth. The terrifying, majestic presence instantly stirred the entire eastern wasteland, causing countless powerful beings to frown in unison. The ancient sects all had saints emerge, their expressions grave. At the Taichu sacred land, the Taichu lord stood atop the main peak, gazing towards the border, murmuring to himself, "They have arrived." Chapter 69. the auction of the semi-imperial legacy, starting at 100 million top-tier spirit stones. In the void, three figures, having traveled from afar, did not linger. After exchanging a glance, they once again tore through the fabric of space and vanished. During this time, there was no communication, or perhaps discussions had already been held prior to their arrival in the Eastern Wasteland. The aura of the three great Saint Realm beings was palpable. In the Qingyun sacred land, Qin Shou stood in the courtyard, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He discerned from the aura that these were likely formidable beings at the 7th or 8th layer of the Great Saint Realm, currently making their way toward him. Was it for the legacy? At that moment, the space before him rippled, and the figures of Qin Shou and Qingyun materialized before him. Two esteemed ancestors. Qin Shou retracted his gaze and offered a slight bow to the two. His attention fell on Qin Shou, and he noticed a peculiar glint in his eyes. The aura surrounding him was significantly stronger than it had been 10 days prior. His physique no longer resembled that of a brittle branch. His vitality was evidently more robust. At the very least, he no longer exuded that waning and decaying essence. 10 days ago, he had left only a vial of the life water for himself, and had given the rest to Qin Shou. It seemed the life water had indeed made a difference. However, at that moment, Qin Shou's expression was somewhat frosty as he looked at Qin Shou and said, "Youngster, trouble is approaching." Those three auras are clearly not from the Eastern Wasteland. They come from the distant three domains and are making quite a spectacle of their arrival. They are likely here for the legacy. Beside him, Qin Yu's face was shadowed with concern. The imperial legacy was too radiant, and now it had even attracted powerful figures from beyond the Eastern Wasteland. Given the current state of the Qin clan, it would be fortunate if the lineage of the Lord stood with them. Otherwise, they could find themselves in dire straits. Yet, observing the grave expressions of the two, Qin Shou appeared remarkably calm. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "There is no need for concern, esteemed ancestors. If they truly come for the imperial legacy, there are those who will be far more anxious than us." As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward another direction within the sacred land, where the Lord's Peak resided. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou and Qingyun followed Qin Shou's gaze. Qinyu's complexion fluctuated, while Qin Shou merely let out a cold snort. "Moments later," Qin Shou suddenly declared, "They have arrived." Indeed, just as his voice fell, the sky above the Qingyun sacred land silently split open, and three figures emerged from within. Cloaked in Buddhist light, an elderly monk dressed in coarse robes exuded a kind and benevolent demeanor. A burly man in black, his expression indifferent. Lastly, a similarly aloof youth stood in the air, radiating an aura that discouraged any approach. At this moment, the three of them retracted their auras, quietly hovering in the air, lacking the overwhelming presence seen at the borders of the Eastern Wasteland. At this moment, Lin Chen's figure materialized out of thin air, appearing before the trio. Observing them, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Du yi Kuan Peng, Jianjiao? Why do you three not remain in your own lairs and instead come to my Qingyun sacred land?" His expression was somewhat grim, as he harbored an inkling of their intentions. In response to his inquiry, the old monk, he joined his palms in reverence. "Amiba, I've come merely to witness the prodigy who has attained fortune and claimed the Hall of Kings." Indeed, the other two spoke in unison. "You wish to meet Qin Shou?" Lin Chen's countenance shifted slightly, his gaze turning icy. Just as he was about to voice his refusal, Qin Shou's voice preemptively resonated. "You seek me?" Before the sound faded, Qin Shou and Qin Shou had already materialized in the scene. Lin Chen, glancing at Qin Shou, felt a surge of inner anger. What is this insufferable junior doing here? Meanwhile, the gaze of the three elders fell squarely upon Qin Shou, their expressions suddenly sharpening. Qin Shou, the old devil, Gong Ging, the great sage, exhaled deeply, the aura of his great sage realm subtly fluctuating. Du Yi and Jianjiao mirrored his demeanor. They were of the same generation as Qin Shou, albeit slightly younger. In their formative years, Qin Shou had already been a notable figure in the Eastern Wilderness, often referred to as a harbinger of doom. When they eventually rose to prominence, they had endured considerable torment at his hands, particularly Kuan Peng, who had nearly been cooked on one occasion. "Kuan Peng, you little bird, why do you leave the South barbarians and venture to my Eastern Wilderness? Are you not afraid I shall devour you?" Qin Shou's gaze was chilling as it fixed upon Kuan Peng. "Old devil, your lifespan is dwindling. Why not seal yourself for survival instead of wandering about, risking total obliteration?" Kuan Peng's expression was stern, haunted by memories of their youthful encounters. "Oof. You need not concern yourself with that. I shall undoubtedly outlive you. But you three, traversing billions of miles to seek out a descendant of the Qin clan. What is your purpose?" Qin Shou scoffed, his eyes sweeping over the trio. "Your descendant?" Upon hearing this, the three turned their attention to Qin Shou. He clasped his hands once more, intoning a Buddhist chant. Ba. Young benefactor, several disciples of my order are imprisoned within the Hall of Kings. I implore you to release them. Furthermore, the Hall of Kings is a fortune that belongs to the entirety of the Tiancang Continent, and should not fall into the hands of a single individual. I hope that the little benefactor can return it to its original place, leaving a chance for future generations. Upon finishing his words, a compassionate expression adorned his face as he gazed at Qin Shou. Release my demon clan's disciple and restore the quasi-emperor inheritance that belongs to my clan within the Hall of Kings. I only wish to take away the disciples of our North Xian alliance. The great Saint Kunpeng and Jianzhou subsequently voiced their intentions as well. However, one demanded that Qin Shou hand over the quasi-emperor inheritance, while the other merely wished to take away his own disciple. This is impossible. Before Qin Shou could respond, Lin Chen interjected with a cold rebuke. He fixed a fierce gaze upon the three from the crossing calamity, his tone frigid. The Hall of Kings and the inheritance are the treasures of my Qingtian sacred land. Anyone who dares to covet them is defying my Qingtian sacred land. He had long regarded the emperor inheritance and the Hall of Kings as possessions of the Qingtian sacred land. How could he allow others to encroach upon them? Upon hearing this, the trio from Crossing Calamity turned their gazes toward Lin Chen in unison. Particularly, the great Saint Kunpeng's eyes were especially chilling. For reasons unknown, a quasi-emperor of the demon clan had left the inheritance within the Hall of Kings. Previously, the Hall of Kings was guarded by the emperor's statue at Tianzhou Mountain, preventing the demon clan from reclaiming the inheritance. Now that the Hall of Kings had departed from Tianzhou Mountain, free from the statue suppression, he was determined to retrieve the inheritance this time. As the three stood in confrontation against Lin Chen, Qin Shou watched with a bemused expression, akin to observing a fool. Then, under the gaze of the other party's predatory eyes, he slowly began to speak. The people can be returned to you for free. As for the inheritance, a quasi-emperor inheritance, 100 million top-tier spirit stones. The highest bidder shall claim it. Chapter 70, The Ominous Blade versus Quasi-Emperor Weapon. 100 million top-tier spirit stones. The highest bidder shall claim it? Everyone's gaze turned to Qin Shou, their faces filled with astonishment. Even Qin Shou, who stood beside him, was equally shocked, his eyes wide open as he stared at Qin Shou. Is this lad truly that desperate for spirit stones? Did he not just acquire a treasury of resources? A quasi-emperor inheritance. Is this truly up for auction? A multitude of questions flashed through his mind. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing any objections, choosing instead to quietly stand aside. Let them buy it. As long as someone genuinely produces spirit stones, all is well. However, if they intend to seize it, they must first seek his approval. Yet, his silence did not imply that others shared his views. Lin Chen's expression darkened as he glared at Qin Shou, exclaiming sharply, "You young rascal! Do you even comprehend what you are saying? The Qingtian sacred land will never consent to your dissemination of the inheritance. The Qingtian sacred land will not agree." Qin Shou abruptly turned his head, a look of disdain plastered across his face as he regarded Lin Chen. "Old man, when did my handling of the inheritance require your approval? Does this old fellow truly believe the inheritance belongs to the Qingtian sacred land? What did you say?" Lin Chen's expression grew even more somber, his eyes fixed intently upon Qin Shou, as a disciple of the Qingtian sacred land. "The inheritance you obtained should naturally be governed by the sacred master." "Oh, a disciple of the Qingtian sacred land? When did I become a disciple of the Qingtian sacred land?" Qin Shou scoffed. He can acknowledge himself as a disciple of the Qin clan. But as for the sacred land of the azure sky, let us refrain from that. Of course, should the sacred land of the azure sky offer 100 million exquisite spirit stones, he would not hesitate to bestow a legacy upon them. Lin Chen was at a loss for words. Strictly speaking, Qin Shou could indeed not be considered a disciple of the sacred land. Meanwhile, Yi and the others observed the quarreling pair with peculiar expressions. Suddenly, the great Saint Kunpeng stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Lin Chen, and spoke in a low voice. "Since this individual is not a disciple of the sacred land of the azure sky, I hereby reclaim my demon clan's legacy and hope the sacred land will not interfere. Umaba. Du, he clasped his hands together, donning a compassionate demeanor. I merely wish for the young benefactor to restore the Hall of Kings to its rightful place, leaving a chance for future generations. Lin Shun regarded the two, his expression shifting momentarily before he regained his composure and vanished into the sacred land. Witnessing Lin Chen's abrupt departure, the eyes of the great Saint Kunpeng flickered with intrigue. He then turned his gaze towards Qin Shou and the others, coldly declaring, "Surrender my demon clan's legacy and disciples, and I shall depart at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for suppressing you." Confident in his ability to subdue them, he believed that as long as the sacred land did not intervene, he could overpower them. Although Qin Shou's cultivation was somewhat superior, his age and frailty would limit his strength. Sinapan Sin. Du, he continued to clasp his hands, his face awash with compassion. Yet an undercurrent of killing intent emanated from him. Among the trio, only Xianxia remained stationary, displaying no signs of movement or speech. Qin Shou regarded the two without uttering a word, his expression remarkably calm. He seemed unperturbed by Lin Chen's departure or the pressure exerted by the two. However, beside him, Qin Shou's killing intent surged, his cold gaze fixated upon the great Saint Kunpeng and his companion. Do you wish to seize it? The terrifying aura of a peaked great saint descended like an ancient divine mountain upon his adversaries. "Oof. Old ghost Qin Shou, you have aged this time. I'm not afraid of you," the great Saint Kunpeng huffed, producing a golden staff in his hand. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure that surpassed the great saint realm filled the air. Is that a quasi-emperor weapon? Qin Shou's expression shifted, his gaze fixated on the golden staff in the great Saint Kunpeng's grasp. "Indeed, old ghost Qin Shou, I wonder if you can withstand my quasi-emperor weapon?" The great Saint Kunpeng's eyes gleamed sharply. Having come to reclaim the legacy of the demon clan, he was well prepared. This quasi-emperor weapon was his assurance to confront the sacred land of the azure sky. Now that the sacred land was merely an observer, his confidence surged even more. Simultaneously, a staff also appeared in Du Yi's hands, radiant with golden light, as rich Buddhist radiance spread like a tide. Under its influence, one could feel countless monks chanting, beckoning them to embrace the Buddhist path. Yet another quasi-emperor weapon. Within the sacred land of the azure sky, Lin Shun and the Holy Master stood atop the main peak, quietly observing the unfolding changes in the void. The expression on the countenance of the Holy Master of the azure sky grew grave as he turned to Lin Shun and inquired, "Elder, are we truly to remain uninvolved? The demon tribe and the Buddhist sect have brought forth quasi-emperor weapons. It is inconceivable that Qin Shou could stand against them. What if fear not?" Lin Shun replied, his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor unperturbed as if everything were under his command. He was biding his time, waiting for the moment when Qin Shou and Qin Shou would find themselves overwhelmed and would seek his aid from the Holy Land. At that juncture, any notions of inheritance or the Hall of Kings would seamlessly fall into his grasp. As for the great sage Kunpeng and Du Yi, they were merely two holders of quasi-emperor weapons. Just as Lin Shun contemplated this in the void above, Qin Shou regarded the two quasi-emperor weapons with an increasingly solemn expression. He stepped forward, positioning himself before Qin Shou, and whispered urgently, "Listen, young one, when the elder intervenes, you must flee. Remember, do not return to the azure sky holy land. Find a place to conceal yourself, and once the grand ancestor emerges, he will come for you." As he spoke, a massive black hammer materialized in his hand, and an overwhelming battle intent surged from him. Lacking a quasi-emperor weapon, the black hammer was his innate holy weapon, a peak-grade sage artifact. With his pinnacle sage cultivation, facing two similarly powerful foes wielding quasi-emperor weapons posed a grave risk, not only to victory, but to his very life. Yet he did not falter. He was the only one capable of safeguarding Qin Shou. However, contrary to Qin Shou's admonition, Qin Shou shook his head. In the next moment, he stepped forward, instantly standing before his elder. Simultaneously, a calm voice emerged. "There is no need for concern. Elder, it is merely a quasi-emperor weapon, and we possess one as well." "We possess a quasi-emperor weapon?" Qin Shou was momentarily taken aback. But upon witnessing Qin Shou not only refusing to flee, but also positioning himself protectively before him, his expression darkened. This foolish child. How can he be so oblivious to the situation? Before he could voice his thoughts, he observed Qin Shou suddenly brandishing a rusted blade. Well, it might be considered a blade, he mused, examining the weapon, which was marred by rust and bore faint cracks along its length. The sight of this blade deepened the scowl on Qin Shou's face. Surely this so-called quasi-emperor weapon could not be this piece of scrap metal. Across from them, the great sage Kunpeng, wore a mocking grin. Even Jianjiu from the northern Xian domain, who had retreated to a distance, regarded the scene with undisguised disdain. A cruel glint appeared in the eyes of the great sage Kunpeng as he sneered. Boy, where did you scavenge this piece of junk? Do you believe it can be compared to a quasi-emperor weapon? However, since you are so eager to court death, I shall oblige. With that, he summoned the quasi-emperor weapon, unleashing a sweep of golden sword light. Zing! A muffled sound echoed as the fabric of space silently disintegrated. The laws of annihilation transformed anything that came into contact with it into naught. Qin Shou gazed at the golden sword light, his expression remaining unchanged. In the next instant, the ominous blade in his hand trembled as an endless tide of crimson surged forth. A foreboding aura surged forth, rushing towards the golden sword light. Chapter 71. A blade that breaks the tetanus. The ominous blade is truly ominous. In the void, half gilded, half crimson, it cleft the heavens in twain. In a moment of collision, the entire space shattered, and strands of black destructive thunder were conjured from nothingness, wandering through the collapsing expanse. How is this possible? That tattered entity, indeed. The great sage Kunpeng gazed upon the overwhelming crimson radiance, his expression laden with suspicion. That ragged thing, could it truly be a quasi-imperial weapon? Yet why had there been no trace of its presence sensed earlier? A quasi-imperial weapon. That lad actually possessed one. Could it have been obtained within the Hall of Kings? In his cultivation at the 7th layer of the great sage realm, within the sacred land of azure sky, Lin Shun beheld the figure of Qin Shou, his eyes ablaze with divine light. A flicker of astonishment crossed his countenance. A quasi-imperial weapon could be rationalized as something acquired from the Hall of Kings. But how does one explain this sudden elevation in cultivation? Just a short while ago, he was at the 7th layer of the sage realm, and now he has ascended an entire realm in the blink of an eye. If this continues, will he soon transition from the 7th layer of the great sage realm to quasi-imperial? Even a celestial descending to the mortal realm would not cultivate at such an astonishing pace. Just as Lin Shun was engulfed in shock, the heavens shifted once more. The golden sword light was gradually devoured, transforming into a sanguine hue. Unbelievable. The great sage Kunpeng's expression shifted slightly. He sensed an intangible force assailing his quasi-imperial weapon. This aura brimmed with ominousness, as if merely brushing against it would herald misfortune. As the golden sword light teetered on the brink of complete consumption, the great sage Kunpeng transmitted a message to the monk Dui. Old monk, this lad is treacherous. Let us join forces to subdue him. In due time, the legacy of the Hall of Kings shall be shared between the demon race and the Western Desert Buddhist sect. He felt that alone. He could hardly hope to suppress Qin Shou. Moreover, the Buddhist scriptures and doctrines would likely mitigate that ominous essence. Furthermore, their combined strength would yield 2 quasi-imperial weapons. Subduing that boy should prove effortless. Amiba. The old monk Dui nodded slightly in response. After uttering a Buddhist chant, he summoned his staff, illuminating the void with radiant Buddhist light. Illusory forms of bodhisattvas and arhats coalesced within the luminous aura. The space resonated with the sound of mantras, a will to enlighten all radiating through the atmosphere, pressing down upon the overwhelming crimson brilliance. Thus, the 3 quasi-imperial weapons clashed together in a cataclysmic confrontation. A terrifying aura spread throughout the eastern wilderness. Even in distant realms, millions of miles away, powerful beings emerged, gazing towards the sacred land of azure sky. Can you withstand this? Qin Shou stood in the rear, his gaze flitting between Qin Shou and the rusted blade, his eyes shimmering. He had not anticipated that Qin Shou truly possessed a quasi-imperial weapon. Furthermore, this lad had concealed his cultivation. The 7th layer of the great sage realm left him utterly astounded. Rest assured, venerable ancestor, is merely a pair of quasi-imperial weapons. Qin Shou maintained an expression of calm resolve. The blade of malediction hung above him, effortlessly managing the confrontation against 2 foes. The nature of the blade of malediction remains enigmatic. It grows stronger in the presence of formidable adversaries. Indeed, the gifts bestowed by the sovereign are no mere illusions. At that moment, Du-Yi, with the Zen staff above his head enveloped in a halo of Buddhist radiance, advanced into the overwhelming crimson light, surrounded by countless Buddhas. With hands clasped in reverence, he spoke with a tone imbued with compassion. Amitba, retreat, dear benefactor. With this old monk present, even if you wield quasi-imperial weapons, escape shall elude you. Surrender the royal hall and this weapon, and accompany me back to the western desert. There, before the Buddha's seat, you may cultivate in seclusion and comprehend the profound teachings of Mahayana Buddhism, which shall aid you in dispelling the ominous aura that clings to you. As he spoke, his right hand lifted, conjuring a colossal golden hand that aimed to seize the blade of malediction hovering above Qin Shou. He intended to directly confiscate this quasi-imperial weapon. Oof. Bald one. Qin Shou's eyes narrowed with disdain. With a mere thought, the blade of malediction, which had been suspended above him, instantly materialized in his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the blade downward. Boom! A scarlet arc of light, as vivid as blood, cleaved through the heavens, effortlessly severing the colossal hand that had reached for him. The blade continued its trajectory, targeting Du et Umitba. Du is contenance shifted slightly, as the Zen staff above him quivered, causing the very fabric of space to shatter. In the next instant, the staff appeared before the arc of light, descending with force. Rumble. The two forces collided, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy. The surrounding space disintegrated instantaneously, causing the staff's brilliance to dim by a third as it was sent flying. A flash of crimson light struck Du Ia. He screamed in agony, as half of his body erupted in a violent explosion. His expression twisted into one of demonic rage, entirely devoid of the previous compassion. Dragging his mutilated form, he retreated thousands of miles in an instant. Gazing at Qin Shou with wide-eyed horror, he bellowed, "Impossible! How can this be? I am at the pinnacle of the 8th level of the great sage realm, while he merely stands at the 7th. Yet that blade not only shattered my demon suppression staff, but nearly claimed my life." At that moment, the remnants of his body were besieged by creeping crimson energy, thwarting his attempts to mend his form while emanating an ominous presence. What a remarkable young man, truly formidable, not inferior to my own prowess in my prime. In the far distance, Qin Shou raised his own great sage weapon, his face slightly pale. To withstand the residual force from earlier, he had exerted considerable effort. Although he had narrowly avoided injury, a look of astonishment adorned his face. Qin Shou's battle prowess was beyond his expectations. How could he be so powerful? Within the sacred land of the azure sky, Lin Chen's expression darkened. The display of Qin Shou's overwhelming strength rendered his schemes uncertain. Rumble. Suddenly, a deep thunder reverberated through the sky. Huh? In the void? He sensed something amiss and lifted his gaze toward the heavens. In the next moment, a colossal pillar of lightning, as thick as 100 feet, crashed down, engulfing him entirely. Such a spectacle once again stunned everyone present. How could this possibly happen? Only Qin Shou revealed a contemplative expression, casting his eyes upon the ominous blade in his hand. However, despite the imposing appearance of the lightning, its power was merely equivalent to that of a sage, posing no threat to Du whatsoever. Adhering to the principle of striking a fallen foe, he swiftly darted into the lightning, brandishing the ominous blade high. Just as he was about to deliver the fatal blow, a resonant chant echoed throughout the expanse. "Umitba, please spare the practitioner," before the voice faded. Tumultuous clouds rolled across the sky. A colossal hand of Buddha materialized from thin air and descended with overwhelming force. Chapter 72. Subduing Du Yi, the Battle of the Quasi-Emperor. The golden hand of Buddha shrouded the sky, boundless and immense, resembling a divine mountain of 5 fingers, suppressing all. A terrifying aura, surpassing that of the great sage realm, permeated every inch of this space. Quasi-Emperor is indeed a quasi-emperor. Damn it, for the sake of their lineage, a quasi-emperor from the western desert has arrived? That young man is doomed. In the distance, the Qingyun Great Sage and Xianxia displayed expressions of horror. The Qingyun Great Sage even summoned his quasi-emperor weapon to protect himself securely. Does the Western Desert Buddhist sect have no shame? A quasi-emperor dares to strike at my clan's descendant? Qin Shou felt a surge of anger and despair as he gazed at the nearly all-encompassing golden hand. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. His gaze shifted toward the depths of the holy land of Qingtian, his eyes filled with profound urgency. "Master, will you not emerge? We have been bullied to our doorstep." At that moment, directly beneath the Buddha's hand, Qin Shou stood resolute with his blade, staring coldly at the descending golden palm. A quasi-emperor. The opponent, while claiming to show mercy, sought to suppress him directly. Yet, he remained unfazed. gripping his blade with his right hand while using his left to keep Du Yi subdued, standing quietly in the air. Just as the golden Buddha hand was about to descend completely, and everyone believed he could not escape, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A towering figure appeared from thin air, standing before Qin Shou. The figure slightly raised its head and then lifted its palm, directly confronting the Buddha's descending hand. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, and to the astonishment of all, the colossal hand that had overshadowed the sky disintegrated into nothingness. The terrifying laws of the quasi-emperor surged forth, obliterating vast expanses of the void, yet were instantaneously smoothed over by an unseen force. In the blink of an eye, the Buddha's hand vanished, and tranquility was restored, as if nothing had ever transpired. Hiss! In the distance, everyone inhaled sharply, their expressions filled with disbelief. The gaze of Kunpeng the great sage and Xianxia fell upon that towering figure, filled with trepidation. Clad in black, the figure exuded no discernible aura. Even if one were to close their eyes, not even a trace of their existence could be sensed. A quasi-emperor, yet another quasi-emperor. Has the holy land of the azure sky taken action? Both were secretly alarmed, suspecting that it was indeed the holy land making its move. Yet, Qin Shou and Lin Chun within the holy land were utterly bewildered. Who was this quasi-emperor? They were completely unfamiliar with him. In the void, after the quasi-emperor puppet crushed the Buddha's hand, it retreated silently to stand beside Qin Shou, acting as the most loyal guardian. Indeed, Qin Shou nodded with satisfaction, and in the next moment, his gaze shifted westward. At the horizon, a beam of Buddhist light illuminated the sky, followed by the emergence of a golden avenue. A young monk in a white robe, stepping on lotus flowers, approached the eastern wilderness with measured strides. With each step, he traversed boundless space, appearing before them in mere moments. The young monk first cast a fleeting glance at the quasi-emperor puppet before fixing his gaze upon Qin Shou. Amiba, benefactor, do not commit acts of slaughter. Dewey merely wishes to leave a chance for posterity. This is a deed of merit, with no malevolent intent. Why not entrust him to me and return to Mount Ling to reflect on your actions? No malevolent intent, to strike first and then demand my fortune to fulfill his own merits? Qin Shou could hardly believe his ears. Was this truly a monk wielding an umbrella, acting without restraint? He regarded the white-robed monk, a smile creeping onto his lips as he casually replied, "It is not impossible to spare him. But what offerings and spirit stones will Mount Ling be willing to present?" As these words escaped his lips, an unusual silence enveloped the air. Kunpeng, the great sage, Xianxia, as well as Qin Shou and Lin Chun from the Holy Land, all wore expressions of bewilderment. In particular, Qin Shou felt his heart racing at a frantic pace, nearly leaping from his chest. What a remarkable young man. He had previously underestimated him. This lad was evidently bolder than himself, robbing even a quasi-emperor. Indeed, upon hearing Qin Shou's words, the Buddhist quasi-emperor's brow furrowed immediately, his expression growing somewhat frigid. With the compassion of Buddha, I beseech you to relinquish your hold swiftly. Otherwise, this mere puppet of the first heaven can still be subdued by me. As he spoke, an aura of imperial might emanated from him, a terrifying presence spreading across the void. Uncle Wuchuan, save me. The suppressed Dewey called out for help. At this moment, half of his body remained in tatters, while the relatively intact side was inexplicably covered in twisted crimson runes, exuding an ominous atmosphere. Even his originally luminous eyes, imbued with Buddhist light, now bore a hint of red. He fixed his gaze with those slightly reddened eyes, intensely staring at Qin Shou. Release the old monk. Only by following Master Wuchen into my Ling Mountain for a millennium of ascetic cultivation can you cleanse the karmic burdens upon you. Oh, is that so? Qin Shou's eyes shifted towards Du Yi, and a sudden, radiant smile graced his face. In the next moment, a resounding thud echoed, and a crimson aura descended, enveloping the air in a thick fog of blood. The old monk, who had still retained half of his body, was instantly reduced to a swirling mass of sanguine mist. Shortly thereafter, an ominous blade erupted with a voracious pull, consuming every trace of the blood mist. Dimly, the rust upon the blade seemed to multiply. This scene transpired with such swiftness that it left all present in utter disbelief. As they beheld Du Yi, now reduced to mere ashes, every onlooker, save for the one named Wuchen, wore a mask of astonishment. The Kunpeng great sage swallowed hard in silence. This madman had brazenly slain a great sage of the Buddhist sect before the eyes of a quasi-emperor. Such madness. Fortunately, he himself was still alive. However, in the next instant, realization dawned upon him, and his expression shifted slightly. In a heartbeat, he vanished, fleeing desperately towards the southern wilderness. Indeed, just as the Kunpeng great sage made his escape, a terrifying aura erupted forth. "You wretched being!" Wu Qin's brows knitted in fury, his voice a thunderous roar imbued with boundless rage. The space ahead erupted violently, an imperial might sweeping across the heavens and earth. He extended his hand forward, grasping the air, and a Zen staff materialized, cleaving through the fabric of reality. It then unleashed a cascade of radiant Buddhist light, with ethereal figures of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas manifesting. These phantoms recited scriptures, formed hand seals, and wielded Vajra pestles, as a seven-tiered pagoda descended upon Qin Shou in a bid to subdue him. In the face of such imperial authority, Qin Shou remained unfazed, merely casting forth the ominous blade and pointing a finger at the quasi-emperor. A soft voice emanated from his lips, "Slay him." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the quasi-emperor puppet beside him seized the ominous blade. With a single step, a scarlet flash of the blade illuminated the heavens. The myriad Buddhas were silenced, the Buddhist light dissipated, and all ethereal figures were instantly torn asunder. The battle of the quasi-emperors had commenced. Chapter 73. The broken quasi-emperor weapon, a severed arm boom. The two quasi-emperors clashed in the celestial expanse, unleashing a cacophony of terrifying roars. Even with their deliberate suppression, residual shock waves caused the void to tremble perilously. A dreadful aura swept across the entire eastern wilderness, the earth quaking violently, fissures tearing through the ground. Heavens, what is happening? Is the world to be annihilated? The quasi-emperors were embroiled in a fierce battle. The realm of quasi-emperors clashing within the Tiancang Continent. Was this to sink the eastern wilderness? Countless beings uttered cries of horror. Even those of considerable cultivation wore expressions of sheer dread. In the forbidden realms of the ancient sects, a sage emerged, gazing with deep concern at the turmoil erupting in the eastern wilderness. However, it was evident that such worries were unwarranted. During the clash, two quasi-emperors shattered the fabric of space, swiftly transcending the celestial Tsang continent. In the next instant, a resounding roar echoed from the depths of the cosmos, causing the myriad stars to tremble. Yet, by the time that formidable aura reached the continent, it had diminished to an almost negligible degree, ensuring that even mortals would remain unscathed. In the eastern wilderness, tranquility returned in an instant. At this moment, the figure of Qin Shou appeared beside Qin Shou, who inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right, young one?" "I am fine," Qin Shou replied with a calm shake of his head. What harm could possibly befall him? Hearing this, Qin Shou felt a slight relief, yet his gaze drifted back to the heavens, worry etched on his face. Could there be trouble up there? Previously, the quasi-emperor of the Buddhist sect had mentioned that the black-clad quasi-emperor was merely a puppet, raising concerns about their potential defeat. If the puppet were to be subdued, and the Buddhist quasi-emperor were to return, it would spell significant trouble. Surely, Qin Shou could not conjure another quasi-emperor puppet. Qin Shou shook his head slightly, his expression serene. "Rest assured, ancestor, all will be well." He had already discerned that both the Wuchen quasi-emperor and the puppet were merely at the first level of quasi-emperor. Although the puppet lacked self-awareness, it was imbued with various grand formations and techniques left by the great emperor, enabling it to engage in battle autonomously. Its combat prowess would not fall short of any other quasi-emperor of the same realm. Moreover, wielding the ominous blade, it could not only suppress Wuchen, but also force him back. Though a trace of concern lingered in Qin Shou's heart, he remained silent, reassured by Qin Shou's composed demeanor. Meanwhile, in the depths of the cosmos, two terrifying figures clashed violently. The cataclysmic waves caused countless colossal stars to collapse and plummet. The once resplendent starry sky transformed in an instant into a desolate wasteland, a realm of utter silence. The quasi-emperor puppet, brandishing the ominous blade, bore a rusted blade exuding a heavy aura of dread. Simultaneously, the once pitch-black pupils of the puppet became tainted with a shade of crimson. Opposite stood Wuchen, hands clasped in prayer, radiating boundless Buddhist light. He wielded the quasi-emperor's staff and the ominous blade, engaging in a frenzied clash. The terrifying aftershocks surged forth, causing the very fabric of space to shatter and dimming the starry river. However, amidst the battle, a flicker of astonishment crossed Wuchen's face. he noticed that his quasi-emperor's staff bore visible, fine cuts, as if it had been wounded. The quasi-emperor weapon had sustained damage. Furthermore, an ominous aura began to infiltrate his being through the connection with the quasi-emperor's staff. What kind of malevolent artifact was this, exhibiting such peculiarities? Wu Qin felt a sense of frustration. He could not fathom what divine metal had been used to forge that puppet, for his divine abilities merely managed to repel it, failing to breach its defenses. After each collision, the semi-imperial weapon bore a mark, its aura gradually diminishing. He sensed that if this continued, regardless of his own well-being, the semi-imperial weapon would surely be rendered useless. After a moment's hesitation, he seemed to reach a resolution. The semi-imperial Zen staff suddenly unleashed a terrifying strike, repelling the puppet semi-emperor. Subsequently, a golden pathway unfurled beneath his feet, preparing to escape towards the heavenly Tiancang Continent. However, in the next instant, a colossal hand materialized from the starry sky, emanating a dreadful semi-imperial aura that instantaneously severed the golden pathway. Immediately after, a figure clad in black emerged, flanking him along with the previous puppet semi-emperor, trapping Wu Qin in between. What? Wu Qin gazed at the two identical figures, his mind reeling. There was actually another semi-emperor concealed in the starry expanse? What a formidable maneuver. The two puppets gave him no time to ponder, simultaneously unleashing their utmost combat prowess and charging forward. The golden fists and crimson blades, representing two starkly different forces, swiftly enveloped Wu Qin at the center. The sudden emergence of this additional semi-imperial aura astonished the multitude in the eastern wilderness. What is happening? How could another aura have appeared? Above the holy land of Qingyun, Qin Shou, Xianxia, and the recently re-emerged Lin Chun exchanged astonished glances, their hearts filled with disbelief. It was nearing its conclusion. Qin Shou silently exhaled. The two first-level puppets should be able to suppress the adversary, and even if they couldn't, they ought to leave something behind. Indeed, with the addition of the second semi-imperial puppet, the battle in the starry sky swiftly came to an end. As the fluctuations of the conflict subsided, tension etched itself across the faces of Qin Shou and the others, their gazes fixed on the outer heavens, their breaths becoming noticeably heavier. After several breaths, the sky suddenly tore open, and a figure clad in black emerged. The semi-imperial puppet was stained with blood, one hand grasping an ominous blade, while the other clutched a severed arm, alongside a nearly shattered Zen staff. The severed arm continued to drip blood, its potent essence dispersing into the atmosphere. Hiss! Upon witnessing this scene, Xianxia, Lin Chun, and the others instinctively inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through their hearts. Was it truly this brutal? Even a semi-emperor had lost half an arm, and the semi-imperial weapon had nearly been cleaved in two. Fear crept into their gazes directed toward Qin Shou. Beside Qin Shou, Qin Shou silently swallowed hard, observing the semi-imperial puppet with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. At that moment, the semi-imperial puppet flickered and appeared before Qin Shou, presenting the three items in its possession. Qin Shou accepted the ominous blade, stowing it away, then scrutinized the nearly broken Zen staff and the severed arm. From the information relayed by the puppet, he had already discerned that the semi-emperor Wu Qin had managed to escape. At the cost of abandoning the quasi-emperor weapon and his severed arm, he retreated to the West Desert. Without uttering a word, he stowed away the two items and cast his gaze towards the distant figures of Xianxia and Lin Chun. Upon meeting Qin Shou's eyes, Lin Chun's face betrayed a hint of fear. Xianxia, however, wore a solemn expression and clasped his hands in greeting. Fellow Taoist, I merely wish to take away the disciples of the North Xian Alliance trapped within the Wang Hall, harboring no ill intentions. Qin Shou nodded, acknowledging that this individual had indeed not shown him any malice. After a moment of reflection, he summoned 5 figures that tumbled out of the void, landing before Xianxia. The 5 figures appeared quite disheveled and somewhat dazed upon their arrival. As soon as they recognized Xianxia, their faces lit up with joy. Uncle Master Jiao, heaven knows how we endured these past 10 days. We nearly thought we would never see the sun again. Xianxia glanced over the 5, once again bowing to Qin Shou. Thank you, fellow Taoist. With that, he whisked the disciples away into the void. After a short distance, his body seemed to pause for a brief moment before continuing on. Qin Shou, watching Xianxia's departure, suddenly expressed a sense of regret. What a pity. Another little bird has flown away. Flown away? Huh. Qin Shou chuckled lightly in response. Meanwhile, at the far-off eastern border, atop a mountain peak, The Qingyun great sage wore a face of relief and trepidation. I never expected that lad to possess a quasi-emperor puppet. Thankfully, I departed decisively. In retrospect, he couldn't help but commend his own cleverness. With that puppet present, obtaining the inheritance was impossible. It was best to return to the southern barbarians first. He muttered to himself, turning to raise his hand, ready to tear through space and return to the southern barbarians. Yet, at that very moment, his body jolted, freezing him in place. Behind him, an unknown figure clad in black stood in the void, gazing at him expressionlessly. In an instant, their eyes met, and recognition confirmed the identity of the person. Chapter 74. The transaction with the Taichu Sacred Land, 210 million top-tier spirit stones. Above the Qin Sacred Land. As Jianzhou departed, only Qin Shou, Xianxia, and Linshan remained in the air. It seemed that everything had concluded, settling into a tranquil stillness. Yet, within this tranquility, an unspoken tension lingered. Linshan averted his gaze, unable to meet the eyes of Qin Shou and Xianxia directly. Oof. Xianxia scoffed, utterly disdainful of Lin Chen's actions. He was well aware of the ulterior motives that had driven Linshan to retreat to the sacred land. Shifting his gaze to Qin Shou, he asked with concern, "What shall we do next? A great sage has fallen in the West Desert, and the quasi-emperor has sustained grave injuries. They will not let this pass lightly. It is likely they will come knocking for retribution soon. By that time, it won't be a mere quasi-emperor from the first heaven's gate they send, but rather ancient relics of the highest order, possibly even bringing imperial weapons. At that moment, how could one contend with the puppet of a quasi-emperor like Qin Shou? As for the celestial Holy Land, it was already a relief that the Lin clan was not adding insult to injury. Could one truly expect their assistance? Qin Shou discerned the thoughts of his counterpart and waved his hand dismissively. No matter, should the spiritual mountain of the western desert truly arrive, I have my own means to cope. Since he dared to suppress the crossing tribulation and hunt the quasi-emperor, he was naturally prepared to face the entire spiritual mountain. Another way to manage? Qin Shou's expression turned peculiar. Could it be? At that moment, he recalled the sudden emergence of a third quasi-emperor's aura in the starry sky. Yet the next instant he dismissed the thought. If that were a powerful quasi-emperor, it would have been impossible for the quasi-emperor of the western desert to escape. Let us return to the manor. After considerable contemplation, Qin Shou resolved to return first, intending to awaken the boss. With the boss present, he would feel a sense of security, with the weight of the boss's presence. Perhaps he could even borrow the imperial weapon from the celestial Holy Land. Wait a moment. Qin Shou shook his head. Wait. Qin Shou looked puzzled. Wait for what? For the quasi-emperor of the spiritual mountain to arrive? Faced with Qin Shou's bewildered gaze, Qin Shou merely smiled and said nothing. He gazed into the distant void, standing there in quiet contemplation. Although Qin Shou felt perplexed, he could do little but accompany him. Not far off, Lin Shen remained, silently observing the two, his expression grave. After a brief interlude, a ripple emanated from the space Qin Shou was regarding, followed by a tearing of the fabric of reality as two figures emerged. The appearance of these two figures instantly furrowed the brows of both Qin Shou and Lin Shen. Lin Shen's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance, while Qin Shou's gaze turned cold. He fixed his stare upon the newcomers, his voice icy. The Taichu Holy Land? In recent times, he had learned of certain events transpiring in the Hall of Kings. The Taichu Holy Land had previously made attempts against Qin Shou, seeking to seize his inheritance. The Taichu Holy Master cast a glance at Qin Shou, but remained silent. However, when his gaze shifted to Qin Shou and the quasi-emperor puppet beside him, his expression altered. With a courteous bow, he remarked, "My esteemed friend, your fortunes run deep. Not only have you attained the great sage realm, but you have also acquired such an extraordinary quasi-emperor puppet." As he spoke, a profound wariness flickered in his eyes. The youth before him seemed to have gained some unparalleled boon from the imperial inheritance, with his cultivation advancing remarkably, first from the enlightenment realm to the sage realm, and now to the great sage realm, completely shattering his understanding of the cultivation world. Moreover, the fact that this individual commanded not one, but at least two quasi-emperor puppets indicated a level of power sufficient to establish a holy land. Haha! Qin Shou chuckled lightly at the Taichu Holy Master's words, offering no definitive response. Instead, he inquired, "Holy Master, your journey from the Taichu Holy Land must not merely be for such pleasantries." Since the last time he suppressed Lu Dao under the starry sky, he had noticed two figures lurking in the distance. However, They had not revealed themselves then. The Lord of Taichu fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, and then fixed his gaze on Qin Shou, inquiring, "My friend mentioned that a mere 100 million top-tier spirit stones could secure a legacy of a quasi-emperor. Is this truly the case?" He recalled hearing Qin Shou utter these words during the previous celestial confrontation. This was the second time, stirring a flicker of contemplation within him. Were they drawn here for the quasi-emperor's legacy? Qin Shou regarded the Lord of Taichu with some surprise, having initially thought that the latter sought to negotiate for someone's release. However, this was preferable. Nodding, he responded, 100 million top-tier spirit stones for a quasi-emperor's legacy is indeed a reality for others. Yet, if your Taichu sacred land wishes to exchange, I fear it may not suffice. The Lord of Taichu's expression darkened at these words. What do you mean by this? Do you look down upon my Taichu sacred land? Or do you wish to extort us? Qin Shou's gaze turned cold at his words, and without further ado, he waved his hand, casting the two figures out from the Hall of Kings within the inner realm. He then turned his attention back to the Lord of Taichu, speaking icily, "Surely, the Lord has not forgotten the actions of your Taichu sacred land? Xingyu, Eideria." The Lord of Taichu's expression soured as he beheld the two figures he had just expelled. Yi Qingyu appeared merely pale, while Yi Xiong looked utterly bruised and disheveled, resembling a beggar from the mundane world. "Father, Lord," the two noticed the Lord of Taichu and expressed their surprise, eager to approach him. Yet their bodies remained firmly restrained by Qin Shou's grip. "Younger generation, before the Lord, do you not hasten to release us? Are you not afraid he will suppress you?" Yi Xiong shouted at Qin Shou, his face a mask of fury, casting a glance at the Lord of Taichu as if to implore, "My lord, please, do not let this young man go unpunished." Hearing Yi Xiong's words and witnessing his gaze, the Lord of Taichu's countenance darkened further. Suppress? He would like to, but such strength was required. With merely the cultivation of a first-level great sage, without the aid of the quasi-emperor puppet, Qin Shou could easily turn the tables on him. Even the stern-faced elder who had silently stood beside the Lord of Taichu shot Yi Xiong a fierce glare, as if to say, "If you seek death, do not drag us along." In this circumstance, unless an ancestor at the quasi-emperor level intervened, who could contend against Qin Shou? Yi Xiong was taken aback by the expressions of the two. What is the matter? The Lord is renowned for his temper within the sacred land. Why does he not act? Is he truly afraid of a mere junior at the saint level? Unbeknownst to him, he remained ignorant of the fact that Qin Shou's cultivation had far surpassed the fourth level of the saint realm he had encountered at Tiancang. Qin Shou observed the subtle exchange of glances among the three individuals, a playful smirk gracing his features. He then turned his gaze toward the primordial Saint Lord, inquiring, "What is it? Do you intend to suppress me?" A scoff escaped his lips. The primordial Saint Lord, clearly discerning the mockery in Qin Shou's tone, let out a cold snort and retorted, "What do you wish to do?" Upon hearing this, the playful expression on Qin Shou's face faded, replaced by a serious demeanor as he extended two fingers. "It's quite simple. The inheritance of the quasi-emperor is worth 100 million. Two individuals shall yield 20 million each. You provide the spirit stones, and I shall release them. 100 million top-tier spirit stones." The expression of the primordial Saint Lord shifted as he exchanged a glance with the stern elder beside him. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly nodded. "Very well. The primordial Holy Land is willing to part with these spirit stones. However, should you renege on this agreement and fail to deliver the quasi-emperor inheritance, do not blame us for turning hostile." As he spoke, his gaze intentionally flickered towards Lin Chun in the distance.